Chapter 1. Confrontation. In the 10th year of Jian Ning, at the onset of autumn, His Majesty, having just recovered from a grave illness, sought to establish a successor amidst the tumultuous factions. Within the court, where treachery and intrigue reigned supreme, as the clouds swirled and the bright moon illuminated the scene, outside Songling Mountain, a chilling aura permeated the air. The shadows of blades danced like the wind, silver edges dripping with vivid crimson. The scent of iron filling the atmosphere, the veil of mist floated above the dense bamboo grove, where lifeless bodies lay scattered, each one felled by a single strike. "Your pursuit from the kingdom of Lanyue has indeed been commendable," remarked the woman with a serene smile, her gaze fixed upon the last desperate foe, her exquisite eyes glinting. "With an icy resolve, which you have slain my esteemed master of Lanyue. Your sins are unforgivable." The leader of the black-clad men tightened his grip on his twin swords, preparing for a final stand. Yun Jintang arched an eyebrow, her blade angled, leaving no time for response, swiftly severing his throat. Vivid blood cascaded down the sword, while autumn leaves swirled in the air, gradually staining with the splattered crimson, before drying in the chill of the season. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a soft glow upon a quaint courtyard nestled in the foothills of Songling Mountain, where mist coiled around the surroundings. "The assassins from Lanyue are indeed tenacious even after our return to Dongling. They persist in their pursuit," a maid in azure robes commented, standing beside the bathing tub. Gently wiping away the droplets from Yun Jintang's chin with a damp silk cloth. "It is a great humiliation for these mercenaries that I publicly assassinated their master. It is only natural for them to pursue me. They are merely a pack of inept fools, unworthy of fear," she replied nonchalantly, raising her arms slightly, adorned with several vibrant red roses, a striking contrast to crimson and white. With her enchanting beauty and delicate, ethereal skin, she was utterly impeccable. The flickering candlelight cast shadows upon her long lashes, and who would suspect that this seemingly gentle and delicate lady could kill without a second thought? "We shall return to the capital tomorrow. Do not let news of my journey to Lanyue escape." "Understood." The following day, the sky was clear and bright. A luxurious yet understated carriage made its way slowly along the official road of the capital, the wind chimes swaying gently from the eaves, their soft melodies masking any sinister sounds that, as they passed the site of yesterday's bloodshed. The coachman, urging the horses, let out a long sigh, halting the carriage. "Miss, there has been an unexpected development." Yun Jintang slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage window, discovering that the bodies strewn about had vanished, replaced by a multitude of black-clad guards blocking their path. Whose actions could be so swift? She feigned innocence, her delicate brows slightly furrowing, as the maid lifted the carriage door curtain, allowing her to sit upright, gazing straight ahead. Her keen eyes subtly scanned the black tassel hanging from the sword of the leading guard, her voice soft and inquiring. "What is happening here?" Qini noticed the jade plaque swaying alongside the tassel, prominently inscribed with the character Yun, and gazed in confusion. Was this the esteemed Miss Yun, who had long resided on the outskirts of the capital, the fiancée of His Highness? "Miss Yun, it would be safer for you to remain in the capital, for now the outskirts are fraught with peril." Qin revealed little of the situation, bowing slightly as he held his sword, gesturing for the obstructing guards to disperse. "Thank you for your warning." Yun Jintang clutched her silk handkerchief, lightly clearing her throat a couple of times, while Lin Lang promptly lowered the curtain. As the carriage wheels rolled over the half-dried dark red blood, the moment her gaze retreated, the warmth in her eyes vanished entirely. "Has Lord Ning returned to the capital?" "He just arrived yesterday. I heard he was injured while suppressing the mountain bandits. His Majesty has dispatched Dr. Ji from the Imperial Medical Bureau to attend to him at the Ning residence," Lin Lang replied dutifully. Yun Jintang rested her elbows on the small table. Closing her eyes in contemplation, he moved swiftly upon his return. He immediately commenced an investigation into the assassins from Lanyue infiltrating Dongling. Injured? It would be best if he were to remain in a stupor for a year and a half. Her greatest vexation at present was the marriage decree bestowed upon her by His Majesty. Lin Lang murmured softly, adding, "Miss, it is said that His Highness the Ning Wang has only sustained minor injuries. If Dr. Ji were to dawdle, the wounds might heal before long." Lord Ning, Jun Yanjin, was known far and wide. Both for his illustrious reputation and his notorious deeds, he had achieved remarkable military success, capturing 3 cities from Lanyue 2 years prior, thus rescuing Dongling from dire straits. Consequently, His Majesty, in a rare exception, conferred upon him the title of Ning Wang before he had even reached adulthood and granted him the Tiger Talisman, placing command of 200,000 troops of Dongling in his hands. However, Jun Yanjing's temperament was capricious. It was not uncommon for him to take lives in the marketplace. Now, 21 years of age, he had received beautiful concubines from His Majesty, yet all had succumbed to strange ailments, unresponsive to remedies, passing away within 3 days. The title of Ning was also a warning for him to remain compliant and loyal to the throne, lest he entertain any treasonous thoughts. Jun Yanjin possessed a profound cunning, and His Majesty had long harbored suspicions toward him. This marriage arrangement, ostensibly a means to balance the power among the princes, was in reality a strategy to ensure her role as a monitor and to win Lord Ning's loyalty, thereby thwarting any ambitions he might harbor for rebellion. This implied that she must firmly capture Lord Ning's heart, ensuring his unwavering allegiance to His Majesty, or closely observe his every move, ready to act should there be any signs of treachery. Was this not akin to being a spy? His Majesty observed the struggles among the princes with detached interest, occasionally stirring the waters from the shadows while securing his own escape route. What a masterful game he played. However, even though His Majesty held the Duke's residence in high regard, she was reluctant to be treated as a mere pawn, for she understood her own significance. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice the passage of time upon reopening her eyes. The carriage had arrived at the city gates. "Sir Supervisor, look! There is blood on the wheel of this carriage." "Stop it!" Supervisor, Chen commanded, waving his hand, and dozens of soldiers encircled the carriage, with orders from Lord Ning to rigorously inspect all entering the capital, capturing a suspect would surely earn him accolades. "Miss, it is one of His Highness' men," a guard in plain clothes whispered from outside the carriage. At that moment, a soldier approached to confiscate his sword. Yun Jintang brushed the veil aside with her delicate hand, tilting her gaze slightly, her brow furrowed with genuine discomfort. "Supervisor Chun, I am unwell and wish to return to the Duke's residence to rest. Do you truly intend to detain me?" Only then did Supervisor Chen notice the jade plaque hanging from the carriage's eaves, hurriedly bowing in apology. "Please, let her pass, and I ask for Miss Yun's forgiveness." No amount of suspicion would change the fact that the individual within the carriage held a rank beyond what a mere supervisor could challenge. As the soldiers stepped aside, a black steed clad in military armor galloped towards the city gate, the sound of its hooves echoing urgently. Upon recognizing the rider's visage, the soldiers collectively bowed in deference, acknowledging the presence of nobility. "Your Highness, Prince Ning, conduct a thorough investigation of this carriage for me." Jun Yanjin gazed down with an imposing demeanor at the carriage window, his voice sharp and cold as a blade against the spine. He had certainly noticed the jade token of the Duke of Yun. But what of it? Yun Jintang had been in Songling Mountain for 2 months, and all the spies from Lanyue Kingdom had inexplicably perished in Songling Mountain. Whether this was mere coincidence remains to be verified. Until then, no suspect shall be overlooked. Chapter 2. Gripping her wrist tightly, he questioned her. The startled horse stumbled, and the vase resting on the small table fell and shattered due to a moment's inattention. Linlang bent down to pick up the bouquet, her brow furrowed as she silently observed Yun Jintang's expression, not daring to utter a word until she raised her hand. Taking a deep breath, Yun Jintang swiftly suppressed her rising annoyance. She slowly stood up as the attendant pulled aside the curtains of the carriage, her gaze meeting the piercing cold eyes of Jun Yanjin directly. He emanated an aura of intimidation, which was no surprise that children cried upon seeing him. "Your Highness, may you be well." Yun Jintang greeted him with decorum, her clear and bright eyes betraying no hint of dissatisfaction. With a slight lift of her brow, she met Jun Yanjing's gaze without hesitation. This was their second encounter, and he remained as imposing as ever, his eyes allowing no room for error. His elegant demeanor was merely a facade. The sharpness of his noble face concealed thoughts that no one could truly fathom. "Miss Yun, please." The guard at the city gate personally moved a small ladder beside the carriage. "If your Highness wishes to inspect the carriage of a minister's daughter, a proper reason must be provided." Yun Jintang's bright eyes immediately reflected a hint of grievance as she lowered her stance, refraining from confronting Jun Yanjin directly. He dismounted swiftly, advancing with determination. Meanwhile, Lin Lang assisted Yun Jintang in descending from the carriage. The frost-colored gown trailed behind her, and at her slender waist hung a translucent jade pendant in the shape of a crescent moon. She glanced at Jun Yanjin, her gaze intentionally flicking to his right sleeve. "You should be aware of the events at Songling Mountain." Jun Yanjin's words were laced with suspicion. He had always harbored doubts regarding the people of the Duke of Yun's household. The marriage decree from the Emperor was merely a means to place his spies within the Prince Ning's residence. Yun Jintang's brow slightly knitted as a look of confusion arose in her autumn-like eyes. "I truly do not know what transpired at Songling Mountain. Are you accusing me without evidence, Your Highness?" Jun Yanjin showed no leniency, raising his hand to signal the two hidden guards to search the carriage. His sharp gaze fell upon her exquisite visage, his tone cold and detached. "You claim ignorance. Where is the evidence? An assassin from the Lan Yu kingdom perished by a sword imbued with soul-severing poison, and I just so happened to find this sword near your residence in Shueisha Garden. How do you explain that? The sword was not found within Shueisha Garden. How could it possibly implicate me?" Yun Jintang remained unfazed by Jun Yanjin's interrogation, always managing to find loopholes in his words. The sword that had killed was carried by the assassins of the Lan Yu kingdom. Someone was indeed going to great lengths to ensnare her. Yun Jintang stepped forward, reiterating her previous statements to distance herself from the matter. "I understand Your Highness's desire to solve the case swiftly, but I am truly uninvolved." Just then, the hidden guards shook their heads in unison, indicating that they had searched both inside and outside the carriage without uncovering any clues. Noticing something within the right sleeve of Yun Jintang's garment, Jun Yanjin suddenly seized her wrist, applying enough pressure to cause her pain. "What are you doing, Your Highness?" Yun Jintang's voice was soft, her brows raised as she attempted to retract her wrist, yet she found herself unable to break free. Jun Yanjin's expression remained unchanged as he retrieved a small white porcelain bottle from the wide sleeves of Yun Jintang. The bottle, modest in size, resembled a work of art nestled between his slender, well-proportioned fingers, adorned with intricately carved ghost flowers that appeared remarkably lifelike. "What is this?" Jun Yanjin exerted little force with his left hand while his right hand grasped the jade bottle, as if he had seized the tail of a cunning fox. His dark eyes concealed any discernible emotion as he placed the bottle before Yun Jintang. "Your Highness, that is fragrant powder. Please release our young lady," Lin Lang pleaded, dropping to her knees. Yun Jintang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she struggled to maintain her composure. "Your Highness, you are truly being unreasonable. I have recuperated in Songling Mountain for 2 months without encountering any spies from Lan Yu Kingdom. Finally, I have regained my health to reunite with my family in the capital, only to be obstructed by you at the city gates." Curious gazes from passers-by on the side street converged on them as Jun Yanjin uncorked the jade bottle. A delicate fragrance of roses wafted into the air, indistinguishable from the scent emanating from Yun Jintang herself. Before he could release her, Yun Jintang's complexion suddenly paled, and she weakly leaned back, but Jun Yanjin reacted swiftly, pulling her back with one hand. "Miss," Lin Lang, disregarding everything else, hurriedly rose to call for the accompanying physician to check her pulse. At that moment, Yun Jintang's entire weight rested on Jun Yanjin, her body feeling feeble, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. Her hand pressed against his chest, and her slender fingers attempted to grasp his clothing, yet she lacked the strength to exert any force. This was their second encounter, yet it marked their first conversation. At this juncture, she aimed to leave a lasting impression on him. She, Yun Jintang, the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, had been delicate and frail since childhood, unable to endure hardship or indignation. Though her health had improved, she could hardly withstand such emotional turmoil. Jun Yanjin had not anticipated Yun Jintang's fragility. Now, as she leaned against him, her pale visage resembled that of a fragile porcelain doll, and her condition seemed genuine rather than an act. He lowered his gaze, breath held as he studied her, the subtle floral scent that lingered around her filling his senses. He contemplated pushing her away, Yet the circumstances did not permit such action. The physician trembled as he took Yun Jintang's pulse, his brow furrowed in concentration, unable to ease the tension. Miss is clearly suffering from emotional distress. The reason was evident to all present. Lin Lang stepped forward, and Yun Jintang, determined, extricated herself from Jun Yanjin's embrace, leaning toward Lin Lang with a hint of disdain. Feeling the emptiness in his arms, he had yet to issue the command for her release when a booming voice resonated from behind. Prince Ning. The sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly urgent as Yun Jun dismounted and hurried toward Yun Jintang, his eyes filled with concern. He clenched his teeth, a surge of pent-up frustration igniting within him. What has happened to my daughter? Although Yun Jun was a scholar, he possessed a profound understanding of martial arts. His hands clenched in a fist beneath his wide sleeves, his temples throbbing. Your Highness, shouldn't you offer an explanation? Jun Yanjin's gaze fell upon Yun Jintang's delicate profile, her eyes gently closed, breathing shallowly. Just moments ago, her radiant beauty seemed to fade into a state of weakness and weariness, making her appear as though she had been grievously wronged by him. This prince merely follows protocol to inspect the carriages entering the capital. If the esteemed duke has any objections, he is free to petition his majesty. Yun Jun's fury ignited. Meanwhile, Lin Lang and another maid assisted Yun Jintang back into the carriage. The moment the brocade curtain descended, Lin Lang hastily retrieved a jade vial from her sleeve and administered a pill to Yun Jintang. Lin Lang understood that the young lady's performance today aimed to tarnish Jun Yanjin's reputation. Under the clear skies, the Honorable Prince Ning was hindering his betrothed at the city gates, drawing scorn for his lack of compassion and consideration. The crowd at the city gate was already dense. Word would spread from 1 to 10 and from 10 to 100, and within days, the entire capital would be aware. To put it more gravely, Jun Yanjin's discontent with His Majesty's marriage decree openly positioned him against the Yun Duke's household, leaving Yun Jintang with no viable path forward. One could only hope for His Majesty to retract the edict. After a moment, Yun Jintang regained her composure, her head still resting on Lin Lang's shoulder, softly murmuring, "Father, let's return home. Some matters are not suitable for discussion here." Chapter 3. Why is His Highness so unpopular? Yun Jun, filled with indignation, climbed into the carriage, already resolved to draft a memorial for impeachment. If she could also thwart this betrothal, that would be splendid. The carriage moved slowly along the spacious street, and Yun Jintang's demeanor was a stark contrast to moments before. She elegantly rested her elbow on the small table, her slender, alabaster fingers slightly bent as they supported her temple. With a gentle exertion of her other hand, 2 hard-shelled walnuts promptly cracked, their fragments cascading through her fingers, accompanied by Yun Jun's sigh. "My dear daughter, what mischief are you up to now?" Yun Jintang straightened her posture and offered the shelled walnut kernels to Yun Jun, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as if nothing else had transpired moments ago. Since Jun Yanjin's reputation is already tarnished beyond repair, what harm is there in adding a little more fuel to the fire? If this uproar does not dismantle the engagement, will your circumstances in the Ning Wangfu not become even more precarious? Yun Jun remained irate, yet concealed his fury, gloomily accepting the walnut kernels without consuming them, merely holding them. With the Duke's residence and the Emperor backing him, Jun Yanjin would not dare to act against me, no matter how arrogant he may be. Moreover, after today's incident, he will undoubtedly send people to scrutinize my past, allowing my delicate persona to be firmly established. Yun Jintang was entirely unconcerned for her safety, her beautiful eyes surveying the walnuts on the plate before picking up 2 and giving them a gentle squeeze. The sound was akin to the cracking of bones. Yun Jun consumed the walnut kernel in his hand, his eyes devoid of worry, and reiterated, "Delicate and frail? Remember to restrain yourself when you return to the capital. After all, such matters should remain within the family, lest they tarnish our name. Do not forget, your father is a civil official." Yun Jintang tilted her head with a smile. "Father, you know I vehemently oppose your transition from martial to civil pursuits. You were too preoccupied with ingratiating yourself to your master at the Jingu to pay heed to your own father." Yun Jun snatched the crushed walnut from her hand. Peeling it himself, not missing the chance to retort. "The palace, your majesty, it is time for you to rest." Eunuchly approached Jun Yanjin with a bowl of soothing soup, gently reminding him. The emperor had been fixated on the memorial to impeach Prince Ning for the duration of 2 incense sticks, evidently troubled by the events of the city gate today. The prince's brazen actions towards the daughter of the Duke of Yun were bound to invite scandal. It was rumored that Miss Yun had suffered from agitation and fainted. "The imperial edict has been issued. I cannot retract it. The Ministry of Rites has already made all the necessary preparations for the grand wedding in early September. You shall personally visit the Ning Wangfu tomorrow and demand an apology from him to the Duke's residence." Jun Yanjin rubbed his brow, determined not to let this minor setback derail his plans. Jun Yanjin's temperament truly required substantial reform. "As you command." "Ning Wangfu, your highness. Miss Yun has been in poor health due to her premature birth. She often went to the Xinshan temple on the outskirts of the capital for recuperation during her childhood and seldom returned to the city. The Songling Mountain Snow Bamboo Garden was established 3 years ago, and Miss Yun spends 2 to 3 months there every summer. We have visited the Snow Bamboo Courtyard, and there appeared to be nothing amiss. It is located approximately 2/4 of an hour from the place where the spies of the Lanyue Kingdom met their demise. If this matter is indeed related to her, only a servant should be dispatched to attend to it." 3 shadow guards stood in a row at the foot of the stairs, reporting the situation. The flickering candlelight cast a delicate interplay of shadows on the refined and handsome features of Jun Yanjin, who sat upright beside the writing desk on the 9-tiered platform. At the moment he lifted his gaze, it seemed as though he had come to a realization. A faint smile graced his lips as he reclined, languidly toying with the jade ring between his fingers. He instructed, "Tomorrow, you shall personally deliver some nourishing supplements as an apology to the Duke's residence." "Yes." Qin Yi hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to accept the order, but now that His Highness had engaged in such actions, would he truly be able to enter the Duke's gates? Could it be that His Highness had come to understand the gravity of the situation? After giving his instructions, Jun Yanjin entered the study's secret chamber alone, traversing a winding path that led deep underground. The further he walked, the more incessant the cries of despair became. "Yun Yanjin, once I escape, I will surely kill you." The bluestone bricks were stained with indelible blood, and the prison cells offered no soundproofing, as the cacophony of curses surged over one another. Jun Yanjin, having merely listened to the commotion, glanced at the bound prisoners on the crucifix with indifference, his expression unchanged. "Cut out his tongue, as you command." Since he could not utter anything of value, his life was no longer necessary. With a slight gesture of his hand, the dagger he toyed with swiftly pierced the prisoner's heart, blood dripping from the blade and pooling onto the ground. Recently, Lanyue had been somewhat restless, likely in connection with the death of the Grand Preceptor. He had dispatched individuals to investigate the movements of these spies. The murderer must have infiltrated the capital of Dongling. Yet, across the 9 provinces, he had never heard of a woman possessing such formidable martial prowess. It would be disingenuous to claim indifference. If such a master could be recruited, he would relish the opportunity to see how that elusive leader of the Longjing Pavilion would respond. A nagging intuition whispered to him that Yun Jintang and that woman shared some connection. Perhaps they had met, yet she dared not speak of it. Nevertheless, there would be time for inquiries. Yun Jintang would not withstand the tortures for long. A mere fright might elicit her confession. The following day, Qin Yi, accompanied by a retinue of guards bearing several boxes of precious supplements, approached the Duke's residence to offer apologies. However, the gates of the Duke's estate stood resolutely closed, and he seemed ill-equipped to force his way in as one would in battle. Was their lord truly so unwelcome? Chapter 4. The petulant one in the tranquil courtyard of Tinglan. The butler hurriedly approached, nearly tripping over the threshold. His Highness, the Prince of Ning, wishes to see you." Yun Jintang sat idly, contemplating a game of chess, while the maid beside her raised a hand, signaling the butler to remain silent. Once Yun Jintang's black piece was firmly placed, the butler bowed slightly and continued, "Miss, the Duke requests your presence in the front yard." "Has the person here to apologize arrived?" she inquired, her brows arching slightly, as if she anticipated this turn of events. No imperial edict had been issued today, nor had there been any news from the palace regarding the Prince of Ning's impeachment. Thus, the dissolution of the engagement had become a mere fantasy. With the wedding date approaching, the emperor had no choice but to let Jun Yanjin extend his apologies to avoid any scandal. Yun Jintang rose and sauntered towards the front yard, relishing the early autumn air that was neither too hot nor too cold, occasionally graced by a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of chrysanthemums. The garden was abundant with various types of begonia flowers, yet her favorite remained the Shifu begonia, its petals softly tinged with pink and white, resembling butterflies perched delicately on branches, their wings fluttering with the slightest gust. However, the season for begonia blossoms had already passed. During that time, she had been in Lanyue, too preoccupied to appreciate the beauty of flowers or the moon. After a moment, wait outside, Qin Yi finally entered, followed by guards who placed several boxes of precious tonics in the courtyard. With the intention of mending relations, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Yun Jintang. Yun Jintang held a favorable impression of this guard. He was quite courteous and posed no trouble for her. After all, grievances have their origins, and debts have their creditors. The items sent by Jun Yanjin were undoubtedly of the finest quality, primarily rare medicinal materials, which, although she had in abundance, she accepted graciously. Furthermore, His Highness instructed his subordinate to inquire whether Miss Yun had encountered any suspicious individuals during her 2 months at Songling Mountain. Noticing that Yun Jintang appeared to be in a better mood, Qin Yi stepped forward and performed a respectful bow, seated beside a pear-blossom chair. Yun Jintang sipped her hot tea. After finishing, she discreetly coughed twice while assessing Qin Yi's expression, responding, "The hidden guards near Ziziyuan have been on rotation, and none have reported seeing anything unusual. Have you perhaps seen any other women on Songling Mountain?" "Women? Let me ponder that." Yun Jintang turned her brow toward Yun Jun, feigning contemplation. "Ah, indeed. 3 days prior, a veiled woman was spotted near Ziziyuan, claiming to be gathering herbs. I paid little attention to her at the time." Moments later, her gaze shifted back to Qin Yi, her tone resolute, betraying no hint of deceit. She then altered her tone, narrating the events smoothly. The guards intended to apprehend her upon noticing bloodstains on her clothing, but she vanished in an instant. "This is why I returned to the capital so early, fearing that further incidents might arise," she concluded. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi could hardly contain his eagerness to report back. Although the veracity of the information could not be immediately verified, it certainly provided a fresh perspective. He had already ascertained that the 2 recent deceased spies from Lanyue were indeed assassins trained by the Grandmaster of Lanyue, infiltrating the capital solely for revenge on their master. Such a capable woman was a rarity in this world. If she could be brought under His Highness's command, it would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. At that moment, why would the woman need to wander aimlessly in fear as she does now? Ning Wang's mansion. This statement is a blend of truth and falsehood. It appears logically sound, yet is riddled with inconsistencies. Upon concluding Qin Yi's report, Jun Yanjin reached a decisive conclusion. It can be confirmed that Yun Jintang has encountered the perpetrator, recently returned from the palace. He could not escape the reprimands from Jun Lingchuan, his expression now icy, the atmosphere around him heavy with tension, his voice as frigid as ice. However, at this juncture, Jun Yanjin had little inclination to expend energy on a woman. The likelihood of finding a breakthrough through Yun Jintang was slim, and it would be wiser to dispatch covert operatives for investigation. One matter still perplexed him. On that day, despite not scolding or yelling at her, she inexplicably burst into tears, a true delicate flower. "Your Highness, the Ministry of Rites has recently sent over ceremonial garments for you to try on." After a considerable pause, seeing Jun Yanjin's expression soften somewhat, Qin Yi dared to broach the subject again. He was acutely aware of the prince's dissatisfaction with this arranged marriage, fearing that Miss Yun would indeed suffer once she moved in. The prince seemed reluctant to establish the bridal chamber in the main courtyard, delegating many matters to the steward, and had chosen a secluded small loft on the eastern side of the Wang residence for Miss Yun, a rather isolated position. Furthermore, Minister Zhang indicated, per His Majesty's wishes, that you must personally go to the Duke's residence to escort her, as a show-off. Before he could finish his sentence, he caught another glimpse of Jun Yanjin's worsening countenance, who slowly lifted his eyelids to cast a piercing glance, causing him to falter. If Minister Zhang is so idle, then let him find something to occupy his time. Jun Yanjin descended the high platform step by step, casually tossing the book in his hand onto a shelf adorned with blue and white porcelain. The door of the study remained wide open. When Qin, drenched in cold sweat, turned back again, the prince had vanished, leaving only a directive: send someone to monitor Yun Jintang and report any unusual activity at the earliest opportunity. Qin sighed, feeling an inexplicable sympathy for Miss Yun in the aftermath. In the afternoon, Yun Jintang rested for a brief moment. Upon awakening, she learned that the Ministry of Rites had delivered the ceremonial garments. Although she had no intention of trying them on, today the palace had dispatched a matron to oversee her. For maidservants diligently assisted her in donning the intricate and splendid attire, which had taken 6 months to craft by the palace's skilled embroiderers. From every angle, the garments revealed no flaws. The gown, embroidered with resplendent golden peonies, shone brilliantly without overshadowing the majestic crimson hue. Pearls adorned the collar in a neat arrangement, and as she moved, a jade tassel swayed gracefully at her waist, creating a melodious sound of gold and jade clinking together. The young lady was extraordinarily beautiful, a rare gem of the realm. This ceremonial garment could not have been so exquisite without her enchanting presence. The matron from the palace, with her sweet tongue, could gather numerous favors by uttering flattering words. For Yun Jintang, the steward's matters were quite simple. A few golden melon seeds as rewards left both parties satisfied. As the day of celebration approached, the Empress Dowager specifically instructed the maidservants to teach the young lady about household affairs. Despite rumors circulating in the capital that Prince Ning was indifferent to women, the maidservants believed it was merely because he had yet to encounter someone as breathtaking as Miss Yun. Yun Jintang was still admiring the golden hairpin in her hand, listening to the two matrons extolling her virtues while praising Jun Yanjin. Could it be that Jun Yanjin is lacking in that regard? She pondered. However, Yun Jintang quickly dismissed this absurd notion. The beautiful concubine bestowed upon him by His Majesty perished from a strange illness within 3 days, suggesting foul play. Jun Yanjin is astute and highly suspicious. Her life in the Ningguang residence may prove arduous, especially since there are already individuals outside observing her movements. If she is to be deprived of freedom, she cannot tolerate further indignities. Last night, His Majesty summoned her father to the palace for discussions, and she surmised the content of their conversation. It was likely a directive for her to keep a close watch on Jun Yanjin's every action and report any anomalies without delay. Yun Jintang felt compelled to comply with this task, lest her father find himself in a precarious position. As her thoughts wandered, the elder matron continued her lengthy discourse. Miss Yun, upon entering the Wang residence, your primary duty shall be to bear the prince an heir or two. Only thus can your position be secured. Yun Jintang found herself disinterested in such antiquated notions. Is a woman's sole purpose in life to serve her husband and raise children? The matron's incessant chatter was unrelenting, prompting Yun Jintang to have some nuts brought into the room. After consuming a few, they felt parched and drank water until silence enveloped them. Miss Yun, did you comprehend today's teachings? Of course, Yun Jintang replied earnestly, nodding with a smile. In truth, she had absorbed not a single word of their discourse. Such unhealthy and unnutritious rhetoric was hardly worth her attention. Chapter 5 Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the harsher her heart. The matron from the palace had stayed at the duke's residence for 3 days, persistently lecturing. Yun Jintang found it tedious. Yet since she was sent by the Empress Dowager, she could not retaliate and decided to find a moment to escape the manor. Mingzhu Pavilion. The tea table was enveloped in a hot mist that rose in billowing clouds, while the fire in the stove blazed brightly. The faint crackling of the red-hot charcoal was drowned out by the sound of tea being brewed. Leaning against the small couch, a resplendently dressed woman toyed with a golden hairpin in her hand, feeling a sense of sympathy. How unfortunate you are to endure such torment in the pursuit of marriage. If it were up to me, I would simply flee and enjoy a carefree life in the world. Such words were easy to say. Yun Jintang lifted her teacup, the rising steam masking the true emotions lurking in her eyes. Is this something I could decide? Sitting by the window, she observed the bustling street below, where carriages flowed like water and pedestrians were in constant motion, their chatter ringing in the air. Yet, I suffer, and so too shall Jun Yanjin. After a brief pause, she set her cup down and turned her gaze towards the lively street, her tone gentle and unhurried. Oh, I have heard he is recently searching for Xianzhu grass. I deceive him out of 30,000 taels of silver. Speaking of this, a smile finally graced Yun Jintang's face, a man who has lost both money and goods. I can only imagine how furious he must be at this moment. Qing Wu's eyes sparkled as she abruptly rose from the small couch, straightening her posture. For just one plant of Xianzhu grass, 30,000 taels. Indeed, Yun Jintang nodded earnestly, her bright eyes resembling water, gazing innocently and naively. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the harsher her heart. Qing Wu began to calculate this month's earnings. With your swindled 30,000 taels, it has been a bountiful month. That is my personal wealth. Do not conflate it with other matters. Yun Jintang mercilessly shattered her daydream, elegantly lifting her teacup and savoring a sip, relishing the moment. Is the monthly profit from Mingzhu Pavilion not enough for your amusement? Miss Yun, pray calculate how much silver truly lands in my hands each month. All the money is deposited in the treasury of the gold-gathering pavilion. When discussing these matters, Qing Wu's resentment bubbled over. She felt like a mere transporter of wealth. Yun Jintang raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at the corners of her lips as she glanced at the money pouch tied at Qing Wu's waist. Then, should I personally check the accounts to see just how much there is? She remained poised, sipping tea and admiring the scenery. The jade bracelet and gold chain dangling from her delicate wrist producing a clear sound as they collided. As long as the revenue fluctuated within a normal range. She typically would not scrutinize the accounts of Mingzhu Pavilion herself. Yet she was certain Qing Wu, to some extent, harbored discontent and would engage in minor subterfuge. You're already aware? Qing Wu's face flushed, the previous languor dissipating, and inexplicably, she began to feel anxious. Actions are permissible, but do not overstep. Yun Jintang prided herself on treating her subordinates well. Under Qing Wu's management, the business of Mingzhu Pavilion indeed flourished, as she had no intention of reprimanding her. Alas, it seems nothing escapes your keen perception. Yun Jintang resembled a strategist hidden behind layers of dense clouds, revealing nothing yet knowing everything, earning her a grudging admiration. She possesses the vibrant energy that is characteristic of her age, yet exhibits a composure and tranquility that is uncommon for someone so young. Her thoughts are as intricate as a spider's web, each strand interwoven with the next. Miss, it is time to return to the manor. Lin Lang softly reminded from outside the screen as the hour approached. I pondered, if you were to engage in a game of wits with Jun Yanjin, who would emerge victorious? As she prepared to leave, Qing Wu stood at the doorway, her earlier playful demeanor replaced by earnestness. Who can say? Yun Jintang replied nonchalantly as she stepped outside, her tone neither warm nor cold. We shall see in due course, but for now, it appears he has already lost a piece. A piece worth 30,000 taels. While it may not be a substantial sum, it is certainly worth the fleeting joy it brings her. Ning Wang Manor. The group of shadow guards kneeling on the steps fell silent, their heads bowed as if burdened by an immense weight. Must everything require the presence of the king to succeed? Jun Yanjin was not particularly concerned about the 30,000 taels. To him, such money was trivial. What he truly valued was the rare Xian pearl grass. Born in the cold abyss, it is seldom seen in the world. 3 years ago, Bailing presented a specimen to the Empress Dowager for her health, and since then, the Xian pearl grass has not been spotted again in the Jiuzhou. He would gladly spend tens of thousands of taels to acquire it, let alone just 30,000. That individual is indeed cunning. My subordinates have already dispatched men to pursue him, and good news will surely arrive shortly. The voice of the shadow guard in charge trembled, his spine chillingly cold. Jun Yanjin remained silent, the documents in his hand dull and uninspiring. Without the Xian pearl grass, The poison within him could only be alleviated, not eradicated. The reason it has yet to affect him is due to Murong Su's excellent medicine. But this is not a sustainable solution. Summon Murong Su. Yes, Ningguang Manor. Shizi Courtyard. Ha! Swindled out of 30,000 taels, and left with nothing? Murong Su chuckled breathlessly upon hearing the shadow guard's explanation. Bending over with laughter and resting his hands on the medicine drying rack. Dressed in a blue robe, he wore no extravagant headpiece, just a matching silk scarf casually tied, exuding a certain carefree charm. He was of similar age to Jun Yanjin, handsome yet somewhat ridiculous. Lord Murong, His Highness summons you. Do not delay. The shadow guard, anxious, noted that Jun Yanjin had been angry today but had not punished anyone. If matters continued to be delayed, punishment would be inevitable. All right, I shall go and see. Murong Su picked up his folding fan and hastened towards Jianing Courtyard. The accompanying shadow guard cautioned, Lord Murong, be mindful of your words and actions. The vast Ningguang Manor was bustling with preparations. Red silk lanterns and other decorations were being arranged, casting a warm glow. The shadows of green pines fell upon the red walls, creating unique ambience. Upon entering the study, the atmosphere was somber. What brings you here? Murong Su retracted his earlier nonchalant demeanor, adopting a more serious tone. The Xian pearl grass grows in the frigid lands of Bailing, rare as it is, and its harvesting is particularly arduous. Do you know who might possess it within the Eastern Ling territory? Jun Yanjin could not swallow his frustration. It seemed the other party was deliberately baiting him, their intentions insincere from the very beginning. Murong Su pondered deeply, letting out a long sigh. My master may possess. However, I have severed ties with him. Are you certain that the Xianzhu grass in the possession of the individual seeking to trade with Wang Tang is authentic? Indeed, Jun Yanjin replied, a flicker of cold determination passing through his eyes. This person had been stealthily scheming beneath his very nose. He must not be allowed to escape, for to do so would render him a living nightmare. The Xianzhu grass is essential for purging the lingering toxins within your body. Until these toxins are eradicated, your martial prowess will be limited to merely 50%, which poses a significant dilemma. Murong Su recognized that Jun Yanjin had many adversaries and might encounter peril at any moment. Nevertheless, at present, aside from his own circle, no one was privy to this matter, so there was no need for excessive worry. As for the search for the Xianzhu grass, there is no rush. Murong Su remained remarkably composed. He would only reach out to that old man as a last resort. Chapter 6. What to avoid? There are numerous individuals eyeing Jun Yanjin with ill intent, which is undeniably worrisome. Within the realm of Jiuzhou, few can rival him, yet in the current circumstances, his martial prowess pales in comparison to Qin Yi. Encountering a master could spell disaster. Your Highness, today Miss Yun has occupied a room on the 3rd floor of Mingzhu Pavilion for half an hour. The shadow guards monitoring Yun Jintang reported back after she took her afternoon rest, having not entered the premises, but their voices resonated throughout the house. There is nothing more to report, so I shall take my leave. Murong Su displayed little interest in such matters, knowing that the Ning Wangfu would soon welcome a lady of the house, and it seemed that Jun Yanjin was rather dissatisfied with this new mistress. It appears that the future of the Wangfu may be somewhat tumultuous. This night, a fine drizzle enveloped the surroundings, delicate as silk, after an afternoon of bright sunshine. The sudden onset of rain caused the leaves to droop, unable to withstand such torment, falling in disarray. As dawn broke, when Yun Jintang stepped outside her chamber, she beheld this scene. Her courtyard was adorned with numerous flowers and trees, while the servants busied themselves sweeping the fallen leaves. A few prized chrysanthemums were suffering, which tugged at her heartstrings. Observing her melancholy, the palace matron adopted a more tactful approach, stating that today's lessons were all documented in their books, and they would leave the records and return to the palace to report. After several days of observation, they conveyed Yun Jintang's situation back to the Empress Dowager. This Miss Yun was indeed innocent, her emotions easily discernible, and they could only hope that she possessed a modicum of insight to understand the Emperor and Empress Dowager's intentions towards her careful nurturing. At last, she departed. Yun Jintang sat in the courtyard, savoring her tea, and upon raising her gaze, she beheld the boundless pale blue sky, her heart as clear as a mirror, comprehending the deeper meanings behind the matron's words. Miss, there have been recent movements from Tang. As she returned to her chamber, Lin Lang discreetly produced a slender bamboo segment from her sleeve, presenting a sealed letter with both hands. The urgent message from Longjing Pavilion today may be related to the matter of Xianzhu grass from the past few days. Yun Jintang opened the letter, read its contents, and subsequently placed it into the incense burner, settling beside the window, her gaze fixated on the distant wall. After a moment, she withdrew her sight. What does Jun Yanjin desire with the Xianzhu grass? The properties of Xianzhu grass are not complex. It is an essential herb for curing the Qinxiang poison. Yet, someone appears robust and vibrant, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. I will include the Xianzhu grass among my dowry items, but this matter must remain confidential. I foresee it may prove useful in the future. I shall personally discuss it with my parents as the wedding date approaches. Ensure that all the third-tier butterfly practitioners from Longjing Pavilion remain concealed during this period, observing the situation carefully, and must not engage with anyone from Tang. Yun Jintang raised her hand to draw down the pearl curtain by the window, her expression exceptionally grave. Understood. Lin Lang nodded and prepared to leave, but as she turned, a question arose from behind her. When will Pei Yao return? Tomorrow. Miss, there is one more matter. The lady's carriage should be entering the capital in half an hour. Upon hearing this, Yun Jintang could no longer remain seated. Her previously solemn demeanor suddenly blossomed into a gentle smile. Mother is returning to the capital soon? I shall go wait in the front courtyard. Originally, Yun Jintang intended to await in the front courtyard, but the splendid weather today, with warm and gentle sunlight caressing her, inspired her to seek a more refined experience in a lofty pavilion while sipping tea. Thus, she ventured into the main thoroughfare of Shengjing City and chose a rather impressive tavern, one with an excellent view, knowing that wherever she went after entering the city, she would traverse the bustling street below. Miss, may I take your order? The attendant, holding a menu, stood respectfully beside her. Having discerned from Yun Jintang's extraordinary attire that she was no ordinary patron, having already dined, she merely requested some delightful pastries. The tavern offered a far superior view compared to the adjacent tea house. Otherwise, she would not have chosen this venue. However, upon stepping into the establishment, she sensed something amiss. The lively atmosphere below, filled with melodious singing and dancing, contrasted sharply with the unusual quietude of the third floor. Lin Lang, could you step outside and check if the pastries have arrived? Yun Jintang subtly gestured to her companion. Yes. Lin Lang maneuvered around the screen, but in the instant she exited, her pupils widened in alarm, and she hurriedly returned. Miss, for some unknown reason, Prince Ning's hidden guards are approaching with swords. Yun Jintang's refined mood dissipated entirely, and her exquisitely beautiful face revealed signs of displeasure. Once again, it was Jun Yanjin, a specter that seemed to haunt her. Why was it that she encountered individuals related to him wherever she went? Yet, after a brief moment of vexation, she regained her composure, embodying the demeanor of a noble young lady. She adjusted her attire, rose slowly from her seat, and, with the steam from her untouched tea still swirling, she felt no desire to indulge further. With rationality guiding her, she maintained her poise, nodded for Lin Lang to open the door, and walked out with an air of tranquility. Qin Yi, the leader, paused momentarily, inclined his head in greeting while raising his right arm to allow the hidden guards behind him to clear a path for Yun Jintang. Her steps were deliberate and unhurried, her hands clasped in front of her, and as she noticed that no one obstructed her way, she grudgingly refrained from lamenting about Jun Yanjin, her inner turmoil dissipating like mist. Yet, after only a few strides, she spotted a shadow clad in dark purple. As the hidden guard swiftly passed her by, with Jun Yanjin following closely behind, casting an amused glance in her direction upon recognizing her, Yun Jintang halted, even retreating a subtle step as he approached. May the prince be well, she said, gracefully curtsying. Were you hiding from? Have you perhaps committed a misdeed? Fearful of my retribution? Jun Yanjin discerned her trepidation, and, the more she recoiled, the more he felt compelled to engage her. He advanced toward Yun Jintang, step by step. At that moment, the hidden guards had already entered the room adjacent to Yun Jintang's, and the sound of swords being unsheathed echoed ominously. She cursed her own misfortune, realizing that this time, Jun Yanjin, with his suspicious nature, would not relent easily. This instance, she was truly innocent. There is no wrongdoing on my part, Yun Jintang asserted, her posture upright and dignified, her slender shoulders revealing no hint of fear as she met his gaze, her hairpin swaying gently. And the evidence? The moment Jun Yanjin uttered those words, Yun Jintang understood she was ensnared. This man was indeed determined to make her life difficult. What misdeeds does the prince believe I have committed? Though her eyes bore no semblance of retreat, her tone remained gentle, concealing her inner strength while exuding an unwavering resilience. Such baseless accusations should not be imposed upon her. The melodious sounds of song and dance from downstairs have long ceased, leaving only the young attendant and a group of individuals on the third floor of the Chang'e Tower. A few days prior, a deliberate commotion at the city gate was orchestrated. Was it not intended to tarnish my reputation? Does His Highness's reputation truly require the degradation by a mere maiden? Yun Jintang, undeterred and poised, met Jun Yanjin's gaze, her phoenix-like eyes resembling a fathomless cold pond, reflecting her own image. Her voice rose above her previous utterance. Just as her words escaped her lips, an unseen guard succumbed to a cough, promptly kicked down the stairs. Fortunately, the guard's agility was remarkable, and he emerged unscathed. Realizing her inadvertent blunder, Yun Jintang fell silent, her gaze drooping as she averted her eyes, attempting to retreat, only to find herself obstructed by a beam. Jun Yanjin's expression darkened ominously. She could almost hear the sound of someone's fist being clenched. A significant, cryptic smirk curled upon his elegantly refined face. Yun Jintang, you possess an audacity most formidable. Chapter 7. Ultimately, she and he are destined to be on the same boat, Your Highness. I acknowledge my mistake. Yun Jintang gazed up at Jun Yanjin with a look of innocent vulnerability, her bright eyes pure and devoid of any scheming intent. It appeared as though her words were spoken without malice. Her voice was soft, and any flicker of irritation was effortlessly subdued by her enchanting visage and gentle tone. Though she spoke the truth, it indeed incensed Jun Yanjin. Your Highness, please do not be angry. I truly did not mean to. Yun Jintang's tone was akin to that of a spoiled child, yet she maintained a delicate balance, her curled lashes fluttering as her hands discreetly clutched her garments. Bang! Before Jun Yanjin could respond, a resounding crash echoed from a nearby room. The door flung open with a force that startled. Jun Yanjin, I would rather perish than let you escape to hell. A man burst forth, his arms and chest already wounded, blood-soaked palms gripping a long sword as he charged at Jun Yanjin, employing his agility to its utmost, moving with such swiftness that he seemed to be a mere shadow. In an instant, the sword tip was barely an arm's length from Jun Yanjin. Miss, Lin Lang hurriedly pulled Yun Jintang into her embrace. The proximity of their lady to the Prince of Ning was perilous. Should this assassin fail, he would surely shift his target. Is that all you have? Jun Yanjin effortlessly pinched the sword tip between his fingers, not budging an inch, his dark brows arched, eyes glinting with mockery. This is the third jest I've encountered this month. As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force, and in the blink of an eye, the blade shattered, splintering into fragments. The hidden guards advanced to restrain the assailant. Realizing the dire situation, the man hastily prepared to conceal the lethal poison hidden within his garment. However, such a lackluster suicide tactic was easily discernible, and Qin Yi swiftly knocked him unconscious from behind. Yun Jintang stilt a Yun Yanjin, overwhelmed by the chilling aura emanating from him. This sharp intensity made it clear that this assassin was no match for him. To Yun Yanjin, crushing his opponent was simpler than squashing an ant. The shattered sword hilt fell at Yun Jintang's feet, stained with blood, a stark and jarring sight. She resembled a frightened rabbit as she cautiously shifted behind Jun Yanjin, anxious, yet striving to appear composed to avoid suspicion. However, as she moved, the hem of her skirt brushed against the bloodied hilt, and she cast a disdainful glance at it, lifting her skirt slightly. This encounter was indeed unfortunate. Encountering Jun Yanjin was one thing, but stumbling upon this chaos was another. "Your Highness, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." She gracefully curtsied, calculating the time. Her mother's carriage would soon enter the city, and she hoped not to be delayed by such events. Yun Jintang, his gaze drifting from Yun Jintang's cheek downwards, noting the bloodstains on the hem of her pale blue gown. Without further comment, he inquired, "Why did you come to Changhe Tower today?" "My mother returns to the capital today, and I thought to wait for her in a better vantage point at this tavern." Yun Jintang replied candidly. "However, I have lingered here too long and should have missed my mother's carriage by now. I only wish to return home promptly." The latter part of her statement subtly implied blame towards Jun Yanjin for the delay. Jun Yanjin remained unperturbed, and upon hearing the mention of returning home, he was reminded of the earlier incident at the city gate. He hesitated, fearing that if he detained her now, she might very well burst into tears. Tears fell pitifully as whispers circulated, accusing him of bullying her. "It's nothing. You may return now." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yun Jintang finally exhaled quietly, stealing a glance at the face of the bound assassin on the ground as she departed. Inside the carriage, she instructed, "Today have someone investigate the incident at Changhe Tower." Yun Jintang was intrigued by the forces or master behind that assassin, for it might yield more information regarding Jun Yanjin. Ultimately, they were destined to be on the same vessel, and thus, she needed to understand him thoroughly. Although she had previously dispatched individuals to inquire about Jun Yanjin, the information acquired was scant and too perilous to probe deeper, as it could easily arouse suspicion. If the investigation led back to her, it would be disastrous. 3 days later, the festive atmosphere at the Duke's residence intensified, with pavilions and artificial hills adorned with pine trees, and servants and maidservants holding silk ribbons fashioned into embroidered floral balls, displaying them prominently. Originally, Yunjin was not fond of such spectacles, yet this engagement could not be undone. It had become an established fact. Tanger was his only daughter, the jewel of the Duke's estate. Regardless of the circumstances, she would marry in grandeur, drawing the envy of many. "Tanger, should you suffer any grievances at the Ning Wang's residence, you must inform us. We are your unwavering support." The Ning Wang possessed a peculiar disposition and seemed discontent with the marriage. "If you two do not interact post-marriage, that is one matter, but I fear you may grow bored. I have even brought you a gift from the south." Song Xining beckoned for a maidservant to bring forth a cage draped in red silk. Yun Jintang's gaze followed. As the silk was lifted, a timid little white fox raised its head, resembling a cherished pet rather than a wild creature of the woods, its coat impeccably clean. A little fox, quite rare as a pet in the capital. Yun Jintang's eyes widened, her gaze captivated by the cage. In Shengjing, the nobility favored cats and dogs as pets. She had hardly heard of anyone keeping a fox. "I have a special connection with this fox. I purchased it from a hunter," Song Xining recounted leisurely, detailing how the hunter had intended to skin the creature. The cage's door had opened, yet the little fox remained still, its tail beginning to rise and sway, seemingly unafraid of its present company. "With this fox, my daughter shall not feel lonely at the Ning Wang's residence." Yun Jintang adored furry, gentle creatures such as rabbits, little foxes, and cats. Although you may not care for yourself well, fortunately, your maidservants are quite capable. Caring for this fox shall pose no issue. Song Xining gestured for her maid to pass the cage to Lin Lang, who stood nearby. Song Xining casually inquired, "By the way, where is Pei Yao?" "She? My daughter sent her to this inn to fetch something. In her haste to return, she has misplaced the jade bracelet gifted by her mother." Yun Jintang did not reveal the truth. "Have you lost weight in these few months?" Soon after, Song Xining shifted the topic, frowning as she observed Yun Jintang's slender waist and delicate wrists, shaking her head. She knew all too well that she was incapable of taking proper care of herself. After reaching maturity, Tanger became increasingly independent, frequently departing the capital under the pretense of nurturing her health. Yet in truth, she was traversing the expanse of Dongling. Although she remained oblivious to the specifics of Tanger's endeavors, her heart was perpetually burdened with worry. Was she dining adequately? Did she sleep soundly? Had she encountered any nefarious individuals? Was she in good health and free from injury? Mother, I simply cannot gain weight, Yun Jintang pouted, playfully clutching Song Xining's arm and nuzzling her cheek against her shoulder. Recently returning from a journey through Lanyue Kingdom, she had indeed neglected her self-care, resulting in a noticeable weight loss. Yet such sentiments could not be openly acknowledged. Song Xining felt a twinge of unease. Alas, I truly cannot envision what life you would lead in the Prince Ning's residence. No, I must assess your dowry to ensure nothing is amiss. Please, mother, the daughter interjected. I have examined it several times. There is genuinely nothing lacking. Besides, with such an abundance of gold and silver trinkets, should anything be missing in the future, I can simply purchase replacements. Yun Jintang had only recently added xianzhu grass to her supplies. This rare herb, if discovered by her mother, would likely lead to persistent inquiries. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Chapter 8. The Grand Wedding in the Fleeting Passage of Time. The third day of the 9th month arrives. This morning, the air is shrouded in mist, and after a brief interval, the dawn light streams through the intricately carved wooden windows, illuminating the elegant boudoir. Colorful lanterns and joyous silks adorn the eaves and corners, while pine branches are draped in festive hues, casting a golden glow throughout the hall. The maidservants, with meticulous care and patience, attend to Yun Jintang, styling her hair and adjusting her garments. Her phoenix crown and cloud-like coif exude opulence and grace, with long golden tassels cascading down either side. A gentle breeze wafts through the window's crevice, caressing the flowing cloud gauze, and the fragrance of laurel fills the air, creating a serene ambience. Through the mirror's reflection, Yun Jintang notices Song Xining discreetly wiping away tears. Momentarily lost in thought, she is abruptly awakened to reality as Pei Yao assists her to rise. Mother, I will return. I promise, she reassures. Dearest, if you face any grievances at the Ning Wang residence, do not feel constrained by the many customs and formalities. You must come home and share your troubles with us. This is what I fear the most. Song Xining picks up a round fan from the nearby sandalwood box, admiring the golden thread embroidery and the pearl embellishments. The reluctance in her heart is beyond words. For a bride, returning to her maternal home is no simple matter, even if both are situated in the capital. To her, the distance feels insurmountable. My daughter is not one to suffer silently. Yun Jintang muses, pondering if her own countenance has been misleading. Though her family is aware of her capability to protect herself, their worries remain. Song Xining places the fan gently in Yun Jintang's palm, her tone earnest. Do not dwell too heavily on matters concerning His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. Your father and I are your steadfast support. The Ning Wang has a peculiar and dark disposition. It is best to avoid provoking him, as there is no affection between you, which may not bode well for you. I understand, mother. Today is my day of joy. There is no need for glum faces. You look beautiful when you smile. Yun Jintang has already resolved to accept whatever comes her way. She harbors no affection for Jun Yanjin, just as he holds no affection for her. It is best that they maintain a respectful distance, treating each other as mere acquaintances. In the splendid city of Shangjing, the streets are adorned with red silks in celebration, and the sounds of drums and music resonate in the air. The wedding procession is grand and magnificent, with a mountain of bridal gifts, as citizens gather along the streets to witness the spectacle, filling the balconies with eager onlookers. Admiration, envy, appreciation, and curiosity abound. Through a delicate layer of red gauze, Yun Jintang lowers her fan, catching a glimpse of Jun Yanjin atop a magnificent black steed, exuding vigor. The carriage moves steadily along the long street, prompting contemplation of the future. The once closed doors of the Ning Wang residence are now wide open, welcoming a steady stream of guests. His Majesty graces the occasion, seated above, accepting the reverent bows of the officials. A crimson silk thread connects Yun Jintang and Jun Yanjin, with the embroidered ball flower gently swaying just above the ground, revealing only a hint of her breathtaking visage beneath the fan. With reverence, they pay their respects to heaven and earth, and then to their elders. Jun Yanjin catches a glimpse of the exquisite floral adornment inlaid with pearls upon Yun Jintang's forehead as she bows her head, her tassels swaying softly. Their gazes do not meet. As the phoenix takes flight and the parasol tree stands in harmony, blessings and fortunes are bestowed upon them. The officiant's voice resonates throughout the courtyard, and Jun Lingchuan watches the ceremony with satisfaction, nodding approvingly at the newlyweds. Previously, the Ningguang mansion had no maidservants, so it was still her own people who assisted Yun Jintang to the bridal chamber, with 2 shadow guards leading the way. Judging from the path taken, they had already deviated from the center of the mansion. The Furong courtyard, located on the west side of the mansion, derived its name from the wild hibiscus trees in its small garden. A month ago, this courtyard was rarely frequented, and it was only last month that the steward began to organize significant renovations. Sitting on the soft bed adorned with red dates and peanuts, Yun Jintang promptly dismissed everyone, leaving only Lin Lang and Pei Yao. The elaborate attire was indeed exhausting, yet since the hour had not yet arrived, she had no choice but to endure it. "Miss, the Ning Wang has arranged for you to stay in the small courtyard on the west side of the mansion. It is far inferior to our Ting Lan courtyard." The maidservants expressed their dissatisfaction with this arrangement, eagerly voicing their complaints as soon as Yun Jintang set aside her fan. "Along the way, I measured the distance. It's quite good to be far away. Out of sight, out of mind. As for this courtyard, once I settle in and arrange it properly, it will surely be transformed." Yun Jintang remained optimistic. The Ningguang mansion was heavily guarded, with watchmen stationed everywhere, especially near the central areas. Living in a corner of the mansion was, in fact, more comforting. Even if Jun Yanjin were to send someone to keep watch over her, it would not result in this courtyard being completely encircled, allowing even a fly to enter. "Miss, please have something to eat. It is still early, and there are matronly attendants sent by the empress outside. These customs are truly exhausting." Pei Yao brought over 2 plates of pastries from the octagonal table. However, Yun Jintang had little appetite. "No need, I'm not hungry." At a quarter past the hour of you, the servants outside greeted, "We pay our respects to His Highness, the Ningguang." This brought Yun Jintang, who had been immersed in her book, back to reality. She tucked the book beneath her pillow, straightened her posture, and concealed her face with the fan as she heard the faint creaking of the door. Alongside Jun Yanjin entered a person sent by the empress, carrying the wedding wine. "Your Highness, please remove the fan from the princess." Yun Jintang appeared somewhat bashful, yet internally she remained composed to the utmost. With her raven hair, vermilion lips, and bright apricot eyes, her already exquisite beauty was further enhanced by delicate makeup. As the fan gently descended, her eyelashes fluttered, and her clear eyes reflected nothing but Jun Yanjing's image. The man sat beside her, and as their gazes met, they felt an inexplicable current coursing through them. Despite the absence of any emotional foundation, the sound of wine being poured was smooth and crisp, and the matron, beaming with joy, personally brought the tray to the 2 of them. "May your Highness and the princess share the wedding wine, with love that knows no doubt." Love that knows no doubt? How amusing. Those 3 words seemed utterly incongruous for this newlywed couple. Yun Jintang lifted the wedding wine, staring blankly at Jun Yanjing's actions. The matron quickly signaled her to take the initiative to entwine their arms, yet these cues went unnoticed. After a brief pause, Jun Yanjing moved first, encircling Yun Jintang's delicate arm, their bodies brushing against each other in a gentle intertwining. As they drank the exquisite wine from the golden cup, Yun Jintang felt no distinct flavor. The wine was mild, and perhaps it was due to her good tolerance. However, had she known the truth, she might have been quite incensed. Yesterday, Jun Yanjing specifically instructed the hidden guards to monitor the wedding wine, diluting it with water for a particular reason. He feared that Yun Jintang, a sheltered and delicate young lady, might succumb to intoxication and subsequently behave wildly. The maidservants were dismissed beforehand. The matron observed the empty cups, a flicker of inscrutable emotion crossing her gaze, before nodding and leading the group of maidservants away. She had fulfilled the task assigned by Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and now it remained to see what fate awaited Miss Yun. With her extraordinary beauty, and aided by the effects of the warm, intoxicating wine, winning over His Highness, the Prince of Ning, would not be a formidable challenge. Chapter 9. This night, I shall accompany you. As the door closed, Yun Jintang gazed longingly at Jun Yanjin, adhering rigidly to decorum, with no intention of initiating flattery. What do you wish from me? She inquired. The crown upon my head. It is rather burdensome. In a display of vulnerability, she raised her hand to indicate the adornment atop her head, her tone soft and imbued with a negotiating spirit. Might you permit a maid to enter and relieve me of it? Such an innocent demeanor truly raised suspicions. This evening, Jun Yanjin had no particular intentions. Yet witnessing her in such a state stirred other thoughts within him. As my princess, should you not first attend to me in washing and changing? Yun Jintang had never served anyone and had no desire to do so. The persistence of one individual in deliberately challenging her, expecting her to serve him personally, was exasperating. Nevertheless, she complied, rising to follow Jun Yanjin's pace, lagging slightly behind as she maneuvered around the screen and layers of sheer curtains. The air grew increasingly humid as they proceeded towards the inner chamber, revealing a serene hot spring pool nestled within the courtyard. By the poolside stood a rack for hanging garments. Jun Yanjin opened his arms wide, his penetrating gaze appraising Yun Jintang's every movement. Compared to him, her stature was considerably petite, yet she effortlessly embodied the resplendent attire she wore, appearing flawless from every angle. Yun Jintang's attention fell upon the belt encircling Jun Yanjin's waist. With a mix of trepidation, she stepped forward, encircling his waist, her fingertips delicately entwining the ties, slowly loosening them. Her movements were exceedingly cautious, fraught with apprehension, as if he were a predator poised to strike. The faint floral aroma emanating from her seemed to intoxicate Jun Yanjin, stirring an unusual sensation within him, one that ought not to exist, as he felt no allure towards any other woman. Your Highness, what troubles you? Yun Jintang asked, clutching the belt in her hands, poised to place it on the nearby rack. Yet, she sensed something amiss in his demeanor, particularly in those elongated, profound eyes which were now clouding over. In an instant, Jun Yanjin seized Yun Jintang by the neck, pinning her against the adjacent pillar, his gaze ablaze with fury. Speak, what trickery have you employed against me? The man's towering figure loomed over her, his heated breath enveloping her, his grip tightening relentlessly. Tears welled up in Yun Jintang's eyes as she clutched at Jun Yanjin's wrist, struggling futilely against his hold. I did nothing, she protested, her voice trembling. Your Highness is slandering me. Her weeping was heart-wrenching, her eyes glistening with tears. This was her final opportunity to appeal to Jun Yanjin. Should he remain unmoved by her plight, she would not hesitate to retaliate, even at the cost of revealing her true self. Above all, her life was paramount, and she discerned the lethal intent brewing within him. This man was far more inscrutable than she had anticipated. Jun Yanjin's eyes turned a shade of crimson. With a sudden crash, the jeweled hairpin securing her crown fell to the ground as a result of her struggles, sending the crown tumbling down and crashing onto the floor. Her long hair cascaded down, strands clinging to her tear-streaked face, rendering her appearance even more fragile. As he released her, Yun Jintang collapsed to the ground against the pillar, her hair concealing the murderous intent in her gaze, the energy she had gathered dissipating in that moment. What fragrance do you wear? He inquired. Jun Yanjin knelt before Yun Jintang, gently grasping her chin, compelling her to tilt her head and meet his gaze. The scent of roses lingered in the air. Tears streamed down Yun Jintang's jaw, falling into his palm, casting a heavy pall over Jun Yanjin's heart, leaving him in a state of confusion. The silence enveloped them, their actions unaltered. Gradually, he felt the warmth of her tears soaking his hand, slowly regaining his composure. I shall summon someone to assist you with your changing and cleansing. Rising to depart, he lifted the gauzy curtain, which fell back into place, leaving Yun Jintang to watch his retreating figure, her heart heavy as she stood up to wipe away the traces of her tears and the moisture from her eyes. Jun Yanjin was a fool. She had seized his wrist earlier to check his pulse, realizing it was merely the effects of the warming wine that had incited such violence within him. The drink had been tainted by those sent by the Empress, clearly intending for her to consummate her union with Jun Yanjin first, nurturing feelings afterward. But it had left her utterly devastated. She would settle this score in due time, her anger simmering. Pei Yao entered and was taken aback by Yun Jintang's disheveled appearance. But she quickly approached her side, her concern unspoken. First, wash up. Do not inquire further. I am fatigued. Understood. When Yun Jintang emerged, adorned in a pink skirt after freshening up, Jun Yanjin had already changed and sat on the bed, exuding an air of hostility, his red robe draped over the rack. I misjudged you earlier. His pride prevented him from uttering a true apology. Yun Jintang remained silent, standing before the screen as the dragon and phoenix candles flickered quietly. The atmosphere calm, yet oppressive, her spirit weighed down. She caught sight of bloodstains on his ceremonial attire, her gaze deepening. After washing up in another chamber post-murder, Jun Yanjin entered, having executed a brutal act as a warning. Despite his guilt towards Yun Jintang, he had not intended to leave her alone on their wedding night. I will keep you company tonight, but you shall sleep there. His gaze fell upon the small couch, where a blanket had already been laid. Yun Jintang accepted without hesitation. Her anger palpable. She bore a grudge, and she intended for Jun Yanjin to regret his actions. He should await the consequences. The small couch could not compare to the comfort of a soft bed, and Jun Yanjin was surprised at her compliance. As the night wore on, she, accustomed to a life of luxury, found it difficult to adjust to such discomfort. Tossing and turning, she was restless. It was only in the depths of the night, entangled in weariness, that she slipped into a shallow sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jun Yanjin awoke and immediately glanced at the small couch to find Yun Jintang still asleep, her serene face resting lazily against the pillow, reminiscent of a delicate kitten. He had heard her restless movements the previous night and had considered inviting her to his side, but just as he was about to speak, she had turned away from him. Rising, he approached her, studying her closely. To his surprise, he noticed tears lingering at the corners of her eyes. Her hands clutching the blanket, curled up in a posture of distress. He realized he had erred. He should not have remained there last night. In truth, he could have welcomed her to share his bed. In Jun Yanjin's mind, an inexplicable thought emerged, clearly out of character for him. Yun Jintang was merely an informant dispatched by the Empress and the Emperor. He could not afford to show her leniency, for she would undoubtedly become even more audacious. As Jun Yanjin wrestled with his thoughts, Yun Jintang's fingers stirred, slowly opening her eyes to behold a tall figure clad in dark attire. She propped herself up on the bed, sitting upright and gazing at him. "Your Highness, you need not keep me company tonight. I'm quite well on my own," she said, clutching the blanket, her voice soft and gentle, lowering her demeanor. She would not refer to herself as a concubine, nor would she call herself Tanger as she would in front of her parents. Chapter 10. The red marks on her neck, she would never address Jun Yanjin as husband. It was merely an emotionless marriage, and once the political situation stabilized, she would undoubtedly find a way to divorce him. Upon entering the royal residence, she would behave herself. Otherwise, this prince would not show mercy. Jun Yanjin, enveloped in an aura of solitude and indifference, cast a warning glance at Yun Jintang, whose eyes glistened with moisture. "I understand," Yun Jintang replied obediently, nodding her head, appearing even more docile than a rabbit, soft and easily manipulated. Once Jun Yanjin departed the room, her hand crept around her lower back, her brow furrowed in discomfort. Though the small couch was covered with a mattress, it remained rather hard, making her feel uneasy as though it were digging into her. Her waist ached a bit now. She would remember this grievance before their wedding night. She had no intention of becoming entangled with Jun Yanjin. Mutual well-being was her only desire. Yet after this one night, she had already endured so much humiliation. How could she possibly swallow it? She wanted Jun Yanjin to regret this. After freshening up, Lin Lang arranged Yun Jintang's hair and makeup, skillfully crafting an elegant bun adorned with delicate pearls and intricately painting floral designs on her forehead, as though she were creating a masterpiece of beauty. The incense burner outside the screen emitted a hazy mist, blurring the outline of the beautiful woman within, adding an air of ethereal charm. "Missed you last night." Pei Yao, who was adjusting Yun Jintang's attire, caught sight of the lingering red marks on her neck and stammered, unable to believe her eyes. "Did you consummate the marriage with His Highness Prince Ning last night?" Only then did Yun Jintang notice the red marks in a mirror. She remained silent, reaching for the treasure box beneath the mirror, applying the jade dew balm to hasten the fading of the marks. However, as the balm touched her skin, she paused, a smirk playing on her lips before setting it aside. "When did the people from the Empress Dowager's palace leave the royal residence?" she inquired. "Last night. His Highness Prince Ning punished the head maid, and the others were so frightened that they returned to the palace that very night," Pei Yao replied. "You are to still call me princess in front of outsiders." "Yes," Lin Lang and Pei Yao chimed in unison. Today, they were to enter the palace to pay their respects. Jun Yanjin awaited in the front courtyard, instructing the shadow guards to closely monitor the movements of the Furong courtyard. As he spoke, he noticed a disturbance at the curved gate and signaled with a glance, prompting the others to depart, leaving only Qin Yi behind. On the first day of their marriage, and the day to pay homage to the Emperor and Empress Dowager, Yun Jintang donned an exquisite palace gown. Lifting her skirts as she crossed the threshold, her gaze cast downward until the path became clear and spacious, at which point she raised her head. Indeed, she was beautiful, delicate and soft, her complexion captivating, with features that bore no flaws, a rare gem among many. Had she been an ordinary woman, her beauty would have ensnared many hearts long ago. The palace gown she wore matched the brocade attire of Jun Yanjin, both in a deep purple hue, exuding elegance and nobility. "Your Highness." Yun Jintang knelt before Jun Yanjin, performing the proper greeting, while Qin Yi mirrored her gesture. Both parties maintained their decorum. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, with Yun Jintang seated to the right of the main position, separated from Jun Yanjin by a small tea table. Although the interior was lavish and expansive, it emanated a sense of oppression, lacking the grace of her own carriage, perhaps due to the presence of Jun Yanjin. With him there, Yun Jintang's maidservants felt it inappropriate to enter. The atmosphere was broken by Jun Yanqing's admonition. Upon entering the palace, "You ought to be aware of what should and should not be said." Yun Jintang knew that such matters could not be concealed from him, and thus, she did not attempt to hide or deny it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Her demeanor was exceedingly satisfactory, obedient and understanding, with no excessive inquiries, which alleviated the concerns of those around her. Ideally, if everything stemmed from sincerity, it would be for the best. Yun Jintang rarely ventured into the imperial palace, as the carriage could not pass through the Tianke gate. Jun Yanqing descended first, and Lin Lang stepped forward to assist Yun Jintang. Once she stood steadily before Jun Yanqing, she quietly withdrew. Along their path, palace attendants passed by, all observing the customary courtesies. "Your Highness, the Emperor has commanded us to await your presence here." Yun Jintang consistently trailed Jun Yanqing by half a step, her gaze drifting from his silhouette to the enclosed expanse surrounded by towering walls. The seemingly endless road led to various palaces. The royal palace was the most prosperous place in Dongling, yet she found it difficult to perceive its splendor. The lofty palaces, red walls and green tiles, combined with the stringent palace regulations, exuded an aura of discomfort. In comparison, the Prince Ning's residence seemed more agreeable. Adjacent to the Chaotian Pavilion was the Emperor's study, where Jun Lingxuan often enjoyed the scenery after reviewing memorials, seeking to wash away his fatigue. "I pay my respects to Father." At this moment, Yun Jintang, alongside Jun Yanqing, bowed in unison. "Rise." "Thank you, Father." Jun Lingxuan commanded that a chess table be placed on the balcony of the third floor, eschewing tedious formalities with a wave of his hand, dismissing the palace attendants. Yun Jintang followed Jun Yanqing, and a court official brought over a chair. "You have just married. It is natural to be unfamiliar with one another. I hope that you both can coexist harmoniously in the future, lest you cause me distress." Jun Lingxuan indicated for them to sit. Yun Jintang glanced at Yun Yanqing's expression. He remained silent, so she too refrained from speaking. Observing their reticence, Jun Lingxuan chose not to pursue the matter further and motioned for them to take a seat. Jun Yanqing positioned himself by the chess table, preparing to engage in a game with Jun Lingxuan, while Yun Jintang sat beside him. Well versed in the intricacies of chess, she intended to observe through this match. However, after only a few moves, a matron from the Empress Dowager's palace arrived to summon someone. Yun Jintang, feeling helpless, could only follow, catching a warning glance from Jun Yanjin as she departed. Was he not aware of his own self-awareness? She had scarcely spent a day in the Prince Ning's residence. What could she possibly uncover? Yongkong Palace. Initially, she thought only the Empress Dowager would summon her. But to her surprise, the Empress was also present. Both women donned resplendent yellow palace garments, their expressions solemn and inscrutable. The Empress bore a hint of melancholy in her gaze. She was the mother of Princess Xianing, and despite her position as the main consort, she was not particularly favored. In contrast, the favored Yu Guifei, closely aligned with the influential second prince, even dared to oppose the Empress openly. Greetings to grandmother and mother. Yun Jintang performed her salutations in order, preparing to present tea. The scalding tea was indeed somewhat torturous. As she held the cup, her fingertips reddened from the heat. Yet the Empress Dowager showed no intent of accepting it. Please have some tea, grandmother. Her voice remained soft, betraying no hint of discontent. The Empress Dowager lifted the teacup with a single hand, her gaze fixed upon Yun Jintang's delicate features, her irritation intensifying. The current temperature was ill-suited for tea, yet she merely took a faint sip. Had she not consummated the marriage with him last night? Yun Jintang remained silent, her head bowed, her lips pressed together in contemplative turmoil. To the Empress Dowager, she appeared meek and easily manipulated. The Dowager's eyes drifted downward, catching sight of the marks on Yun Jintang's neck, which somewhat tempered her ire. She commanded someone to assist her in rising and granted her seat. Chapter 11. My dislike for the hibiscus in the courtyard. Yun Jintang remained silent, observing the Empress Dowager's expression as she retreated to a side seat. Meeting the gaze of the Empress, filled with scrutiny and curiosity, but devoid of malice, she did not take it to heart and responded with a polite smile. Both I and His Majesty hope that you and Yin Jing can nurture a loving relationship. Do not disappoint us. The Empress Dowager did not dwell on the death of the matron. Yun Jintang felt relieved that she had not concealed the marks on her neck that morning, as it inadvertently spared her some trouble. The daughter-in-law understood. Mother, I am unwell and shall return to the palace. At this moment, the Empress rose and bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager. She always presented herself with grace and composure, never seeking to compete. Yet the Dowager's gaze towards her was tinged with dissatisfaction. You need not come to pay your respects tomorrow. Instead, copy scriptures for me in the palace. I take my leave, she said. Yun Jintang was not particularly familiar with the Empress. In the depths of the palace, where every high-ranking individual bore shadows, she could discern the Empress's melancholic demeanor, suggesting her own struggles. As the mother of a nation, she had not received the respect and authority she deserved. Chao Tian Pavilion. Yun Qing's daughter was always well-educated, graceful, and capable of bearing heavy responsibilities. This was why I betrothed her to you. Jun Lingchuan made a move in the game, his words filled with praise for Yun Jintang, though the final remark about bearing responsibilities left much to ponder. As for her, to Jun Yanjin, Yun Jintang remained shrouded in mystery, her true self obscured. I am not well acquainted with her, Jun Yanjin replied candidly, his indifferent gaze revealing no trace of emotion. After a while, seeing the outcome of the game nearly decided, Jun Lingchuan returned the stones to the box with a long sigh. I know you are dissatisfied with my decree of marriage, but look around. Among all the princes, you are the only one yet to marry. The court is pressing to send candidates to the Ning Wangfu. What will you do? Such words genuinely seemed to consider Jun Yanjing's situation. Jun Yanjing had already seen through the underlying motives, raising his eyes to this seemingly affable father, a cold smile curling within him as he suppressed his true feelings, his tone as flat as the stillest water. Then let be, Yun Lingquanis ing assuctit. Yet he forcibly restrained it. The emperor was well aware of the fates that befell those whom the other ministers sought to place beside his son. Jun Yanjing harbored a deep aversion to them, loathing their sycophantic ways. He knew Jun Yanjing's stubborn nature all too well, yet he had not anticipated that his son would become so resolute. He had turned Yun Qing's daughter into a pawn to draw closer to Jun Yanjing. aiming merely to uncover his vulnerabilities. Once a person has a weakness, they become easily manipulated, no matter how invulnerable they once seemed. You are my most valued prince. How can you be so cold-hearted? As a member of the royal family, you must show compassion towards the common people, embody virtue and wisdom. Jun Lingchuan was determined. He must ensure that Yun Qing's daughter secures Jun Yanjin's heart, for if he lost control, the nation would descend into chaos. This person is exceedingly dangerous. Yet, it is precisely this valiant prince who is indispensable for Dongling's protection. The teachings of my father have been etched into my heart. Jun Yanjin continues to speak in grandiloquent terms. He indeed remembers them, yet whether he can act upon them remains uncertain. Returning the white piece to the chess box, Jun Yanjin's gaze shifts to the garden path below the pavilion, where the figure of Yun Jintang draws nearer. She ambles leisurely, accompanied by two eunuchs who lead the way. But instead of ascending the stairs, they pause beneath a fragrant osmanthus tree. What a delightful scent! Yun Jintang possesses a distaste for overly potent fragrances. Yet standing beneath this decades-old osmanthus tree, adorned with clusters of flowers resembling twinkling stars, the gentle breeze carries just the right aroma. The blossoms are a warm shade of orange-yellow, scattered like tiny gems. She tilts her head back, her brows arching lightly, clearly in high spirits. Aware that those above are observing her, she refrains from looking back, her thoughts wholly absorbed in the beauty of the flowers. Lord Gong, may I pluck a sprig from this osmanthus tree? She inquires politely with a sidelong glance. After all, one must not disturb the treasures of the imperial palace, lest they unknowingly offend someone of importance. If this osmanthus tree was planted by His Majesty in the company of a particular consort, or designated for a certain lady's admiration, her act of plucking it could invite a host of adversaries. Allow me to fetch you a sprig, replies Lord Gong, handing his duster to a nearby attendant. Then, tiptoeing to break off a branch laden with blossoms, presenting it with both hands. Yun Jintang beams with gratitude. Thank you, my lady, you are too kind. There are no fewer than 10 varieties of osmanthus in this small garden. If you desire, I shall have a few sprigs from each tree sent to Ning Wang's residence. As a favored confidant of His Majesty, Lord Gong possesses such privileges. Others treat him with respect, and he does not intentionally make things difficult for them. There's no need for that trouble. Yun Jintang prefers to admire the osmanthus in its lively state. At present, she merely wishes to pass the time, not wanting to confront the vexatious individual upstairs just yet. While she indeed needs to alter Jun Yanjin's perception and feelings toward her, she cannot afford to appear overly eager, as it would diminish her worth. A distance that ebbs and flows is most preferable. Father, I shall take my leave now. Remember what I have said today. Jun Lingchuan replies without rising, quietly observing the retreating figure of Jun Yanjin before shifting his gaze back downstairs. Do you enjoy osmanthus? Jun Yanjin's eyes sweep over the branch of flowers in Yun Jintang's grasp. He ponders whether she is deliberately lingering by the osmanthus tree to pass the time rather than simply being captivated by the blossoms. Indeed, Yun Jintang replies, though her hesitation is palpable. Yet when Jun Yanjin continues with his next statement, her response is resolute. The estate has just acquired a batch of osmanthus saplings. If you like them, feel free to take some. No, thank you. At this moment, she exhibits no hesitation. The answer is clear. Her fondness for osmanthus is but a pretense, while her reluctance to meet him is genuine. Could it be that she feels guilty? Jun Yanjin has never held any trust in Yun Jintang. Inside the carriage, silence reigns once more. With nothing to occupy her, Yun Jintang begins to pluck the osmanthus flowers from the branches, soon amassing a small pile on the table. Jun Yanjin was engrossed in his reading, the delicate fragrance of osmanthus lingering in the air. A glance to the side revealed another person engaged in mundane activities. The Empress Dowager's summons was surely not merely for the purpose of serving tea. He took the initiative to shatter the prevailing silence. What, pray tell, does your Highness suspect? Yun Jintang paused her flower picking, her demeanor calm and serene as she inquired, revealing her lingering displeasure from the previous night. Jun Yanjin had not anticipated that Yun Jintang would so forthrightly address the matter. Be compliant, and the rest shall not trouble you. he replied, his gaze fixed on Yun Jintang, who met his eyes without a hint of evasion, exuding an air of unrepentant sincerity. I have no fondness for the hibiscus in the courtyard. Cut them down, then. Jun Yanjin had never cared for such trivialities. Chapter 12. She truly begins to squander. Jun Yanjin anticipated that he would no longer visit the Furong courtyard. Thus, everything there bore little significance to him. Upon returning to the residence, he was aware of Yun Jintang's fastidious nature and knew that there would be countless items within the courtyard that would not meet her approval. Therefore, he simply ordered 1,000 taels of silver to be sent to her quarters. When did the Ning Wangfu become so impoverished? Yun Jintang remarked, just as Qin approached the entrance, idly toying with a silver ingot, her voice soft yet audible enough to be overheard. 1,000 taels of silver would suffice only for her to procure some exquisite flowers. As for her desire to completely renovate the courtyard, she would have to rely on her own funds. Peiyao, you and Lin Lang should venture out this afternoon to procure some floral plants and also contact Su the carpenter from the southern part of the city, requesting him to come personally to the Wangfu. Yun Jintang strolled through the small garden within the courtyard, the only aspect that pleased her being the few peony plants. Those around her exhibited remarkable efficiency, and with Jun Yanjin's tacit consent, everything proceeded even more smoothly. However, the commotion over the past few days had been significant, and the shadow guard stationed near the Furong courtyard reported the events in detail. The princess had even smashed the courtyard door. As for the plaque, it was initially intended for destruction, but fortunately, a subordinate intervened, stating that the inscription was personally penned by His Highness, prompting the princess to order its removal instead. Moreover, many items within the courtyard had been discarded, which was rather unfortunate. The shadow guards disclosed all they had observed in recent days, and their accounts revealed a singular truth. Yun Jintang was quite dissatisfied with the Ning Wangfu. Let her be. Jun Yanjin dismissed such trivial matters with indifference. Yun Jintang's actions, however, confirmed a certain realization. She indeed considered the Ning Wangfu a place of refuge, her heart gradually settling. He hoped she would comprehend that they were in the same boat, since she found delight in such endeavors. He entrusted her with the account books and the keys to the treasury. What? The shadow guard nearly doubted his own hearing, and after several confirmations in his mind, he still could not believe it. That was the treasury of the Wangfu. Jun Yanjin glanced at the shadow guard with languid eyes, his tone crisp. What? Do you have any objections? None at all. Your subordinate will attend to it at once. Upon seeing the items arranged on the stone table tray, Yun Jintang could not help but be astonished. They were truly providing her with this? Countless treasures of gold and silver. The account books, though thick, posed no difficulty for her to manage. However, was Jun Yanjin genuinely so generous? After the shadow guard faithfully relayed Jun Yanjin's instructions, he departed the courtyard. Yun Jintang picked up a large set of keys from the tray, contemplating them, and could not help but curl her lips into a smile, this time emanating from the depths of her heart. Was he truly unafraid of her squandering his fortune? Since he dared to offer it, then she might indeed begin to squander. In the subsequent half-month, a cadre of shadow guards watched as silver flowed out like a river. Although this wealth was not theirs, they inexplicably felt a pang of regret. Their lord was wealthy, but it seemed that the princess had little understanding of the value of silver. Almost every area outside the main courtyard had been transformed by Yun Jintang. Not entirely according to personal preferences, there is also the decorum of the prince's residence. The former Ning Wangfu exuded an air of solemnity and decorum, imbued with a sense of strictness and caution. Yet now, the crimson walls and glazed tiles radiate a dazzling opulence, with artificial hills and flowing waters within the estate, adorned with fragrant osmanthus and golden chrysanthemums, creating an atmosphere of elegance and comfort. Flowers, grasses, and fruit trees are planted throughout, presenting an expansive yet orderly view, where the arrangement of flora maintains a harmonious chaos. Even the small river flowing through the estate is bordered by irises and calamus, and a subtle fragrance permeates the air. Boss, I can't help but feel that the expenditures by the princess are quite worthwhile. The shadow guards have witnessed the transformation of the prince's courtyard from beginning to end. Initially, When the artisans dismantled the flower beds and artificial hills, the courtyard's tiles were shattered, and the soil was completely overturned, presenting a scene of devastation. But now, it is utterly rejuvenated. It appears that His Highness' courtyard has been excluded from this transformation. Appears? It simply is. The shadow guards quietly congregated, their voices low yet detectable to Yun Jintang, who sat elegantly in the pavilion by the lake, brewing tea and enjoying the scenery, while the guards lingered by the water's edge. It is not only His Highness who is being targeted. Dr. Murong is also present. Dr. Murong? Yun Jintang, holding her teacup with one hand, felt a twinge of suspicion. Could it be that the Murong they referred to was Murong? How intriguing. The esteemed figure from Yaowang Valley, known for his daily admonishments, was indeed hiding in the Ning Wangfu, willingly serving as Jun Yanjin's advisor. Thus, Jun Yanjin's quest for Xianzhu grass was also for him. Yun Jintang pieced together some thoughts. Her heart lightened as she took a delicate sip of floral tea and set down the cup. Lin Lang informed the steward to procure some fish fried or release into the lake tomorrow. Yes. Initially, she presumed Jun Yanjin to be rather stingy, yet in just over 20 days, he had spent so much silver without uttering a word. This was perhaps for the best. The two maintained a respectful distance, neither interfering with the other, thus avoiding any discomfort. In the study, Your Highness, this is the monthly financial record of the Wangfu. The accountant presented the ledger with precision, and indeed, the visible transactions for the month were exceedingly numerous, leaving him hesitant to speak. Jun Yanjin merely cast a casual glance. I have heard that she has also renovated the back garden? Yes, aside from the areas surrounding you and Dr. Murong. All other places have been reformed by the princess. Qin Yi added timely. The Wangfu had now seemingly become Yun Jintang's domain, although Jun Yanjin claimed to be indifferent. Being singled out by someone still stirred a sense of dissatisfaction within him. Have her come to the study. Yes. Is His Highness angry? Yun Jintang leisurely trimmed the flower branches. A few sprigs of laurel nestled in a nearby blue and white porcelain vase. She had yet to rise, her tone laced with an air of nonchalance. The expression of indifference was evident on her face, rendering the shadow guards somewhat awkward, forcing them to bow and reiterate their previous statement. Yun Jintang set down her scissors, standing to instruct, Pei Yao, place this vase by the writing desk. Your Highness. His Highness has not expressed anything. Qin Yi politely responded, following suit. The snow-white gown of Shi Zi is adorned with a delicate blush of thistle pink at its hem, swaying gently with each step, reminiscent of the tender blossoms of early peach flowers. As she approaches Jun Yanjin's courtyard, the scenery grows increasingly desolate and monotonous, dominated solely by green pines and artificial hills, devoid of any vibrant flowers. The courtyard of Jun Yanjin is heavily guarded, allowing only the elite guards of the third rank and above to enter, while Yun Jintang's maid is halted at the entrance. Unfazed and unperturbed, Yun Jintang continues her slow and leisurely pace. Another guard leads her towards the study, but as they navigate around the artificial hill, she senses something amiss. This hill is movable, resembling a labyrinth of enchantment. Without a guide or exceptional memory, one could easily lose their way. In a moment of solitude, she smirks slightly, deep in thought. Chapter 13. Does Your Highness wish to reprimand me? After all, this month's benefactor, Yun Jintang, entered with a smile gracing her lips, feigning a cheerful demeanor that made it difficult for anyone to scold her. I pay my respects to Your Highness. She stood before the desk, performing her greeting to Jun Yanjin with grace and elegance, leaving no room for criticism, though a tempest of anger brewed within her. The sight of Yun Jintang's stunning visage adorned with a smile momentarily stifled her words. Your Highness, did you summon me for something? She inquired, but as silence enveloped the air, the smile on her face began to fade, her lips pressing together, her delicate brows furrowing slightly before relaxing. In a bid to lower her stance, she softened her tone, asking, Your Highness, are you about to reprimand me? She averted her gaze, this time not daring to meet his eyes, but instead, she looked away. Why would I reprimand you? Jun Yanjin casually placed his brush upon the inkstone and, intrigued, approached Yun Jintang. He found her enigmatic. At times, she appeared fearful and distant, while at others, she radiated warmth and familiarity. I have reviewed the expenditures of the Wangfu from last month and compared them to this month, and indeed, Yun Jintang surmised that Jun Yanjin was indifferent to wealth, yet he insisted on broaching the subject. Why should I concern myself with such trifles? Jun Yanjin pondered why she thought he could not afford such sums. Did the Grand Ning Wangfu seem humble in appearance? Did he strike her as impoverished? Confounded, Yun Jintang shifted her gaze back to Jun Yanjin, asking, "Then why did your Highness summon me?" His eyes, transparent and gentle, were laced with curiosity. "Though I have not witnessed the state of the Wangfu you have overseen, I must say," Jun Yanjin's words trailed off, pausing for a moment. His gaze dark and profound, fixated on Yun Jintang's eyes. If everything were to change, what did it mean to leave that one aspect untouched? Yun Jintang took a small step back, seizing the opportunity to express her grievance. "If your Highness does not speak, how could I dare to touch those areas? With so many shadow guards stationed, not even a fly could intrude, and I maintain my distance. Thus, did your Highness summon me today to scold me?" She appeared to be on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening with emotion. Who had once threatened to eliminate her if she dared to disrupt the peace of the Wangfu? Jun Yanjin realized that communication with Yun Jintang was nearly impossible. How had he managed to make her cry when he had said nothing at all? "Do not cry." Despite his initially stern tone, he softened his voice upon witnessing her distress. Yun Jintang had to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze, weakly retorting, "I am not crying," displaying a stubbornness that contradicted the tears shimmering in her eyes. "If you find it too distant, you may move to the listening snow courtyard." Jun Yanjin offered her a way out, having relented due to her compliant behavior over the past month. "I will not go," Yun Jintang replied decisively, without a moment's hesitation. Jun Yanjin felt an inexplicable frustration welling within him, unable to articulate it. "As you wish. If your Highness has no further matters to attend to, Yun Jintang and Song Xining have agreed to bring the glutinous rice back to the Ning Wang residence today. Not long ago, due to renovations, she temporarily sent the little fox back to the Duke's mansion." Before she could finish her words, Jun Yanjin reminded her, "You may act freely in all areas except for the internal matters of Chaoyang Courtyard." "Understood." She nodded and turned to leave, her pace quicker than when she entered. Qin Yi, who had been waiting at the door, gasped upon seeing Yun Jintang emerge with red-rimmed eyes, confirming that the prince was indeed angered. He cupped his hands in respect as he watched her depart, casting a sidelong glance into the room, only to be summoned back before he was prepared. "Has there been any unusual activity at the Duke's mansion lately? The Emperor has summoned Duke Yun several times. There have been no unusual developments, but it is rumored that the princess's elder brother is returning to the capital, and the Jing Wang intends to place individuals there. Having visited the Duke's mansion for discussions just yesterday. What are Duke Yun's thoughts on this matter?" According to information from our informants, Duke Yun has been avoiding such topics. Jun Yanjin surmised that Jun Xingze would not remain placid. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Is there any news regarding Xianzhu grass?" This time, Qin Yi remained silent, merely shaking his head, his remorse evident as he felt inadequate in his duties. Just as he was about to request punishment, Jun Yanjin asked, "The surveillance on Furong Courtyard may be eased. As long as she is within the Wang residence, there should be no issues." "Very well." An hour later, the little fox rarely made a sound, mostly emitting soft whimpers. Perhaps it was aware of its narrow escape from danger, remaining obedient and reliant. With nothing pressing, Yun Jintang decided to visit Mingzhu Pavilion to select a few necklaces for her beloved pet, ensuring it looked splendid. Before that, she instructed the steward to find a craftsman to demolish the flower bed outside Chaoyang Courtyard. The hidden guard stationed outside, seeing the craftsman preparing to act, drew their swords to intervene, intending to report back to Jun Yanjin. Just then, Qin Yi emerged from within the courtyard, gesturing for the guards to disperse. The prince had given orders to disregard it. The sound of the craftsmen working outside were somewhat noisy, but it was difficult for Jun Yanjin to hear from his study. Chaoyang Courtyard was the heart of Ning Wang's residence, expansive and the most splendid in terms of decoration. Yet Yun Jintang found it unappealing. Splendid as it was, The desolate and solemn atmosphere was quite uncomfortable. She had visited once and found it riddled with traps and mechanisms. Given the choice, she would not stay there. Mingzhu Pavilion. Is Jun Yanjin being so generous? How many treasures are hidden in the Ning Wang residence's treasury? Should we collaborate to steal from him? Qing Wu's eyes sparkled with greed when discussing money. While trying a necklace on the glutinous rice, Yun Jintang laughed at her audacity. The Ning Wang's treasury is located in Chaoyang courtyard, where a maze is concealed within the rockery. Hidden arrows lurk in the pine forest, and there are guards on duty around the clock. If you wish to break in, do so on your own. Do not involve me. Never mind. Life is more precious. After her jest, Qing Wu transitioned to the main topic. The information you sought has arrived today from Longjing Pavilion. Murong Su is indeed an aide to Jun Yanjin, and their relationship dates back to the battle at Shanyang Pass 3 years ago. After recounting a tale over a cup of tea, Qing Wu distilled the story into a crucial point. Murong Su rescued the wounded Jun Yanjin, and thus their acquaintance began. In the Battle of Shanyang Pass, his father also participated. Although they emerged victorious, Dongling still suffered grievously, with tens of thousands of soldiers perishing on the battlefield, their blood staining the rivers, a scene of utter devastation. Yun Jintang lowered her gaze. At that time, she was still young, her thoughts consumed by the pursuit of medical knowledge and martial skills. With her father and elder brother engaged in combat, she yearned to mature swiftly, alleviating their concerns and ensuring the safety of her family. During that period, her master gradually entrusted the management of the Longjing Pavilion to her, under her stewardship. The pavilion gradually developed into 3 distinct systems. The butterflies were tasked with intelligence gathering, the healers with treating the sick, and the shadows with executing lethal missions. However, most people were only aware of the Longjing Pavilion's fame for its extensive knowledge of worldly affairs. As for the origins of the conflict with Jun Yanjing's Shadow Hall, that tale is lengthy indeed. Chapter 14. When did she raise a fox? Having returned to the estate, Yun Jintang was mindful of the lurking guards outside. If they lingered too long, they would report back to Jun Yanjin, and she found no desire to explain. Selecting 3 exquisite necklaces, she departed with Nwomi, who appeared quite content. The little creature seemed particularly fond of adornments, using its paws to paw at the trinkets. Previously, it had lacked a sense of security, preferring to curl up alone in corners, and despite her calls, it would remain withdrawn, perhaps haunted by past shadows. Thus, Yun Jintang was especially indulgent towards this little one. Nwomi, with its drooping tail, nestled obediently in Yun Jintang's embrace. As the carriage swayed gently, it dared not lift its head, displaying a timid disposition. Outside, the street bustled with an unusual fervor. Vendors' shouts filled the air, and the enticing aroma of meat floss pastries wafted through the thoroughfare, prompting Nwomi to finally raise its head. Yet, it was still too timid to peer out of the window, gazing at Yun Jintang with wide, innocent eyes, its fox-like gaze subtly upturned, and its fluffy tail playfully poking at her arm. Uncertain of its intent, she surmised that something on the street had captured its attention. "Stop," she commanded softly. Linlang, understanding her signal, lifted the door curtain and issued instructions. The coachman gradually brought the carriage to a halt near Chang'e Tower. Upon noticing the jade plaque hanging from the eaves, the discerning crowd instinctively parted to clear a path. Bored with the monotony, Yun Jintang noticed the little creature's interest in the street and decided to carry it down. The air was thick with a mlang of scents, alcohol, meat, and fruits intertwining. With a keen nose, Nwomi was more sensitive to these aromas than a human. She crouched down and placed the fox on the ground. However, the timid creature merely leaned against her leg, too frightened to move, even attempting to burrow into her skirts. "Scatter and procure some meat from this street," she instructed the shadowy guards accompanying her. With the visible guards dispatched, others remained hidden. "Drive on." The common folk hurriedly dispersed to either side, a child stumbling and crying out in distress, while the sound of whips cracking against the ground echoed like thunder. "His Highness, the Prince Jing, is entering the capital. Do make way." Yun Jintang glanced back in the direction of the approaching hoofbeats as dust rose from the ground, and the populace scattered in disarray, the commotion indeed considerable. The carriage rolled into the city, with 2 guards on horseback clearing the way ahead. Unexpectedly, Jun Yanjin's carriage halted directly in front of Yun Jintang. Annoyance welled within her. This was an unwelcome complication. If she were to engage in conversation with him, she could only imagine the unnecessary thoughts that would plague Jun Yanjin. It was rather coincidental that her sister-in-law was also present. As Jun Yanjin alighted from his carriage, he appeared poised to stride towards Chang'e Tower. Yet he seemed to intentionally approach Yun Jintang. "Are you waiting for someone?" Before she could respond, he instinctively scanned the surroundings, failing to catch sight of Jun Yanjin. Could he possibly be in the tower? Nonetheless, she was merely here to procure some food for the little creature. With a smile, Yun Jintang replied, her demeanor exuding elegance and decorum, gently stroking Nuomi's head while exchanging pleasantries with him. The fox, remarkably delicate in appearance, seemed somewhat apprehensive. Jun Yanjin took a step closer. The royal offspring are all remarkably handsome. The mother of Prince Jing is the most favored Yu Guifei of the current reign. He possesses a countenance like that of jade, exuding an approachable warmth. Clad in a splendid blue robe, he engages in conversation, effortlessly bridging the distance between them. Yun Jintang has yet to have any interaction with him. Prince Jing holds a significant advantage in the struggle for succession, which is far from straightforward. She continues, "Are you headed to Chang'e Tower for a meal? I shall not disturb you then." The covert guards returning from procuring items swiftly take their positions on either side of the carriage. The little fox, catching a whiff of familiar scents, begins to stir restlessly. Yun Jintang intentionally loosens her grip, allowing it to leap away in an instant. She shifts her focus back to the little fox, turning to observe its dash in another direction. "My apologies, this little fox is rather mischievous. Please excuse me." After a hasty reply, she lifts her skirt and strides toward the direction the fox has gone, followed closely by her 2 maidservants. Jun Yanjin casts a downward glance as the fox scurries into the carriage, advising, if it proves disobedient, simply tether it. Without waiting for a response, he turns and walks into the inner chambers, feeling a tinge of regret. After a prolonged absence from the Yun family's young lady, even a single glimpse today is enough to leave him astonished. He shouldn't have married paying merely to curry favor with the esteemed Pei Tai Wei. One is gentle and understanding, resembling a delicate flower, a rarity among thousands. The other, upon returning to the Wang residence. The pavilions flanking the main courtyard are adorned with an abundance of flowering pots. Craftsmen tirelessly labor in the flower beds, striving to complete their tasks before the mid-autumn festival. A considerable undertaking indeed. Fortunately, the Ningguang residence is not short on funds, offering wages that are double those of other jobs. Always aware of the Ningguang residence's poor reputation, they had previously harbored concerns about potential wage disputes. In retrospect, such worries were unfounded. The Wang Fei is gentle and magnanimous, sufficiently generous and never one to harass others without cause. Prince Ning is indeed fortunate to have wed Miss Yun. The wild hibiscus trees in the Furong courtyard were not uprooted by Yun Jintang. Instead, they were relocated to the small garden within the courtyard. And that plot of land was replanted with Western-style crabapple trees. Not long after midday, the little glutinous rice dumpling, having eaten its fill, ventures out for a stroll for the first time, leaving its cozy nook. Foxes are seldom seen in the capital, and many within the Wang residence remain unaware that Yun Jintang has a pet fox. Consequently, astonishment is evident in their eyes upon encountering a plump little fox. This fox boasts a glossy coat, pristine white, far from a wild creature. Moreover, it has not been reported that the prince keeps a fox as a pet. Glutinous rice continues to approach the Chaoyang courtyard, drawing the attention of the nearby covert guards. Some, being suspicious, have already drawn their blades. Could it be that the Wang Fei has a pet? Alarmed, one exclaims as a covert guard swiftly leaps in front of the fox. Glutinous rice is startled, disregarding its direction, and dashes past his feet, crossing the threshold and into the Chaoyang courtyard. The fox emits a sharp cry, its tail puffed up in alarm. The covert guard hastens inside to capture it, but is always a step behind. Qin Yi stands at the entrance to the study, noticing a white object dart into the rockery. With heightened vigilance, he draws his sword. "Boss, An unidentified fox has intruded. A fox? Could it be the one raised by the Wangfei? Qin immediately regained her composure, sheathed her longsword, and summoned 2 shadow guards to apprehend the intruder, ensuring not to disturb His Highness. The sporadic noises at the entrance continued to be somewhat disconcerting. Duke Jun Yanjin, who had been contemplating the chessboard, irritably placed his black piece down and cast a frosty glance towards the door. What has transpired? Your Highness, a little fox raised by the princess has wandered into the maze of the artificial hill in the courtyard. When did she come to possess a fox? Let her retrieve it herself. For now, do not concern yourselves with the creature. It has entered the maze and will not emerge for a while. A flicker of intrigue passed through Jun Yanjin's eyes, and a subtle smile tugged at his thin lips. This was an opportune moment to test her resolve. He wondered whether she was a mere rabbit or a cunning fox. Chapter 15. Your Highness, the princess has returned to the Duke's residence. Upon learning that Nwomi had dashed into the rockery of Chaoyang courtyard, Yun Jintang sensed an immediate disquiet. Jun Yanjin was acutely aware of the treacherous mechanisms concealed within the rockery, a crucial pathway leading to his study, yet he had insisted she personally retrieve Nwomi. It was akin to inviting her into the jaws of a tiger. Very well. If he wished to play this game, she would indulge him. She hurried along, and by the time she reached the rockery, it had seemingly returned to its original state, with a broad path of blue bricks leading directly to the study. Jun Yanjin stood beneath the eaves of the study. Yun Jintang approached briskly, scanning her surroundings but failing to catch a glimpse of Nwomi. Her voice was gentle as she inquired, Your Highness, where is the little fox? Jun Yanjin towered over Yun Jintang, his gaze steeped in subtle irony as he regarded her. You cannot even keep track of your own pet, yet you dare to question me? That is not my intention. Yun Jintang refrained from confrontation. She always placed herself in the role of the weaker party during her interactions with Jun Yanjin, allowing him to lower his defenses. Nwomi had disobeyed and burrowed into the rockery, and now she was unaware of which hole the little creature had hidden in, unable to summon it. Watching her turn to venture along the narrow path into the rockery, Jun Yanjin noted her light and hurried steps, devoid of any careful consideration as she dashed inside. The maze within the rockery would only reveal its secrets upon stepping on the fragmented stones beneath. Shortly, the entrances on either side began to shift. Your Highness, are we truly allowing the princess to enter alone? What if something goes awry? Qin, he ventured a cautious reminder from the side. Isn't there a hidden guard following her? Jun Yanjin reclined lazily in his sandalwood chair, sipping his tea. The shifting rockery formed a natural labyrinth. Without familiarity with the path or exceptional agility, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape. If Yun Jintang were indeed a sheltered young lady, unfamiliar with the complexities of the world, she would surely be flustered in such a predicament. Should she become alarmed, the hidden guards would report back and retrieve her. If she revealed any signs of distress, unlike the simplistic tales spun by others, he could take early precautions. After a prolonged silence, there was still no sign of movement. Your Highness, should I venture in to check? Qin, he could hardly contain himself, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding, especially since the hidden guards remained silent. Jun Yanjin offered no response, setting down his teacup and rising to enter the maze. Upon stepping inside, he observed that the 2 hidden guards who had initially followed Yun Jintang were now stumbling out in confusion. He demanded imperiously, Where is she? Please forgive us, Your Highness. Just moments ago, the princess spotted the fox and ran towards it. During the 3rd shift of the maze, the rockery obstructed our path, and we lost track of her. The 2 guards knelt, swords in hand. Useless. At that moment, on the southern side of the rockery, Yun Jintang securely cradled Nwomi, her heart ablaze with indignation as she plotted how to make Jun Yanjin pay for his audacity. How dare he use such a docile little fox as bait to lure her? Scoundrel! She had evaded the 2 guards, and now there was only one course of action left: to feign innocence and provoke an argument with him. The esteemed Prince Ning caused his own consort to weep, prompting her to disregard all else and return to her maternal home in distress. This notion is rather ingenious. Not only does it tarnish someone's reputation, but it also endows her with leverage, precisely what she desires. If Jun Yanjin still possesses any sentiment, she is confident she can evoke his remorse and guilt. Her master has often remarked that men are inherently such. When they feel guilt and concern for you, they are invariably drawn to you. The emperor and the empress dowager have persistently urged her to entice Jun Yanjin and capture his heart, while regarding her merely as a subordinate, one who must selflessly devote herself to win his affection. Yun Jintang, however, refuses to be relegated to such a role. She is not one to revolve solely around a man. In matters of the heart, she will not be the passive participant. When Jun Yanjin located Yun Jintang, she was seated in a secluded corner near a rockery, cradling a plump, white fox, shedding tears in a pitiable manner. Her pristine white gown was sullied with gray stains, and shards of jade littered the ground, likely remnants of an accidental mishap. She lifted her gaze momentarily to acknowledge his presence, then turned her head away, ignoring him. The fox in her arms, sensing its owner's despondency, nuzzled against her attire, emitting soft whimpers. Jun Yanjin felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow at that moment. He gestured for the hidden guards to withdraw and approached Yun Jintang alone. "Are you lost?" he inquired, instinctively lowering his voice as he knelt beside her. Yun Jintang refused to respond, her tear-laden eyes cascading droplets down her cheeks. She cried silently, unaware of how long her tears had flowed. Her lashes damp and her eyes rimmed in red. Jun Yanjin retrieved a handkerchief from his sleeve to offer her, but as he raised his hand, the fox, Nwomi, bared its teeth and fiercely scratched his wrist. Its claws, having been trimmed, only left faint marks, barely drawing blood. "Nwomi, be obedient," Yun Jintang exclaimed, startled. Fearing Jun Yanjin's reprimand, she clutched the fox tightly. "Your Highness, it didn't mean to. It is usually very well behaved." Her voice trembled with the remnants of her sobs. Being merely a girl in her teens, her soft-spoken words only intensified her tears. Ultimately, she cried like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her voice soft yet audible to the guards trailing behind. Qin Yi furrowed his brow, instructing the guards to withdraw further. This time, the prince had indeed gone too far. "Please, cease your tears. I shall not punish it," Jun Yanjin remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. He noticed the jade shards on the ground and worried for her safety, his gaze shifting from her face to her wrist, where he observed the marks of an abrasion. Instinctively, he reached out to touch her, but she recoiled, withdrawing her hand. "I want to go home." Yun Jintang's voice, thick with sorrow, tugged at his heartstrings. Her exquisitely delicate face, with her small, pink-tinged nose, was streaked with tears, and her almond-shaped eyes, glistening with unshed pearls, seemed on the verge of spilling over. Jun Yanjin believed that this was the most challenging predicament he had encountered this year. Despite having faced countless adversaries and engaged in numerous battles without faltering, he found himself utterly perplexed by the current predicament, a situation he had never encountered before and for which he possessed no solutions. "Bring forth the two maidens of the princess," he commanded. The concealed guard stationed outside promptly dashed toward the courtyard, where the princess's personal attendants had been awaiting summons. Yun Jintang refused to let Jun Yanjin lay a finger on her garments, leaving him at a loss, for he could not resort to force. Such behavior was unbecoming of him. In less than half an hour, the atmosphere in the study had grown even more somber than usual. The two shadow guards who had failed in their duties faced punishment in the shadowless hall. And a sense of frustration welled up within Jun Yanjin as he sat in his elevated position, taciturn and brooding, his gaze fixated on the memorials he was meant to review, which only deepened his vexation. The princess was unwilling to meet with Physician Moreau, and the gates remained firmly shut. The guards felt an oppressive weight in the air, suffocating them as they knelt and trembled while reporting. Jun Yanjin merely lifted his eyelids slightly, yet a chill ran down his spine. Shortly thereafter, another shadow guard rushed into the courtyard, scarcely pausing for breath, and urgently proclaimed, "Your Highness, the princess has returned to the Duke's residence." Chapter 16. The midnight intrusion into the boudoir, the Duke's mansion. Yun Jintang sat gracefully in the first armchair to the left of the hall. The bitterness and grievance that had previously marred her countenance had entirely vanished. Upon returning to Tinglan Courtyard, she leisurely sampled the candied fruits beside her teacup, a playful smile dancing at the corners of her eyes. Yun Jun and Song Xining occupied the positions of honor on either side, exchanging glances perplexed and without a clue. She had been home for nearly half an hour, yet offered no explanations. Did Jun Yanjin bully you? Yun Jintang suddenly slammed the table, but upon uttering his words, his confidence waned, and he lowered his voice to inquire, "My dear daughter, he wouldn't have dared to bully you, would he?" Upon reflection, he realized that with Yun Jintang's formidable capabilities, it was inconceivable for her to be bullied. Rather, it was more likely she would be the one to intimidate others. "What nonsense are you saying? Would my daughter return home in such a state if she hadn't been wronged?" Song Shining interjected, unable to restrain herself from giving Yun Jintang a gentle nudge from behind. "Father, mother, you need not worry. I have not been bullied." Yun Jintang spoke only after confirming that the eavesdroppers outside had departed. What Jun Yanjin did this time was indeed excessive. The rocky outcrops of the artificial mountain are sharp, and with the passage of time, they could easily change direction, posing a threat to a defenseless woman. To test her limits without regard for safety, he surely deserves a lesson. The tale of her tearful return from the Prince of Ning's residence to the Duke's mansion would have undoubtedly spread throughout the capital, and she was eager to witness how Jun Yanjin would respond. Truly outrageous. Upon hearing the account, Yun Jintang felt a surge of indignation, contemplating a formal complaint to the emperor. However, reason swiftly tempered his fervor. After all, his daughter was now wed to the Prince of Ning, and taking the lead in such a petition could unleash unforeseen turmoil, benefiting the faction of Jingwang. "Rest assured, my dear daughter, your father shall stand by you," Yun Jintang resolved, deciding against a direct complaint, but contemplating subtle insinuations before the emperor. After all, as long as he did not speak outright, he would not provide anyone with the opportunity to seize upon his words. "No need for that, father. I prefer that you do not intervene in this matter. I do not wish to escalate things. I will return to the Prince of Ning's residence tomorrow." "What?" Yun Jintang was bewildered. "Wouldn't that make it seem as though you were easily appeased?" "Precisely, I am easily appeased," Yun Jintang replied with a playful wink, her mind wandering to consider what Jun Yanjin's expression might be at this moment. Regret? Guilt? Or perhaps he remained aloof, unwilling to humble himself and acknowledge his wrongdoing? Regardless of his demeanor, she was prepared with a strategy. Yun Jintang fell into thoughtful silence, casting a confused glance at Song Shining. "What are you looking at me for?" "I am equally in the dark," she retorted, rolling her eyes at him. "Father, mother, when you leave shortly, pretend to be a bit worried about me. There are many eyes in the mansion." Yun Jintang then spread out the prepared stationery before Yun Jintang. "Now let us discuss matters of importance. In a fortnight, the autumn hunting feast will occur, and His Majesty has entrusted Jun Yanjin and Pei Taiwei with overseeing the surrounding security. However, I have discovered that in recent days, Jing Wang's men have frequently been spotted in the southern region of Songling Mountain. The autumn hunting feast takes place every 3 years, and it was notably skipped 3 years ago due to the Battle of Shanyang Pass. Thus His Majesty places particular emphasis on this year's event. If a hint of trouble arises, severe punishment will surely follow. It seems that Prince Jing is preparing to take action." Yun Jintang feels a sense of unease. He cannot bear to witness his nominal son-in-law being schemed against. Currently, he and Tanger are in the same boat, although their reputations are vastly different. They are fundamentally intertwined, sharing both fortune and misfortune, possibly even implicating the Duke's residence. However, with the household composed entirely of civil officials, there is little that can be done. Sigh. Yun Jintang instinctively reaches for his beard, only to remember that his wife has ordered it to be clean-shaven. Both Minister Pei and Prince Jing are now allies. He cannot afford to converse with him as freely as before. Yun Jintang still believes in Jun Yanjin's capabilities. He must be aware of the situation, yet she fears he may not fully discern Prince Jing's true intentions. Is he aiming to disrupt the autumn hunting banquet with chaos and violence, or aspires to secure the top position to gain the emperor's favor? The minimum rank to attend the autumn hunting banquet is that of a 4th-grade official, accompanied by their immediate family. Any injury to even one of them would tarnish his reputation and prestige, especially considering the already complex factional divisions within the court. The enemy lurks in the shadows while they stand in the light. "Father, we need not take action. We must simply remain vigilant." Yun Jintang is primarily concerned that Prince Jing may target the banquet attendees, hence her warning. She has her own plans and wishes to keep the Duke's residence uninvolved. The shadows that have been resting within the Longines Pavilion for so long should soon emerge to stretch their limbs. That night, Yun Jintang indulged in a rose petal bath, donning a delicate and soft skirt as she reclined on her familiar bed, allowing herself to unwind completely. Despite the renovations of the Furong courtyard, it could never compare to the place she had inhabited for over a decade. Regrettably, she finds herself ensnared in this conflict once more. As she gently closes her eyes, intending to drift into peaceful slumber, she finds herself utterly awake. Suddenly, the faint sound of wind outside captures her attention, and a dark shadow flits past the paper window. Yun Jintang quietly sits up, her gaze turning icy and piercing. To infiltrate the Duke's residence undetected by the hidden guards, moving with ghost-like stealth, this individual possesses considerable skill. Although her caution is heightened, she maintains her composure, sitting at the bedside, listening intently. A barely audible creak of the door breaks the silence, prompting her to lie back down, feigning a serene sleep. To remain agile in case of unexpected developments, her hands rest outside the covers. Her slender shoulders peek out from beneath the blanket, while the sleeves of her pale pink skirt are crafted from sheer, form-fitting fabric, allowing the pale moonlight to faintly illuminate her flawless skin. A long, jade-like hand carefully lifts the curtain outside the screen. Yun Jintang cannot discern the identity of the intruder. She lies sideways, her pale fingers subtly moving, relaxing, and then relaxing again. This night, with no particular agenda, Jun Yanjin had intended to take a stroll or observe the common people's conditions, but inadvertently found himself in the Duke's residence, unexpectedly arriving at Yun Jintang's courtyard. He silently opened the door to her chamber and stepped inside. Absurd. It is indeed quite absurd. She slept soundly, oblivious to the cool night air that left her delicate shoulders exposed. Her breaths were soft and even so subtle that one might not notice without keen perception. The moonlight, fragmented yet perfectly illuminating, streamed through the window's crevice, casting a gentle glow upon the beauty's shoulder. She resembled a delicate little kitten, or perhaps a butterfly dancing amidst a sea of blossoms, pausing to sip nectar from the petals. Jun Yanjin pondered whether he was indeed overthinking. Yet, the information available to him was scant. Yun Jintang had too many blank hours to engage in anything, leaving him uncertain, unable to assure her innocence. Nevertheless, each scene he witnessed seemed to clear her of suspicion. Timid, tearful, and exceedingly gentle. Kind-hearted, resilient, and gracefully understanding. Whether true or false, he could not judge. Yet his heart unconsciously leaned towards one answer. Jun Yanjin retrieved the scar ointment, a delicate little box given by Murong, and carefully placed it on the vanity before preparing to leave. Just as he turned, a rustling sound from the bed reached his ears. Yun Jintang, noticing the tall silhouette by the vanity, clutched the blanket and sat up, about to exclaim. In a swift motion akin to the wind, Jun Yanjin sat at the edge of the bed and raised his hand to cover her mouth. Chapter 17. So, easily pacified? Yun Jintang widened her eyes, her lashes fluttering as the moonlight within the room intertwined with the glow of the luminous pearl by the window, illuminating the astonishment in her gaze. Noticing her quietude, Jun Yanjin relaxed his grip, feeling a tinge of embarrassment within, rendered speechless. He had no legitimate reason to be present here, yet she had caught sight of him. Your Highness, why are you here? Initially, Yun Jintang suspected him to be an intruder and was poised to act. However, after waiting in vain for his movement, she resolved to open her eyes and take a look. To her surprise, she discovered that someone had trespassed in her chamber under the cover of night. Was he here to apologize? A beam of moonlight fell upon Jun Yanjin's noble and graceful visage, casting a shadow beneath his prominent brow. Yun Jintang could even discern her own reflection within his eyes. The man possessed strikingly superior features, deep-set, chiseled, resembling a meticulously carved jade crown. At this moment he appeared softened, devoid of the sharp authority he had exhibited in previous days. Yun Jintang pulled the covers closer, feeling a chill as the autumn air seeped into the room. The nighttime breeze, not to be underestimated. She must have awakened from the cold. Jun Yanjin did not entertain any other notions. I will return to the royal residence tomorrow, she murmured after a prolonged silence, her almond-shaped eyes cast down, her tone soft, as if fearing reprimand. Did she believe he had come to scold her in the dead of night? Jun Yanjin sighed inwardly, perplexed by her perceptions of him. Your Highness, you are weighing down my blanket. I am cold. Yun Jintang genuinely felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively tugging at the blanket, yet it remained immovable. It was indeed vexing for him to disturb her slumber at such an hour. If you wish to stay at the Duke's residence a few more days, you may. Jun Yanjin maintained his composure, adjusting the blanket, his peripheral vision catching the faint marks of abrasions on her wrist. She clutched the blanket, her fair, snow-like skin marred by conspicuous red streaks. Had it not been for his probing, she would not have sustained such injuries. Raised in pampered comfort, she likely had never endured such hardships. He recognized his own excesses. I have placed a medicine on your dressing table. It will help with the scarring. Jun Yanjin, who had never lowered himself in front of others, even in the presence of his father, now sought to ease the tension between them, motivated by a sense of guilt. Yun Jintang adjusted the blanket and directed her gaze towards the dressing table, where indeed a delicate little box awaited. Thank you, Your Highness, she smiled, her expression radiating innocence and charm. Is she truly so easily pacified? Jun Yanjin's hand rested on the edge of the bed, his fingertips fidgeting awkwardly. With the sound of her voice, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Should he seek further opportunities to test her? She did not appear to be a scheming individual. Her emotions were plainly visible on her face. Throughout her month in the royal residence, she had never acted against him, remaining compliant. Moreover, it was merely his words that had kept her from wandering about the estate. So obedient, he thought. Did you come tonight solely to deliver the medicine? Surely, such matters could have been entrusted to the shadow guards. Yun Jintang aimed to unveil Jun Yanjin's true intentions, for she did not believe he had come merely for the sake of delivering medicine. Jun Yanjin found himself at a loss for words, compelled by an inner urge to enter her chamber. Your Highness, I am weary, Yun Jintang remarked, observing his silence, fully aware of the answer that lingered in his heart. Was she dismissing him? Very well, let it be. Jun Yanjin rose without uttering a single word, and in the blink of an eye, he had vacated the room. His martial prowess was truly formidable. Yun Jintang glanced towards the door, noting a slight opening in the window through which a cool breeze wafted, sending a chill through her. With a gentle wave of her hand, empowered by her inner strength, the window creaked shut. She anticipated the opportunity to engage him in combat, and she would not hold back. The outcome, whether victory or defeat, remained inscrutable and enigmatic. The following day, after attending to her morning rituals and a light breakfast, Yun Jintang prepared to return to the residence of the Prince of Ning. Fortunately, her father had already departed for the morning court session. Otherwise, he would have insisted she linger at home a few days longer. The temperament of the Prince of Ning was peculiar, and returning home without affording him due respect would undoubtedly place him in a precarious position. Song Shining followed closely behind Yun Jintang, watching as she boarded the carriage, her heart heavy. Yet, upon reflecting on the events of the previous night, anxiety began to resurface. Mother, Tanger will not be bullied. Do not worry, Yun Jintang reassured as she ascended the short steps, her light blue gown trailing behind her. She turned back with a smile, choosing not to mention the previous night's happenings. The bustling street was alive with activity as Yun Jintang's carriage made its leisurely way towards the prince's residence, prompting onlookers to speculate. Qing Wu stood by the window on the third floor, idly toying with a gold ingot, her smile enchanting as she beckoned a maid to approach. Spread the news that the prince has acquired all the jewelry on the third floor of Mingzhu Pavilion. Yes, the maid replied. If the lady wished to play, then she would stoke the flames and add some oil to the fire. Jun Yanjin had yet to return from court, and the demeanor of the shadow guards welcoming Yun Jintang back to the courtyard grew increasingly respectful. As she passed by the courtyard of Chiang, she noticed that the craftsman had begun to shape the flower bed's design. A crabapple tree here would be delightful, she casually suggested, her tone nonchalant. The crabapple trees she had procured for the prince's residence were all mature, over 2 years old, for she had little patience for saplings. By the following spring, she aspired to see the garden in full bloom, basking in the warmth of the season. On her way back to Furong Courtyard, she paused in the rear garden, admiring the splendid peonies and chrysanthemums in the flower bed. Her spirits lifted. "Lin Lang, Pei Yao, please bring my guqin," she instructed. "Yes," they responded. The pavilion in the rear garden was centrally located, encircled by flower beds on 3 sides, with the other side facing a crescent lake formed by the convergence of a small river. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the air as the other maids brought forth blue and white porcelain and a tray of fresh blooms. They had been Yun Jintang's bridesmaids for at least 3 years in Tinglan Courtyard, thus possessing an intimate understanding of her character. The time spent fetching the guqin would be perfect for arranging the flowers. Yun Jintang removed the jade bracelet from her wrist, donning only a golden chain. And with scissors in hand, she began to delicately trim the flower stems, her movements graceful, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her slender, alabaster fingers caressed the petals, and in an instant, a fleeting, unidentifiable emotion flickered in her eyes. Chapter 18. Concerned by the flower bed, Murong Su, in a leisurely and refined mood, strolled to admire the blossoms. As he ventured inward, he discovered a solitary figure seated in the pavilion, her silhouette as serene as the moon. Without a doubt, she was the lady of the Ning Wangfu, and he had no intention of approaching her for conversation. Although Jun Yanjin did not hold this princess in high regard, he could not help but marvel at her adeptness in managing the trifles of the Wangfu, particularly the rear garden, which had been beautifully renovated and truly captured his heart. Murong Su turned away, lazily leaning against a begonia tree. As he fanned himself, he lost control of his balance, inadvertently toppling the newly planted begonia. Alas, he quickly regained his footing, but the tree had already suffered, its roots not yet firmly established, now lying helplessly on the ground. The commotion drew the attention of Yun Jintang and the surrounding shadow guards. "Oh dear, the princess's favorite begonia tree has been knocked down by Dr. Murong. Do we know when His Highness will return? It should be soon. We must inform His Highness at once. The princess has barely been back in the Wangfu for an hour before encountering such misfortune. We cannot let her return to the Duke's residence again." The 2 shadow guards exchanged a few brief words before swiftly departing. Yun Jintang approached the flower bed, noting not only the fallen begonia, but also the crushed blossoms nearby. Murong Su's expression was nothing short of exquisite. "This is my favorite begonia tree," Yun Jintang lamented, her eyes reflecting genuine sorrow as she crouched down, disregarding the potential stains on her dress to examine the exposed roots. Such exquisite weeping begonias were rare, and she had searched long to find this one. The shadow guards, recognizing Murong Su, refrained from intervening, merely observing from a distance. "Princess, the roots are not entirely severed. It should still survive." Pei Yao hastily instructed the maidservants behind her. Among them were those knowledgeable in horticulture. Yun Jintang's words bore no evident reproach, which only intensified Murong Su's embarrassment. He wished she would scold him, otherwise, he would feel unsettled. Taking the initiative, he stepped forward to assist in propping the tree back up. "I apologize, it was my oversight. I will compensate you with medicinal herbs. They were hard to come by." Murong Su was not unreasonable. He simply couldn't bear to see Yun Jintang's expression of distress. He had heard whispers that Jun Yanjin had made her cry yesterday, leading to criticism from the citizens of the capital. If he dared to further provoke her, Jun Yanjin would not let him off lightly. "I do not require your medicinal herbs," Yun Jintang replied, her focus entirely on the toppled begonia tree as Pei Yao helped her to her feet. Her heart ached genuinely. This begonia was her favorite, its trunk robust and straight, intertwining gracefully without appearing chaotic, exuding strength and vitality. When in bloom, its pink flowers danced like butterflies, perfuming the entire garden. "I can concoct many beauty-enhancing balms," Murong Su remarked, only to realize, upon observing Yun Jintang's face, that his words faltered. What a jest to speak of beauty balms. This lady before him was already captivating without the need for such frivolities. With a complexion as fair as snow and features so exquisite they seem almost unreal, She possesses a delicate beauty that stirs compassion in the beholder. The one responsible for this predicament cannot help but curse himself for his folly. Why did he have to provoke her? Yun Jintang had encountered Murong-su before, back when he had not yet departed from the Medicine King Valley. However, she had always worn a veil, making it entirely understandable that he failed to recognize her. It would be best if he continued to remain oblivious. You truly are insufferable, she remarked, not even considering your own height and weight, leaning against such a slender sapling. Of course it would be crushed. Murong-su pointed at himself, then slowly lowered his hand. Well, he indeed had no justification for rebuttal. At that moment, he had been too engrossed in the scenery to notice the frailty of the tree. Dr. Murong, His Highness requests your presence in the study. Out of nowhere, Chini appeared, sword drawn towards Murong-su, his demeanor brusque as he urged him to depart. Yun Jintang chose not to dwell on the matter any further, disregarding the recently relocated Qin, and turned to leave without a backward glance. Murong-su rubbed his temples, gazing skyward, his eyes reflecting a sense of exasperation. Has your Highness returned? On the way, His Highness instructed me to wait for you in the study. Qin, he had hurried back, but for someone like him, who had undergone rigorous training, such exertion was trivial. He hadn't even broken a sweat. From now on, avoid the back garden and keep your distance if you encounter her. Jun Yanjin was not angry, yet his countenance remained far from pleasant as the events of the previous night replayed incessantly in his mind. Yun Jintang had indeed returned obediently today, and she had no intention of lingering at the Duke's residence. Why was that? Could it be she truly bore no resentment? I feel you have changed, Murong-su mused, unable to decide whether to stand or sit, opting instead to pace with a folding fan in hand. Jun Yanjin narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping in. Murong-su spread his hands, a triumphant gleam crossing his handsome face as if he had just uncovered a profound truth. I distinctly remember those women who entered the Ning Wang residence 3 months ago. They arrived with great fanfare, but left in disgrace. And now, you not only entrusted the treasury's accounts to Miss Yun, but also permitted her to oversee the estate's renovations. If you were truly angered, you would have to coax her back with great effort. Tell me, has anything truly changed? These observations were apparent to any discerning eye, including the hidden guards within the estate. Previously, they regarded Yun Jintang merely as a stranger, treating her with a modicum of respect. However, upon her assuming control of the treasury, they gradually began to view her as the true mistress of the household. Jun Yanjin tightened his grip on the folding fan, his expression shifting abruptly, his eyes brimming with ire. The women from before were merely intruders sent to infiltrate. They deserved punishment. The restructuring of the estate had long been his intention. He welcomed assistance, yet Murong-su had overstepped his bounds. He despised having his innermost thoughts scrutinized and loathed the notion of others making baseless assumptions about his intentions. Sensing the sudden change in Jun Yanjin's demeanor, Murong-su quickly complied, steering the conversation elsewhere. By the way, have there been any updates regarding the Xianzhu grass? The longer the toxin lingers within your body, the more tenacious it becomes. Previously, you could wield 70% of your strength, but now it has dwindled to 50%. As time progresses, I fear that your entire cultivation will be entirely suppressed by this poison. It should not be long now. Jun Yanjin felt a profound sense of uncertainty regarding this matter. This poison is indeed fierce. One wonders who could have inflicted it upon you, for their heart must be equally malevolent. Murong-su muttered to himself, his words drifting into Jun Yanjin's ears. His gaze darkened as he focused on the ink-soaked black characters on the document before him, remaining silent. Qin Yi went to summon the most renowned gardener in Shengjing, only returning to the study to report after confirming that the crabapple tree would be fine. By this time, Murong-su had already taken his leave. How is the princess consort? Jun Yanjin inquired, genuinely concerned about Yun Jintang's condition. The princess consort was in the courtyard, playing the guqin, and though she said nothing, her demeanor suggested that she was not well. Chapter 19. If she has issues, this prince will handle it personally. After the gardener assured her that the begonia tree was unharmed, Yun Jintang returned to the Furong courtyard to rest. Judging from the events that had just transpired, Murongsu's temperament remained unchanged from 3 years ago. However, should she inform the one residing in Yaowang Valley about this? Perhaps it is best to refrain from intervening in their affairs. After all, one must avoid attracting trouble to oneself. Yun Jintang had never been one to meddle in the affairs of others. The sound of the guqin, akin to an ethereal breeze, floated gently from the courtyard. This exquisite instrument, a treasure that Yun Jintang had fortuitously discovered, resonated with soothing and enchanting melodies as her nimble fingers plucked the strings, captivating the heart and mind alike. Miss, the southern side of the Songling Mountains has been arranged. If Prince Jing makes any movements, our people will sense it immediately. Noticing someone approaching the courtyard, Yun Jintang's sharp gaze swept over Pei Yao's face. She swiftly tucked the letter into her sleeve and bent down to pour tea. "Greetings, Princess. His Highness mentioned that your jade was accidentally broken last time, so he ordered several exquisite bracelets and some jeweled hairpins to be sent here." The leading dark guard was unfamiliar to Yun Jintang, his face obscured by a black veil, revealing only a pair of dark, penetrating eyes. A bandage wrapped around his forehead, and a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from him. "Please convey my gratitude to His Highness. I find these bracelets delightful." Yun Jintang replied as she rose and approached the dark guard, lifting one to her wrist. The fit was perfect. The bracelet, luminous as the moon, was elegant and refined. A perfect match for her. "Then I shall take my leave." "Very well." Yun Jintang watched as they departed, paying particular attention to the leader. It was evident that he had undergone rigorous training to exude such formidable killing intent, and he did not conceal his prowess. He must be a top-tier shadow in the Langjin Pavilion. With a single sword, one could strike without leaving a trace. Why would Jun Yanjin send such a talent personally to deliver gifts? It seemed like a waste of resources. The dark guard paused not far from the Furong courtyard, gripping the sword at his waist tightly. The prince had dispatched him to deliver items, but his true intention was to investigate how many individuals within the courtyard possessed martial skills. Martial artists, unless they habitually concealed their abilities, would inevitably reveal clues through their demeanor and actions. He had noticed the princess's personal maid observing him with a scrutinizing gaze, and when caught, her eyes betrayed a hint of trepidation, indicating that she was not to be underestimated. Having spent years navigating the Jianghu, his acuity surpassed that of the typical dark guards stationed within the mansion, which was precisely why the prince had chosen him for this task. In the study, Chu Xing laid bare all his observations. This prince has long believed that among the servants accompanying Yun Jintang into the mansion, there are spies from the emperor and empress. I entrust this matter to you. Investigate and eliminate these spies completely. What about the princess? Chu Xing inquired tentatively, raising his head. He was not well versed in the affairs of the royal mansion, but he understood that the princess's innocence could not be entirely dismissed. At that moment, Jun Yanjin hesitated. Yun Jintang. He murmured her name, his brow furrowed as his thoughts wandered back to recent events, a tangled web of emotions that he could not untangle. If she has issues, this prince will handle it personally. At last, Jun Yanjin provided his response. If Yun Jintang were truly a fox in sheep's clothing, he would not hesitate to take action. A threat such as her should be eliminated without remorse. The night was filled with a chilling wind that rustled the branches, causing the osmanthus flowers to fall to the ground. Just as Yun Jintang was about to extinguish the candlelight and retire for the night, she noticed the fleeting sounds of pursuit in the courtyard. With the doors and windows securely shut, she dismissed the noise, snuffed out the candle, and returned to her bedside, accompanied only by the faint glow of the night pearl. The following day, as Lin Lang entered to assist Yun Jintang with her morning routine, she brought news of the demise of the accompanying maid. The dark guard of Prince Ning reported that there had been an assassination attempt on the royal residence last night, and unfortunately, the two maids had crossed paths with the assailants, resulting in their silencing. This explanation struck Yun Jintang as absurdly ludicrous. She instantly recalled the commotion from the previous night, and with poise, she adorned herself with the step-shake heirloom sent by Jun Yanjin, conducting herself gracefully and unhurriedly. She felt no sorrow for the deceased maid. In fact, the corner of her lips curled upwards slightly. Those two maids had been inserted by the Empress Dowager, and should they survive this ordeal, she would find a way to eliminate them. However, does this not indicate that His Highness Prince Ning has begun to harbor suspicions about you? Lin Lang voiced her concerns while adjusting Yun Jintang's attire. He would not act against me without evidence. We merely need to feign ignorance, Yun Jintang replied. Had such an incident occurred during her initial time in the royal residence, Jun Yanjin would have rushed in with sword drawn. Yet now, Yun Jintang felt assured that at the very least, he would not seek her life. Moreover, she would not provide him with such an opportunity. These two spies managed to infiltrate the Duke's residence due to their impeccable backgrounds. She would send some silver to their families. Very well, Lin Lang replied. Though she found it difficult to comprehend, she never questioned her mistress's decisions. Nowadays, any movement from the Furong courtyard would reach Jun Yanjin's ears, such as this incident. Compensation had been dispatched. Was she truly foolish or feigning ignorance? When Jun Yanjin received the news, he remained engrossed in strategizing a game of chess. His father's skills had reached new heights, and he needed to practice diligently to avoid falling into traps. The black piece rested between his fingers, lingering without a move. Engaging in solitary strategy was indeed tedious. Jun Yanjin mused, as a calculating glimmer brewed in his inscrutable gaze. He had heard tales of the Duke's legitimate daughter, Yun Jintang, being well-versed in literature and art. But he wondered how adept she was at chess. Invite the princess, he commanded softly, placing significant weight on the word invite. Qin willingly took up the task of fetching her, while the other two dark guards were instructed to relocate the chess table to the center of the courtyard flower bed, where the warm sun cast a pleasant glow. Having just finished lunch, Yun Jintang intended to take a brief afternoon nap. However, as she lay down, she overheard voices outside her door. Yun Yanjin, she thought, irked by the disturbance, her brows furrowing in displeasure. He had better have a legitimate purpose for intruding, otherwise. Lin Lang, come in and assist me with my attire. Qin stood at the entrance, awaiting instructions, but upon hearing the princess's tone laced with discontent, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Surely, His Highness had not disturbed the princess's rest? A moment later, his apprehensions were confirmed. Yun Jintang descended the steps. Her skirt held aloft, her demeanor cool and detached, exuding an aura strikingly reminiscent of the prince's ire. What business does His Highness have with me at this hour? His Highness seems inclined to engage in a game with you, Qin remarked, trailing closely behind. Why choose this moment of all times to descend? It is merely a torment. Upon reaching Chuyang courtyard, she found that her shadowy attendants had thoughtfully prepared steaming tea. As she approached the tea table, she could still discern the wisps of steam dancing above the cups, while Jun Yanjin awaited her arrival, having been there for quite some time. Your Highness, Yun Jintang said, reluctantly bending her knee to pay her respects. Chapter 20. Engaging with her. Quite amusing this prince observes your reluctant demeanor. Pray tell, who has dared to provoke you? Jun Yanjin gestured for Yun Jintang to take a seat opposite him. How brazen of him to inquire, mused Yun Jintang silently, choosing not to respond. In her silence, Jun Yanjin redirected his scrutinizing gaze towards Qin, who, feeling a chill run down his spine, hastily shook his head. After all, this was not his affair. It was indeed Yun Jintang's first display of anger in front of Jun Yanjin. With an indignant expression, her lively and innocent eyes cast downward. Fixated on the teacup beside her, seemingly dissatisfied with the tea, she glanced at it briefly before disregarding it entirely. Are you advocating for your two maidservants? As Yun Jintang anticipated, Jun Yanjin ventured to probe further. At this juncture, should she continue to ignore him, it would tacitly imply her acquiescence. Not at all, Yun Jintang replied softly. Observing Jun Yanjin as he placed a black stone on the board, she followed suit, instinctively reaching a silent accord with him. He asked casually, after all, they were your accompanying maidservants. How can you remain so indifferent after their untimely demise? The dark guard reported that when he struck, the candle in her chamber had not yet flickered out. Could it be that she bore witness to something? Will my concern even matter? Yun Jintang's voice maintained its gentle timbre, devoid of overt emotional fluctuations, as she methodically placed a white stone in the corner. This move was peculiar, seemingly unrelated to the current dynamics of the game. What was she attempting? Jun Yanjin ceased speaking, instead observing Yun Jintang's countenance closely. Throughout, she exhibited neither hesitation nor turmoil. As the game progressed, she appeared increasingly adept, never faltering in her composure. Why did your Highness choose to eliminate those two maidservants? After a prolonged silence, Yun Jintang's inquiry astonished everyone present. Jun Yanjin's hand froze mid-movement, his gaze turning icy as suspicion and doubt mingled within. She knows. This morning, Yun Jintang had indeed intended to feign ignorance, but upon deeper reflection, she realized it would portray her as foolish, leaving Jun Yanjin with a mundane impression of her. Only by mastering the rhythm of the game could she captivate him. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Jun Yanjin's voice suddenly turned frigid, an oppressive aura enveloping him as his black stones settled into place. To slander this prince, do you understand the consequences you must face? This tactic may intimidate others, but does he believe it will unsettle her? She stands on solid ground now. I have not slandered your Highness, Yun Jintang replied with unwavering calm, devoid of fear. Unlike the times before when she had been reduced to tears, Jun Yanjin was taken aback by her reaction. She displayed no fear this time. Has she matured? Or does her confidence stem from possessing valid reasoning? With a hint of intrigue, Jun Yanjin allowed a smirk to grace his lips. His mood unexpectedly improved, and he regarded Yun Jintang with newfound admiration. Are you concerned that this prince might bring you trouble? Indeed, the once fearless maiden suddenly appeared diminutive, her gaze falling submissively as she nodded. Do you comprehend the identities of those two individuals? Jun Yanjin raised an eyebrow. Ever since he discovered that Yun Jintang was more intelligent than he had anticipated, his mood inexplicably improved. He found it quite engaging to interact with her. If only she were a bit bolder, it would be even better. The game continued, and through their conversation, Yun Jintang lured him into her trap. It was best to eliminate those who posed a threat early on. Jun Yanjin's words served as both a reminder and a warning. Yun Jintang wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, but gazed into his dark pupils with a hint of trepidation, wishing that matters could be as effortlessly resolved as the prince suggested. She promptly elaborated, explaining that her father had advised her to be cautious of the two maids accompanying her to the royal residence, as their backgrounds were not ordinary. However, since they had not acted out of line, she had paid little heed to his warnings. She and T anticipated that the prince would directly. As the tea cooled, Jun Yanjin comprehended the situation. He did not deny her intelligence, yet he knew that a moment of compassion could very well become a blade that might one day pierce him. Chini approached to change the tea, her movements swift and decisive, not interrupting the conversation between the two. Noticing that the tea beside Yun Jintang remained untouched, a subtle expression flickered in Jun Yanjin's eyes. Does she not enjoy tea? This cup had become lukewarm, unsuitable for drinking. Yun Jintang was somewhat particular about her tea. This brew was mediocre at best, and thus she politely declined, knowing it might be perceived as impolite. Yet, if Jun Yanjin were to dwell on such trivial matters, it would only render him tedious. A cold voice interjected. Are you afraid that I might poison you? Yun Jintang smiled gently, her tone warm. Your Highness conducts himself with utmost integrity. How could you do such a thing? The golden warmth of the sun enveloped Yun Jintang, and had she not been summoned for this game, she would have been leisurely strolling through the back garden or seated by the lakeside, feeding the fish, enjoying the tranquility. Her emerald gown appeared understated at first glance. It was meticulously crafted with exquisite detail, exuding elegance and nobility in every gesture. Now, basking in the sunlight, she squinted, resting her chin on her hand while contemplating Jun Yanjin. A fleeting glance revealed that he was most pleasing to behold in silence. His fair complexion and finely sculpted features radiated a potent allure, with the elongated corners of his eyes naturally arching upward, and his inky gaze seemed to swirl like the depths of an ocean, drawing one in at a single glance. Clad in dark golden attire, he exuded an air of unrestrained nobility, impervious to constraints, and none dared to bind him. The game had long surpassed its midpoint, the intricate interplay of black and white pieces creating a mesmerizing tableau. Jun Yanjin placed a piece with some difficulty, only to find that Yun Jintang was nearly dozing off. "Your Highness, the sunlight is quite pleasant," she remarked, her voice softening. Yet, even at this juncture, she was careful to maintain the poise of a refined lady, sitting upright. Though her eyelids fluttered frequently, her implication was clear. She was weary, longing to return to her slumber. Yun Jintang paused briefly. The move Jun Yanjin had just made was astute, disrupting her original strategy. Without hesitation, she confidently adjusted her pieces, placing a white stone in a discreet location. Fortunately, she had retained a backup plan. The smile at the corners of her lips was unmistakable, a clear indication of her quiet delight. And it was then that Jun Yanjin discerned the source of the issue. In terms of martial prowess, Yun Jintang could not guarantee her victory over him. However, when it came to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she was undoubtedly his equal. The title of the finest talent in the capital was not bestowed lightly. "Your Highness, have I won?" Yun Jintang asked, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she surveyed the chessboard, unabashedly revealing her joy. The more her thoughts were laid bare, the less suspicion Jun Yanjin harbored. He perceived her as simply innocent. Reflecting on the entire course of the game while gazing at her radiant, spirited countenance, he remained silent. He felt neither anger nor shame in having lost to her. Chapter 21. Even anger is so gentle. It seems so easy to bully regarding the matter of those two maidens. I shall reluctantly see to it, ensuring that the Empress Dowager does not encounter any difficulties due to this incident. Jun Yanjin deduced that Yun Jintang, fearing the repercussions from the Empress Dowager, must have refrained from dealing with them. Clever though she may be, her timidity is quite apparent. She would likely not even dare to witness acts of violence or arson. He recalled the events that transpired on Songling Mountain. It seemed that Yun Jintang had not divulged the entire truth, keeping it concealed within her heart. Could it be that she had faced threats? He cautiously observed her expression. "I have heard that you encountered an injured woman on Songling Mountain. Is there truly no connection between you two?" The conversation had taken a rather unexpected turn. Yun Jintang sipped from her teacup, raising an eyebrow to meet his gaze. Her tone tinged with reproach. "Your Highness, I truly had no interaction with her. It was merely a fleeting encounter, and she was veiled. I could not discern her features. That woman, surprisingly, possessed a sense of conscience, as she did not harm those who had seen her." Jun Yanjin had a knack for articulating thoughts that left her speechless. A frown of concern gathered on her brow as her gaze fell upon the intricate chessboard, and she murmured, "Are you disappointed that she did not take my life?" From Jun Yanjin's perspective, Yun Jintang's eyes drooped, her fingers idly playing with the pieces, picking them up and setting them down again, her vision gradually becoming misty. For a moment, he was at a loss as to how he had offended her again. While he may have entertained such thoughts previously, he certainly did not now. Yun Jintang's sensitivity was palpable. "When have I ever uttered such words?" He instinctively explained, gesturing for the hidden guards to withdraw. "Is that not what you meant, Your Highness? Last time in the rockery, you were well aware of the dangers, yet allowed me to go alone." Yun Jintang's voice remained steady, each word laced with a hint of grievance, resembling a gentle inquiry, yet lacking in assertiveness. Her anger was so gentle, appearing almost easy to manipulate. Jun Yanjin could not directly inform her that it was merely a test. Instead, he elaborated on the subsequent events. "There were hidden guards protecting you. Yet they failed in their duty, and I have duly punished those too." Yun Jintang seemed unconvinced, letting out a soft huff. Her temper was increasingly unmasked, and Jun Yanjin speculated that perhaps he wished to witness her most authentic self. His irritation had dissipated significantly. He found it difficult to remain angry at her, even absurdly thinking her somewhat endearing. In the absence of others, his lips subtly curved upward before quickly reverting to neutrality. The outcome of the game was certain. Indeed, his skills in chess were lacking. Adjusting his wide sleeves, he noted that the tea had grown lukewarm and chose not to continue savoring it. As he prepared to depart, he cautioned, "At the upcoming autumn hunting banquet, it would be best if you remain as well-behaved as you are now." "Well, have I ever been unruly?" Yun Jintang's soft complaint was audible to him as he walked away, her words clearly intentional. At that time, she would undoubtedly be exceedingly compliant. Should Jun Xingzi dare to engage in any nefarious deeds beneath her watchful eyes, she would not let him escape unscathed. Now, she and Jun Yanjin are in the same boat. How could she bear to watch him be schemed against? If this were to implicate the Duke's residence, it would be a grave loss. This autumn, the temperature has not yet fully dropped, and one occasionally feels the lingering heat. The common folk refer to this phenomenon as the autumn tiger, which is said to persist until the end of September. Shengjing City, centrally located within the Jiuzhou continent, rarely experiences such warmth in previous years, making this year somewhat unique. After a torrential autumn rain lasting 3 days, the early blooming osmanthus flowers have mostly fallen. Yun Jintang has been staying indoors, spending her days playing the guqin and crafting incense, living a leisurely life. Until today, with merely 3 days remaining until the autumn hunt feast, Lin Lang returned from the Langjin pavilion bearing a confidential letter from the palace. To her astonishment, the prize for the archery competition at the autumn hunt is actually the rare xianzhu grass. Yun Jintang's expression shifted slightly. How could there be xianzhu grass? This precious herb has long been monopolized by the Langjin pavilion in Yaowang Valley, with the Northern Ling Kingdom having previously offered only one, which has already been used up. Could it be that the Empress Dowager did not? Miss, the information from the palace is incomplete. We have not inquired about the origin of the xianzhu grass. Lin Lang interjected from beside her. Xianzhu grass possesses potent longevity properties and can be combined with other herbs to create an antidote for myriad toxins. Additionally, elixirs crafted from xianzhu grass can enhance one's physique and martial prowess. How intriguing. The archery competition is bound to be spectacular. Yun Jintang reclined on the concubine couch. The small white fox nestled comfortably in her arms, its tail gently swaying. Reflecting on it, Jun Yanjin is so wealthy, she regretted not taking more from him back then. The source of the xianzhu grass must be thoroughly investigated. You may all leave for now. Understood. After resting for a time, Yun Jintang rose to write a letter at her desk. She needed to ascertain the recent movements of the xianzhu grass within Yaowang Valley and whether it had been given to anyone else. If all possibilities are ruled out, then the final answer, however abstract, will reveal the truth. If the Empress Dowager had deliberately feigned illness to take possession of the xianzhu grass, then what could her purpose be in bringing it forth again today? Chapter 22. Why is there only one bed? On the eve of the autumn hunting banquet, as the Princess of Ning, Yun Jintang accompanied Jun Yanjin to the southern region of the Tsangling mountain range a day in advance. The Tsangling Mountains, the most expansive mountain range in the central part of the Eastern Spirit Kingdom, stretched majestically from east to west, marking a climatic boundary between the north and south. Although Yun Jintang's Yun appears to be situated within the Tsangling Mountains, it is actually separated from the site of the autumn hunting banquet by 2 mountain peaks. The area is sparsely populated, and in misty rain, one can easily lose their way. However, the mountains are rich in treasures. The previous autumn hunting banquet had been canceled due to the battle at Shanyang Pass, resulting in a hunting prohibition for over 6 years. This year's autumn hunting banquet is surely bound to yield significant rewards. As the carriage departed the official road from the capital, the path became somewhat uneven. Fortunately, following a heavy rain, several days of sunshine had improved the conditions. Otherwise, the road would have been truly dreadful. Yun Jintang was not fond of the blazing sun, nor did she appreciate the incessant rain. She preferred a day where the sun was partially obscured by clouds, with light filtering through the broadleaved trees, mingling with the fragrance of flowers carried by a gentle breeze, creating a perfectly warm atmosphere. Upon arriving at the banquet site, it was already past the hour of tea. The disciplined guards stood on either side, saluting with precision, while General Pei had arrived a day early and was now positioned at the forefront. Yun Jintang silently followed behind Jun Yanjin, feeling somewhat uncomfortable after an early start and a prolonged carriage ride. Having indulged in a leisurely lifestyle for too long, her physical condition had noticeably declined. Fortunately, she outwardly appeared to be a pampered young lady. In such circumstances, it sufficed to quietly observe from the sidelines. Qin, please escort the princess to the tent for some rest. His Highness has matters to discuss. Jun Yanjin instructed with a sidelong glance. Understood. finally having the opportunity to perform a favorable deed. Yun Jintang felt a rare sense of gratitude. As they walked forward, a spacious clearing revealed more than 100 tents of varying sizes. The emperor's resplendent yellow tent stood centrally, undoubtedly the most luxurious and spacious. Encircled by a ring of tents for the guards. Surrounding them were the tents of the princes and high-ranking ministers, arranged according to their ranks. As the hidden guards drew back the heavy drapes, Yun Jintang stepped inside, momentarily taken aback. The unassuming exterior of the tent belied its lavish interior, which bore little difference from someone's royal chamber. She felt satisfied, having anticipated a period of hardship over the next fortnight. Your Highness. His Highness mentioned that if you feel fatigued, you may rest first. Dinner can be brought to the tent, and there is no need to venture out. If you require anything else, you may instruct the guards at the entrance. They will do their utmost to assist. Having moved most of her belongings the day prior, Yun Jintang lacked for nothing. After Chini departed, she meticulously surveyed the camp's furnishings, which were exquisite in every detail. However, why was there only one bed? She did not wish to sleep on a small couch. No, there wasn't even a small couch here. Yun Jintang was perplexed by Jun Yanjin's intentions. She would not allow herself to be put in a compromising position again. Lin Lang, instruct someone to bring in hot water. I wish to bathe. Understood. Pei Yao, watching Lin Lang leave, voiced her concern. Miss, will you not have lunch? I do not wish to eat. I am tired. In Jun Yanjin's carriage, there was no thick layer of down blanket, making her uncomfortable as she struggled to adapt. After departing from the official road, the bumpy journey only intensified her desire to rest. Moreover, she was determined that the cleanliness obsession of Jun Yanjin would prevent him from continuing to sleep after she had occupied the bed. Please change the bedding. I'm not fond of this color. Half an hour later, Yun Jintang emerged, having washed away her fatigue, dressed in a thin, comfortable, plain-colored skirt. Stretching lazily, she noticed that Pei Yao had replaced the bedding and sheets with lighter hues that she preferred. Unless it's urgent, do not disturb me. You may all leave now. As the room fell into tranquility, Yun Jintang reclined on the bed, enveloped in the comforting scent she adored, contentedly squinting her eyes and cocooned in the blanket. Claiming this solitary bed, outside the tent, her maid and Jun Yanjin's secret guards were present, allowing her to rest without worry. The gauze draped at the bedside fell softly, and before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. After a while, Jun Yanjin concluded his discussions and finished his lunch, preparing to return to the tent when his guard quietly reported as he lifted the curtain. Your Highness, the princess is still resting. Has she not had lunch? No. Jun Yanjin's voice was slow and deep as he instructed, have the kitchen prepare some light dishes to be sent. The lengthy journey had indeed taken a toll on Yun Jintang's delicate form. Upon entering, Jun Yanjin initially intended to review the military reports at his desk, but his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the screen. The tent was still, and the light fabric of the bed curtains hung to the ground, trailing in folds. A layer of plush blanket had been laid by the bed, revealing only a slight corner. Having heard the conversation at the entrance, Yun Jintang stirred from her slumber, though she remained reclined, adjusting the blanket around her. She was not particularly hungry and had no desire for food. Sitting up, she rubbed her eyes, finding her current situation rather delicate, with a playful smile at the corners of her eyes. She gently parted the gauze to create a small opening and stepped barefoot onto the plush blanket, rising slowly. Jun Yanjin immediately sensed the movement by the bed, as though someone had awakened. Intrigued, his gaze involuntarily drifted in that direction. The screen obstructed his view, yet the graceful silhouette was distinctly visible, a slender waist that seemed delicate enough to be held in one hand. Yun Jintang couldn't call out for him directly, so she approached the horizontal rack where her garments hung. Jun Yanjin's view was obscured by the beaded curtain hanging from the rafters, allowing only a vague outline of her form to be seen. He gradually lowered the report in his hands, intrigued, and shifted his gaze to the side, curious about what the young lady behind the curtain was up to. Clutching her clothes, she gradually let them fall. Yun Jintang's once pure and clear eyes now sparkled with a hint of mischief. What a splendid opportunity! If she could entice him, she could exact her revenge beautifully. After all, on their wedding night, he had dared to choke her, threatening her life, and he would surely pay for that transgression. With a swift motion, Yun Jintang lifted the curtain, only to meet Jun Yanjin's assessing gaze. Startled, she stepped back and gasped. She clutched the curtain tightly to shield her chest, her delicate, fair arms still exposed, causing her complexion to flush a rosy hue. Her voice quivered with timidity as she stammered, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Outside, the shadow guards exchanged glances upon hearing the startled cries from within the tent, awkwardly lowering their heads to maintain their duties. The sound was rather. Fortunately, the patrolling royal guards could not hear it. Otherwise, the prince would be in quite a predicament. At the moment the voices reached Lin Lang and Pei Yao, they prepared to enter, but were simultaneously halted. This was the rule of Jun Yanjin. In his domain, no one was permitted to intrude without prior notice. Allow them in. After a brief standoff, Jun Yanjin's cold, detached voice resonated from within, imbued with authority and a hint of displeasure. Lin Lang and Pei Yao hurriedly stepped inside, only to find. They both gasped in shock, their steps seemingly frozen, unable to advance any further. Chapter 23. Who said you must sleep on the floor? Yun Jintang concealed herself behind the beaded curtain, revealing a delicate arm as she peered out with a timid expression, resembling an innocent white rabbit. After her recent bath, her long hair cascaded down her waist. She had not brought the glutinous rice to the autumn hunt banquet. Otherwise, it would have served as an excellent point of reference. Princess Lin Lang and Pei Yao circled around the screen to stand beside Yun Jintang, wary of glancing at Jun Yanjin's demeanor. Jun Yanjin maintained an upright posture, his countenance serene, engrossed in reviewing documents as if nothing were amiss. However, the earlier scene lingered vividly in his mind, refusing to fade. The tea on the stove bubbled noisily, and he poured himself another cup, feeling the warmth against his fingertip as he observed the clear tea, while the whispers from the bedside mingled in his ears. "There's no need for jewelry today. I'm too disinterested to go out." Yun Jintang had come out without makeup, her skin flawless and radiant, her jade-like face and full, captivating eyes fixed intently on Jun Yanjin. Unsure of what to say, she chose silence. At that moment, the shadow guard entered, carefully placing 2 food boxes on the octagonal table beside them. Yun Jintang glanced up and exchanged a look with Lin Lang, seeking understanding. What was wrong with Jun Yanjin today? He seemed quite amiable. Tomorrow, the officials will arrive one after another. Let there be no rumors of this prince mistreating you. Jun Yanjin stated coldly, setting down his teacup without diverting his gaze from the book. "Thank you, Your Highness." Yun Jintang approached, her skirt brushing against the desk. She was so close that Jun Yanjin caught a whiff of her enchanting fragrance, fresh and subtle, as if he were immersed in a garden kissed by spring breezes. In that fleeting moment, he shifted his gaze to her unadorned back, her long hair flowing down to her waist, devoid of any hair ornaments, exuding an aura of purity and elegance. She favored light-colored skirts, her attire meticulously coordinated. It was rare to see someone so accustomed to refinement embracing such simplicity, which lent her an unexpected charm. Why was he contemplating this again? Jun Yanjin realized his thoughts were spiraling out of control, and he lowered his gaze, vowing not to glance in her direction again. Yun Jintang was discerning not only in her choice of attire and accessories, but also in her culinary preferences. The array of light dishes before her was to her liking. Having finished her meal, she had no intention of venturing out, for her father and the others would not arrive until tomorrow. Leaning against another writing desk, she propped her chin in her hand, lamenting her decision not to bring along the glutinous rice. At least it would have alleviated her current tedium. Being in the same room as Jun Yanjin, speaking little, and feeling under observation made her sense of freedom quite restricted. Even regarding the activities at the Golden Pavilion, she found it difficult to broach the subject with Pei Yao and the others. The open book on the desk had already been read, and even another glance felt tiresome. "Your Highness, when shall we return to the palace?" At last, Yun Jintang rose to examine the jade-white porcelain on the shelf. Her voice, sweet and soft, resonated as she admired the intricately carved patterns. When one becomes exceedingly bored, they may resort to the most trivial of pursuits. For instance, at this moment, She found herself counting the floral designs on the porcelain. From Jun Yanjin's perspective, Yun Jintang was almost cradling the porcelain piece. A slight lapse in her grip would send it crashing to the ground in a multitude of shards. A sharp, piercing sound echoed. Indeed, as anticipated, Yun Jintang's mind momentarily blanked, and she stared vacantly at the fragments scattered on the floor. "Your Highness, it was not my intention," she exclaimed, instinctively bending down to retrieve the pieces. Just as her hand reached out, a commanding voice sliced through the air. "Do not move." Jun Yanjin approached with measured strides, his long, pale fingers grasping Yun Jintang's arm, effortlessly lifting her up. "That hurts." Yun Jintang stepped back slightly after rising. Rubbing the spot where he had gripped her, his strength was formidable. "You have shattered my porcelain, and yet you maintain your composure?" Jun Yanjin, a mix of anger and amusement, questioned. Shouldn't it be he who had the upper hand in this situation? Yet, whenever he found himself in Yun Jintang's presence, he was the one at a disadvantage, a perplexing phenomenon that eluded him. "I admit my fault," she protested, her voice rising in defense. The more she spoke, the more justified she appeared, her lips pursed in a pout. With her petite frame and downcast gaze, she seemed utterly pitiable. For a moment, words failed Jun Yanjin. He fell silent, contemplating summoning the guards to address the situation. From his vantage point, he could also glimpse the bed, the sheer fabric slightly lifted. Everything had been replaced. "Where the items I prepared?" Jun Yanjin's tone turned serious as he observed the overly pink bed and bedding. Upon finishing his statement, he noticed Yun Jintang's slender shoulders tremble slightly. "I dislike that color," she said, raising her brows, looking both frightened and stubbornly defiant. "No crying," he admonished, noticing her eyes were beginning to redden. This time, he did not indulge her. Instead, he handed her a silk handkerchief. The more she exhibited such emotions, the more Jun Yanjin remained unaware of how deeply he was being influenced by her feelings. Yun Jintang's tears flowed freely, and just as she was about to cry out, her mouth was covered. Jun Yanjin stood before her, a towering figure blocking her view of everything else. She tilted her head back, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. Realizing her distress, he took the handkerchief and furrowed his brow as he wiped away her tears. "No more crying." Yun Jintang gazed into his dark eyes, pausing for an extended moment before nodding in agreement. "It's all your fault, Your Highness," she retorted, the little rabbit ready to bite back. Jun Yanjin looked at his palm, dampened by her tears, and questioned whether she was made of water, so easily did she shed tears. Moreover, he found himself at a loss as to how to deal with her. He couldn't simply knock her unconscious. Otherwise, she would stir upon waking and create more chaos. "One inconvenience. Did I grant you permission to replace those items?" he stated. "Why must everything align with your preferences?" Yun Jintang rose on her tiptoes, unable to meet his gaze. Uncertain of what had been mixed into her lunch earlier, she now spoke to him in this manner. "Yun Jintang, Yun Yanjin," initially dismissive of the argument, was aware that Yun Jun and his entourage would arrive the next day, and if she chose to complain, it would lead to a series of troublesome events. Yun Jintang turned her back and walked over to sit by the edge of the bed, fuming. Wouldn't it have been better to prepare an extra bed? Jun Yanjin also felt a surge of anger and followed her, looking down at her from above. Is it really so delightful to let it be known? A couple married for over a month, yet still sleeping apart. Soon, the Emperor and Empress will stir up trouble again, and I have no desire to deal with it. Is there any prince who treats someone so cruelly? There is no small bed in the tent, and I refuse to sleep on the ground. Yun Jintang hugged her pillow, turning her head away to avoid looking at Jun Yanjin's expression, thinking, who said you have to sleep on the ground? Jun Yanjin was infuriated. In her eyes, was he truly such a person? There was only one bed. As soon as Yun Jintang murmured that, she looked up in astonishment into his eyes, her pink lips slightly parted. Having just cried, her long, curled eyelashes were still damp. Chapter 24. Truly indulgent of her, this prince shall not harm you. It is merely sharing a bed. The mattress is sufficiently spacious for two. Of course, should you prefer to sleep on the floor, ample bedding is at your disposal. The words that followed from Jun Yanjin were rather astonishing. Yet Yun Jintang's reluctant demeanor was unmistakably evident on her face as she clutched her pillow, lost in her thoughts. Her behavior alleviated any doubts harbored by Jun Yanjin, clarifying that her marriage into the Ning Wangfu was solely by imperial decree, and she was far from eager, never contemplating any deliberate approach or seduction. "Then you shall not replace these items," Yun Jintang insisted, pressing her advantage. Jun Yanjin cast a disdainful glance at the belongings on the bed, which were decidedly not to his taste, but upon seeing her pleading expression, he relented. "Very well," he conceded begrudgingly. A smile graced Yun Jintang's lips, her eyes crescent-shaped in delight. "Your Highness, you are truly kind." She had been waiting for him to speak. But Jun Yanjin, seeing through her little ruse, chose not to comment, and turned away to continue reviewing the documents from the military camp. He needed to carefully consider the messages emanating from the palace. Although the prize for the archery competition was the elusive Xianzhu grass he had long sought, its origins were dubious, likely a trap laid by someone within the palace. The Qinxiang poison had tormented him for 3 years, each month on the first day, robbing him of his inner strength and subjecting him to excruciating pain. Only after Murong Su developed a remedy to mitigate the effects did he find some relief. For 3 long years, as Murong Su had warned, if the residual poison was not thoroughly eradicated, its impact would linger, most notably manifesting as a suppression of his martial prowess. In another 3 years, he might truly become a powerless shell of his former self. Jun Yanjin would not permit such a fate to befall him. Thus, even if this endeavor were a trap, he resolved to pursue it. After the evening meal, Jun Yanjin stepped outside into the dimming twilight, remaining absent for an extended period. Lin Lang entered to assist Yun Jintang with her ablutions, delicately combing her long hair as she perused the secret missive from the palace. "Has all the bounty prepared by the palace been brought here?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is stored in the adjacent tent, under heavy guard." As darkness deepened, an unsettling feeling crept into Yun Jintang's mind. The matter of the Xianzhu grass was particularly odd, appearing to be deliberately aimed at Jun Yanjin. How could they know he required it? The information gathered from the Longjing Pavilion did little to assuage her concerns. Given Jun Yanjin's martial skills and physique, the grass would serve him little purpose unless he was expending considerable effort purely for Murong Su's sake. What could be the reason? Could it be the Qinxiang poison? If Murong Su were the one poisoned, there would be no need for such machinations within the palace, nor the inexplicable introduction of the mysterious Xianzhu grass as a prize. The reason was singular. A sudden realization struck Yun Jintang. She must seize an opportunity to thoroughly investigate Jun Yanjin's condition. If he had indeed succumbed to the Qinxiang poison, and it was bestowed upon him by someone within the palace, his apparent coldness and lack of compassion would be justified, for refraining from reciprocating in kind would be an act of kindness in itself. As Jun Yanjin returned to the tent, the sky had already darkened, and were it not for the torches illuminating the night, one could hardly see a hand in front of one's face. Yun Jintang lay on the inner side of the bed, covered with a light-colored feather blanket, her petite form occupying little space. The candle flames flickered quietly on either side, casting a hazy glow. The tent was enveloped in silence, as Jun Yanjin moved softly to wash up, careful not to disturb her slumber. Sensing someone's presence, Yun Jintang opened her eyes slightly, turned away, and resumed her peaceful sleep. After a while, the sound of loosening garments reached her ears. The blanket was lifted slightly as Jun Yanjin climbed into bed, his brow furrowed, finding the act of covering with such a blanket rather peculiar. In that moment of lying down, he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from the blanket, reminiscent of the faint scent of roses and jasmine that occasionally lingered on Yun Jintang, possessing a soothing quality. Was everything she used imbued with fragrance? The distance between Yun Jintang and Jun Yanjin was considerable, ample enough for another person to lie comfortably between them. In the dim light of the flickering candles, he could make out her serene, sleeping face, tranquil and undisturbed. The blanket was not large, leaving a gap between them. The chill of the autumn night seeped in, making it less than comfortable, particularly since Yun Jintang wore only a thin skirt, her delicate, white arms exposed. Jun Yanjin's own nightclothes were slightly undone at the chest, contributing to the cold. A soft murmur broke the stillness, and Jun Yanjin turned to see the blanket being slowly pulled away by her. The silk quilt was light and soft. He observed her beside him, her snow-white skin striking against the darkness. Yun Jintang was carefree. He had seen her dressed similarly in the afternoon, and while it was comfortable to sleep this way, had she forgotten that another person was present? As the blanket slipped from Jun Yanjin's chest, it might not have mattered on a summer night, but in the chilly autumn air, he would not indulge her. He raised his hand, effortlessly reclaiming the blanket with little exertion. This action stirred Yun Jintang from her half-dream state. You're not allowed to take my blanket," she protested, gripping it tightly before forcefully pulling it back, turning her back to him defiantly. "Yun Jintang, this is my tent, my bed," Jun Yanjin exclaimed through clenched teeth, watching as she claimed all the blankets for herself. He sat up, his gaze fierce, fixated on her head peeking from beneath the covers. Having been awakened was already vexing, and Yun Jintang frowned in annoyance, but then feigned innocence as she slowly emerged from the blanket. "Why must your Highness compete with a mere servant for a blanket when there are plenty available?" she inquired innocently. Her question struck a nerve, and though Jun Yanjin had been seething with anger, it was as if a cascade of water had doused his fury. He huffed, relinquishing the blanket and getting out of bed. Yun Jintang watched him, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. How amusing it was to see the renowned Prince Ning in such a predicament. She observed as he retrieved the blanket she had cast aside, shifting her position to draw all her silk quilt toward her. Comfortable and warm, Jun Yanjin, now covered with the familiar blanket, glanced at Yun Jintang again, only to find her turn away, ensconced snugly within her covers, leaving him with only the sight of her head. The fragrance of his blanket remained elusive, for he could not detect its scent at all. "Very well, let's not disturb one another." In the dead of night, Jun Yanjin found himself in a light slumber. Suddenly, he sensed a soft object beside him. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and struck downwards with his hand like a blade. However, the moment he made contact with the soft quilt, he halted abruptly. Had he followed through with that strike, Yun Jintang would have suffered greatly. He lowered his gaze and observed Yun Jintang, who had wrapped herself up like a silkworm cocoon, inexplicably rolling to his side, while the other side of the bed remained spacious and unoccupied. Her arm lay exposed outside the covers, perhaps due to the chill, grasping his quilt just enough to provide scant coverage. Such a large quilt was insufficient for her, and she had the audacity to covet his. Truly, she had been spoiled. Chapter 25. "Your Highness, please lend a hand." Jun Yanjin slowly turned his body, observing the delicate, jade-like arm of Yun Jintang that lay exposed. He gently reached out to touch it, finding it as cold as ice, which explained why she had burrowed under his blanket. Furthermore, having witnessed her struggle with dressing herself in the afternoon, Jun Yanjin concluded that Yun Jintang possessed zero self-care skills. With a sigh, he felt a flicker of kindness and opened her blanket, cautiously and tenderly tucking her hand back under the covers. Her skin was as smooth as cream, delicate enough to seem fragile, and he marveled at how well she was cared for. As he gazed at her peaceful slumber, his fingertip inadvertently brushed against her wrist. What was he doing? Jun Yanjin himself was taken aback and quickly withdrew his hand, feeling that Yun Jintang had nestled closer to him, prompting him to shift her further into the warmth. In the midst of this, she unconsciously murmured softly in her sleep. When she fluttered her eyelids and smiled faintly, he realized that he had developed an affection for this side of her, obedient and sensible, yet occasionally petulant and challenging, piquing his interest. It was a unique charm. Initially, she had assumed that only a gentle and cultured woman could lower his defenses, draw near to him, and stir his heart. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Jun Yanjin was not fond of that at all. Though his words could be sharp, his heart was in fact quite kind. Should he fail to secure the Xianzhu grass perfectly, she would not hesitate to lend him a hand. The following morning, as dawn broke softly and the morning glow had yet to reveal itself, Jun Yanjin stood by the bedside, fully dressed, ready to face the responsibilities of the day. For many officials, and even the emperor, were soon to arrive. Yun Jintang remained deep in slumber, her small hand resting beside her pillow, the blanket draped over her side. revealing a glimpse of her fragrant shoulder. The two beds were somewhat disheveled, and anyone unaware of the true circumstances might misinterpret their closeness, believing them to be deeply in love. As breakfast was about to be served, Jun Yanjin, after washing up, approached her, noticing that she had not changed her position. A few stray strands of hair fell messily across her exquisite face, and she continued to sleep peacefully. Jun Yanjin felt a twinge of reluctance to awaken her. The shadowy figure of a servant quietly entered with breakfast, fixated on the ground, too timid to gaze beyond the curtain that concealed the inner chamber. To his surprise, just as he prepared to allow Yun Jintang a little more time to rest, she stirred awake, grumbling in a reluctant and slightly demanding manner. Today, her parents were to visit, necessitating an early rise to greet them. Having dreamt the night before, she had woken at the slightest noise, lingering in bed for a moment longer. Once awake, she resolved to rise for breakfast, admonishing him not to accuse her of being mistreated. Jun Yanjin resumed his usual air of aloofness, the attentive person who had tucked her in the previous night seeming like a ghost. Yun Jintang cast a sidelong glance at him, quietly sitting up, and softly inquired, "Your Highness, could you please summon a maid for me?" "Do it yourself," Jun Yanjin replied bluntly, making his way towards the door. "Your Highness, please, lend me a hand," Yun Jintang cooed, her tone sweet and beguiling, oblivious to the servant carrying in breakfast. Jun Yanjin felt a rush of heat to his ears, casting a sharp warning glance, and, as he lifted the curtain, he found two shadow guards darting away like mice, their speed surprising him, for he had not witnessed such swiftness during their training. Yun Jintang gazed at Jun Yanjin's retreating figure as the curtain fell once more. 3-2. She was taking a gamble, certain that Jun Yanjin would come to her aid. "Let the princess's maid enter," she instructed. Yes, as anticipated, she soon heard Jun Yanjin's voice giving orders outside. They shared their morning meal together, and Yun Jintang, dressed only in an outer garment and with her hair still unarranged, sat elegantly across from Jun Yanjin. Savoring a light porridge, she ate sparingly, merely enough to quell her hunger, and then continued to have her maid assist her in her grooming. Their next meeting occurred an hour later at the entrance of the banquet, awaiting His Majesty's arrival. "I pay my respects to father and mother," Jun Lingchuan announced. Having traveled a long way, he first accompanied the Empress to their tent to rest. Yu Guifei, fortunate to accompany them, stood beside the Empress, her shrewd fox-like gaze resting upon Yun Jintang's cheek, her thoughts a mystery. With the Empress present, Yun Jintang could not join His Majesty in the tent. Thus she refrained from approaching. "It's been a long time since we've met. The daughter of the Duke of Yun has blossomed into such a vision of beauty," Yu Guifei remarked, known for her arrogance due to her favored status, her scrutinizing gaze laden with a hint of calculation. "Your Highness, you flatter me," Yun Jintang replied politely, then glanced toward the retreating figure of His Majesty, subtly indicating, "Your tent is right next to His Majesty's." Yu Guifei, ever astute, grasped the implication immediately. She did not linger, mindful of the shifting factions, eager to observe the unfolding drama. The Empress Dowager sought to assist Zaire in seizing the crown by eliminating obstacles, and Yu Guifei was in full support of this notion, especially if Jun Yanjin, as the Empress Dowager suggested, were indeed in a precarious position. Yun Jintang, adept at reading nuances, perceived the profound meaning within Yu Guifei's gaze, suspecting she was privy to certain insights. This autumn hunting banquet increasingly resembled a trap laid for Jun Yanjin. A sense of unease settled within her. Jun Yanjin was a man of sharp edges and ruthless methods, while she remained oblivious to the hidden truths behind his demeanor. In contrast, Jun Xing's path seemed to unfold with remarkable ease. Chapter 26. The Cloud and Ink Ceremony. Were you contemplating? Jun Yanjin inquired, noticing Yun Jintang's gaze linger on a distant point, her eyes unfocused. A hint of concern in his tone. Yun Jintang shook her head, turning her gaze towards the horizon, murmuring, "I am wondering when my father and the others will arrive. It seems rather early now. I wish to return." "Then let us return," Jun Yanjin replied, knowing well that she was not one to endure such discomfort. Had it not been for the occasion of welcoming the emperor, they might have leisurely enjoyed their morning meal. Yun Jintang walked away decisively, devoid of any lingering hesitation. Observing her retreating figure, Jun Yanjin commanded the soldiers to maintain vigilance and then departed in the opposite direction. The Empress Dowager, unwell, had not attended the autumn hunting feast, yet many of her trusted confidants were present. When His Majesty ascended the throne, she had governed from behind a curtain for several years, nurturing a considerable amount of power. Now, as she sought to meddle in matters of the former court, it was merely a reluctance to relinquish her grip on authority. Your Highness, a confidential missive has arrived from the palace. Qin Yi presented a folded piece of paper. Upon entering the military camp, Jun Yanjin observed that the missive contained few words. The Xian pearl herb is sourced from Shokong Palace. The reach of the Empress Dowager was indeed extensive. 3 years prior, during the intense battle at Shanyang Pass, when blood stained the rivers, she still had the audacity to plot against him, to manipulate the court for her selfish desires, disregarding the nation's peril and the suffering of the populace. What kind of Empress Dowager was she? Jun Yanjin discarded the missive into the flames, watching it turn to ashes in an instant. Your Highness, should we still seek to acquire the Xian pearl herb? The Empress Dowager had devised a meticulous plan, secretly bringing Murong Su to the autumn hunting feast, and Jun Yanjin could discern the implications. Doubts lingered in his mind regarding the Xian pearl herb. Its rarity was not its only value, for its potent effects were paramount, suggesting that the Empress Dowager's intentions were far from mere probing. Simultaneously, Yun Jintang's informants uncovered the same intelligence, raising the possibility that Jun Yanjin had indeed fallen victim to the thousand fragrance poison. The Empress Dowager was poised to take action against him. The Apothecary Valley had responded, confirming that the quantity of Xian pearl herb remained unchanged, indicating that the specimen presented by the palace was likely one that the Empress Dowager had not utilized. Pei Yao entered with a flower basket, approaching Yun Jintang with caution as she extracted a note. The initial lines addressed pressing matters, while the subsequent sentences contained the ramblings of the apothecary from the valley. Ensure that the note is thoroughly dealt with. Yun Jintang picked up the scissors from the edge of the table. Though autumn flowers were scarce, the current florist possessed remarkable skills, cultivating off-season blooms for enjoyment. She anticipated that the coming fortnight would be anything but tranquil and instructed her aides to keep a close watch on Junxing's faction. Understood. The Yun family had always prioritized familial ties over political alliances. Now that she was the princess consort of Ning, she would not allow other factions to conspire against Jun Yanjin. By the hour of the snake, the area designated for carriages outside the banquet was nearly filled. As Yun Jintang stepped out, she encountered Yun Jun alighting the carriage with Song Xining, who was accompanied by only one maid, Han Xin. Madam, the young lady approaches. Han Xin gently supported Song Xining's arm, gesturing ahead. Mother. A sweet smile graced Yun Jintang's face as she elegantly lifted her skirt and ran towards them. She was merely a young girl in her teens, newly married, and naturally possessed a lively spirit. Why is it that you cannot see your father? Yun Jun feigned anger, casting a discontented glance. Father, where is eldest brother? Yun Jun remained silent, irritably gesturing towards the approaching figure galloping on horseback, the sound of hooves drawing nearer. After a long absence, Yun Mo Li appeared, and Yun Jintang's eyes sparkled as she watched him dismount with agility, the servant leading the horse away. Tangya, it has been 3 months, and you have grown taller. Yun Mo Li, a renowned scholar in the capital, now held the position of Deputy Minister of Justice, clad in official attire that radiated righteousness. He was strikingly handsome, with a gentle temperament that made him approachable, exuding an aura of scholarly grace. Yet he was decisive in judgment, having brought countless vicious criminals to justice. A month prior, a horrific massacre had occurred in Jiangnan, resulting in numerous casualties. The survivors spoke of divine retribution, instilling widespread fear, and the emperor had dispatched him to ascertain the truth. From a high pavilion within the banquet hall, Jun Yanjin observed the entire gathering while brewing tea, his gaze capturing the harmonious group entering through the entrance. He noted the radiant smile on Yun Jintang's face, which had not faded. It had been over a month since he had seen her this joyful. When had Yun Mo Li returned to the capital? The day before. He had heard that Li had delayed his journey for half a month in Qingshan City, where he had resolved a long-standing case that had been dormant for 3 years. The shadow guards beside him answered his inquiries, having anticipated that His Highness might mention this matter, thus conducting thorough investigations in advance. Jun Yanjin rose, delicately holding his teacup, his gaze following Yun Jintang as she departed. He mused that the banquet would likely proceed without incident. Yet he remained vigilant regarding the princess's safety during the upcoming hunting expedition in the mountains, as he feared someone might seize the opportunity to harm her. After all, Yun Jintang was much easier to handle, being merely an unarmed young lady. She was the sole daughter of Yun Jintang, and to sow discord between him and the duke's residence, they would only have to exploit her. If anything were to happen to Yun Jintang under his watch, given Yun Jintang's temperament, the consequences would be dire. His subordinates would undoubtedly spare no effort in safeguarding the princess. Chapter 27. Princess Xianning at this moment. Yun Jintang was unaware that Jun Yanjin had already contemplated this aspect. She was engaged in a lively conversation with Song Xining, seated at the banquet table. It was not yet time for the meal, and the palace maids and eunuchs were bustling about. Has the prince not bullied you? Song Xining expressed her lingering concern for Yun Jintang, inquiring each time they met. Although the answers remained consistent, they brought her a sense of reassurance. If he dares to bully you, you should quietly. Yun Jintang often devised dubious schemes, trailing off his sentence. Yet Yun Jintang comprehended his implication. Her father, in his fanciful imagination, had contemplated poisoning Jun Yanjin. Such thoughts were merely whimsical, for the reality was far more unforgiving. That man was ever so vigilant. Moreover, there was no significant enmity between them that would warrant such drastic measures. Rest assured, my daughter is not so easily bullied, and with all of you around, he would not dare to mistreat me. Yun Jintang seldom spoke of certain matters in the presence of Yun Jintang and the others, even fabricating reasons during her last return to the family estate. She could only muster complaints about Jun Yanjin's conduct, while the events of their wedding night remained unmentioned, lest they stir up further trouble. Our family shall refrain from participating in this autumn hunting banquet. After all, it is a gathering of scholars. Yun Jintang, rarely finding leisure in such settings, suddenly felt that military power loomed like a great mountain, once pressing upon him day and night, occasionally leaving him breathless. Now, with his title and the ability to co-govern the state alongside the prime minister, life was considerably more relaxed. He experienced a sense of security, a steady connection between his head and neck. While he was not yet in a position to rest complacently, life was certainly more bearable than the days of skirmishing on the edge of a blade. He had grown older and now wished only to enjoy a tranquil life with his wife and children. As the first day's luncheon was about to commence, the officials entered their seats in an orderly manner. Yun Jintang returned to her place opposite Jun Yanjin. Adorned in matching dark golden garments, they were strikingly handsome, exuding nobility and elegance. Seated among the officials, their presence was captivating and conspicuous. This was Yun Jintang's first banquet since reaching maturity, and her gaze inadvertently met those of others around her. The daughters of officials and noble scions regarded her with a tinge of curiosity. The central altar was ablaze with fire, officials from the Astronomical Bureau standing in a circle around it. His Majesty, accompanied by the Empress, ascended the high platform to perform the sacrificial rites. The court officials stood in reverence, their gazes fixed upon the elevated platform, witnessing the radiant sun overhead and the gentle breeze as the flames danced. Yun Jintang's attention was drawn to the brilliant sunlight. After gazing for too long, her eyes grew slightly sore. She then heard the resonant and vigorous voice of the emperor. May the deities bless our celestial dynasty, ensuring favorable winds and abundant rains, with peace and prosperity for the nation. The court ministers stood tall, their eyes gleaming like stars, united in a chorus of prayer. May the mountains and rivers be tranquil, the winds favorable and the rains timely. May the nation prosper and the people be secure with bountiful harvests. May there be no conflict, and may all corners of the realm come to pay homage. In that moment, Yun Jintang felt an unprecedented sense of unity, though it was fleeting. When the emperor returned to his dragon throne and the ministers once again toasted and paid their respects, everything returned to normal. She observed the sycophancy and treachery of the court with discerning eyes. Alas, the world is rife with iniquity. A solitary woman, devoid of a powerful patron, is deemed pitiable. She has exerted great effort to carve out a space for herself in the tumultuous realm, yet upon her return to Shengjing, she feels as ephemeral as a mayfly or as insignificant as a grain of millet. Yun Jintang patiently peels the skin of the grapes, indifferent to the trivialities that surround her. The grapes remain tart, a source of disappointment. The midday banquet is lavishly adorned with exquisite delicacies, an abundance of fine wine, and the melodious strains of silk and bamboo music, while the graceful dance of the courtesans adds an air of delight to the gathering. The lead dancer is none other than His Majesty's most cherished daughter, Princess Xianning. The lingering echoes of elegant music and the captivating dance of her feather garments leave an indelible impression. Standing at the center of the banquet, Xianning exudes vitality as she gracefully bows, addressing her father and mother. Your daughter pays her respects to father and mother. Xianning, it has been a long time, and you truly have caught my eye, the emperor exclaims. Come, take your seat, do not delay our repast. Recently, Jun Lingchuan has been preoccupied with state affairs, thus neglecting Xianning. Reflecting on the past 3 months, he notices her apparent growth and newfound elegance. Father, Suining, adepta winning Yun Lincoln's fever, rushes to his side, her splendid pink gown flowing as she pours wine for him. You have been working too hard lately. The autumn hunting feast is a time for you to rest and simply enjoy watching the performances of your royal brothers. Well. Xianning has grown up and knows to be considerate of her father. Jun Lingchuan responds with a broad smile, revealing a rare display of warmth. Yun Jintang, however, holds no particular impression of Princess Xianning. Yet, to her surprise, the princess takes the initiative to mention her name. Father, is it the third princess wife? Xianning leans closer to Jun Lingchuan, her small hand subtly pointing towards Yun Jintang in curiosity. She has never encountered the daughter of the Duke of Yun, having long resided in the depths of the palace. Occasionally, she has heard that the most talented woman in the capital is none other than Yun Jintang, and she is aware that her father has betrothed the renowned Miss Yun to her elder brother. Regrettably, on the day of the announcement, she was confined by her grandmother in the palace to transcribe scriptures and missed the opportunity to catch a glimpse of her. Now, upon seeing Yun Jintang, she is struck by her unparalleled beauty, feeling a twinge of inferiority. However, given the third prince's icy demeanor, it seems that her life may not be as blissful as it appears. It remains unclear what intentions the emperor harbors. Is he not jeopardizing Miss Yun's future? Chapter 28. A group of cunning old foxes. Jun Lingchuan nodded, his gaze shifting to the seat on the left. The joy in his eyes unfurled quietly, yet an inscrutable expression concealed within his dark orbs. Calculating the time, it had been over a month since the marriage of these two, yet there seemed to be no progress whatsoever. He had repeatedly emphasized matters to Yun Jun, but his words seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. The selection of Yun Jintang as a pawn was predicated on 2 considerations: her impeccable background and distinguished lineage, coupled with her unwavering loyalty, which had been proven when Yun Jun willingly relinquished military power to pursue scholarly endeavors after accompanying him in battles to reclaim their homeland. Secondly, her gentle disposition and exquisite beauty rendered her disarming, allowing for easier manipulation. Jun Yanjin resembled a fierce tiger. Although Dongling could not afford to lose him, it was imperative to remain vigilant against him. He wielded military power, and without constraints, the consequences of his unchecked authority could be catastrophic. Kuan-ning, if you find yourself bored, you may often seek out your third imperial sister-in-law for conversation. Jun Lingchuan's voice was low, easily drowned out by the light banter among the courtiers. Yun Jintang remained silent, her fingers absently toying with the jade bracelet and gold chain on her wrist, feeling both tedious and monotonous. Indeed, she was ill-suited for such gatherings. She would rather retreat to her chamber for rest. Third imperial sister-in-law. As Yun Jintang pondered, Lin Lang bent to refill her tea and Xianning unexpectedly bounced over from the rear seat, brimming with vivacity. Her voice rang clear and cheerful. "Today marks our first meeting, right? You are so beautiful. I like you." Xianning's round and lively face lit up with a radiant smile, her two plump dimples rendering her exceedingly adorable. She was likely a few months younger than Yun Jintang, having recently reached maturity. With the Empress Dowager's illness and the busy state affairs, His Majesty had not permitted the Ministry of Rites to prepare an extravagant affair. Third Imperial Brother is indeed fortunate. I often hear the lady from Weiyang Palace mention it. She must be envious. Imperial sister-in-law, come sit beside me. It must be dreadfully dull next to Third Imperial Brother. Xianning naturally reached out to link her arm through Yun Jintang's, her voice resonating clearly enough for Jun Yanjin to hear. Yun Jintang hesitated, yet Xianning's enthusiasm made it difficult to refuse her. Rising slowly, she adjusted her position, knowing the seats were in close proximity. She knew little of Princess Xianning, but a glance exchanged with her attendant Pei Yao conveyed the intent to probe further into the matter. Cough. Jun Yanjin's hand rested on the long table, his gaze piercing as he coldly regarded Yun Jintang. Third Imperial Brother, should you catch a chill, do not spread it to the Imperial sister-in-law. As Yun Jintang prepared to speak, Xianning interjected, retorting without reservation, her tone tinged with a hint of childish defiance. Jun Yanjin, unyielding, abandoned the pretense and fixed his gaze sternly upon Yun Jintang, his words brooking no dissent. Come back. Ah, but she would not comply. Sitting busy that one, Ning. One was filled with joy while the other was engulfed in melancholy. Xianning animatedly shared amusing tales, while a solitary figure sat despondently at the table, surrounded by an emptiness that contrasted sharply with the gaiety nearby. Qin Yi, attending to Jun Yanjin, could not help but gasp at the somber aura emanating from her master. On the other side, Princess Xianning was engaged in light conversation with Yun Jintang, while the palace maids presented exquisite pastries and fruits. Jun Yanjing's expression was dark and unyielding, his grip on the teacup tightening, revealing faint veins on his wrist. Until Jun Shangzhe and Jun Yiyan arrived with wine glasses in hand, at which point his demeanor returned to normal. Isn't the afternoon polo match to feature our third brother? Jun Shangzhe raised his glass in cordiality, his face beaming with a spring-like warmth, exuding a certain carefree air. Not interested, Jun Yanjin thought, feeling disinclined to partake in anything at the moment. Jun Yiyan's scrutinizing gaze settled on Xianning and Yun Jintang, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, though he remained composed. He spoke slowly. Why are the third prince and his consort not seated together, given their recent marriage? Seventh brother, I wish for my consort to accompany me, Xianning explained timely. Upon finishing her words, Yun Jintang's gaze returned to Jun Yanjin, and by chance, their eyes met. She was the first to look away, lowering her gaze, no longer paying attention, while observing Xianning twisting the silk handkerchief in her hands. How tiresome. Third prince, you wouldn't mind, would you? Without waiting for Jun Yanjin's response, Xianning gently shook Yun Jintang's hand and glanced towards Jun Lingchuan, who sat regally on the dragon throne. With her father's backing, she felt assured that third prince would grant her some consideration. Yun Yanjin lifted his cup to taste the tea, the delicacies on the table untouched. His weary yet sharp eyes remained fixed on the individuals before him, his voice devoid of inflection. My people have discovered a group of suspicious individuals in the southern part of Songling Mountain and dealt with them overnight. I was just about to report this to the emperor. If you two are interested, you may join me later. At this pronouncement, Jun Shangzhe's expression turned peculiar, though his vigilance allowed him to quickly regain composure. Is that so? Third brother, you have indeed done well to ensure the smoothness of the autumn hunt banquet. I shall refrain from mingling in this excitement. Jun Yiyan, remaining silent, simply shook his head and waved his sleeve as he departed. I think I shall return to my wine. Conversing with you two is quite dull. Yun Jintang held an unpeeled orange in her hand, silently observing the undercurrents swirling among the group. How intriguing, a gathering of cunning old foxes. They appeared to be courteous and brotherly, yet beneath the surface, they were fracturing, each calculating against the other. Chapter 29. Although Prince Ning is rather taciturn, he possesses a commendable character. Xian Ning, perhaps due to her prolonged confinement within the palace, finds herself intrigued by all the novel experiences beyond its walls. Sister-in-law, I heard from Mother that you have a bamboo garden for self-cultivation on Tsangli Mountain. Is that true? Indeed, but it is quite distant from here. Yun Jintang still refrained from fully opening her heart to Xian Ning, yet she did not conceal this widely known fact. Many in the capital are aware of her frail constitution since childhood. During the summer months, with abundant rain and capricious weather, she seldom stays in Shengjing. The snow bamboo garden on Tsangling Mountain is known to many, yet few can accurately locate it. May I visit it when I have the time? Huan Ning boted. Expressing her grievances, alas, but father is quite strict with me, hardly allowing me to leave the palace. Yun Jintang returned to the camp before Jun Yanjin, encountering a familiar figure along the way, clad in a light blue long robe, exuding an air of scholarly grace. He turned to glance back at her in the path leading to her tent. The midday feast had yet to conclude, and the surrounding guards were considerably more relaxed than before. Brother Tifong, what brings you here? Yun Jintang raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion evident on her face. The elders of the Song family are typically low-key in the illustrious Chongting Academy, a century-old legacy of the Song family, has not seen their participation in such lively gatherings for several years. How could he possibly be present? I only learned upon returning to Shengjing that you have married, and I have yet to extend my congratulations. Song Tingfeng's every gesture radiated gentility, yet upon uttering this, he felt a pang of melancholy and bitterness within. Yun Jintang shook her head, her smile genuine. Since when have you cared for such trivial formalities? Is Prince Ning kind to you? I have heard that. Song Tingfeng's words faltered, revealing his hesitance and a desire to ascertain the truth, which appeared somewhat comical. It has only been a few months since they last met, yet he seemed to have become somewhat tongue-tied. Rest assured, although Prince Ning is not one for many words, he is indeed a good person. Yun Jintang concealed the unspeakable truths, striving to uphold Jun Yanjin's reputation. Otherwise, should her father hear of such matters again, he would likely become furious. I heard you were so upset that you returned to the Duke's residence last time. Song Tingfeng seemed to have seized upon this topic, determined to uncover the whole story. It was merely my capriciousness. You ought not to heed those slanders. Rumors are often exaggerated, and even first-hand accounts may not reflect the truth. Yun Jintang did not follow Song Tingfeng's line of questioning. Instead, she deftly shifted the blame onto herself. After all, walls have ears. Jun Yanjin's secret guards have been following her discreetly. Should they overhear her speak ill of their master, they would likely embellish the tale. At that point, she would find herself at a loss for words, further tarnishing Jun Yanjin's impression of her. Any warmth and grace she had previously displayed would be rendered futile, and he might even grow wary of her. I'm feeling a bit weary and wish to return to rest. Yun Jintang delicately excused herself. Song Tingfeng nodded, making no effort to impede her, silently stepping aside to allow her passage. Beneath the spacious sleeves, her hands silently clenched and gradually relaxed. As Yun Jintang had anticipated, the shadow guard who had covertly followed her returned to the camp to report to Jun Yanjin. He conveyed all the details faithfully. In the past, they would not have reported such matters, but this time they encountered the young master of the Song family. Although he and the princess were cousins, their relationship appeared rather amicable. When His Highness had instructed them to investigate, they had not yet found any leads on Song Tingfeng. Thus, it remained uncertain what new directives His Highness might issue now. She was quite adept at shouldering blame, for reasons unknown, when Yun Jintang expressed such sentiments. Jun Yanjin felt a peculiar sense of satisfaction. He had completed the documents he intended to review today and rose to return to the tent, reflecting on the earlier events at the banquet, maintaining his usual grave and composed demeanor. Upon parting the curtain, he was greeted by a delicate and refreshing fragrance wafting through the air. Your Highness, you have returned. Yun Jintang remained seated by the tea table, rising at the sight of his upright figure at the entrance, her lips curling into a gentle smile that made it seem impossible for her to scold him. Jun Yanjin entered with a stern expression, observing the rising steam from the tea table, the liquid within the cup clear and bright, emitting a fragrant aroma. Indeed, it resembled Jun Yanjin. Would you care to try it? Yun Jintang offered the teacup with both hands, her demeanor tinged with a hint of deliberate charm. Jun Yanjin did not decline. He lifted the cup, noting the wall's temperature was just right for drinking, indicating it had been thoughtfully prepared for him. Perceiving her subtle intentions, he took a small sip. The craftsmanship is commendable. While he refrained from overt praise, he was inwardly surprised. Yun Jintang's skill surpassed his own by a considerable margin. A connoisseur of tea could still discern such minute distinctions. She was indeed attentive, yet her defiance at the banquet was equally genuine and could not simply be overlooked. Seated across from the tea table, Jun Yanjin observed the gentle smoke rising from the incense burner and inquired, "What fragrance is this?" "It's calming incense," she replied. "Your Highness seemed rather displeased earlier. Are you feeling better now?" Yun Jintang sat opposite him, her delicate wrist raised as she poured the water into the cup. The sound light and full. "So, you are aware that I can become angry?" Jun Yanjin fixed his gaze upon her eyes, a warning glimmering within. Yet it did not appear to stem from true ire. Chapter 30. Would I truly cause you harm? Yet, remaining by His Highness's side is undeniably dull. Moreover, I merely engaged in casual conversation with Xian Ning, without ulterior motives. Why, then, have I incurred your displeasure? His Highness is rather petty. Yun Jintang lamented, revealing her capricious side. With just 3 sentences, she left Jun Yanjin at a loss for how to express his irritation. Though Yun Jintang's words held a semblance of truth, her actions irked him nonetheless. Why should it be so? She is his consort, and it is only fitting that she sits beside him at gatherings. Very well. I shall refrain from wandering about next time and will dutifully remain by your side. Just as Jun Yanjin was about to speak, Yun Jintang once again took the initiative to concede, pouting her lips and feigning a newfound understanding. From this perspective, it seemed as though Jun Yanjin had imposed some unreasonable demand upon her. Is she aggrieved? Is she on the verge of tears? Today, your allies are all present. Why not seek their counsel? Jun Yanjin found himself perplexed at how Yun Jun could have raised such a delicate and tearful daughter. Truly, she must be cherished and pampered, lest she wither like a flower deprived of care, drooping at the slightest neglect. I do not, Yun Jintang retorted, raising her head in defiance when her initial tactic was unveiled. Am I truly perceived as one who revels in complaints in your eyes? I have never uttered a word of disparagement about you in front of my father. No sooner had she finished speaking than Jun Yanjin recalled the earlier report from the Shadow Guard. Realizing the truth of her words, Yun Jintang typically shouldered her own burdens. In that moment, he felt a twinge of frustration. How could she be so candid yet? He had no choice but to retreat and refrain from further inquiry. All right, I am not angry. Upon hearing the words she longed to hear, Yun Jintang's spirits lifted, and as she sipped her tea, a smile graced her lips. Indeed, to navigate this individual, one must conquer with gentleness. Before fully understanding a person, one should not naively accept everything at face value. Jun Yanjin, however, harbored concerns regarding Xian Ning, who might not be as simple as she appeared. Although she was the daughter of the Empress, she had been raised under the tutelage of the Empress Dowager, and the implications of such an upbringing were shrouded in mystery. Caution was prudent. He intended to share these thoughts with Yun Jintang as a form of warning. Yet she interrupted with her own inquiry, her understanding of his words seemingly limited. Should I heed your counsel, your Highness? I hardly know you. Jun Yanjin fell silent for a moment, his words lodged in his throat. Unable to articulate a response. Specifically, he was unsure how to address her query. How could Yun Jintang conjure such a peculiar question? Her focus was ask you, would I truly cause you harm? Yun Yanjin continued. Who knows if someday, in a fit of ill temper, I might abandon you in a desolate wilderness. Yun Jintang's voice was but a whisper, faint as a gnat, recalling that incident when her life had hung in the balance. That incident? Jun Yanjin furrowed his brow in confusion, memories flooding back. On their wedding night, he had indeed acted recklessly, and she appeared to hold a grudge over it. Just as he was about to elaborate, Qin Yi entered, announcing, Princess Xian Ning has come to see the consort. Make your own decision, Jun Yanjin stated succinctly. Yun Jintang set down her teacup and rose, disregarding the expression of a certain someone, casting aside the earlier conversation and departing on her own, leaving only a serene silhouette behind. Your Highness, should we send someone to follow the princess? No need, let her go. Jun Yanjin drained his tea in one gulp. When Yun Jintang and Xian Ning arrived at her tent, two young ladies had been waiting for quite some time. Ning Wangfei, Princess Xian Ning, may you be well. They greeted in unison, gracefully curtsying. No need for formalities. Now that everyone is here, let's play the leaf cards. This game had been taught by a palace eunuch, and Xian Ning seldom had the opportunity to play due to her busy schedule. But now, with the right timing and circumstances, it was the perfect moment to indulge. Yun Jintang took a seat in the north, somewhat modestly stating, I am not very skilled at this. Sister-in-law, it's quite simple. You will learn after a few rounds. At this moment, Xian Ning and the other two young ladies were blissfully unaware of the humiliating defeat that awaited them. In just a short while, their faces became increasingly adorned with slips of paper, while Yun Jintang's complexion remained pristine and unblemished. I heard that the young lady from the Pei family is also attending this autumn hunt feast. As they chatted, one of the young ladies shifted the topic to paying. I don't know her, Xian Ning replied candidly. She is the fiancée of the second prince, the legitimate daughter of the Pei Taiwei's family, Pei Ying. She even visited Shanyang Pass before. Another young lady chimed in, her voice rising. Yun Jintang listened intently to their exchange, choosing to remain silent. In other words, Jun Xingze was not truly satisfied with his marriage to Yu Guifei, but rather sought to balance power. It was rather pitiful for her. Her parents disregarded her, and her husband's family only valued the power she brought. After marrying into the Jing Wangfu, she would have to contend with a host of concubines. Alas, my second royal brother is like that. At least the third royal brother is reliable. His household is clean and orderly, with only my sister-in-law present, Xian Ning remarked with a smile directed at Yun Jintang. Yun Jintang merely smiled in return, her heart untroubled. Yet, upon reflecting on the paying they spoke of, she found a sense of sorrow for her. A person who could soar like an eagle in the blue sky was instead confined by the constraints of the world for a lifetime. Such a person should cherish freedom above all else. Finding the game dull, Yun Jintang excused herself under the pretext of fatigue. Coincidentally, just a short distance from the tent, she glanced sideways and saw Pei approaching, without any maidservants in tow. Chapter 31 Insomnia. Pei possessed an air of youthful vigor, her features not resembling those of a pampered daughter from a noble family in the capital. Her attire was notably simple, with her most extravagant accessory being the plum blossom gold hairpin adorning her head. At first glance, Yun Jintang and she appeared to belong to entirely different realms, one exuding delicate elegance, the other brimming with spirited confidence. Let's go. Yun Jintang paused for but a moment, contemplating the fact that they were now on opposing sides and had no intention of initiating a conversation. From a distance, Pei spotted a captivating beauty standing outside Princess Xian Ning's tent, her skin as fair as snow, clad in resplendent and exquisite garments. Her every smile and frown utterly enchanting. The woman cast a curious glance before swiftly departing. Pei felt a twinge of self-deprecation, dismissing the thought. Two individuals from disparate worlds. Their paths had not crossed now, and it was unlikely they would in the future. The Pei family's daughter appeared strikingly different. As Yun Jintang walked slowly, reflecting on the conversations of the two noble ladies, she observed Pei Ying's demeanor and mused aloud. Miss Pei is not favored at home. It is only through the emperor's bestowed marriage that she has begun to garner attention, Lin Lang remarked. Yun Jintang was not driven by altruism. She merely felt fortunate. Inside the tent, the Xianzhu grass was genuine, yet rendered unusable. Murongsu sat at a side position, gazing at the ceiling, a hint of despondency evident. One wonders how profound the enmity or grievance is for that person to prefer to waste such a precious herb rather than offer it to you. Everything lay within Jun Yanjin's foresight. Thus, he exhibited no significant emotional turbulence, casually flipping through the pages of the book with keen focus. It is likely that the person who previously swindled you out of a substantial amount of silver also hails from the palace, perhaps even the same individual. Seeing Jun Yanjin so composed, Murong-su could no longer remain seated. He rose and approached the desk, his tone tinged with melancholy. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, he held deep affections. Let us continue the search. We have no other recourse. Jun Yanjin, unaffected, continued to turn the pages with his slender hands, uncertain of future outcomes but intent on mitigating present threats. The Empress Dowager's schemes against him would not be so easily executed. Qin appeared troubled, her gaze cast downward. At that moment, the curtains at the entrance were drawn aside by a hidden guard, revealing Yun Jintang returning with a radiant smile. However, her joy faded upon seeing the somber expressions of those within. It seemed a vexing matter had arisen. Both Qin and Murong-su offered her a respectful bow, though their minds were elsewhere. You all may leave. Yes. Yun Jintang positioned herself beside another desk, observing as they departed, then quietly inquired, Your Highness, what has transpired? It is of no concern to you. Jun Yanjin did not lift his gaze. Oh, with his silence, Yun Jintang began to speculate. Noting that Murong-su had hurried from the Ningguang residence, was there truly an issue with the Shinju grass? Her deductions were accurate, and she sauntered towards the bed, adjusting the gauzy curtain. Your Highness, I wish to rest for a while. Only a narrow gap in the curtain remained open. Yun Jintang peeked out to inform him before retreating. Jun Yanjin was sparing with words, and as he glanced back, a faint silhouette in loose garments could be discerned. He forced himself to regain his focus, perplexed by the enchanting allure that Yun Jintang held over him. The tent fell into a serene silence, the whispers of the wind beyond the curtains palpable. The incense lit by Yun Jintang had long extinguished, yet its lingering essence remained, ethereal and elusive. After a prolonged period of reading, Jun Yanjin found himself succumbing to a sense of weariness. Nearly half an hour had elapsed, and there was not a single sound from the bedside. He could not possibly approach her at this moment. Yun Jintang awoke, her eyes still hazy, lazily turning over, her jade-white wrist resting upon the soft pillow, gazing at the top of the bed curtain, uncertain of how long she had been asleep. The silence beyond the curtain assured her that even if she had awakened, sleep would not return. Otherwise, she would face insomnia later that night. Linlang, having calculated the time, entered first to bow respectfully to Jun Yanjin before parting the beaded curtain to step inside. Your Highness, it is time to rise. What time is it? Half past the hour of shun. She sat up, signaling Linlang with her eyes to inquire if Jun Yanjin was still present. Linlang understood and nodded, proceeding as usual to assist her in dressing. Tomorrow marks the archery competition, where Jun Yanjin and Jun Xingze are undoubtedly the focal points of attention. After their dinner, Yun Jintang overheard the passing maiden's mention that Jun Xingze was still diligently practicing his archery, demonstrating his dedication. Miss, who do you think has the better chance of winning? Without a doubt, it is Jun Yanjin. This conviction stirred within Yun Jintang, a confidence difficult to articulate. She possessed a fair understanding of each prince. Yet only Jun Yanjin had carved his own path to power and status, having endured the trials of a tumultuous world. How could he possibly lose to one raised in luxury and comfort? While Jun Xingze was indeed commendable, he ultimately fell short in comparison. The night was adorned with twinkling stars, the darkness rich and inviting, with the sounds of bonfire music filling the air, only to fall silent deep into the night. Beneath the silken quilt, Yun Jintang found herself restless, her eyes closed in an attempt to cultivate sleep, pulling the blanket over half her face. Though she struggled to find rest, the presence beside her also wrestled with insomnia. They lay under separate covers. The bed was small, yet Yun Jintang's petite frame occupied little space, creating a noticeable distance between them. Observing her sleeplessness, Jun Yanjin could not help but offer a gentle reminder. The calming incense you lit today is quite effective. You should ignite it again. I don't wish to move, came Yun Jintang's muffled reply from the depths of her cocoon. Chapter 32. This man cannot withstand her coaxing. Jun Yanjin found himself at a loss for words, having never encountered someone like Yun Jintang, who would rather toss and turn through the night than rise to light a calming incense. He had clearly initiated the conversation. So lazy. It is so cold outside. I don't want to go. Your Highness. Yun Jintang faced Jun Yanjin with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, illuminated by the candlelight, her bright gaze resembling a crescent moon. Sparkling with laughter, her voice sweet as honey. I absolutely will not assist you. You must handle your own matters. Before she could articulate her intention, she was ruthlessly rebuffed by Jun Yanjin. Yun Jintang buried her head in the blankets, murmuring, "But if I cannot sleep, it will affect you as well. And then you will become angry. When you take out your frustration on me, I will feel discomfort, and in my distress, I will seek out my father. Enough." Jun Yanjin was truly at a loss with Yun Jintang. He threw off the covers and rose with a decisive motion. Yun Jintang had evidently discovered a soft spot in him. This man could not withstand her playful antics. Comfortably nestled in her cocoon, upon seeing Jun Yanjin return, she immediately expressed her gratitude with an exuberant voice, resembling a clever little fox. "Thank you, Your Highness. You are truly wonderful." With that, she turned over, leaving behind a solitary, slender silhouette. After Jun Yanjin climbed into bed, he did not immediately lie down, his gaze piercing as he looked at Yun Jintang, his tone serious. "You are taking advantage of my leniency with these trivial matters. There shall absolutely be no next time." Came Yun Jintang's soft, indifferent reply. "Yun Jintang, do you truly believe you can threaten me? Your Highness, why are you being so fierce?" Yun Jintang was compelled to sit up, the covers shielding her bosom. She began to feign grievance, which only displeased him further. "When have I ever been fierce with you? Just now. Enough, let us sleep." Jun Yanjin, weary of their banter, lay down first. Yet in his heart, he harbored the notion that he would inevitably find himself at a disadvantage. The delicate nature of Yun Jintang seemed to be her innate weapon, a conundrum he chose not to engage with. The following day, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air, colorful banners fluttered, and the warm, golden sunlight cast its glow over the sprawling lawn. Prancing steeds stood ready on either side, while beneath the open tents, a throng of people had gathered. Many young ladies were participating in such an event for the first time, their excitement palpable as they stood at the best vantage point, flanked by their handmaidens, their eyes fixed intently on the spectacle. Those of high status took their seats. Fine wines and exquisite teas were served, granting them the most expansive view. The black stallion of Prince Ning had gallantly traversed battlefields and was expected to secure the prize. Prince Jing was renowned for his prowess in both the arts and martial disciplines. I believe he has a greater chance of victory. Prince Rue seldom partook in such competitions, likely conserving his energy, and might just shine brilliantly today. Noble ladies and officials exchanged opinions and discussions, each with their own perspective. Yun Jintang, usually so leisurely, now appeared utterly nonchalant, indifferent to the outcomes, her attention solely focused on the mysterious Xianzhu grass displayed within the ornate box beside the emperor. She was genuinely curious. Should there be an issue with the Xianzhu grass, what actions would Jun Yanjin take today? "Tanger, are you truly not going to take a look?" Yun Mo Li was unaware of when he had approached her side, holding a plate of Yun Jintang's favorite delicacies and placing it on the table. She showed little interest. No sooner had Yun Jintang uttered her disinterest than she noticed His Majesty's gaze shifting towards her. With an elegant rise, she sighed silently, deciding it would be best to observe the unfolding events. Otherwise, His Majesty might dismiss her presence entirely. Jun Yanjin, clad in a striking black and gold riding attire, galloped across the expansive arena, grasping a silver bow. With a deft twist, he released an arrow that sliced through the air with astonishing speed, striking a colorful target, its red silk firmly pinned to the bullseye. The cacophony of cheers surged like thunder, affirming his dominance in the competition, as if every element was under his command. Jun Shengzhe was undeterred, quickly recovering despite a missed shot, and soon matched the scores. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed relentlessly, amplifying the excitement of the contest. However, none anticipated that two princes would conspire, one creating distractions while the other scored. Among the 7 competitors, the solitary Jun Yanjin, ever proud and aloof, found himself at a disadvantage. "Tanger, it seems the Ning prince's side is faltering," Yun Mo Li speculated, relishing in his predictions and deductions. his tone leisurely yet brimming with confidence. Yun Jintang brushed aside a stray lock of hair, holding a differing view. Brother, I believe that in the face of absolute power, all calculations are but illusions. Indeed, those attempting to disrupt Jun Yanjin's rhythm could scarcely keep pace with his retreating figure. As the final gong echoed across the arena, the eunuch's sharp and piercing voice rang out. His Royal Highness, the Ning Prince, triumphs. See, you were mistaken, Yun Jintang remarked, blinking as she turned to depart. Had she not claimed to lack understanding of him? Why then did she exude such unwavering faith in his victory? Curious, Yun Mo followed suit. Brother, I assert its intuition. Do you believe me? I do. Yun Mo harbored unreserved trust in his younger sister. The equestrian competition consisted of 2 rounds, the second requiring teams of 2, with one member being female to ensure balance and strength. In Shengjing, the daughters of nobility seldom wielded blades or engaged in archery. Thus, they typically selected from among their personal guards. Noticing Jun Yanjin approaching, Yun Jintang kindly poured him tea, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of a female instructor clad in fitted attire, trailing closely behind him. Chapter 33. She is the legitimately wedded princess of the Ningguang. Yun Jintang's expression remained unperturbed as she gracefully lifted her teacup, elegantly offering tea to Jun Yanjin. Congratulations, Your Highness, for achieving the foremost position. Prince Ning, Yun Moli inclined his body in a respectful gesture. Although he was puzzled as to why Yun Jintang chose to lower herself to please Jun Yanjin, he surmised that she must have her reasons. His enchanting peach blossom eyes subtly fell upon the female instructor standing behind Jun Yanjin, of whom he had heard a few whispers. She was the only female archery instructor in the Black Hawk Army, a legacy of an old general, and she appeared quite formidable. I must take my leave, Your Excellency. As Yun Moli departed, he cast a warning glance at Yun Jintang to tread carefully. The female instructor remained silent, her gaze imbued with an air of arrogance, clearly disregarding those around her. It seemed she only acknowledged Jun Yanjin. Yun Jintang was indifferent to such matters. Watching Jun Yanjin drink his tea, she slowly took her seat. The warm sun broke through the clouds and hung brightly before her, its brilliance somewhat blinding. She used her silk fan to shield herself, her sleeves fluttering, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin. The weather is truly delightful today, she murmured. The female instructor stood beside Jun Yanjin, almost taking the place of Qini. She was indeed unique. Before Yun Jintang's arrival, she was the sole woman by Jun Yanjin's side, and even the other dark guards and instructors regarded her with a measure of respect. However, a marriage decree had turned her into the subject of ridicule. Your Highness, it seems the second round is about to commence, Lu Mei, with her arched brows and bent waist, prompted. She seemed eager to draw Yun Jintang's attention, particularly upon noticing the discontent in her eyes. Yet, her attempts would be in vain, for Yun Jintang had not spared her glance, leaving Lu Mei with a sense of being overlooked. Once Jun Yanjin departed, Pei Yao and Lin Lang could no longer conceal their irritation, whispering, "Who does she think she is? Merely a lowly 7th-grade martial arts instructor, yet so arrogant. Why bother? The best way to deal with such individuals is to ignore them." Yun Jintang sipped her hot tea, exhibiting remarkable patience. She understood well that her partnership with Jun Yanjin was born of necessity. The maid should be sent to investigate her background. Indeed, Yun Jintang rose to observe the competition, her attention no longer captivated by Jun Yanjin, but rather by Pei Ying, who was teamed with Jun Xingze. Her garments billowed gracefully, reminiscent of a free-spirited cloud eagle soaring through the heavens. As arrows sliced through the air, which of the women present could rival her, including the aforementioned Lu instructor? As time waned, Jun Xingze trailed by 2 arrows. After a moment of contemplation, he galloped toward the final 2 targets, signaling Pei Ying to assist. Pei Ying intercepted 3 opponents, but unexpectedly, a whistling arrow grazed her arm, sending a jolt of pain through her. She looked up, only to find that the archer was none other than her future husband. Gazing down at her wound, she fell momentarily into a daze. Yun Jintang's brow furrowed slightly, not anticipating that Jun Xingze could also inflict injury upon his own. With another resounding gong, Jun Yanjin struck the target once more, definitively concluding the competition. Pei Ying stood alone at the perimeter, lowering her bow, and finally pressed her hand against her wound. As if accustomed to solitude, she departed without seeking assistance from others. The Miss Pei is truly pitiable. She is on the verge of becoming the princess of Jing, yet remains unappreciated, having committed no wrongdoing. With the early demise of Madame Pei, and before the mourning period had concluded, Marshal Pei remarried. Those around her whispered judgments, while Yun Jintang listened quietly, her heart heavy with the realization that some individuals are utterly unworthy of parenthood. Linlang, please discreetly deliver some medicinal ointment. Ensure your identity remains concealed. Understood. She regarded this as an act of kindness. Were it not for Pei Ying's unblemished reputation, she would have disregarded her entirely. Congratulations to the third imperial brother on winning the prize. The gathered princes below the stage extended their felicitations to Jun Yanjin. Third brother, your martial instructor is rather commendable. Jun Xingze, feeling that Lu Mei was far superior to the inflexible Pei Ying, managed a reluctant compliment. Your Highness, you flatter me. Although Lu Mei did not overtly display her emotions, inwardly, she was elated. Jun Lingchuan rose, descending the steps with a hearty laugh, his voice rich and resonant. Indeed, indeed. Take this prize for yourself. Thank you, father. The Xianzhu herb is rare in this world. Congratulations, imperial brother. Jun Xingze feigned generosity, intent on leaving a favorable impression on Jun Lingchuan. Lu Mei focused intently on the Xianzhu herb, recalling the poison afflicting his highness. Her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she smiled, believing she finally had the opportunity to shine and gain his highness's favor. She was far more useful than that delicate miss who only played the lute and painted. Genie, please keep it safe. Jun Yanjin cast only a casual glance, treating it as an ordinary object, not perceiving its medicinal value. Following the conclusion of the competition, Yun Jintang chose to accompany Song Xining, delaying her return to the tent. Tanger, today I noticed that Lu Jiaodo was particularly arrogant. If she causes you any distress, do inform father. Though I am a civil servant now, I still possess connections. Dealing with her would be no trouble. Father, do not be so rash. Constant fighting is rather dull. Yun Jintang replied as she served tea to everyone, speaking gently. At present, Lu Mei had only displayed rudeness, and her behavior was hardly worthy of concern. I suspect she harbors special feelings for the Prince of Ning, Yun Moli speculated. More likely than not. Yun Jintang nodded in agreement, raising her gaze with a slight arch of her brow. But what of it? She is merely the legally recognized Princess of Ning, married to Jun Yanjin. Chapter 34. Jealousy regardless. I have yet to encounter anyone capable of bullying Tanger. Yun Mo Li languidly reclined on the nearby pear blossom chair, legs crossed. Though he had been absent from the capital for several months, he was undoubtedly the one who understood Yun Jintang the best. In the military tent, the atmosphere was grave. Murong Su casually toyed with the Xianzhu grass he had picked up, as if it were an ordinary herb. What a pity. He sighed with a shake of his head. Lu Mei's expression darkened, aware that the Xianzhu grass posed a problem. If the poison afflicting his highness remained unremedied and the Jingwang faction learned of the current situation, the consequences could be dire. Your Highness, we have yet to receive any news from Wuying Hall after such a lengthy search. Perhaps I should personally. Will they surely find you if we cannot? Yun Yanjing interrupted coldly, his voice imbued with an icy authority that rendered Lu Mei speechless. A shiver ran down Lu Mei's spine. She felt both indignant and powerless. Why did His Highness treat her with such indifference, while being far gentler towards that nominal princess? Rising abruptly, she hurriedly exited. Murong Su glanced back at Lu Mei, a fleeting intuition flickering in his mind, but he remained silent, placing the Xianzhu grass back into its box. What shall we do with this? Burn it, lest it brings calamity to others. Yun Yanjing did not even lift his head, dismissing her with an air of finality. At that moment, Yun Jintang returned, fortuitously hearing Yun Yanjing's words. She approached her desk in confusion, inquiring, Your Highness, why must such precious herbs be burned? It was merely an act, yet some might believe it. Murong Su, upon seeing Yun Jintang again, was involuntarily reminded of the previous incident with the flowering crabapple tree and later learned from Qin that the tree had survived. He felt relieved, otherwise. Given Yun Yanjin's temperament, he would likely be languishing in the underground chamber of Wuying Hall now. The changes in a certain individual had become increasingly pronounced, yet they remained reticent. You need not know the reason, Yun Yanjing replied patiently. Oh, Yun Jintang responded, showing little interest. She refrained from pressing further and gradually settled at her desk to attend to her own affairs. The following day, Yun Yanjing was to venture into the mountains for a hunt. She needed to devise a means to accompany him. Only a portion of Jun Shengzai's faction had been eliminated by Yun Yanjing, and she had yet to receive word of their remaining intentions. The probing of the Xianzhu grass left Yun Jintang with an unsettling premonition, as if the entire autumn hunt was orchestrated solely for Yun Yanjing. After Murong Su departed, Yun Jintang busied herself with some trinkets, the sound of jade colliding echoing softly. What are you doing? Yun Yanjing estimated the time. It was past the hour she should be resting. The pearl chain you gifted has broken, Yun Jintang replied, cradling the scattered small jade beads in her hands. Her expression rather displeased. Yun Yanjing, believing her concern to be trivial, remarked lightly, If you desire it, I shall command Qin to procure some more. A mere trinket hardly warrants such a frown. Indeed, what troubled Yun Jintang extended far beyond mere jewelry. Yun Li would also accompany them into the mountains. Initially, these matters were of no concern to him, yet he could not escape the emperor's decree, reminiscing about the days when he and Yun Qing reclaimed their territories. After several years, it was only natural to expect that Yun Qing's eldest son would embody the same grace as before, and thus, the emperor expressed his anticipation, allowing him to join the hunting expedition alongside Yun Jing. It was evident that arrangements were afoot. She felt uneasy not witnessing it firsthand. After listening to Jun Yanjin, Yun Jintang managed to smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. Do not oppose me, for these jewels are of little consequence. At that moment, Jun Yanjin doused her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. Later, Yun Jintang disregarded his words and made her way to the bedside. Observing her retreating figure, Jun Yanjin sensed he had once again incited her ire, yet he refrained from uttering anything harsh. The following day, Yun Jintang stood before Yun Li, ignoring Jun Yanjin, with an unspoken understanding between the siblings conveyed through a mere glance. Yun Li, fully aware of the challenges ahead, mounted his horse and offered a gentle smile to Yun Jintang. Do not worry, Tanger, I will be cautious. Jun Yanjin, perched upon his sleek black steed, looked down upon the anxious figure of Yun Jintang, dismissively turning his head away, urging his horse to depart, without the two hidden guards following him. His silhouette appeared rather solitary. It was merely a day of hunting in the mountains. Why the excessive worry that made Yun Li seem like a mere vessel of knowledge? Jun Yanjin's expression was far from pleasant. Once the group had departed, Yun Jintang returned to the camp alone, and Lin Lang hurried inside. Miss, His Highness Prince Ning has left 2 guards by your side. This was anticipated. Among them was Lu Mei, the martial instructor who had previously competed with His Highness in archery. She seemed formidable. Lin Lang expressed concern, as Lu Mei's pride had often led her to disregard Yun Jintang, the princess consort. Yun Jintang paused in her tea pouring, her voice icy. Should she dare to provoke me, I will show no mercy. Chapter 35. Outnumbered? Lu Mei harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Jun Yanjin simply because she found him intriguing. Yun Jintang, however, had no inclination to engage in such trivial matters. If Lu Mei chose to like him, so be it, as long as it did not obstruct her own plans. She inquired, Has His Majesty and the Empress been resting in the tent all this time? Indeed, they have remained within since the departure of the princes. The imperial guards occasionally enter, and half an hour ago, Yu Guifei seemed to have joined them, shortly after which the Empress exited alone. Yun Jintang picked up a purple robe and remarked, Yu Guifei has always looked down upon the Empress. Her ambition for the position has undoubtedly lingered for quite some time. Yet, this shall remain mere delusion. Though it is well known that the Empress has fallen from favor, her noble lineage cannot be overlooked. The Su family has safeguarded the eastern coastal territories for decades. And no matter how much His Majesty dotes on Yu Guifei, she could never ascend to that position. Yun Jintang admired Yu Qianning's ability to wear such ambitions openly, while His Majesty merely chose to see through it without addressing it. One wonders how long this unique favor could possibly endure. Or perhaps, is this affection genuine? At the hour of Wu, Yun Jintang proceeded to the tent of Song Shining and Yun Jun, with Lu Mei and Chu Xing closely trailing her, their gazes unwavering until she entered. Song Shining initially believed that Yun Jintang was merely seeking amusement out of boredom, but upon learning of her intention to venture into the perilous mountains, she became agitated. "Tanger, this is far too dangerous. Dangerous as it may be, I cannot allow my brother to face such evident traps alone." Yun Jintang was already prepared to change her attire. Her stubborn nature was apparent. "Mother, I am well acquainted with the circumstances of Tsongling Mountain. There is no need for concern." Despite the vastness and treachery of the Tsongling mountain range, she had spent ample time within, and the area they hunted was fraught with perilous terrain. Horses were typically left outside, necessitating a foot journey that was most suitable for ambush. Yun Mo Li accompanied Jun Yanjin, and should anything befall either of them, the court would undoubtedly be thrown into turmoil. Mo Li was no fool. He would ensure his own safety. "Mother, outnumbered as we are, nearly 100 hidden assassins lurk in the southern regions of Tsongling Mountain. I cannot ascertain how Jun Yanjin will respond. I fear their objectives may shift at any moment. Moreover, I suspect that he has been poisoned with Qianxiang, rendering his martial prowess diminished to the extent that he may not dare to utilize his internal energy." Yun Jintang stepped behind a screen and changed into the plain garments that the maid had prepared in the wardrobe the previous night. Is the prince truly poisoned? Song Shining grew increasingly perplexed, observing Yun Jintang clad in a simple white robe and donning a veil. She realized that her entreaties would likely fall on deaf ears. Yun Jintang turned, grasping Song Shining's hand, and urged, "Mother, once I have led the hidden guards and soldiers away from the entrance, I must rely on you to provide cover. Yes, you must exercise utmost caution and strive to avoid injury. I understand." Swish, a silver arrow silently pierced the grass, followed by a dull thud as a plump wild hare was effortlessly lifted by a guard. "Your Highness, your archery skills have truly reached new heights." The guard weighed the rabbit before securing it. Behind Jun Shengze followed Pei Huai, the legitimate son of the Pei family, perched atop a grand steed, surveying the surroundings. "Your Highness, we need not venture deeper into the mountains, do we? How else shall we locate our prey? Let's enter from the east and slow our pace." Jun Shengze anticipated that Jun Yanjin would decipher his scheme, yet he had long since prepared a contingency. The ambusher stationed in the southern part of Tsongling Mountain had already infiltrated the woods. He was confident that only a few scattered shadow guards accompanied Jun Yanjin. And how could the few contend against the many? This was not an adequately prepared military campaign. Even with Jun Yanjin's considerable abilities, he could not manage alone for long. Whether it was he or Yun Mo Li who faced calamity, he would emerge as the beneficiary. "Allow me to preemptively congratulate your Highness on eliminating a hindrance." Pei Huai had always regarded the Prince of Jing with utmost respect. "In the depths of the mountains, your Highness, I sense something amiss." Yun Mo Li, with his keen intuition, narrowed his eyes, feeling an impending danger. Qin Yi, holding a signal tube, raised his arm towards the sky. A piercing whistle echoed, and suddenly the wind stirred the grass, with rustling sounds growing closer. It would be best if Lord Yun could keep today's affairs under wraps. Jun Yanjin had already discerned that this was a trap. Jun Shengze had schemed against him time and again, and it was time for him to pay the price. Before the time of a single tea, shadows arrived from all directions, halting in an orderly manner before Jun Yanjin, bowing respectfully, their eyes filled with lethal intent. They were members of the Shadowless Hall. Yun Mo Li estimated their numbers to be around 30. It seemed he was inevitably drawn into this conflict. However, given Tanger's nature, she would surely seize the right moment to intervene personally, which might lead to an unintended clash with Jun Yanjin's men. Yun Mo Li had previously sparred with Yun Jintang. Though she was younger than he, her skills were no less formidable, making it easy for her to handle these foes. Should she encounter Jun Yanjin? Master, there are nearly 100 assassins lying in ambush in the bamboo grove ahead, and I have not stirred the grass. Let them come today without return. Chapter 36. The poison attack. Yun Moli followed silently behind, while Qin Yi thoughtfully handed him a sword. Tanger had reminded him earlier that members of the Langjin Pavilion were also present in the Songling Mountain, likely already aware of Jun Sheng's movements and hastening toward them. They could only hope that the two parties would not cross paths. The mist enveloped the area, as the hidden assassins in the depths of the bamboo forest surveyed their surroundings, yet found no sign of the intruders. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Jun Yanjin drew his bowstring, and a silver arrow pierced the white fog, cutting through the gaps in the bamboo. After a muffled thud, a dark figure collapsed to the ground. Panic ensued. The onlookers glanced around anxiously. In a moment of distraction, a chilling sensation gripped their necks, and before they could utter a final cry, another assassin fell lifelessly. Outside the bamboo grove, Yun Moli did not personally engage in the fray. However, upon catching a whiff of the medicinal scent in the air, he became alert. He hastily opened the jade vial given to him by Yun Jintang earlier that morning and swallowed a detoxifying pill, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. He gazed with growing concern at the increasingly dense fog. This was dire. The mist obscured vision, but this time the assailants had prepared thoroughly, infusing the fog with poisonous fumes. Without hesitation, Yun Moli rushed in. Your Highness, the mist is suspicious. Withdraw. Jun Yanjin sensed the anomaly immediately and, in an instant, employed his lightness skill to retreat. Within moments, all the concealed assassins revealed their weapons and withdrew to an open area, where visibility improved slightly. The light filtering through the dense forest cast a glint upon their blades, and in that fleeting moment, a swarm of attackers surged toward Jun Yanjin. The previous day's probing had made their understanding of his abilities clear. The lingering Qinxiang poison within him remained unresolved, exerting a powerful suppressive effect on his internal strength. Drawing his long sword, Jun Yanjin had prepared extensively for this venture into the mountains. The assassins were nearly divided into two factions, targeting both Jun Yanjin and Yun Moli. It was not long before the advantage of the assassins began to wane, as they gradually fell to the disadvantage. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the startled cries of birds, and the bamboo branches swayed. In that instant, several long arrows converged from the surroundings, striking with remarkable precision at the black-clad assassins, their faces obscured by veils. It was the members of the Langjin Pavilion. Tanga has arrived? A look of surprise flickered in Yun Moli's eyes as he hastily scanned his surroundings, only to notice a hidden dart hurtling toward him. He swiftly sidestepped to evade it. Your Highness, Qin Yi supported Jun Yanjin's arm, noticing his pallor and feeling alarmed. The toxic smoke had likely triggered the suppressed poison within him. Jun Yanjin's narrow eyes glinted with resolve. Following the ambush and the resistance from the Dark Guards, there were few remaining members left by Jun Shengze. Leave two alive. The rest show no mercy, he commanded with authority, his gaze briefly falling upon Yun Moli, deep in thought. Investigate who attacked just now. As soon as Jun Yanjin's words left his lips, Qin Yi took command and departed with several men, while the remaining Dark Guards set off to hunt down any escaping foes. Yun Moli gazed in the direction where Qin Yi had departed, refraining from further observation, and approached Jun Yanjin. Your Highness, the Prince of Ning. His words had scarcely left his lips when Jun Yanjin's lips turned pale. Fortunately, Yun Moli reacted swiftly, supporting him just before he was about to collapse. Although Yun Moli possessed only a rudimentary understanding of medicine, he was able to detect the tumultuous pulse of Jun Yanjin. He assisted him to lean against the bamboo, inquiring, Your Highness, what kind of poison have you been afflicted with? Qinxiang poison, came the reply as Yun Jintang approached from the side, her fingertip producing a silver needle to seal Jun Yanjin's acupoint. Jun Yanjin raised his gaze, catching a fleeting glimpse of a vague white figure, which grew increasingly indistinct until he lost consciousness. Tanger, the night has grown late. How will you extricate yourself? Do not worry. I have already devised a plan. Yun Jintang reassured, not removing her cloak as she personally took Jun Yanjin's pulse, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Brother, has someone used the soft bone powder? It was that batch of death warriors. The soft bone powder was ineffective against those with formidable martial prowess. Hence the dark guards remained unscathed. However, Jun Yanjin was different, as he had been poisoned with Qinxiang poison, and any harmful substance could significantly exacerbate the toxicity within him. Yun Jintang retrieved a small, exquisite porcelain vial from her sleeve and extracted a red pill for him to consume. The sky darkened ominously, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Fine. Hair-like raindrops began to descend from the heavy clouds. Sensing someone approaching, Yun Jintang removed the silver needle that had sealed Jun Yanjin's blood vessels and, with remarkable agility, vanished from the scene in the blink of an eye. Your Highness! Qin Yi and the others hurried forward. Fortunately, as the oil paper umbrella unfurled, obscuring Jun Yanjin's line of sight, he regained consciousness. My subordinate will summon Physician Murong at once. There's no need. Jun Yanjin unexpectedly discovered that the effects of the poison had been suppressed. Uncertain of Yun Mo Li's whereabouts, he prepared to send someone to search when Yun Mo Li returned, cradling a fluffy rabbit. Your Highness, you have awakened. I was quite alarmed just now. Yun Mo Li had already prepared his story, cradling the small rabbit as he recounted the fabricated tale. As he concluded, he even sighed in relief. Fortunately, this morning Tanger, fearing for my safety, had given me the elixir bestowed upon her by the eminent monk. When you suddenly fainted, I had no choice but to try it. Your Highness, how do you feel now? Jun Yanjin remained half skeptical. He could not shake the feeling that he had previously inhaled a familiar fragrance. Yet now there was not a trace of it. Chapter 37. A hot potato, which the wise would discard, he questioned, after just surviving an assassination attempt. Does Minister Yun still have the leisure to hunt rabbits? Jun Yanjin did not deny Yun Moli's intelligence, for it was common knowledge in the capital that he was renowned for his uncanny ability to solve cases. It was not difficult to anticipate that issues would arise today, yet his demeanor was excessively calm, raising suspicions. Could it be that those mysterious aides were connected to him? He had promised Tanger to bring back the most docile rabbit, and as an elder brother, he could not break his word. Yun Moli gently stroked the rabbit's soft fur, responding effortlessly. Jun Yanjin ceased his inquiries. He awoke with a foggy mind, and, as the rain intensified, he decided it prudent to return to the banquet first. Lu Mei and Chu Xing stood outside Duke Yun's tent for a full hour, yet there was no sign of Yun Jintang emerging. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Chu Xing remarked, glancing at the tent's drapes. Although occasional maidens passed by, carrying trays of tea and fruits, the prolonged absence during such a sudden change in weather made him ponder whether the princess intended to return at all. Lu Mei's eyes brimmed with disdain. She is merely a frivolous young lady who revels in pleasure. Do you truly expect her to be concerned for His Highness? Yet, even if she did not worry for him, the accompanying Minister Yun was the princess's elder brother, and considering the weather, Chu Xing was indeed riddled with doubts. Yet he could not intrude directly. Before half an hour had passed, patrolling soldiers hastened their steps towards the entrance, declaring, His Highness the Prince of Jing has returned with a bountiful catch. We are summoned to assist. The prince has returned, Lu Mei exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. I must see for myself. Have you forgotten the task His Highness assigned us? Chu Xing retorted. At this hour, what could possibly happen to her? Lu Mei scoffed, casting a glance back before picking up the oil paper umbrella at her feet and departing. Just as she left, Lin Lang emerged, smiling as she informed my lord. The princess requests your assistance in retrieving the hairpin box from her desk. Very well, Chu Xing consented, peering through a gap to catch sight of Song sheening within. Lifting her teacup as if engaged in light-hearted conversation, his suspicions dissipated. As long as the princess was unharmed, that was enough. After Chu Xing departed, it was scarcely a cup of tea's worth of time before Yun Jintang seized the opportunity to enter the tent. Caught in the downpour, her garments were drenched, and the maidens hurried to assist her in changing. Recognizing the ominous weather, Song Sheening had already commanded the preparation of hot water. Tangya, I shall have someone brew some nourishing soup. Do take care to avoid falling ill, she urged. "Mother, please send the hot water to my tent," Yun Jintang replied. Today, she comprehended the callousness of royalty. The thousand-fragrance poison within Jun Yanjin must have been lingering for some time. Were it not for Murong Su's exceptional medical skills and superior medicine to suppress the poison, he would have long since succumbed. Your Majesty, or perhaps the Empress Dowager had employed the lethal Xian pearl grass as a ploy, which was akin to jesting with Jun Yanjing's life. Once she adorned herself with her attire and jewels, Yun Jintang took her leave. Upon noticing only Chu Xing at the entrance, with no sign of Lu Mei, she inquired with delight, "Has His Highness returned?" "He should be arriving shortly," Chu Xing replied, holding the umbrella as he followed her. As the rain lessened, the muddy ground became quite bothersome. Nevertheless, Yun Jintang gritted her teeth and lifted her skirts to navigate around it. As she approached the entrance, she caught sight of Yun Moli's figure and quietly observed Jun Yanjing's expression. Jun Yanjing paid her no mind and went straight back, presumably to seek Murong Su's counsel. "Tangya, it's still drizzling. You should return quickly to avoid catching a chill," Yun Moli urged, frowning tightly. He held a rabbit in one hand, ensuring not a single strand of its fur was dampened. "Brother, did Jun Yanjing inquire too much? Rest assured, upon awakening, he truly won't remember your visit. In fact, even if you hadn't come today, you would manage just fine. His strength far surpasses that of those dead soldiers. However, the poison will surely make him suffer. The poison of Qianxiang, when it acts, brings forth the sensation of the meridians severing and an excruciating pain that gnaws at the bones, something no ordinary person could endure. If I do not go, given the long distance, his life may be in jeopardy upon his return." Yun Jintang and Yun Moli spoke in hushed tones, for there was no one else nearby. Chu Xing had already followed Jun Yanjing away. "I shall take my leave first." Before long, Yun Jintang noticed the rain intensifying and turned to leave with Lin Lang. The servants had already brought hot water to the tent, where Pei Yao was directing the preparations, ensuring that Yun Jintang could bathe upon her return. Jun Yanjing was likely in the council tent, which was currently unoccupied. The gauze curtains were drawn in layers, and two maidservants busily attended to their tasks. After a moment, they brought steaming herbal soup, serving at her side. "Miss, please drink this ginger soup quickly." Yun Jintang knitted her brows as she picked up the spoon and took a couple of sips. This was no ordinary ginger soup. It contained medicinal ingredients to ward off cold, its taste indescribable, slightly bitter, yet with a hint of spiciness that irritated the throat. "I shall not drink any more." She set the bowl aside, shaking her head and sighing, "I feel a bit dizzy. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive. The maid will summon the physician from the manor." "No need," Yun Jintang replied, harboring her own plans, having grown accustomed to falling ill with the changing seasons. She found the rain timely today, providing an opportunity to assign some tasks to the Jingwang faction. She donned her outer garment and seated herself at the desk, her long hair cascading gracefully down to her waist. "I want Jun Yanjing to transfer the responsibility for the autumn hunting banquet. Otherwise, the subsequent plans cannot proceed." "But how can His Highness Ning Wang relinquish such a responsibility?" Lin Ling questioned, puzzled. "A hot potato. Any sensible person would choose to discard it," Yun Jintang asserted, her confidence at 90%. Chapter 38. Evoking protective instincts at the hour of the dog, Yun Jintang had already succumbed to slumber, paying little heed to the faint sounds emanating from the tent, likely the return of Jun Yanjing. At this hour, one could only speculate about the matters discussed during his absence, hoping for a semblance of understanding between them, as they were indeed in the same boat. Yun Jintang did not open her eyes, lazily turning over, her warm feather quilt enveloping half of her head. The candlelight by the bedside flickered, casting a dim light that revealed her serene and peaceful visage. Jun Yanjing moved quietly, clad in a thin night garment, suggesting he had taken a medicinal bath, as Yun Jintang occasionally caught a whiff of the lingering aroma. As the night deepened, Yun Jintang awoke uncomfortably, her delicate face scrunching up in discomfort, beset by a familiar sensation, dizziness and fatigue. During her prolonged stay at the Apothecary Valley, her health had improved sufficiently to withstand sudden changes in temperature without falling ill. Yet, after her recent journey to Lanyue Kingdom, Her condition had reverted to its previous state. It seemed that possessing medical knowledge was of little solace. A healer cannot heal oneself. And even after examining her pulse, her mind remained clouded. She rubbed her forehead against the pillow, struggling to open her eyes. The candle had burned out, leaving only a faint glow from a night pearl illuminating the surroundings. There was some distance between her and Jun Yanjin. She could reach out and grasp his quilt. Torn by indecision, she closed her eyes again, her hand emerging from the quilt to gently tug at his covering, her soft movements potentially rousing him from his slumber. Jun Yanjin felt the quilt shift, and without needing to open his eyes, he surmised it was Yun Jintang's restless sleep. Turning to his side, he opened his eyes to see her slender, pale arm draped over his quilt, light as a feather, yet it did not disturb him. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but recalling the chill in the air and the heavy rain from the previous day, he realized she would surely fall ill if she continued this way. He turned towards her, gently lifting her arm to cover her properly with the quilt. However, as he reached out, his hand inadvertently brushed against her warm cheek. Something was amiss. Jun Yanjin immediately sat up, checking her face and forehead, which were unmistakably warm. He gently nudged her arm in an attempt to awaken her. Yun Jintang stirred slightly, her brows knitting together. Jun Yanjin rose from the bed to relight the candle, observing her pallid complexion with concern. As the candle flickered to life, Yun Jintang, feeling discomfort, opened her eyes, her gaze moist and unfocused, bewilderedly looking at Jun Yanjin, her glistening apricot eyes evoking a sense of compassion. "Are you aware that you are ill?" Jun Yanjin inquired with a serious tone as he sat back beside her, drawing her closer and ensuring she was covered adequately. Reaching to check her forehead, Yun Jintang nodded, her voice tinged with a quaver. "Why must you be so stern, Your Highness? I did not fall ill on purpose." Jun Yanjin was perplexed by her reasoning. He had not scolded her in the least. Whenever she was unwell, those around her would indulge and comfort her, even accommodating her occasional fits of temper, a trait she had retained since childhood, and it was no different with him. Sitting on the bed like a proud little swan, she held her head high, and though her eyes glistened with tears, it did not deter her from her stubbornness. "No crying. Why must you act like a child?" Jun Yanjin covered Yun Jintang's mouth, fearing that if she cried out, it would disturb those outside, whose words could be sharp and hurtful. Yun Jintang blinked, sniffled, and gazed at him with her sparkling eyes. Dressed in light fabric and drawing too close, the delicate fragrance emanating from her enveloped him, causing Jun Yanjin's breath to grow heavy. "Just lie still," he instructed gently, tucking her in with a hint of exasperation. "Fortunately, I am a kind-hearted person. Otherwise, I would certainly leave you to your own devices." Yun Jintang lacked the energy to argue, clutching her pillow and lying obediently, while Jun Yanjin tossed his own pillow aside. He wasn't inclined to bicker with a sick person, so he donned his outer robe and commanded someone to summon Morong Su. He glanced outside at the dawn, where the autumn hunting banquet lay in silence, save for the patrolling soldiers whose footsteps echoed in unison. Upon returning to her bedside, he discovered that Yun Jintang had fallen into a deep slumber, an inexplicable panic seizing him as he sat beside her, attempting to rouse her to no avail. "Someone," he called out, and Sheen promptly entered, standing outside the screen. "Why hasn't Morong Su arrived yet?" "I will urge him at once," came the immediate response. And Sheen left without hesitation, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon them. The warm sun peeked through the thick clouds, dispelling the gray mist and casting a radiant glow across the mountainside. Outside the spacious tent, Jun Yanjin's secret guards and Yun Jintang's maids hurriedly carried in hot water, their expressions fraught with concern. Surely nothing has gone awry? Some idle ladies, noticing the commotion from a distance, gathered to gossip, but their talk remained superficial, as they dared not speak too freely. After all, Jun Yanjin was known to be quite ruthless. A sudden drop in temperature had triggered a bout of chills, exacerbating her already frail constitution. Morong Su prepared his medical kit and began writing a prescription. The herbs he selected were gentle in nature, but she would require restorative medicine for a period after recovering from her cold. Otherwise, she would likely fall ill again whenever the weather turned. Just as Morong Su completed the prescription, Qin rushed in again, "Your Highness, the Emperor has sent Imperial Physician Jiang to examine the princess." "Let him in," Jun Yanjin replied, casting a glance at the frail figure on the bed, her complexion far from healthy. Behind Imperial Physician Jiang followed two attendants carrying medicinal boxes. Upon seeing the pale figure on the bed, Jiang's heart sank. "Why is the princess so gravely ill?" Linlang gently extracted Yun Jintang's wrist from beneath the covers, placing a thin silk scarf over it as Jiang continued his examination. Murong Su shook his head, not overly concerned, as he handed his prescription to Jun Yanjin. After a brief interval, Jiang departed. The news of Yun Jintang's illness quickly spread, and the moment Song Xining learned of it, she discarded the half-finished flower arrangement and hurried toward Jun Yanjin's tent. No wonder she had felt restless and uneasy last night. During times like this, Tanger was particularly frail. Song Xining quickened her pace, and Jun Yanjin's guards did not stop her. The once quiet and solemn tent was now bustling with people gathered around the bedside. Luncheon awaited. Jun Yanjin felt a palpable void beside him. The silence was unsettling, devoid of the usual gentle murmurs. The abrupt change in weather yesterday served as a reminder for all subjects to take care of their health. Upon learning this morning of Yun Jintang's severe cold, Jun Lingchuan attentively observed Jun Yanjin's demeanor, pleased to see him somewhat distracted, and initiated a conversation. "Yanjing, let Shengze handle matters following the autumn hunt banquet. Take good care of your princess. Multitasking is unwise." This aligned perfectly with Jun Yanjin's wishes, and he rose in compliance, responding, "As you command." He had deftly found a reason to relinquish this burdensome matter, yet he couldn't ignore the gravity of Yun Jintang's condition, which required careful attention to avoid lingering repercussions. Simultaneously, Jun Shengze stood to accept his orders, his gaze shifting away from Jun Yanjin, an unsettling feeling creeping in. This was not a favorable assignment. With his plans thwarted, he knew Jun Yanjin would seek retribution. The assassins he dispatched returned without a single survivor. How could he possess such formidable strength despite being afflicted by the Qinxiang poison? Jun Shengze found himself perplexed and resolved to observe the situation from a distance for the time being. Upon returning to the tent, the shadows had cleared the area, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Yun Jintang had awakened once earlier that morning, and the maidservant had administered her medicine. While her complexion was far from radiant, she at least no longer suffered from a headache. "Did you experience such ailments in this weather before?" Jun Yanjin pondered, encountering someone with such poor constitution for the first time. Had he been oblivious to her illness throughout the night, Yun Jintang might have succumbed to a fever, potentially leading to dire consequences. Clutching the warm water bag left by Pei Yao, Yun Jintang nodded, her voice soft and devoid of energy. "Murong Su has prepared some restorative medicine for you. Once you recover, you must take it regularly. Oh," he added, "ensure you keep your quilt snug. Once you are well, you shall return to the royal residence." "Understood." She gathered her quilt closer, perching at the head of the bed. Although she was reluctant to remain supine, she lacked the motivation to leave her cocoon, leaning languidly against the pillow. She had intended to use this time to recuperate, valuing her life dearly. After all, Murong Su was a disciple of the renowned Yaowang Valley, a peer in medical knowledge whom she trusted. In the tent of the Prince of Jing, "Your Highness," Pei greeted with a formal bow before scrutinizing Jun Shengze's expression. Noticing the worry etched beneath his elegant brows, she observed a beautiful maidservant pouring wine for him, the rich aroma causing her discomfort. "As Yun Jintang is destined to become your sister-in-law, it is only proper for you to check on her, to monitor her condition and discern the authenticity of her illness." Marrying Pei Ying was merely a strategic maneuver to align the Pei family with his ambitions. Jun Shengze felt no affection for his fiancée. Unlike other women in the capital, who were delicate and adept at evoking joy, she was but a wooden figure, devoid of charm. Yes, Pei Ying, appearing subservient before Jun Shengze, was reluctant to engage in direct confrontation. At times, she found herself questioning the significance of such a life. She was but a fleeting cloud, drifting wherever the wind took her, yet clouds are free. She was not. She stepped out of the tent, shaking her head in self-mockery. She had overestimated herself, likening her existence to that of a bird ensnared within a cage. An hour later, her maid, carrying a food box, silently followed behind. By afternoon, Yun Jintang appeared somewhat rejuvenated. Her maid had simply arranged her hair, as she adorned herself in a modest snow-blue long gown, seated beside the desk engrossed in a book. On the chessboard next to her, an unfinished game lay in disarray as Jun Yanjin had to leave abruptly, leaving her somewhat exasperated, obliged to occupy herself with reading to pass the time. "Your Highness, Miss Pei has arrived," Pei Yao announced as she entered. Yun Jintang raised her hand slightly, signaling for her to be allowed entry. Pei Ying instructed her attendants to present the food box, her tone respectful, for she was merely the daughter of a grand commandant, lacking power and favor. Sister Pei need not stand on ceremony. Yun Jintang quickly urged her to take a seat, straightening her posture with a gentle smile, exuding an indescribable grace. With the marriage edict already issued, what distinctions of rank could possibly remain? Yun Jintang had not anticipated Pei Ying's visit today. Noticing the slight pallor on her face, she surmised it was a forced obligation. Pei Ying's gaze was inadvertently drawn to the dazzling array of gift boxes piled on one side, their numbers too great to count at a glance. "Those were sent by my mother and the others. There are so many that I haven't had the chance to tidy them up. It's rather disheveled and might appear amusing," Yun Jintang remarked as Lin Lang opened the food box, revealing a bowl of blood-swallow, nutritious porridge. "I personally oversaw the preparation. I do not know if it suits your taste, but considering you have taken so much medicine, you ought to have something sweet to ease your palate." Pei Ying spoke slowly, observing as Yun Jintang took a spoonful. She nodded. "It tastes quite delightful." Today, everything she consumed was infused with the taste of medicine, rendering her discomfort palpable. After a moment, she complained playfully, her demeanor endearing. Pei Ying smiled softly, her heart feeling an emptiness. Had her mother not passed away prematurely and her maternal family not retired from public life, perhaps she would possess such a nature, able to express her emotions freely, surrounded by those who genuinely cared for her. Yun Jintang viewed Pei Ying with caution, primarily due to her association with Prince Jing. The prince appeared to be benevolent and considerate of the common folk, yet in truth, he engaged in foolish and ruthless deeds. After tasting a few bites of porridge, Yun Jintang covered her lips with a silk handkerchief, coughing lightly, her delicate brows knitting together, the tip of her petite nose showing a hint of pink. The maid approached to check her forehead, concern evident in her voice. "Your Highness, it seems you still have a slight fever. Would you like me to summon physician Jiang for a consultation? It has been a day, and your condition has not improved. Then I shall not intrude further," Pei Ying said, rising to leave, noticing Yun Jintang's evident discomfort. "Pei Yao, please see Sister Pei Yao." "Yes." That night, Jun Yanjin, wishing not to disturb Yun Jintang, contemplated resting in the meeting tent. However, pondering the possibility of her suffering from a high fever in the dead of night, he ultimately decided to return to his original tent under the moonlight's gentle illumination. The air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs, and the calming incense in the burner had yet to extinguish. Yun Jintang had already succumbed to slumber, appearing delicate and petite, yet exhibiting an audacious demeanor, seemingly aware that he would not return, thus unhesitatingly claiming his spot. Only after removing his outer garment did Jun Yanjin bend down, his movements exuding an ineffable tenderness as he gently lifted her, placing her towards the inner side of the bed. A soft, displeased hum escaped Yun Jintang's lips. She had not yet fallen into a deep sleep and was awakened, her mood decidedly sour. Nestled securely on the bed's inner side, clutching her pillow, her eyes still half closed, she expressed her vexation. "Your Highness, did you not say you would not return?" Dressed in a thin nightgown, her long hair cascading yet remaining untangled, she appeared somewhat dazed. Jun Yanjin, without a word of clarification, pulled her blanket over her head and then laid down beside her. "I advise you to obediently sleep and refrain from causing a disturbance," he stated with an air of authority. Yun Jintang, struggling to emerge from the confines of the blanket, grasped the edge in indignation. "I have never encountered such tyranny. All you do is bully me. Are you certain you do not wish to sleep?" Jun Yanjin's voice remained crisp, laced with an underlying warning. Yun Jintang lay back, deliberately tugging at the blanket to create a commotion, burying her head within it to voice her grievances. I want to return to the royal residence. I no longer wish to stay here. In summary, she was resolute in her desire not to share a bed with Jun Yanjin. Chapter 39. Her unabashed coquetry. It's the first time I've heard you take the initiative to return to the Wangfu. Jun Yanjin adjusted the quilt, too apathetic to respond. He had intended to come back to keep her company, but instead, it seemed he had become an eyesore. Neither of them yielded. Yun Jintang buried her head in the quilt, leaving only a small gap to breathe, while Jun Yanjin turned over, unable to even see the curve of her head. He paid it no mind, waving his hand, and with a gust of internal force, the candlelight was extinguished in an instant. The next day, the two, resting quietly in their bedding, were awakened by the clamor of movement outside the tent. Yun Jintang, displeased, turned over and met Jun Yanjin's drowsy gaze. She resolutely turned away. Jun Yanjin found himself somewhat at a loss for words. Had he irked her again? It was likely still dark outside, and it was difficult for Yun Jintang to fall back asleep after being disturbed. She merely kept her eyes shut, too lazy to rise. Your Highness, it's quite noisy outside. Eventually, Yun Jintang turned back, gazing at Jun Yanjin with a markedly different demeanor. Truly a capricious woman. Just as Jun Yanjin was about to disregard her, he felt it unbecoming of himself. Seeing her lilac-colored eyes blink softly, a tenderness stirred within him. He was well aware of the commotion outside. For the previous day, corpses had suddenly appeared at the entrance of the tent, leaving someone feeling guilty and anxious, undoubtedly concocting excuses to cope. The black-clad figures bore no distinguishing features and had all succumbed to sword wounds, making it impossible to ascertain their identities. Yun Moli had been summoned early to investigate, and upon seeing the dark mass of bodies at the entrance, he realized just how ruthless Jun Yanjin truly was. This matter was grave, and even the emperor had been disturbed. As dawn broke, various officials and young nobles awoke and were horrified to see rows upon rows of bodies draped in white cloth being carried away, eliciting gasps of shock. After diagnosing Yun Jintang's pulse, Murong-su kindly advised, Miss Yun, it would be wise to remain in the tent for now. Some disturbing events have transpired outside. Yun Jintang, initially disinterested, could surmise that the morning's unrest was related to Jun Yanjin, yet she was unaware of the specifics of his actions. Murong-su's mention piqued her curiosity further. What kind of disturbing events? Your Highness, dozens of corpses have appeared outside the gates of the autumn hunting feast. A grim sight indeed, Lin Lang explained. So ruthless? Yun Jintang felt goosebumps rise. Some of the bodies had been so brutally mutilated that their limbs were incomplete, displayed right at the entrance, certainly a repugnant sight. Well, my brother, she quickly inquired, suspecting that the emperor had tasked Yun Moli with handling the situation. The emperor is furious. The young master has already been ordered to investigate and is likely in the mortuary now. If this case remains unsolved, no one may leave the banquet grounds. Uncertain if Jun Yanjin had left a way out for Yun Moli, she rose, leaving the medicine on the table untouched, and dashed out of the tent. Your Highness! Lin Lang hurried after her, her arm extending to offer a cloak. Murong-su stood frozen in place, reflecting if he had misspoken. Yun Jintang strode towards the direction of the bodies, spotting Yun Moli, and rushed over. Brother! She approached him at that moment. Lin Lang seized the opportunity to drape a cloak over her, as the wind outside howled fiercely, pulling the hood up to shield her head. Rest assured, King Ning has left traces on these corpses, one of which bears the token from the Jingwang Manor. Yun Moli hurriedly explained upon seeing Yun Jintang rush over. His voice was barely audible, heard only by the three of them. That is a relief. I feared he had abandoned this mess solely to you. If that were the case, Yun Jintang would undoubtedly seek fierce retribution on someone. Not far off. Jun Yanjin had just exited the discussion tent and turned to see Yun Jintang standing beside Yun Moli, wrapped in a delicate pink and white cloak, surrounded by those transporting the corpses. She certainly possessed a bold spirit. Jun Yanjin's gaze fixated on her, observing their interaction, and before long, he noticed Yun Jintang distressfully covering her mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief as she rushed aside, supported by a maid. Yun Moli furrowed his brows tightly, instructing someone to fetch hot water. Tanger, you should return for now. I can handle this matter, so there's no need for concern. Yes, brother. The people from the Longines Pavilion are still lingering in the southern part of Songling Mountain. If necessary, have Pei Yao deliver a message, Yun Jintang replied, her expression remarkably calm, having sensed someone observing her and reluctantly feigning distress. Jun Yanjin's expression grew grave, increasingly unsettled by the sight of their sibling bond. Their sibling relationship appears rather strong. He muttered to himself, his tone heavy with contemplation. Upon returning to the tent, Yun Jintang ordered someone to prepare hot water for her bath. Although she had not directly come into contact with the corpses, she still felt as though her garments had been tainted, making it unbearable to remain unbathed and unchanged. Jun Yanjin returned a moment later to find that the beaded curtains around the bed had all fallen. Yun Jintang raised her slender, snow-white arms from the water, infused with rose essential oil, and inhaled the aroma from her wrist, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. If only this were in the royal manner. There are no fresh petals for a rose bath here. The water in the tub enveloped her chest, revealing a smooth, creamy complexion. Linlang, I wish to wear that pink and purple gown. Yun Jintang leaned against the edge of the tub, her long, silky hair lazily arranged. A few loose strands cascading over her forehead, her skin radiant and luminous, her voice soft and melodious. Linlang and Pei Yao were on the other side, busy arranging the garments, unaware of anyone approaching. As the beaded curtain was lifted, Yun Jintang turned to glance back, her previously smiling cheeks suddenly flushed with embarrassment and indignation. She hurriedly grabbed the thin outer garment draped over the tub's edge to cover her chest. Her voice trembled slightly. Your Highness, what are you? Get out. Her ears burned crimson, lacking any authority in her tone. Jun Yanjing's gaze fell upon the expanse of her fair skin, a few strands of dark hair clinging to her neck, and he found himself momentarily transfixed by her bashful, flushed countenance. The rippling water stirred, and as Yun Jintang clutched the outer garment, her initial shyness gradually subdued, she slowly raised her gaze. Your Highness, I'm cold. With him present, she felt hesitant to splash water directly, as the cool air brushed against her exposed shoulders. No sooner had she spoken than she could not suppress a sneeze. Jun Yanjin hastily parted the beaded curtain and exited, feeling inexplicably flustered. Linlang and Pei Yao dared not move, and once he had departed, they brought forth the garments Yun Jintang had requested. As she watched Jun Yanjin's hurried retreat, Yun Jintang, with her enchanting gaze, draped her outer garment over the edge of the bathing tub, lifting her delicate hand to gather the loose strands of hair at her temples. She still found it hard to believe that this person was truly made of ice. Human beings possess 7 emotions and 6 desires, and Jun Yanjin was no exception. Your Highness, what troubles you? As Jun Yanjin hastily made his way, he encountered Qin Yi, who had just returned from a mission. Qin Yi quickened his pace to inquire. Noticing the pallor on Jun Yanjin's face, he assumed that yet another troublesome matter had arisen. Just as Jun Yanjin settled down, he felt a chill at the tip of his nose. Upon touching it, he discovered blood had begun to flow. Your Highness, Qin Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm. I shall summon Physician Morong at once. His heart twisted in concern. No need, Jun Yanjin replied, dabbing at the blood with a handkerchief. His mind clouded and his emotions in disarray. He commanded sharply, You may leave. Your Highness, is it truly nothing serious? Qin Yi asked, bewildered by the bloodstains on the handkerchief. Leave? Yes. Qin Yi complied, but remained puzzled as to why the prince would be bleeding. He decided he must inform Physician Morong, and with that thought, he hastened away, bleeding from a nose. Physician Morong, who was preparing medicinal herbs in a tent specially arranged for Jun Yanjin, pondered upon Qin Yi's words, perplexed. That shouldn't be. Qin Yi placed his sword aside and recounted everything he had observed. Oh. Physician Morong seemed to grasp a hint of understanding. What exactly has befallen our prince? Is it serious? Qin Yi expressed his deep concern. Rest assured, it is nothing of great consequence, Physician Morong replied, not delving into details as he continued to fan the flames. He had long since claimed that Jun Yanjin had changed, a notion that some had dismissed, yet here was the evidence. With a beauty by his side, sharing meals and nights, it was only natural that feelings would develop. Meanwhile, Yun Jintang, having donned a new outfit, sat before her vanity, meticulously adorning herself with a necklace embedded with southern pearls, while listening to Lin Lang recount amusing tales from before. The incident of Jun Yanqing's nosebleed had not yet reached her ears. All she heard were rumors concerning Consort Yu vying for favor the previous night. It was said that the Empress had accompanied Princess Xianning, leaving Consort Yu the opportunity to spend the night in the Emperor's tent. One could only wonder how the Empress's family, far away on the frontier, would react upon hearing such news. "Miss, we have a situation," Pei Yao rushed in. "A batch of precious calligraphy and paintings from the Golden Gathering Pavilion has been intercepted by the Shadowless Hall. This collection was comprised of exquisite pieces, priceless treasures of immense rarity." Yun Jintang halted her actions of adorning herself, placing her jade bracelet back in a box, where it clinked melodiously against the other jewelry. "That scoundrel Jun Yanjin," she muttered under her breath. "Do not act rashly. Keep a close watch on the next move of the Shadowless Hall. We must reclaim what is rightfully ours. Once I return to the capital, I will handle it personally." Yun Jintang, with clarity of mind, issued her commands calmly and deliberately. She hadn't anticipated that Jun Yanjin would dispatch so many skilled individuals, yet still find time to deal with the Golden Gathering Pavilion. He was not to be underestimated. She had just finished expressing her anger when the tent flaps were lifted once more. Jun Yanjin entered, adorned in a fresh set of brocade robes, leisurely seated at the desk, attending to the mountain of documents before him. Timing, it is said, is everything. Yun Jintang, clutching a handkerchief, discreetly cleared her throat. Her fingertip dusted with pearl powder, delicately applied to her rosy lips, which appeared palpably pallid. Upon hearing her cough, Jun Yanjin could no longer concentrate on the documents. Recalling recent events, he approached with a solemn gait. As the beaded curtain was drawn aside, he beheld the figure before the dressing table, her complexion wan and lacking vitality. Her once clear eyes glistening with unshed tears, faintly reddened. "Your Highness," Yun Jintang whimpered, pouting in distress, "I wish to return home. You may all leave." Jun Yanjin found the presence of the two maidservants rather intrusive. It was his observation that Yun Jintang seemed particularly dependent on others when unwell, exhibiting an unusual patience. He half squatted, his robes pooling around him, aligning his gaze with hers, revealing her fragility. She appeared as a flower on the verge of wilting under a torrential downpour. In dire need of care, unable to contain herself any longer, Yun Jintang resolved to return to the capital to address her matters. She felt utterly helpless at the autumn hunting banquet. Being under Jun Yanjin's watchful eye daily, especially in light of recent events, was irksome. Were it not for his somewhat appealing looks, she would have resorted to more drastic measures. "I do not like it here," she declared, her voice delicate, shaking her head, the pearls in her hair swaying gently. In that moment, Jun Yanjin felt an inexplicable sense of seniority. Yun Jintang was unconsciously acting coy, much like she would with Yunjun. "Did you take your medicine this morning?" he inquired patiently, brushing his hand against her forehead, concerned that her fever might have muddled her senses. "I did," she replied. Although her temperature felt normal, her pallor was disconcerting. As Jun Yanjin slowly withdrew his hand, she seized it, her soft skin igniting a warmth within him. "Your Highness, I wish to go home." Her gentle grip on his hand, accompanied by her tender voice, sent a rush of heat through him, akin to being stifled in a narrow space. Looking into her clear eyes, it seemed she did not perceive anything amiss in her behavior. "Where shall we go?" he asked with measured calm, keeping his hand in place, gazing intently into her eyes. "Back to the Wangfu," she replied. The Wangfu, her home. A sense of unexplainable joy welled up within Jun Yanjin. "Very well," he ultimately conceded, unable to withstand her insistence. With her objective achieved, Yun Jintang released his hand, exhaling softly, allowing herself to relax unnoticed by him. Meanwhile, at noon, Yin Moli's men discovered a token from the Jing prince among the numerous corpses. In the central banquet area, 2 rows of people knelt while officials surrounded them. whispering among themselves. "Father, I am entirely unaware of this matter. These individuals have no connection to me." The moment Jun Shengze laid eyes upon the corpse, he instinctively sensed that calamity was imminent. Thus, he had already devised a comprehensive plan. As soon as he finished speaking, concubine Yu stepped forward to plead for mercy. Yun Jintang followed closely behind Jun Yanjin, glancing at the insignia on the tray held by the eunuch, then stealing a quick look at Yun Moli. "Father, my men have discovered similar figures clad in black in the southern region of Tsangling Mountain. Bring them forth," Jun Yanjin commanded with a wave of his hand. Qin Yi and 3 shadow guards ushered forward 2 severely battered assassins, their blood trailing behind them. These 2 had endured severe torture and were barely clinging to life as they were brought forth, causing the officials present to frown in dismay. It was evident that not a single part of their bodies remained unscathed. The ruthlessness of His Highness, the Prince of Ning, was more terrifying than they had imagined. Yun Jintang cast a sidelong glance, seemingly unable to bear looking at the wretched figures on the ground, while Jun Yanjin compassionately instructed the shadow guards to move them aside. "Your Highness, please save us," one of them whimpered, collapsing to the ground and reaching out to grasp Jun Shengze's garment. "Get away! I do not even know you," Jun Shengze exclaimed in panic, kicking the man aside, yet a stain of blood from his palm had already marked his attire. Jun Lingchuan's gaze darkened as he glanced at Jun Yanjing, then focused intently on Jun Shengze. The truth of the matter began to surface, leaving everyone at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, there is no reason for Zaire to send such a multitude here. He must be innocent." Concubine Yu knelt at Jun Lingchuan's feet, her malevolent gaze directed at Jun Yanjing, while Yun Jintang silently observed their performance, wishing for it to become ever more dramatic. Chapter 40. Bestowing the mysterious pearl grass enough. With a sharp reprimand from Jun Lingchuan, the crowd fell silent, their voices hushed. Yun Jintang quietly lifted her teacup, kindly pouring hot tea for Jun Yanjing as well. "Your Majesty, I observe significant cocoon marks around the mouths of those corpses. They appear to be seasoned martial artists, and their untimely demise is indeed a minor concern. What is of utmost importance is why they were present at the autumn hunting banquet. Their intentions seem nefarious," Yun Moli stated, bowing respectfully. Jun Shengze's expression darkened further. Given the severity of the situation, Jun Lingchuan had managed to piece together a rough idea of what transpired. He understood that Jun Shengze would not remain docile. Exposing such a grave error was truly outrageous. "Shengze, why was your token found among these individuals?" "It must be that there are spies close to me," Jun Shengze insisted, kneeling again in defense. "Father, since the third prince had already discovered these assassins, why did he conceal this information and resort to private punishment? Was it to extract a false confession? Even a dog might bite back when cornered, and Jun Shengze was no exception. So these were all assassins? I wonder whom they sought to assassinate." Yun Jintang murmured softly, holding a piece of osmanthus cake in her hand, its sweetness overwhelming her palate, which she did not favor. Just as she intended to set it down, she noticed everyone's gaze converging upon her. Feeling bewildered, she slowly placed the pastry back on the plate. "What are you looking at?" Jun Yanjing asked, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his mood evidently improved. "Nothing," he replied. Yun Jun appeared unfazed, yet his fists were tightly clenched. He found Jun Yanjing irksome and resented how he fixated on Tanga, akin to a wolf eyeing a rabbit. Realizing the flaws in his argument, Jun Shengze hastily sought to amend his words. "Father, these are merely my speculations." Jun Lingchuan's countenance remained grim. The more Jun Shengze defended himself, the more he solidified the accusations against him, creating chaos within his own ranks. In contrast, Yanjing maintained an air of composure, allowing others to voice their opinions, knowing that without evidence, all claims were mere conjecture. "Father, do you not believe in your son? Enough. Disperse." Jun Lingchuan's resonant voice echoed throughout the room as he gestured with his long arm, commanding the imperial guards to remove the barely conscious assassins. "Minister Yun, did those 2 divulge any information?" Yun Moli respectfully reported from his position. "Your Majesty, they revealed that their purpose was..." He paused for a moment, then resolutely stated, Their purpose was to assassinate His Highness, Prince Ning. The court officials gasped in astonishment. The true culprits became glaringly obvious. Observing Yun Yanjin come demina. Yun Jintang had to concede that he was quite the performer. Jun Yanjin remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable to outsiders, leaving even Yun Jintang feeling perplexed. It wasn't until the emperor dismissed everyone, implicitly punishing several officials, including Grand Minister Pei, that she began to comprehend the situation. This was merely a ploy to vex both Jun Xingzi and the emperor. After all, the emperor had made it clear that he would not act against Jun Xingzi. No matter the sacrifices made, it would be futile, as the balance of power among the princes must not be disrupted. Subsequently, Jun Yanjin was summoned by the emperor for a discussion in the military tent, while Yun Jintang obediently awaited at her desk, having read halfway through her book. The maidservants had already begun to pack their belongings, clearly intent on leaving this place. After Qin, he reported. She entered the room and instructed the hidden guards to assist in moving the boxes to the carriage. Your Highness, the prince asks that you wait a moment. He'll be here shortly. Very well, you may continue your tasks. The thought of returning brought joy to Yun Jintang's heart, as she began to devise a plan to reclaim her belongings from the Shadow Hall. That collection of paintings and calligraphy, painstakingly gathered by the Lingjing Pavilion, could not simply be taken away without consequence. Jun Yanjin had just emerged from the emperor's tent when he spotted Yun Jintang gracefully lifting her skirt as she made her way to the door. Clad in a delicate pink gown, as she moved, the ribbons at her waist danced in the air, resembling a butterfly resting on a petal, fluttering its wings in delight. It was evident that she had grown weary of this place, and he shared in that sentiment. The journey home remained long, and by the time they reached the prince's residence, dusk had begun to settle in, casting a golden hue over the surroundings. Once in the capital, Yun Jintang leaned against the table, drowsy as the carriage slowed. Jun Yanjin glanced at her, noting the gentle flutter of her long eyelashes, both curved and elegant. Her petite face was exquisitely delicate. He found himself increasingly patient with her. That night, lying once more on her soft, comfortable bed, Yun Jintang felt utterly content. Little Naomi nestled in its corner, occasionally lifting its foxtail in a gentle sway. After a long absence, it had grown rounder. The following day, when Su came to re-examine Yun Jintang, he was astonished to see her harmoniously coexisting with a fox and a rabbit. The rabbit curled in her embrace while the fox sat nearby, showing no inclination to hunt. That morning, the Duke's residence sent over numerous precious medicinal supplies, and Lin Lang was busily directing the maids to transport the items to the side room. It was true that Yun Jintang had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. The Duke's household indulged her greatly, and a bit of temper was only to be expected, as was her boldness in opposing Jun Yanjin. The hidden guards assisting with the moving clearly sensed the transformation not only in their master, but also in the princess. They recalled that the princess had once harbored a fear of the prince. Now, one wondered if she might not soon command them directly. Have you hoarded all these precious medicines? Su remarked, having never before encountered such extravagance. After serving the prince for so long, have you truly never seen these medicines? The prince is known to burn even xianzhu grass without a second thought. Yun Jintang intentionally probed. Is it true that you have hoarded all these precious supplies? Su sighed. That was a necessity. Yun Jintang placed the rabbit on the floor as Pei Yao brought her hot water to wash her hands. What happened? I thought xianzhu grass was of little significance to the prince. Xianzhu grass is indeed invaluable, exceedingly rare. Previously, Jun Yanjin, Su, caught off guard, nearly revealed the story of how Jun Yanjin had been tricked, realizing too late that he had let his guard down around Yun Jintang. Yun Jintang rested her chin on her hands, eagerly awaiting his explanation. What about the prince and xianzhu grass? Realizing he might have misspoken, he glanced back at Qin, feeling somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, he proceeded to inform Yun Jintang of the events that had transpired. Your Highness, such a wise and formidable individual could still be deceived? All for a mere herb. Yun Jintang regarded this as a jest, her eyes sparkling with stars, subtly praising her own superior insight. After speaking, She extended her wrist for Murong Su to check her pulse. Is the Xianzhu grass truly of such significance to His Highness? Yun Jintang pondered once more. It is indeed crucial. Otherwise, how could he have been so easily misled? The situation must be dire. Murong Su swiftly examined her pulse. Yun Jintang's wind cold had largely subsided, and now she merely needed to consume her restorative medicine daily to recuperate. As they prepared to depart, Yun Jintang hesitated, as if she had something to express. Your Highness, do you have any further instructions? He halted promptly, turning with utmost respect. I. Yun Jintang contemplated for a moment before continuing. Please wait a moment. She then instructed Lin Lang to retrieve something from her room. Moments later, Lin Lang emerged carrying a square box made of cold jade. Murong Su approached with curiosity, and, as he opened the box, he stood frozen in place. Xianzhu grass. Yun Jintang spoke slowly. This was given to me by Master Hui Ming from Xianling Temple. It serves me no purpose, so if it holds great importance for His Highness, you may take it. Qin Yi was elated. This was the Xianzhu grass His Highness had sought for 3 years, and today it had been so easily obtained. Your Highness, I shall report to His Highness at once. Qin Yi turned to leave, practically flying with excitement. Murong Su carefully received the jade box, examining it closely. Take your time. I shall stroll in the back garden. Yun Jintang feigned indifference as she departed, cradling a fox, with a little rabbit trailing behind. Upon returning to the study, Qin Yi was eager to share the good news. Observing his excitement, Jun Yanjin felt an unsettling premonition, fearing that something had gone awry with Yun Jintang. Your Highness, the Xianzhu grass has been found. It is currently with Physician Murong. What? Jun Yanjin nearly doubted his own ears. How could the Xianzhu grass be discovered at this critical juncture? Was there some deception at play? Your Highness, it is indeed the genuine Xianzhu grass, and it was given by the Wang Fei. Qin Yi's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, while Jun Yanjin maintained his composure. How did Yun Jintang come to possess the Xianzhu grass? Why would she freely offer it? There were far too many questions. Noticing Jun Yanjin's serious expression, Qin Yi finally regained his composure and recounted the details accurately. In summary, it was Yun Jintang who learned of his need for the Xianzhu grass and then generously provided it. The grass is authentic, and the most precious roots are preserved perfectly, far superior to the specimen I previously encountered in Yaowang Valley. Jun Yanjin, you must express your gratitude sincerely. Murong Su entered, holding the jade box for Jun Yanjin to see. Where is she? She has gone for a walk in the back garden. Murong Su dismissed the concern and continued with the matter at hand. In 7 days, I will formulate the antidote, and the Qinxiang poison that has plagued you for 3 years will finally be resolved. Jun Yanjin only cast a fleeting glance at the Xianzhu grass before rising to leave. The back garden. What name should be given to this rabbit? Glutinous rice. Tang Yuan? Yun Jintang enjoys placing the rabbit upon the stone table, and thus a delightful decision has been made. Tang Yuan appears petite, its fur a pristine white, impeccably groomed. Who says that foxes and rabbits cannot coexist harmoniously? She muses cheerfully, retrieving jewelry from a brocade box to adorn Tang Yuan. Her pet must be splendidly beautiful, after all. Sensing someone approaching, Yun Jintang remains undisturbed, everything under her control. Your Highness, the maidservants behind her collectively bow in greeting towards the approaching Jun Yanjin, prompting her to glance back, though she remains seated for now. As he draws closer, she gently places the rabbit down, preparing to kneel in reverence. However, before she can complete her gesture, a warm, broad hand grasps her arm, lifting it. What has brought about such kindness from him today? A sudden awakening of conscience. Yun Jintang, notably shorter than Jun Yanjin, must raise her gaze to meet his eyes. Does your Highness seek my assistance? The precious and rare Xianzhu grass. Is it truly to be given away so freely? Jun Yanjin cannot fathom the reasoning. Of course, it would not be given without cause. Yun Jintang contemplates, yet she replies, it is not without reason. Your Highness, if you require it, then it holds value. It serves no purpose remaining with me. Do you wish for the day I might truly need it? The Xianzhu grass is known to cure the deadly Qinxiang poison. Certainly not. Observing the inquiring gaze of the person before him, Jun Yanjing's response is heavy and resolute. Yun Jintang chuckles softly, her rosy lips curving into a smile, affirming. Then what more is there to question, Your Highness? Her candidness leaves Jun Yanjing at a loss for words. He cannot believe that Yun Jintang would so easily part with the Xianzhu grass, especially after their previous quarrel. He cannot help but envision her in a favorable light, yet must remain cautious. However, reality will soon reveal that nothing comes without cost. Yun Jintang's offering of the Xianzhu grass serves merely as a means to probe the whereabouts of the Wangtang's stronghold beyond the city. With the grass secured, the Wangtang's members will undoubtedly retreat, discovering their movements and trading in exchange. What a splendid transaction it would be. Your Highness, the wind has risen. I must take my leave. Yun Jintang waves, cradling Tang Yuan as she departs, her vibrant and alluring silhouette etched in his mind, lingering long after. Should he attempt to embrace her presence? Jun Yanjin cannot help but ponder, yet he finds no clarity. That night, Miss, just as you predicted, a faction has indeed quietly withdrawn, gathering at the tea house near the mountain god temple in the southern part of the city, away from the official roads. It should serve as a lookout, Peiyao reports. Yun Jintang, clad in a RU skirt, sits at her writing desk. Her previously clear and bright features now appear inscrutable and shadowy. The letter ignites in the candlelight, burning slowly, piece by piece. The flickering flame casts shadows upon her delicate nose, concealing calculations within her gaze. With a subtle flick of her fingertip, the letter falls back into the incense burner. Reduced to ashes, she decides to delay action for a few days, lest Jun Yanjing grows suspicious. The flawless image she has painstakingly crafted cannot be so easily tarnished. Yun Jintang is remarkable in many ways, yet she harbors a grudge. No matter the size of the grievance, it must be repaid. The discord between her and Jun Yanjing may not be significant, yet the long-standing animosity between Wangtang and Lanjing is quite profound. Today, His Highness Prince Ning dispatched a considerable array of exquisite jewelry, nearly overwhelming in quantity. Lin Lang hastily calculated that even if the young lady were to don a different piece each day, it would take an eternity to exhaust the collection. Yet, I am not in want of his trinkets. Having pilfered so many possessions from me, how could this meager offering suffice as restitution? In the stillness of the night, as the candles in Chaoyang courtyard flickered out, the only source of illumination was the slender crescent moon above. Upon returning from the autumn hunting banquet, Jun Yanjing found himself plagued by insomnia. After 2 restless nights, he resolved to don his night clothes and practice swordplay in the courtyard, wielding his sword with fervor. The silvery moonlight cast a serene glow, and though his internal strength was suppressed, each movement exuded a lethal grace, unyielding to the biting cold. As he glanced up, his gaze fell upon the newly planted begonia tree outside the courtyard, a mere month old, and he involuntarily recalled that delicate individual, feeling an inexplicable void beside him. If His Highness desires it, it possesses worth, echoed Yun Jintang's voice within his mind. The blade scraped against the ground, igniting a shower of brilliant sparks. Jun Yanjing steadied himself, raising his eyes to the moon, and with a sweeping motion, he thrust the long sword into the stone table's sheath with precision. As the sandalwood door opened and closed, the moonlight grew ever more radiant, dazzling in its brilliance. Chapter 41. The duel a few days later at the mountain god temple. Yun Jintang calculated the day when Jun Yanjing would take the antidote. The efficacy of the Xianzhu herb was formidable, requiring him at least half a month for recuperation. Her benevolent gift of the herb dispelled Jun Yanjing's suspicions, and with no hidden guards monitoring the Furong courtyard, she finally felt a semblance of freedom. Today, a gentle rain fell as Yun Jintang rested quietly in her chamber. In the southern part of the city, at the mountain god temple, a newly erected awning sheltered a few commoners in simple garments, sipping tea while engaging in light-hearted conversation with the innkeeper. After a cup of tea, they departed, their expressions shifting from joviality to concern. With a weary wave of her sleeve, one of them lamented the monotony of their existence. Now that His Highness has found the Xianzhu herb, why are we still not allowed to retreat? 2 attendants busily wiped the table, and before long, The sound of galloping hooves approached with urgency. His Highness commands us to retreat at once. A rider, perched atop his steed, bore an anxious countenance. Hurry and gather your belongings. His Highness anticipates that the members of the Yanjin Pavilion may attempt to seize our stronghold. Yet it was too late. The cold wind whipped through the air as fine rain fell at an angle, surrounding the small tea house with ominous gray figures. The Yanjin Pavilion's members, known for their disdain of somber colors, don garments adorned with unique cloud motifs. "This is dire," a voice echoed. "Subdue them all." Yun Jintang made no move, merely observing as the members of the Yintang fought desperately against their assailants. Qing Wu, holding a blood-red oiled paper umbrella, stood beside her, veiled and ready. "Why must you personally intervene with such a trivial matter?" Qing Wu queried, puzzled. "Has she begun to doubt my capabilities?" The exquisite visage concealed beneath the veil stirred no ripples of concern. Her voice, once as gentle as flowing water, now carried an icy edge, laced with an unspoken threat. "Had the Yintang been so easily managed, I would certainly entrust you with the situation, but..." Before Yun Jintang could finish her thought, a flying dagger sliced through the air towards her. With a graceful sidestep, she flicked her sleeve, redirecting the dagger back along its trajectory, aiming it towards the right. Onward! Qin Yi and Chu Xing, accompanied by dozens of hidden guards, arrived. It was no wonder that His Highness sensed an impending event today. Indeed, it was true. The members of the Yanjin Pavilion were particularly cunning, especially the two leading women, whose faces seemed familiar. They were likely old adversaries. Yun Jintang listened for their positions, the veil shrouding her vision but not hindering her perception. "I shall test Qin Yi and Chu Xing. Be cautious with your strikes, ensuring these individuals face no mortal peril." "Understood," Qing Wu replied, drawing her sword and distancing herself from Yun Jintang. The tea house lay far from the main road, and with the steady drizzle falling, few travelers passed by. Yun Jintang's white silk ribbon, seemingly soft, wielded with the finesse of wind and shadow, combined with her profound inner strength, became the sharpest of weapons. Her techniques were agile and ever-changing. Even with Qin Yi and Chu Xing's excellent coordination, they could not land a single blow on her. The silk ribbon struck Qin Yi's chest, causing him to stagger back several steps, as if he'd been struck by a solid fist. The dual blade techniques of Chu Xing were vicious, and he finally seized the opportunity to strike at Yun Jintang's back. Undeterred, she skillfully utilized her lightness skill, stepping onto a nearby branch to flip over, her long silk adorned with a hint of blood and mud once again striking his arm. One long blade fell to the ground, while her wrist was ensnared by another length of silk. Beneath their veils, Qin Yi and Chu Xing had yet to discern the assailant's visage, remaining passively on the defensive. At that moment, Qing Wu efficiently dealt with the remaining shadow guards, capturing exactly 10 of them from the Yanjin Pavilion. Yun Jintang swiftly flicked her sleeve to subdue Chu Xing and then soared back to Qing Wu's side. If they wish for their safety, they should exchange those jewels and paintings. Otherwise, I shall personally cast these corpses at the gates of Shengjing City for all to witness the utter cowardice of the Shadowless Hall. The threat in her words was unmistakable. Upon finishing her declaration, the group retrieved smoke canisters from their sleeves and hurled them to the ground. Just as Chu Xing was about to pursue, Qin Yi timely grasped his arm. "No, we are not their match." The woman we faced did not even wield a sword. Merely a length of silk rendered us defenseless. Pursuing her would be futile. Qin Yi believed that reporting this matter to His Highness was the most prudent course, yet he was currently recuperating, leaving them with little choice but to compromise. "We have searched for so long without discovering the Yanjin Pavilion's stronghold in the outskirts of the capital, and now we have fallen into their trap. This is a bitter pill to swallow." Chu Xing picked up the long blade from the ground, now smeared with dirt, his annoyance becoming increasingly evident. In the underground chamber of the Mingzhu Pavilion, there existed a tunnel leading outside the city, known only to the upper echelons of the Yanjin Pavilion. The chamber was spacious, and all the captives brought back today had been administered with a narcotic, lying scattered on the ground. "It's getting late. I shall return. Keep an eye on these people, and don't let them die on your watch." Yun Jintang was aware of Qing Wu's methods. She excelled in poison, but was not skilled in healing. When it came to torturing individuals, she was exceptionally adept, and no prisoner in the Longjing Pavilion's dungeons could withstand her torment. Would I dare to touch them with your warning? Qing Wu scoffed, visibly displeased as she played with her long hair. Rest assured, I'm not one to disregard the larger picture. That is good to know. Without looking back, Yun Jintang departed, her clothes slightly damp, preparing to indulge in a flower bath. In the Ning Wang residence, in the study's dark chamber, Qin Yi recounted the events truthfully, lowering his head in self-reproach. A woman proficient in silk techniques? Quite novel. Jun Yanjin's lips were pale, his gaze fixed on the scattered black and white pieces on the chessboard, fingers pinching one at the center, seemingly already anticipating the unfolding of events. In past encounters with the Longjing Pavilion, victories and defeats had often been indistinguishable. Yet today, the appearance of two rare women had led to such a dismal outcome, suggesting that the depths of the Longjing Pavilion were greater than he had imagined. Your Highness, the paintings have already been divided into two batches, one sent to the royal treasury and the other retained in the Shadowless Hall's secret compartment. If any action is to be taken, the princess consort will also be informed, Qin Yi continued. Only then did Jun Yanjin lift his gaze to inquire. What is the princess consort doing today? Today, the rain has yet to cease, and the princess has remained in the Lotus Pavilion, not having ventured out. You have also instructed that no one should disturb her, hence the exact circumstances remain unknown. Although the palace's hidden guards do not interfere with matters concerning the Lotus Pavilion, any actions taken by Yun Jintang in broad daylight inevitably fall within their watchful gaze. The rain still persists? Jun Yanjin has spent a considerable amount of time in the study, hardly paying attention to the weather outside. He recalls Yun Jintang expressing her disdain for the relentless drizzle, which confines her to her room, rendering her unable to engage in any activity. Indeed, it seems Yun Jintang must be feeling quite bored. Jun Yanjin, contemplating the intricacies of his chess game, decided to rise and take a stroll outside. He meandered along the winding, elongated eaves, his pace leisurely and unhurried. With Qin Yi following closely behind, umbrella in hand, their destination evidently the Lotus Pavilion. After a day of rain, as they passed the back garden, a subtle fragrance of chrysanthemums lingered in the air. Your Highness, it appears that the prince is on his way here. Yun Jintang was still enjoying her bath when Lin Lang went out to feed the dumplings and glutinous rice, and upon seeing the visitor, hurried back inside. Pei Yao assisted her in dressing, too late to restyle her hair. No need to panic. Simply say that I'm still napping. Yun Jintang exited the bathing chamber clad only in a delicate skirt, walking calmly toward the bedside, exuding an unparalleled tranquility. Given Jun Yanjin's character, coupled with her earlier demeanor at the autumn hunt banquet, he would likely not overthink the situation. Indeed, Chapter 42. Playing chess with her, perhaps it was a stroke of fortune, as Jun Yanjin was about to step out of the corridor. The persistent rain that had lingered throughout the day began to subside, leaving the bluestone tiles washed clean. The servants had moved all the potted plants under the eaves the day prior, leaving only the saplings in the flower beds somewhat battered, though it did not matter greatly. As Jun Yanjin walked, he realized just how distant Furong Courtyard was from Chaoyang Courtyard. No wonder Yun Jintang was reluctant to come this way. It was indeed a bit taxing for a delicate frame. He paused by the Moon Lake, recalling to inquire if Tingshui Courtyard had been tidied up. Qin Yi nodded. It was organized a fortnight ago, and some items were arranged according to the princess's preferences. Perhaps we should plant some crabapple trees, as she seems to have a fondness for them. Indeed, Jun Yanjin made his way towards Furong Courtyard, noticing how much it had changed since his last visit. The scenery was even more exquisite, imbued with an elegant charm that suited Yun Jintang's character perfectly. Your Highness, the princess is still resting. Lin Lang and Pei Yao greeted him as he entered, bowing respectfully. The door to Yun Jintang's chamber was tightly shut, and given the rain, the windows were also firmly closed. It seemed rather unfortunate, Jun Yanjin thought, gazing at the door and feeling an urge to enter uninvited. How long has she been asleep? Half an hour, Lin Lang replied readily. After such a long rest, will she not suffer from insomnia tonight? Jun Yanjin approached the door, raised his hand to knock twice, disregarding whether she would respond, and pushed the door open. Lin Lang and Pei Yao did not attempt to stop him. Instead, their expressions revealed concern. The room was suffused with a delicate floral fragrance as the door closed once more. Qin lowered his head, standing silently at the entrance, not daring to glance at the princess's too close attendants. When had the prince become so proactive? He was unsure and dared not inquire. Yun Jintang lay sideways on the bed, her unadorned, fair face resembling a fresh lotus blossom, her brows gently unfurling in a comfortable expression. Jun Yanjin walked around the screen, lifted the beaded curtain, and only upon standing at the head of the bed did he suddenly realize the impropriety of his actions. He had assumed that she would be bored confined indoors in such weather, and had come with the intention of keeping her company, only to discover that she did not require his presence. He hesitated, preparing to turn away. At that moment, the figure reclining behind him slowly opened her eyes, rubbing them gently, her voice soft and warm. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" She was awake now, sitting up slowly, clutching the blanket. Jun Yanjin turned around, his gaze fixating on her smooth, fair skin. Although they had shared a bed for several days during the autumn hunt banquet, he had never seen her in her dress quite so clearly. In the ambiguous light of the night, he had never noticed how slender she appeared in the daylight. With each breath, her snowy chest subtly rose and fell. "Your Highness, why do you look at me so? I feared you might be lonely, so I came to check on you." Jun Yanjin feigned calmness, hastily meeting her innocent gaze before turning away with a certain grace. It was not quite a departure. He merely distanced himself from the bedside, navigating around the display case to sit at the tea table in the courtyard. He appeared rather aloof. Yun Jintang curved her lips into a gentle smile, her fingertips grazing her mouth as her gaze shifted to the cosmetics on the vanity. Lin Lang and Pei Yao entered the room to assist her with dressing. The rain had long ceased, yet Jun Yanjin remained indoors. The delicate gauze draped from the beam had been drawn aside, allowing him to clearly observe the figure selecting jewelry at the vanity. The silhouette was slender and delicate, and after a brief moment, she cast a sidelong glance and softly instructed, "There's no need to style my hair into an updo. I fear the prince might grow bored waiting." Jun Yanjin heard her words distinctly, but feigned ignorance. The crackling sound of the burning firewood filled the air. Yun Jintang was exceptionally particular about her attire and accessories, and the charcoal used for brewing tea was no ordinary kind, emitting neither a pungent odor nor an intrusive smoke. "Your Highness, would you care to play a game of chess?" Moments later, Yun Jintang gracefully seated herself opposite him. A gentle smile adorned her face, as if she would never harbor anger. Yet Jun Yanjin understood this was merely a fade. Yun Jintang was indeed capricious. At times, she exuded a softness that was almost disarming, while at other times, she could be willful and unreasonable. Should she be provoked, even the gentlest of creatures could bite. "Very well," Jun Yanjin commanded Qin to bring forth the chess set that had already been prepared. The door stood ajar, and concerned for Yun Jintang's comfort, he instructed someone to partially close it. A snow-white fox entered, clutching a rabbit in its jaws. The rabbit's tail twitched, its limbs hanging limply, giving the impression that it was on the verge of collapse. Naomi, seizing the moment, dropped the rabbit and nestled into Yun Jintang's embrace. Just as Jun Yanjin placed his piece on the board, he noticed the rabbit, previously held captive, flipping over as if nothing had transpired. The earlier antics appeared to be nothing more than a playful jest between the two small creatures. "Your Highness, why do you appear so lost in thought? If you continue to daze, I might just win." Yun Jintang's spirits were evidently high, her joy palpable. The reason was simple. This venture had unfolded flawlessly, leaving only the question of how Jun Yanjin would respond. She was determined to acquire that set of paintings and calligraphy, to claim it for herself. Chapter 43. Reluctance to move to Shuyue Courtyard. Do not rejoice too soon. Jun Yanjin's voice remained composed, devoid of any sign of disarray. Yun Jintang gently patted the fox's head and continued to patiently play chess, glancing occasionally at the dumpling sitting on the ground. Before long, noticing her seemingly good mood, Jun Yanjin tentatively inquired, The Furong courtyard is indeed quite distant from the main gate of the Wangfu, and you have never been fond of staying in this cramped courtyard. Why not relocate to the Shuyue courtyard? It is much closer to all parts of the Wangfu. More precisely, it is in close proximity to the Chaoyang courtyard. I shall not move. Yun Jintang's refusal was resolute, offering no quarter. Furthermore, Jun Yanjin's description of cramped was merely a comparison to his own Chaoyang courtyard. Although the Furong courtyard was small, it was fully equipped and, after her meticulous renovations, quite comfortable to reside in. Why? Jun Yanjin could not fathom what was so appealing about this place, which was not only remote but also inconvenient for comings and goings. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his hand faltered, nearly dropping the chess piece. Indeed, it was he who had instructed the steward to place Yun Jintang in this small, secluded courtyard. Jun Yanjin's gaze darkened as he placed a piece down, lost in thought. He carefully observed Yun Jintang's expression, which remained unchanged. An inexplicable sensation welled up within him, leaving an uncomfortable feeling in its wake. It was his fault. Your Highness, it has only been half a stick of incense, and you have already been distracted several times. If this continues, I shall cease playing. Yun Jintang cradled the fox, inhaling its delightful scent, while the little dumpling was exceptionally well-behaved, especially with those captivating eyes that seemed to draw him in. In Jun Yanjin's eyes, this fox was rather mischievous. He knew he had a rein in his thoughts. Otherwise, he would truly provoke Yun Jintang's ire again. Just as he readied himself to focus on the game, a tumult of conflicting emotions surged within him. As my princess, it is only natural for you to accompany me in passing the time. This statement did not sit well with Yun Jintang, who huffed in disapproval and turned her back on him. She was unaware of what the prince was contemplating, but his chess moves were clearly flawed. I shall not play any longer. Ignoring Jun Yanjin's darkening expression, she returned the pieces to their place, picked up the fox, and stood to walk outside. Her long hair cascading down to her waist, swaying gently with her movements. Yun Jintang. Jun Yanjin called out to the retreating figure at the door, but received no response. Frustrated, he tossed aside the chess piece and followed her, his anger flaring as he stepped outside. At that moment, he sensed the shift in atmosphere and quickly withdrew, leaving a tranquil space for the two. The scenery of the small courtyard was exquisite, even after being washed by half a day's rain. Your Highness is troubled, Yun Jintang remarked. Hence your distraction in the game. Let us resolve matters first before continuing. She turned to face him, her voice soft as water, soothing his ire before he could voice his grievances. She was well-versed in the art of gentleness overcoming rigidity. Jun Yanjin was indeed angered, poised to express his frustration. But upon seeing the concern etched on her brow, the hurtful words caught in his throat, unable to be uttered. What troubles could I possibly have? He refused to admit that his distraction stemmed from regret over his previous actions. Your Highness, there is no need to be obstinate. Yun Jintang mercilessly exposed his stubbornness while smoothing the fur of the little fox in her arms. She appeared delicate and fragile, yet the small fox was surprisingly plump, a curious creature that allowed rabbits and foxes to coexist harmoniously. A batch of precious calligraphy and paintings had recently arrived at the manor, but due to certain circumstances, they needed to be removed entirely. She felt it necessary to inform you in advance, for as the princess consort of Ning, you manage the accounts of the treasury and ought to be kept in the loop. Why did Jun Yanjin persistently mention her status today? Yun Jintang nodded slightly, acknowledging, those are your Highness's belongings. You may use them as you wish. Her tone bore an air of indifference, as if such matters held little significance for her. However, if you have an affection for that collection, I shall simply gift it to you, Jun Yanjin declared, lifting his chin with a hint of pride, casting a sidelong glance at her. Upon hearing this, Yun Jintang could hardly contain her astonishment. She was acutely aware of the collection's rarity, each piece a unique treasure. Was Jun Yanjin truly so generous as to bestow it upon her? Your Highness, I hope you do not come to regret this, Yun Jintang said, her delight palpable. The condition, however, is that you must move to the listening snow courtyard. I refuse. I do not desire the paintings either, she hastily declined, fearing she might miss her chance. Jun Yanjin found himself at a loss for words. Why was it so difficult to have her relocate to another courtyard? Must he openly express regret for his previous stance? Yun Jintang had her own means of reclaiming the calligraphy and paintings. His offer was inconsequential. Jun Yanjin's eagerness for her to move to the listening snow courtyard made her wonder if he had begun to regret his earlier demeanor. The fickle nature of men, how they boast with such pride. So, he now recognizes his regret? Come with me, Jun Yanjin said quietly, swallowing his frustration, choosing to abandon the topic. Your Highness, where do you intend to take me? Yun Jintang followed him silently, her steps leisurely and unhurried. Jun Yanjin led her straight back to his own courtyard. Chapter 44. Doubt deliberately mentioning the Langjin Pavilion. They bypassed the rocky formations of the Chaoyang courtyard and entered the study. With a loud thud, the door of the study was firmly shut. Yun Jintang's slender shoulders trembled slightly, bewildered and unprepared for what Jun Yanjin might do. As she glanced back, she caught a fleeting glimpse of him stepping inside. Yun Jintang observed as the blue and white porcelain vase on the display case was turned to the right, followed by the separation of two bookshelves laden with bamboo tubes and scrolls, revealing a heavy door. With a resounding thud, the door swung open. Your Highness, is quite dark here. Yun Jintang ventured closer, only to suddenly retreat 2 steps. Her expression tinged with fear. She had anticipated the existence of a hidden chamber in the Prince Ning's residence. Her heart was calm, not in a state of panic, but rather curious as to why Jun Yanjin had brought her here. The candles lining the staircase of the dark chamber flickered, casting dancing shadows. The fear in her eyes appeared genuine, prompting Jun Yanjin to extend his hand, hovering in the air as if inviting her to take it. His voice was soft, neither a caution nor a command. She obediently reached out, gently grasping his fingers. Jun Yanjin, accustomed to martial arts, had hands adorned with thin calluses, neither rough nor coarse, but rather solid, instilling a sense of security. Her hands felt so soft and delicate in his grasp. Jun Yanjin lowered his gaze to her palm, the warmth and fine texture palpable. Yun Jintang's movements were cautious. He could easily shake off her hold, but he allowed her to hold on without resistance. Your Highness, the princess. As they ventured deeper, the space widened further. Chu Xing remained in the hidden chamber, bowing alongside 4 dark guards who stood in unison before them. Open. Jun Yanjin was sparing with his words, yet he did not release Yun Jintang's hand, permitting her to inadvertently cling to him. In the next moment, Yun Jintang willingly let go, acutely aware of her actions. That scoundrel, taking my belongings without even swapping the chest, which still bore the mark of Langjin Pavilion. Yun Jintang felt a twinge of annoyance, but forced herself to feign surprise and delight as she gazed at the precious paintings, unconsciously stepping forward. It was the 1,000 Birds painting by the immortal artist Su Jin. Your Highness, these paintings are nearly all rare treasures. How did you acquire them? Yun Jintang feigned ignorance, cautiously unfurling one piece. Stoughton, Yun Yanjin replied candidly. I took them from the Langjin Pavilion. With that, his dark, elongated gaze fixated intently on Yun Jintang's face, searching for any hint of truth. Today, upon mentioning the paintings, Jun Yanjin suddenly recalled the events that transpired during the previous autumn hunt banquet. The assassination attempt on Yun Moli was indeed suspicious, along with the mysterious individuals who appeared and vanished without a trace. The truth remained shrouded in fog, requiring him to unearth it himself. Yun Moli was a cunning old fox. He certainly knew something, yet getting information from him seemed nearly impossible. However, Yun Jintang was different, sheltered and innocent. She presented a more promising avenue of inquiry compared to Yun Moli. Langjin Pavilion? Yun Jintang mused to herself. I believe I have heard my brother mention it. What else did Yun Moli say to you? Jun Yanjin inquired, raising an eyebrow, enticing her to divulge more. He said the people from Langjin Pavilion are quite cunning, and that they previously interfered with his investigations, advising me to avoid any entanglement with them. Yun Jintang, feeling emboldened, reprimanded herself. Did he indeed say that? Jun Yanjin's brow slightly furrowed, his expression somber. Who could have possibly emerged that day? He was certain that after losing consciousness, there was someone with Yun Moli by his side. Though he could not recall the specifics, he had always harbored this sensation. Someone had taken his pulse, administered acupuncture, clearly saving him, yet he could not bring himself to acknowledge it. Your Highness, you are quite impressive, even managing to pilfer items from the Langjin Pavilion. I heard from my brother that the Langjin Pavilion seems to have a long-standing feud with the Wuying Hall, with forces in the martial world at odds for ages. Yun Jintang said, her lively eyes fixed on Jun Yanjin's pupils, deliberately inquiring, surely you have no ties to the Wuying Hall, do you? In that instant, Jun Yanjin's heart involuntarily tightened. He calmly lowered his gaze and lightly tapped her forehead with his hand, a hint of reproach in his gesture. What nonsense has Yun Moli been telling you? Do you believe everything he says? Your Highness, he is my own brother. He wouldn't deceive me, Yun Jintang murmured, covering her forehead, her voice growing softer with a touch of grievance. She lowered her head, slowly returning the painting to its place, her eyelashes fluttering as she grappled with her emotions. Everyone, please leave, Jun Yanjin gestured. Once the door to the dim chamber was firmly shut, he raised his hand to touch Yun Jintang's cheek, but she turned her head away, making him realize he had upset her merely by speaking ill of Yun Moli. Very well, I misspoke, Jun Yanjin conceded, rarely yielding, retracting his hand without pressuring her further. How fortunate Yun Moli was to have such a protective sister. These paintings are beautiful, yet I do not like them, Yun Jintang declared, crossing her arms, her heart not in alignment with her words. You do not appreciate what the people of Langjin Pavilion consider treasures? Yun Yanjin questioned, unconvinced. Yun Jintang stood on tiptoe to meet his gaze defiantly, Your Highness. Even if the items you seize are offered to me, I would refuse them. This statement was laden with meaning, a thinly veiled insult. Yun Yanjin smiled coldly. Had she not been Yun Jintang, he would have ensured she saw no light of day for such ingratitude. What, in your eyes, the Langjin Pavilion has become the victim? He retorted. I am not privy to the affairs of the Langjin Pavilion or their deeds, Yun Jintang replied, her words impenetrable, every action devoid of doubt. She merely remained an uninvolved party, an outsider. Let me inform you, the people of Langjin Pavilion are indeed more cunning than foxes. I shall eventually eradicate them. Jun Yanjin declared, his words emerging from between clenched teeth, each syllable resolute as iron, his dark gaze enveloping Yun Jintang, as if issuing a challenge. What grandiose claims! She replied. Chapter 45. Truly giving him face, Yun Jintang's gaze was clear and untroubled. She did not take this matter to heart. To think of dismantling her Langjin Pavilion? Such audacity! Perhaps she should wish the prince success? Yun Jintang was uncertain of what to say, raising her chin slightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, leaving one guessing whether her tone bore genuine well-wishes or veiled sarcasm. Jun Yanjin was nearly beside himself with frustration. What did she mean by that? Did she doubt him? Did she truly not comprehend the significance of Langjin Pavilion? She had merely heard of it in passing, yet she remained oblivious to its importance. Why did the prince care so much? Yun Jintang was perplexed. Jun Yanjin abandoned his inquiries. It means nothing. Yun Jintang, refusing both the paintings and the suggestion to relocate to Tianshu courtyard, seemed either intentionally contrary or simply unwavering in her resolve. Her gaze held no hint of evasion, nor did she flinch under his scrutiny. Her demeanor remained unblemished. Your Highness, let us step outside. I find this stifling environment quite disagreeable. Yun Jintang felt a sense of unease within her heart. She had already surveyed the surroundings upon her arrival, ensuring that should she ever need to return, she would not feel like a headless fly. Although she managed the expenditures of the Prince of Ning's treasury, she had never visited the treasury in person. Today's glimpse was indeed an eye-opener. As she exited, she felt less apprehensive about the darkness. Familiarizing herself with the path made it much easier. She gently lifted her skirt, following behind Jun Yanjin with slow, deliberate steps. Jun Yanjin patiently waited for her, and as they left the study, he inquired once more, Are you truly not interested in these paintings? No, Yun Jintang shook her head. Even if given to me, I would merely set them aside. It is better to leave them in the treasury. They could not remain there either, as they would be dispatched the following day. Why? Yun Jintang walked alongside Jun Yanjin, and had it not been for his deliberate slowing of pace, she would have fallen far behind due to her own speed. She resembled a curious and lively rabbit, traversing the damp, blue stone path. The air was fresh after the rain, and their idle conversation was imbued with a sense of leisure. The people of Longines Pavilion are cunning, using the prince as a bargaining chip. If you do not act first to see something, why would they resort to such measures? Yun Jintang's murmurs were entirely overheard by Jun Yanjin, who felt a twinge of irritation at her audacity. Observing her flowing hair cascading at her waist, he refrained from venting his frustration. After all, she had sacrificed her afternoon rest to engage in this game with him, so he chose to overlook it. As Yun Jintang approached the flower garden, the sky was already dimming. At this hour, Lin Lang and Pei Yao were in the small kitchen preparing dinner, thus they did not follow her. "Your Highness, the scenery of this back garden will surely be splendid next spring." She expressed great satisfaction with her creation. However, the late autumn and deep winter were seasons of decay, and few flowers and trees could withstand such harsh climates. The winter suite was one of the few that could. In response to Yun Jintang's cheerful demeanor, Jun Yanjin nodded in agreement. He seldom ventured to such places, and today was a rare occasion for him to take an interest in the surroundings. The scenery indeed differed, revealing her meticulous care and making her preferences evident. Her sharply defined features, imbued with an air of severity, resembled a meticulously carved piece of jade, each gesture exuding an aura of nobility and authority, a visage befitting a born sovereign. Jun Yanjin gently lowered his gaze, observing Yun Jintang's rosy lips parting, as she reached out to pluck a delicate pink and white hibiscus. Her petite stature rendered her unable to reach it without assistance. "Your Highness." She playfully dismissed the earlier quarrel, turning to him with a charming pout. "Please, Your Majesty." Jun Yanjin, holding his noble head high, looked at her with a mix of pride and allure, his lips curving into a beguiling smile that hinted at mischief. Truly, she was a sight to behold. "If you won't pluck it, then so be it," Yun Jintang huffed, turning on her heel with a noticeably brisker pace. The shadow guards trailing her exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, bemused by their prince's lack of romantic finesse. Frustration bubbled within Jun Yanjin as he watched a retreating figure. Yet, with a sigh of resignation, he plucked a hibiscus of exquisite quality and followed her. Yun Jintang strode directly back to the hibiscus courtyard, where Lin Lang and Pei Yao were busily bringing in the evening's dishes. Just as she was about to call for her ladyship to dine, she noticed that Prince Ning seemed to have followed as well, prompting her to swiftly alter her address. "Your Highness, shall I prepare an extra set of utensils?" Indeed, Yun Jintang, now calm from her earlier irritation, reflected that her anger had not truly been genuine, but merely a spontaneous reaction to being provoked for the first time. If she had not concealed her martial prowess, she might have easily bested Jun Yanjin. As she walked back, she keenly sensed the presence of someone behind her, presenting an excellent opportunity for a test. If Jun Yanjin harbored no affection for her, he would have turned away just as she did, or perhaps express his ire by confining her as punishment. "Yun Jintang, do you dare to leave this prince behind and return alone? Have I spoiled you too much?" Jun Yanjin placed the flower on the counter in the room and began to question her. Yun Jintang gracefully settled beside the concubine couch, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, blinking her eyes with a touch of feigned grievance. "All I wished for was a single flower, and yet you refuse. I might as well return to the Duke's residence, where my parents will grant me anything I desire." Hearing those words struck a chord within Jun Yanjin, causing him to feel somewhat deflated. Was she truly considering a return to her family's estate? Chapter 46. "Your Highness, let us finish dinner together before departing. When have I ever been unwilling to pluck a flower for you? To impose such conditions over a single blossom is quite unbecoming. I have never witnessed such pettiness from Your Highness." Yun Jintang offered no courtesy to Jun Yanjin, her words resounding clearly for the shadow guard stationed at the door. Jun Yanjin, teeth clenched, suppressed the urge to act rashly. "Yun Jintang, Your Highness, the dishes are ready," Pei Yao interjected cautiously before retreating hastily. In the spacious and elegant hall, the table was adorned with light and nourishing dishes. A casual glance revealed 2 sets of chopsticks, which eased some of Jun Yanjing's ire. Observing Yun Jintang curled up at the corner of the imperial concubine's couch, clutching a hot water bag, surrounded by a fox and a rabbit by her skirts. He noted her silence. She neither retorted nor defended herself, merely bowing her head, sniffling softly. Was she crying? Yun Yanjing sighed, and lowered himself to better discern her expression. After dinner, do remember to take your tonic. He softened his tone, unable to resist the urge to touch her cheek. Yet she evaded him. The timid, glutinous rice that had once grabbed at Jun Yanjing now scurried away, maintaining a sense of enmity towards him. The rabbit, however, remained carefree, even trampling on his garments. Yun Jintang paid no heed, and Jun Yanjing chose not to coax her further, rising to leave, feeling his presence was no longer appropriate. Yet, just as he crossed the threshold, a gentle and enchanting voice called out from behind. Your Highness, let us finish dinner together before you depart. Yun Jintang lifted her gaze, following his silhouette, and gradually stood to retrieve the hibiscus flower he had personally picked for her. In that moment, Jun Yanjing's heart became a tempest of confusion, his thoughts spiraling in disarray. He turned, quietly observing her actions. Had she already forgiven him? Unbeknownst to him, Yun Jintang's emotions were guiding his own. Your Highness, I truly adore this flower you picked. Yun Jintang smiled sweetly, her fingertips caressing the petals, the delicate pink and pure white hues blending harmoniously. The hibiscus bore little fragrance, but was remarkable for its coloring, which she found appealing. As long as you like it. The corners of Jun Yanjing's lips turned upwards almost imperceptibly before he reverted to his usual aloof demeanor, turning to sit at the table. Quite self-aware. Yun Jintang's meals were always exquisite, small in portion, yet varied in type. Upon tasting, Jun Yanjing was struck by the meticulousness of her lifestyle. Even the fruits were carved into floral shapes. The dishes were delightful, their flavors lingering long after, surpassing the culinary skills of the palace chefs. It was no wonder she had found it difficult to endure at the autumn hunting banquet. It was evident that she had been quite wrong during that time. Your Highness, take care. After the meal, Yun Jintang personally escorted Jun Yanjing to the courtyard entrance, showing no inclination to retain him. Which chef prepared the meals for the princess? Your Highness, it is the chef brought from the Duke's residence, who has been responsible for the princess's meals since her entry into the palace. Upon hearing this, Jun Yanjing fell into a deep contemplation, pondering whether Yun Jintang was truly content in the Wangfu. Unbeknownst to him, a sense of concern began to stir within him. Your Highness, a message from the Lanjin Pavilion has arrived. Upon returning to his study, he found Chu Xing had been waiting for quite some time. The sky had darkened, and ordinarily, at this hour, the prince would be in his study. It was indeed peculiar that he had yet to appear even after 2 cups of tea had passed. Jun Yanjing ascended the stairs and settled beside his desk. Opening the letter, the page was densely filled with text, mostly superfluous chatter, with only the concluding lines bearing any significance. In 2 days, at the hour of the rooster, an exchange will take place in the northern greenwoods. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Childish. Jun Yanjing crumpled the paper in frustration and cast it into the flames. He commanded his subordinates to lay an ambush in the northern city, ensuring that the fools of the Lanjin Pavilion would return empty-handed. Understood. Miss, why have you chosen the northern greenwoods as the meeting place? The elevated terrain and the endless expanse of evergreens obscure visibility. While it is suitable for an ambush, the Wuying Hall would not be so foolish as to willingly fall into a trap. Lin Lang expressed her confusion. Yun Jintang removed her jewelry and examined the pearl hairpin she wore today. It is precisely so that I may leave behind evidence for Jun Yanjing to question Yun Jintang, was certain that today's events had stirred something within Jun Yanjing. Her current task was to once again provoke his emotions, compelling him to confront his true feelings. He would be drawn to her, swayed by her joys and sorrows. Are you intending to incite His Highness's suspicions? Wouldn't that be detrimental to you? Pei Yao voiced her concerns. Yun Jintang gazed at the hibiscus flowers in the vase. Her confidence at 80%. There's no need for worry. I've already devised an escape plan. I want him to regret his actions. Jun Yanjing is currently harboring doubts about my elder brother and does not fully trust me either. It is better to provide him the opportunity to voice his suspicions openly. Misunderstandings invite explanations. If he continues to probe in secret, it may take an extensive period to resolve the matter. Yun Jintang articulated her thoughts clearly, gripping the pearl hairpin tightly as she envisioned Jun Yanjin's furious expression in 2 days' time. Have someone monitor the situation in the Greenwoods. It is highly probable that the Wuying Hall will set an ambush in advance. Understood. Chapter 47. Listening to her play the guqin the following day. As the first light of dawn illuminated the sky, the delicate yet cool rays of sunshine pierced through the window, flooding the room with brightness. Lin Lang and Pei Yao busied themselves with her grooming. At last, the weather had cleared. Yun Jintang, still languid, stretched her back and, after a light breakfast, ventured out to stroll through the back garden. The servants had moved all the potted plants, which had been sheltered under the eaves to escape the rain, back outside. Alas! The fallen hibiscus petals scattered across the ground were a lamentable sight. The peonies and chrysanthemums were also on the brink of wilting. She sat by the stone table and sighed softly. Your Highness, the fallen petals are not without sentiment. They will surely bloom more beautifully next year, the steward reassured her. Today, her spirits were high, prompting her to summon the enchanting guqin. The shadow guards exchanged glances, deliberating whether to mention this trivial matter to His Highness. He had likely never heard the princess play the guqin, and they worried whether he might hold it against them. After all, their observations indicated that he cared for her deeply, and with no pressing matters today, he might have the time to appreciate her performance. As the shadow guards hesitated, they noticed Jun Yanjin approaching from distance. It was a rare sight indeed. His Highness seldom visited the back garden throughout the year, yet he had come several times in recent days. Jun Yanjin navigated around the potted pine trees and the winding flower beds, taking an alternate path to the back garden. The weather had cleared, and inexplicably, his mood was quite pleasant, prompting this spontaneous visit. From afar, he spotted a figure clad in pale lavender within the gazebo of the back garden, her exquisite appearance commanding attention as she directed some attendants with graceful gestures. Compared to the maids flanking her, she was petite and elegant. The maids attended to her on either side, while the guqin lay propped outside the gazebo, and chairs were brought forth for Yun Jintang to sit upon before they discreetly withdrew. Their lady preferred solitude while playing, for proximity would disturb her. Was she about to play the guqin? Jun Yanjin paused, momentarily obscured by a towering ornamental pine, then took a few steps closer. The melody that resonated was both melodious and enchanting, its lively notes effortlessly soothing the listener's spirit, as if one were transported to a paradise untouched by worldly troubles, where concerns faded away, leaving only a gentle breeze and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The strings danced with dexterity, reminiscent of mountain streams and the rushing torrents of a canyon, her skilled fingers weaving an intricate tapestry of sound that was unparalleled in the capital. Yun Jintang, a refined lady raised in a prestigious household, was born into privilege, yet she never lost her sense of self nor became arrogant. She was acutely aware of her status, understanding that being born into nobility required the honing of one's abilities. Well-versed in poetry and literature, she diligently practiced the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, each requiring significant dedication. As she became engrossed in her playing, she noticed Jun Yanjin's presence, but did not interrupt the flow of her music. A piece lasted but a brief moment, akin to the time it takes to sip a cup of tea. Jun Yanjin settled into the gazebo, finding the tea at the perfect temperature. Without regard for whose cup it was, he picked it up and took a delicate sip, discovering an aroma infused with floral notes that was unlike any he had experienced before. As the final notes faded, Yun Jintang remained seated, her brows knitting together as she cast a reproachful glance at Jun Yanjin. Your Highness, that was my teacup, and what of it? The treasury of the palace overflows with gold and silver, all at your disposal. Must you quibble with me over a mere cup of tea? Jun Yanjin seemingly learned the art of retorting from Yun Jintang. Indeed, Yun Jintang chose not to dwell on the matter further. She gracefully approached the table and poured herself a cup of tea. Jun Yanjin spoke the truth. It would not be an exaggeration to declare her the wealthiest in the capital. With the king absent from the residence tomorrow, You may visit the Duke's manor for a while. Yet, Jun Yanjin remained apprehensive that the cunning foxes of a Lanjin's pavilion might uncover the connection between the Tang and the Ning Wangfu. Should they seize the opportunity to infiltrate the royal residence, any misfortune befalling Yun Jintang could prove troublesome. They were capable of exchanging captives, and it was uncertain if they might target Yun Jintang. Why would I return to the Duke's manor when I have no business there? Yun Jintang queried, stating that if the weather were fine tomorrow, she intended to stroll through the flower market. Jun Yanjin refrained from elaborating on his concerns. He could not openly express his worries and resolved to instruct the hidden guards to follow closely later. The morning sunlight was gentle, and the water stains on the ground gradually dried. Glutinous rice balls frolicked nearby. It is quite novel to see a fox and a rabbit playing together. Yun Yanjin the Mulks Keshudi. Who says a fox and a rabbit cannot coexist harmoniously? Look how well they are getting along. Yun Jintang left the stone table to pick up the rabbit, while the fox clung to her skirt, silently trailing behind her. This casual murmuring resonated within Jun Yanjing's heart. Indeed, a fox and a rabbit could coexist. In his eyes, Yun Jintang resembled that very rabbit. On the following day, at the hour of Yu, the northern woods of the city were shrouded in a tense and tranquil atmosphere. The wind howled, stirring fallen leaves across the ground. The stark contrast to black and white divided the two factions. Jun Yanjin was absent. Yun Jintang concealed herself in the shadows, keenly observing the number and identity of those dispatched by Tang. Chu Xing led 6 hidden guards, who placed 3 large boxes in the center, the very same she had seen in the secret chamber of her study. This transaction was indeed unprofitable. It was only after Qing Wu witnessed them retreating with the boxes that she approached to investigate their authenticity. It took a teacup's worth of time. What about our people? Chu Xing's gaze was piercing, his brow furrowed, wary of any schemes from the Lanjin's pavilion. With a clap of her hands, Qing Wu raised her arm, her crimson lips curving into a smile, commanding her men to bring forth the hidden guards of Tang. 10 in total, not a single one missing. What has happened to them? Upon seeing the guards being carried in, Chu Xing immediately drew his sword, heightening the tension as both sides revealed their weapons. Qing Wu turned, a more beguiling smile hidden beneath her veil. Who in a martial world does not know of the cunning and fickle nature of Tang's members? My actions are merely a precaution for safety. They have fallen victim to my toxic fragrance. Rest assured, once my people relocate these paintings from the northern woods, they shall provide you with the antidote. Chapter 48. Both injured Yun Jintang chose to set the exchange at dusk, primarily for the sake of convenience in departing. Yet, at this hour, Jun Yanjin had yet to make an appearance, leaving many questions unanswered. Qing Wu observed Chu Xing's face twisted with rage, unfazed, and commanded the removal of the paintings. The Lanjin Pavilion, unlike the Wuying Hall, adhered to a code of ethics. I am indeed a person of my word. Qing Wu calculated the numbers. Without engaging in combat, she was unaware of the martial prowess of the opposing party. If they were all elite fighters, the situation could prove challenging. The most bothersome individual was still absent. According to the pavilion master, Jun Yanjin should have sufficiently recuperated by now, with no reason to remain hidden. Could it be that he trusts his men so implicitly? The paintings were moved to a location not far from the official road. After receiving a message, Qing Wu tossed a jade vial to Chu Xing. She was about to instruct her people to depart when, in an instant, as she prepared to drop a smoke bomb for cover, a volley of arrows shot in from all directions. Birds took flight and leaves rustled. Chu Xing quickly set the vial down and, in a flash, darted to Qing Wu's side, fortunate that she had the reflexes to evade his deadly blade. As the sky darkened, visibility would be impeded even without the added cover of smoke. It appeared that the Wuying Hall truly disregarded all morals. Infuriated, Qing Wu curled her fingers and aimed for Chu Xing's throat, each move executed with utmost ferocity. At the moment the paintings were being relocated, Yun Jintang stealthily advanced towards the official road. Jun Yanjin would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. An ambush was imminent. Nearby, a carriage lay in wait, and at this juncture, the Lanjin Pavilion members found themselves encircled. Leave a few alive, Jun Yanjin commanded, masterfully orchestrating the situation. A mask obscured half his visage, yet his fathomless black eyes gleamed with an intensity akin to a soaring eagle detecting its prey, poised to strike unrelentingly. The fighters worked in concert, refraining from prolonged combat, aiming to delay their adversaries while transporting the paintings. Yun Jintang, armed with a slender double-edged dagger, launched a surprise attack from behind Jun Yanjin. Though masked, the familiar aura of his formidable presence was unmistakable. Upon learning that the Wuying Hall's leader was none other than the opposing Ning Wang, she had entertained thoughts of assassination. However, as Jun Yanjing's military exploits proved invaluable to the nation, bringing peace to the people, she ultimately abandoned that notion. In the realm of martial arts, the rivalry between the Longjing Pavilion and Wuying Hall had become common knowledge. Jun Yanjing sidestepped, his sword clashing against Yun Jintang's blade in a fierce exchange. Beneath the layered canopy of fabric, he felt an intense curiosity about her countenance. As he grasped a corner of the fabric, preparing to exert force, Yun Jintang retreated a few feet, retracting her weapon. The darkness deepened. Had Jun Yanjing regained all his strength so swiftly? Yun Jintang remained skeptical. She leaped forward, gripping her slender dagger, launching a series of seemingly lethal strikes aimed at his chest. Yet most were mere tests. Jun Yanjing balanced both defense and offense, intent on unveiling her concealed visage. In the encroaching darkness, as she neared him, the fabric would occasionally billow, yet her features remained obscured from his view. With a sweeping motion of his long arm, he lunged towards her face. Yun Jintang swiftly sidestepped, grasping his wrist and leveraging her body to flip, propelling both of them forward. Otherwise, her arm would surely have dislocated. A subtle smile played on Yun Jintang's lips as she anticipated that he would not recover so swiftly. After glancing back to assess the situation, she waved her sleeve, sending a white silk ribbon striking towards Jun Yanjing's chest. He seized it and yanked her forward with force. Yun Jintang found herself close to Jun Yanjing's visage, observing his thin lips pressed tightly together, and a mischievous impulse surged within her, prompting her to kick him in the abdomen. Though lacking in strength, it posed no real harm. Jun Yanjing, incensed by her provocation, noted that the people from the Longjing Pavilion were gaining the upper hand, and he was determined to capture her. As Yun Jintang prepared to turn and flee, Yun Yanjing relentlessly pursued her. She instructed the others to transport the paintings, while simultaneously wielding a concealed weapon, which she launched towards him in a heartbeat. To her astonishment, Jun Yanjing had concealed his true prowess, his current state starkly contrasting with before. Cunning indeed. Fortunately, Yun Jintang had a contingency plan. With a flick of her sleeve, a waft of wisteria fragrance infiltrated Jun Yanjing's senses. He barely had time to register the disorientation, shaking his head while gripping his sword tightly. Qin, sensing the precariousness of the situation, broke away from the Longjing Pavilion's people and leaped towards her, only to be struck back by Yun Jintang's silk ribbon, stumbling against a tree trunk. The carriage traveled along the official road, traversing treacherous mountains shrouded in mist by night. Jun Yanjing inhaled deeply, centering himself, and unleashed a fierce sword wind. Yun Jintang dodged nimbly, but as she observed him reaching for the canopy's silk, she hastily defended herself, only to have her arm grazed. She was not one to relish battle, and the blood staining her garments heightened her awareness of the pain. Seizing the moment while Jun Yanjing was momentarily dazed by the fragrance, she kicked Qin aside, the dagger striking his shoulder before she vaulted away. A pearl hairpin fell to the ground, partially concealed by fallen leaves. "Master, are you unharmed?" Qin inquired, clutching his chest as he rose. Jun Yanjing gritted his teeth, extracting the dagger from his shoulder, his consciousness wavering. This fragrance was indeed potent. Had he not reacted promptly, he would have succumbed to its effects more fully. "Master!" Chu Xing and his entourage arrived, observing the absence of the paintings, remaining silent, not daring to breathe. Chapter 49. Doubt. Thoroughly investigate the scene. No clue should be overlooked. Jun Yanjing took the jade vial from Chu Xing's hand and inhaled its fragrance, which seemed to be the antidote. That cunning woman! The murderous intent in his eyes surged forth. One day, he would capture her and make her wish she were never born. In the dead of night, Yun Jintang returned to her room, bathed and refreshed. The water in the basin stained crimson with blood. The sting of the medicine made her lips pale. This injury had caught her off guard. How could Jun Yanjin regain his full strength in such a short time? Had it not been for the fragrant poison from Qin Wu, she might have succumbed. Nevertheless, the objective was achieved. She had left a hairpin behind, and Jun Yanjin would undoubtedly suspect her. Preparations must be made in advance. Miss, fortunately, the cut on your arm is not deep. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome, Pei Yao said, her brow furrowed as she applied the medicine delicately. Yun Jintang glanced at the scar-removing tools in the box, and then at her wound, which was about the length of a finger, perilously close to her shoulder. After applying the medicine, she needed to conceal the injury. She had a premonition that Jun Yanjin's fury would be far greater this time. She had to ensure everything was executed flawlessly. The goal was to dispel his doubts. The Longines Pavilion had nothing to do with her or Yun Moli. Everything was merely coincidence. She wanted him to feel guilt, to blame himself, to regret doubting her. Is everything ready? Yun Jintang waved her hand through the lingering scent of medicine and lit the incense. Everything was perfectly prepared. Lin Lang approached the incense burner, answering. In the early hours, in the study, Jun Yanjin sat in an elevated position in his slightly open night robe, long fingers caressing a pearl hairpin, assessing its color and quality, which was anything but ordinary. Your Highness, this hairpin was discovered during our search. If it was left behind then, it could only be. Qin Yixiao understood Jun Yanjin's silence. He had seen this hairpin before, worn by the princess. Furthermore, this hairpin was the very one the prince had instructed him to find. One of a kind. What movements has the princess made today? Jun Yanjin held the hairpin, his voice as deep and rich as aged wine. The princess went to the flower and bird market in the western city this morning, returned to rest after lunch at Chang'e Tower, and has not left Furong Courtyard since. The reporting shadow guard felt a chill down his spine, fearing something might go awry. In his view, the princess had shown no unusual behavior today and had not left the palace. Why would there be suspicion cast upon her? If the princess truly had issues, he would be derelict in his duties. She has not left at all? Jun Yanjin inquired once more. Yes, she has not left. The shadow guard lowered his head further, his voice increasingly uncertain. Though Jun Yanjin appeared calm and composed, a tempest raged within him. He pressed on. Qin Yixiao, is there another hairpin identical to this one? The calm surface of the sea concealed an impending storm. Your Highness, this hairpin was retrieved from the royal treasury. It was one of the gifts presented by the Lan Yu kingdom during their visit. There should be no identical piece in the capital. Qin Yixiao answered truthfully. In Jun Yanjin's heart, the seed of doubt had burgeoned, breaking through the soil of his mind. This night, he was engulfed in turmoil, utterly devoid of weariness. Casting a glance at the wound on his shoulder, bandaged securely, he recalled that he had inflicted pain upon that person, precisely at the location of his arm. The sword had been meticulously cleaned and was neatly placed aside. A thought stirred within him, compelling him to investigate further. Yet, taking that step filled him with hesitation, was it not? He found himself in a state of indecision, a dilemma intrinsically linked to Yun Jintang. What enchantment did she possess that warranted such contemplation from him? Jun Yanjin closed his eyes in reflection, gripping the jeweled hairpin tightly. Your Highness, it would be prudent to rest. Qin Yi gently reminded him. Receiving no response, he continued. Although this hairpin bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the princess, it is quite unlikely that she possesses martial prowess. This too was a source of Jun Yanjin's confusion. The frailty of Yun Jintang had been corroborated by Murong Su. It could not be a mere fabrication. The woman from that evening exhibited extraordinary skills, not something one could master overnight. Please, all of you withdraw, Jun Yanjin commanded, rubbing his temples. He had no intention of resting just yet. The room fell into a profound silence as he pondered, exhausting every thought in an attempt to rationalize the situation, but ultimately found himself unconvinced. He despised the feeling of danger lurking in proximity. Any potential threat within the prince's residence must be eradicated. The following day, at the hour of Chun, the Prince of Ning arrived, as announced by the maid. Yun Jintang, having completed her breakfast, was in the courtyard digesting her meal. On the stone table lay vibrant flowers, a purchase from the flower shop the previous day, cultivated out of season. With no suitable place in the Furong courtyard to display them, she had simply trimmed them for admiration. A fleeting beauty could serve to ease the passage of her time. Upon entering the Furong courtyard, the first sight that greeted Jun Yanjin was this scene. Yun Jintang sat at the table, a brilliantly blooming peony flower obscuring half of her visage, its delicate pink petals harmonizing with the hue of her gown. A fox and a rabbit lay peacefully in their nest, devoid of any quarrel. As Yun Jintang picked up the scissors to trim the flower stems, she noticed a figure standing at the doorway for some time and promptly rose. "Your Highness," she greeted, her almond-shaped eyes always sparkling brightly. Jun Yanjin instinctively glanced at her hair accessories, noting the absence of the pearl hairpin she had worn just days before. Chapter 50. Making her cry. "Your Highness, you appear to be unwell," Yun Jintang observed, noting the unusual tension surrounding Jun Yanjin as she approached him slowly, her voice laced with concern. Indeed, Jun Yanjin had suffered from insomnia, while Yun Jintang radiated vitality, her face aglow with the freshness of spring. A plethora of flowers adorned the stone table. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" she inquired again when he remained silent. "Where did you go after the hour of you yesterday?" Jun Yanjin's demeanor today was distinctly unusual, his voice heavy with gloom. Despite her evident care, his expression remained as cold and indifferent as ever. "Where could I possibly go at that hour?" she replied smoothly. "Answer me," Jun Yanjin commanded, his tone growing increasingly severe. "Why are you so fierce?" Yun Jintang responded patiently and gently. "I was already bathing and resting by then." His gaze wandered about the room before settling on her arm, where no visible injury was apparent. Noticing his attention fixated on her wounded arm, she instinctively recoiled, and as he reached out to touch her, she evaded him. She had always disliked his touch. This time, however, Jun Yanjin did not retreat. He grasped her other hand and led her into the room. Princess, Lin Lang and Pei Yao, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to follow, but were halted in their tracks by the gleaming swords of Qin Yi and other hidden guards. "Your Highness, what do you intend to do?" Yun Jintang struggled vainly against his grip. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. "Your Highness." Her voice grew increasingly anxious as she attempted to break free, her wrist turning red beneath his grasp. Jun Yanjin pulled her to the column within the room, raising her right arm and pressing it above her head. His cold gaze was fathomless, as still as an endless abyss, unperturbed even by the smallest pebble dropping into it. "Were you truly resting in the room at the hour of you last night?" His other hand began to explore her left arm, moving from her wrist, his eyes fixed intently on her expression. "It hurts, Your Highness," Yun Jintang whimpered, her lips pouting unconsciously as she gazed up at him with a pitiful look. She was on the verge of tears. Jun Yanjin's hand lingered at her wound, his lips curling coldly. "Yun Jintang, answer me. If I was not in the room, where else could I possibly be? Is there something you cannot say directly? You're always so suspicious." As she finished her retort, his fingertip pressed down firmly on her injury, and she did not hide her pain, crying out as it hurt. She struggled to shake off his grip on her wrist, pushing against his chest with her right hand in an attempt to create distance. "Yun Jintang, I encountered someone last night who bears a striking resemblance to you. Both in stature and demeanor, she was remarkably like you." Jun Yanjin's hand moved to her neck, determined to inspect her arm for any wounds. She winced in pain, and he slightly loosened his grip, yet his suspicions intensified. Everything could be feigned. Should Yun Jintang truly dare to deceive him, the gates of the palace dungeon would swing wide open. "Release me." Clutching her chest, Yun Jintang regarded Jun Yanjin as a lecher. Yet her defiance proved futile in the end. She wept anew, her nose tinged with crimson, her shoulders trembling slightly, whether from fear or something else. She herself could not discern. Jun Yanjin's gaze finally revealed a flicker of emotion, as if he were compelling an innocent girl against her will. His fingertips grazed her neck, lingering on the arm he had just grasped. Yet he steeled himself and pulled her garment aside. "No." Yun Jintang's tears cascaded down her chin, her voice feeble. Her outer garment had slipped down to her shoulders, unveiling what Jun Yanjin had presumed to be a wound, yet it bore no marks, her skin as smooth as jade. Save for a minuscule and inconspicuous mole. A jolt coursed through Jun Yanjin's heart. He cast a hurried glance, his fingertips trembling as he hastily pulled her clothing back up. Ugh! Yun Jintang cried out, yearning to retreat from the shadow of Jun Yanjin, only to find herself obstructed by a pillar behind her. Do not cry. Jun Yanjin's breath quickened as he beheld her state, feeling utterly powerless. He wished to console her, but realized that this turmoil was of his own making. I despise you. Yun Jintang lifted her head, her almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. Her attire in disarray, one hand pressed against her chest, her voice considerably louder than usual. The recent motions had allowed a few stray strands of hair to escape her updo, dampened by tears that clung to her cheeks. Jun Yanjin gently brushed the strand aside, his low voice offering solace. It is my fault. He regained his composure, filled with remorse, and took the cloak hanging nearby, draping it over Yun Jintang. Do not cry. He longed to embrace her. Why do you treat me this way? Yun Jintang met his regretful gaze, her voice still tinged with sobs. Where's your hairpin? Jun Yanjin steadied himself, retrieving from his sleeve the item he had found the previous night, placing it in her palm. Yun Jintang slowed her breathing, pointing towards the vanity. This is not my hairpin. The one the prince gave me is over there. With that, she tossed the hairpin to the ground. The sharp clink shattered the last vestige of doubt within Jun Yanjin. He approached the vanity and discovered the identical hairpin lying peacefully within the jewelry box, preserved in pristine condition. Yun Jintang sat upon the noblewoman's couch, clutching the cloak tightly, occasionally stifling her sobs. When Jun Yanjin's gaze fell upon her, she promptly turned her head away, unwilling to grant him even a glimpse of her face. Chapter 51. The princess returns to the duke's residence. Jun Yanjin picked up a pearl hairpin and cast a glance at the one discarded by Yun Jintang moments ago. Suddenly, he felt as though he had been deceived. The woman from last night possessed formidable martial prowess and had deliberately left behind an identical hairpin to sow seeds of doubt regarding those around him. A dull ache emanated from the wound on his shoulder. Why had he begun to suspect Yun Jintang? The influence of Yun Mo played a part, as did the presence of this very hairpin. Yun Jintang remained silent, disregarding everyone around her. You should rest well. Jun Yanjin, seething with rage, immediately tempered his ire in her presence, his voice tinged with a hint of guilt as it reached her ears. The objective had been partially achieved. Without glancing back, he exited the room. At the moment the dark guard sheathed his dagger outside the door, Lin Lang and Pei Yao hastily returned to check on the situation. They had heard the lady's cries, and, though they felt assured, anxiety lingered in their hearts. Your Highness, send someone to thoroughly investigate the carriages and goods in the capital. The location where Wu Ying Tang intercepted the paintings is precisely on the official road leading into the city. Lan Jingge must intend to smuggle that batch of paintings into the capital. Regardless of the cost, we must uncover their whereabouts. The paintings are inconsequential. All I desire is to locate that woman. Jun Yanjin's command was absolute. After issuing the orders, he cast one last, unspoken sorrowful glance at the closed door. He had acted impulsively this time. Your Highness, regarding the princess. Qin Yi repeatedly confirmed Jun Yanjin's previous instructions, insisting that someone keep a close watch on the situation at Fu Rong courtyard. However, given the current turmoil, it seemed the princess had been misunderstood. No need. Jun Yanjin's steps were measured and slow. Even after leaving Fu Rong courtyard, unease still gnawed at him. Inside the room, Pei Yao brought in warm water and gently wiped the blood oozing from the wound. Yun Jintang's fragrant shoulders were partially exposed as she clutched her cloak. Despite having adorned herself with exquisite makeup today, her pallid complexion could not be concealed. Jun Yanjin had lingered far too long, almost losing his composure. The disguise covering her wound had been removed, and Lin Lang wrapped it in white cloth, preparing to dispose of it shortly. Miss, the wound is quite severe. How could His Highness treat you this way? Pei Yao's heart tightened as she observed the unrelenting blood flow. Such an injury could not have resulted from a mere altercation. Unless Yun Jintang remained silent. After cleaning the blood and applying medicine, she gently lifted her garments. Prepare the carriage. We shall return to the Duke's residence. After a lengthy pause, she commanded, Yes. Upon hearing they would return to the Duke's residence, Lin Lang and Pei Yao's movements quickened, their faces visibly brightening with joy. After a brief interval, a guard hurriedly approached the Yang courtyard, informing the hidden guards of the matter, which was then reported in layers. By the time Jun Yanjin learned that Yun Jintang had departed, the carriage had already traveled some distance. This was, in fact, within his expectations. Your Highness, should I procure some jewelry or precious jade? Qin inquired tentatively, as if familiar with the routine. No need. Jun Yanjin was acutely aware that this situation was unlike any other. Yun Jintang, having been raised in opulence as the sole daughter of the Duke's residence, found herself unperturbed by the adornments that surrounded her. The jewels served little purpose beyond mere embellishment. What shall we do if the princess does not return this time? In response, the prince asserted, I am well aware of how to manage this situation. Do I require your reminders? Let them speak ill. I harbor no belief that those who indulge in idle gossip act without error. If they are so bereft of intrigue, let's provide them with tasks to occupy their time. Jun Yanjin exuded an aura of authority, his tone remarkably calm and devoid of anger. Yet each word compelled those in the study to bow their heads lower, their breaths barely escaping their lips. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet, the closed door amplifying the chilling atmosphere. He instructed everyone to vacate the premises before turning his attention to the military reports that awaited him, each soul refraining from interruption. In the afternoon, Murong-su arrived to tend to his bandages, stepping into the sunlit courtyard only to sense an unsettling tension. Although the dark guards diligently performed their duties, the ambience was thick with unease. Every expression remained stoic, and any attempt at conversation was met with hasty retreats. Dr. Murong, His Highness is in the back courtyard. Qin approached with a medicine box, her brows furrowed with concern. The master bore troubles, and so too did those who served him. What has transpired? Has there been an incident at the Wuying Hall? The artworks had been exchanged by those from the Longines Pavilion due to misunderstandings, leading the princess to return to the Duke's residence. And now the prince was in a foul mood. Murong-su felt perplexed. During the autumn hunting banquet, the two had seemed quite harmonious. How had matters devolved to such a point that one had retreated to her familial home? In the back courtyard, Jun Yanjin sat elegantly in a dark golden brocade robe within a pavilion, the warm sunlight casting a gentle glow upon him. One hand held an unreviewed report, while the other lifted a teacup for a delicate sip. To an untrained eye, he appeared relaxed, as if untouched by recent events, yet upon closer inspection, the furrow of his brow and the prominent veins of his wrist betrayed a different story. Though he shed his outer garment without feeling the chill, the wound on his shoulder, though not severe, had reopened and bled due to his earlier negligence. Having absorbed Qin Yi's words, Murong-su adopted a notably more serious demeanor, refraining from his usual jests. Chapter 52. Midnight Conference. How is her health now? As Murong-su finished wrapping the bandages around Jun Yanjin, he was taken aback by the sudden question, which seemed casual yet betrayed a deep concern. Whose? He pretended not to understand, pausing for a moment before continuing. You wouldn't be inquiring about Miss Yun, would you? Why not? She's my princess, and it is only natural for me to show concern for her from time to time. Jun Yanjin's stubbornness was palpable. With a sigh, Murong-su returned the remaining bandages and the medicine bottle to the medicine chest, responding with a tinge of injustice in his tone. Miss Yun's health requires gentle care. She must not be overexerted or stressed. If you continue to provoke her, I cannot guarantee when she will fully recover. When I examined her previously, she mentioned that her health had not always been this poor. It was only after her return to the capital that her condition deteriorated again. I find this rather puzzling. As he spoke, Murong-su's gaze fell upon Jun Yanjin. Healing encompasses not just the physical body, but also the spirit. Often, one's mindset is of utmost importance. Are you suggesting that all of this is my fault? Jun Yanjin set down the document, his eyes narrowing as if ready to engage in a confrontation. I certainly am not. Murong-su hastily retreated with the medicine chest, unwilling to shoulder the blame. Miss Yun is quite obedient to medical advice. Under normal circumstances, she should be well within 3 months. Ultimately, he offered some practical information, for if Jun Yanjin were to lose his temper, Murong-su feared he might find himself in a precarious situation. Upon hearing this, Jun Yanjin felt somewhat reassured. "You are my aide, and Yun Jintang is the mistress of the Ning Wangfu." Referring to her as Miss Yun is rather inappropriate. Oh, Murong-su had not considered that someone would be so particular about such trivial matters, and he was taken aback by the disbelief that followed. Even his quiet mutterings did not escape Jun Yanjin's keen ears. A sharp glare from him made Murong-su wilt under the pressure, hastily carrying the medicine chest out. As night fell, Yun Jintang finished her medicine and began her nightly routine, lighting incense to mask the lingering scent of medicine. She was reluctant to let her mother and others know of her injury, so she had concocted an excuse for her return. It must be said that Jun Yanjin could be rather ruthless at times. Her arms still throbbed from his forceful grip, and had it not been for that, she might have already healed. The Tinglan courtyard was enveloped in silence, with occasional osmanthus petals drifting down to the ground. The crescent moon was hidden behind dark clouds, casting a faint glow that limited visibility, only revealing a tall figure in the distant corner. The restorative medicine contained some herbs with sedative properties, a concoction of her own making, meant for both external application and internal use to expedite healing. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, the soft sound of the door creaking open reached her ears, so subtle and cautious that an ordinary person would not have detected it. In the dim light of the candle, a tall and slender silhouette cast a shadow against the screen. The beaded curtain by the bedside obscured Yun Jintang's view, leaving her only a vague impression of the figure. "Who is it?" Yun Jintang sat up in bed, clutching her quilt, her voice trembling slightly. Jun Yanjin raised an eyebrow, gazing at the petite figure nestled within the bed, illuminated by the flickering candlelight and the glow of the night pearl lamp. He observed her shoulders tremble slightly, as if startled. "It is I," he replied softly. At this moment, Yun Jintang finally relaxed, her eyes resembling those of a timid fawn, innocent yet filled with trepidation. As the pearl curtain parted, she lifted her gaze to meet his, her arms concealed beneath the quilt, remaining silent as she subtly shifted backward. Jun Yanjin took a seat at the edge of the bed, watching as Yun Jintang's delicate brows furrowed and then quickly unfurled, indicating she was still somewhat irked. "What brings His Highness here at this hour?" she questioned, her tone imbued with reproach, yet it was tempered by an undeniable gentleness. Jun Yanjin could sense her slight annoyance. However, he felt no inclination to regret his presence. "Cover yourself properly," he urged, concerned that she might catch a chill, instinctively reaching out to adjust the feather quilt, only to have her shy away. His hand, suspended in the air, gradually fell back down. "I was rash this morning," he admitted. "Was it merely because of hairpin?" Yun Jintang looked at him with a hint of grievance in her dark pupils, questioning his reasoning. Indeed, it was unjust to doubt her over such a trivial matter. And Jun Yanjin had pondered this all afternoon, leading him to decide to offer his apology that night. "Your Highness is always so suspicious," Yun Jintang murmured, her head bowed in reproach. Jun Yanjin patiently listened to her soft complaints, remaining unperturbed. "In the future, I shall first hear your explanations. This betrothal is inherently entangled in the struggle for power. My prior doubts and suspicions stemmed from this reality. My brothers have all cautioned me. Hence, I never intended to provoke your Highness. Who could have foreseen this turn of events?" Yun Jintang gradually steered the conversation towards the intricate relations between their two households. She gazed earnestly at him, her voice a gentle whisper. "Since I've already married your Highness, we are in this together. Regardless of how dissatisfied my father and the others may be with this union, they would never act in a manner that jeopardizes your Highness's interests." Jun Yanjin was somewhat taken aback, not having anticipated that Yun Jintang possessed such clarity of thought. She understood everything, yet chose to remain silent. Chapter 53, Unraveling Misunderstandings. Jun Yanjin contemplated reaching out to caress her head, but hesitated midway, recalling Yun Jintang's aversion to his touch. Ultimately, he refrained. "If your Highness cannot let go, then we shall part ways." Yun Jintang's final words resonated with unwavering determination, as though the preceding dialogue had merely served this singular purpose. Jun Yanjin's gaze and the tone of her voice revealed that her words were not born of anger. What was once a tranquil mind now roiled with turbulent waves. His heart was tightly gripped, leaving him profoundly uneasy. Unacceptable. This time, he spoke without deliberation. Yun Jintang, you may do as you wish. I can grant you anything you desire, but this matter, absolutely not. Yun Jintang was perplexed. Marriage thrives on mutual affection, as it stands. Your Highness and I are not so inclined. Why impose such expectations? Jun Yanjin, observing her sentiments, understood that these thoughts had long taken root in her heart. Their union had barely endured 2 months. He did not respond to her inquiry regarding separation. The mere mention of those 2 words stirred a sense of gloom within him. He reiterated emphatically, I shall no longer harbor doubts about you. The Ning Wang Fu shall be your home henceforth. You may remain at the Duke's residence for a few days, but do remember to return home. Your Highness, I wish to rest. Yun Jintang, having discerned Jun Yanjin's feelings, felt her objective had been achieved and ceased to detain him. He had indeed begun to change, compared to his previous indifference upon her arrival at the palace. He now occasionally acknowledged her emotions, even allowing her to lead him, which was the outcome she desired. Jun Yanjin lingered, insisting on a definitive answer. When will you return? When my mood improves. Yun Jintang's response was vague, evidently unsatisfactory, prompting Jun Yanjin to fixate on her in silence. Days passed. He maintained his silence, his piercing gaze locked on her features, showing no inclination to depart. 3 days hence, then, Yun Jintang conceded. She reasoned that she ought to wait until her wound had sufficiently healed to avoid reopening it. There would inevitably be unforeseen circumstances at the Ning Wang Fu. Though Jun Yanjin had stated this, caution was still prudent. Agreed. After Jun Yanjin nodded, he rose swiftly and departed. As dawn broke, Yun Moli calculated the timing and arrived after Yun Jintang had finished her breakfast. Is it true that Jun Yanjin has begun to suspect us regarding the autumn hunting banquet? Yun Jintang's explanations could deceive Yun Jun and Song Xining, yet they would not fool Yun Moli. He noted her consistently pale demeanor and recalled the missing artwork from the Lanjing Pavilion. Tanger, are you injured? Yes, but it is not severe. Jun Yanjin was also injured by me. Yun Jintang replied nonchalantly as she perused her poetry, dismissing the pain from the previous day's wound entirely. Unsurprisingly, Yun Moli immediately rose, slamming the table in indignation, eager to seek retribution. Brother, remain calm. Yun Moli's tone was laced with reproach. Tanger, you should not have taken such risks. The batch of calligraphy and paintings holds great significance for the Lanjing Pavilion. It cannot be relinquished lightly. I have reclaimed what was lost. Although Jun Yanjin has wounded me, I have also dispelled his suspicions regarding us, which seems quite advantageous. Yun Jintang remains as languid as a drifting cloud, turning a page to continue reading. In Yun Moli's eyes, she epitomizes the essence of someone whose scars have yet to heal, having forgotten the pain. Brother, I am fine. There is no need to worry excessively. You are being reckless. Are those artworks truly of such importance that they warrant such peril? The calligraphy and paintings could cover 2 years' worth of expenses for the physician of Lanjing Pavilion. Yun Jintang set down her book, an inherent stubbornness radiating from her. Brother, the court does not intervene in these matters. Those in power are only preoccupied with acquiring greater authority and status. Who then pays heed to those at the bottom? Her voice, while not loud, was resonant with wisdom, each word a pearl of insight. In this world, all are driven by profit. The bustling masses are all motivated by gain. Humanity pursues profit, often at any cost. Tanger, these are matters beyond our influence. Yun Moli understood that the harrowing events of the Sanyang Pass battle 3 years prior had left a profound impression on Yun Jintang. Though she was young, she had witnessed the devastation, countless lives lost, bodies strewn across the battlefield, rivers flowing with blood. However, Jun Yanjin is different. Initially, Yun Jintang had considered that, while Lanjing Pavilion's capabilities were limited, Jun Yanjin was a prince of the realm, wielding power and status. If he ascended to a higher position, yet, his character required refinement. That was her instinctual perception. What if Prince Ning has no interest in that position? Yun Moli could sense Jun Yanjin's indifference towards the throne. He was, in truth, a solitary and proud individual who held the imperial seat in disdain. Yet, His exceptional abilities and remarkable military accomplishments earned him the unwavering support of the border populace, as well as considerable military authority, making him one of the most favored princes in the struggle for succession, and also the most embroiled in turmoil. This was the very reason why King Jing viewed Prince Ning as a significant obstacle and a thorn in his side. Even if he were disinterested, would he not inevitably be drawn into this contest for the throne? Yun Jintang countered, if that is the case, why could he not emerge victorious? If an ambitious individual like King Jing were to ascend the throne, his foremost action would be to suppress the other princes, with Jun Yanjin being the one he most desires to eliminate. Now that we are bound together, we rise and fall as one. Listening intently, Yin Moli's expression grew increasingly grave. Once she finished speaking, Yun Jintang returned to her previous state of leisure and ease, unwilling to allow others to glimpse her inner thoughts. Very well, brother, I shall exercise my own judgment. Chapter 54. The Yin and Yang Ledger 3 days later. In the early morning, after finishing her breakfast, Yun Jintang changed her bandages once more and agreed to return to the Wangfu today, for she could not go back on her word. As the carriage traversed the main thoroughfare of the capital, she observed the merchants, who were unusually quiet, devoid of their customary hustle and bustle. Lifting the curtain, she cast a fleeting glance through a corner of the window before retracting her gaze. In the chill of autumn, His Majesty had commanded the Minister of Revenue to conduct a thorough investigation of tax revenues and expenditures, preparing for the impending winter to assist the populace. Merchants and officials in the capital, if guilty of any wrongdoing, were now gripped by trepidation. News of Yun Jintang's return to the estate reached Jun Yanjin within the span of a single cup of tea. He was still instructing the personnel of Yintang to settle the accounts. Your Highness, the ledgers of the Wangfu have already been dispatched to Furong Courtyard, reported the steward, a trusted confidant of Jun Yanjin. The accountants have verified the records in advance. There are no discrepancies. With so many ledgers, it was uncertain how long it would take to review them. Jun Yanjin had no intention of having her examine them alone. He merely feared that she might overthink and feel as though she were merely a guest in someone else's home. Not long after Yun Jintang returned to the courtyard, she sipped some hot tea and watched as several accountants approached, carrying the ledgers in an orderly fashion. Your Highness, these are the financial records for the Wangfu this year. We kindly ask you to review them. Upon seeing the multitude of ledgers, Yun Jintang held her cup with one hand, pondering what scheme Jun Yanjin was concocting. Why would so many accountants be summoned solely to burden her? Just place them there, she commanded, gesturing for them to set the ledgers on the stone table, where they formed a considerable stack, the duration of which she could only speculate. You need not rush, Your Highness. There is no deadline imposed by His Highness. One of them reassured her. Understood, Yun Jintang replied, her expression unchanging, neither pleased nor displeased, as tranquil as a still pond. You may all withdraw for now. I will summon you should I require assistance. Your Highness, do you not need our help? The accountants were taken aback by her directive to leave, uncertain if she could manage alone. Can you truly handle this by yourself? It is unnecessary. These accounts are not as intricate as those from the Longines Pavilion. Each year, the complexity of those records is enough to bewilder and exhaust one's mind. The accounts from the Ning Wangfu are, in truth, rather simplistic. Yun Jintang understood that what Jun Yanjin possessed was certainly more than this. Whatever he wished to conceal from her, she would not pry into. Once the accountants had departed, Lin Lang brought forth an abacus along with writing supplies, noting the splendid sunlight and her mistress's favorable mood. Yun Jintang spent 3 days meticulously reviewing the records. For any amounts that raised questions or seemed suspicious, she marked them with a vermilion brush. Today, all the accountants were summoned to stand in a line before her. Seated gracefully on a chair cushioned with soft bedding in the courtyard, she raised her hand, instructing them to revisit the accounts she had noted as concerning. With an air of serenity, Yun Jintang addressed them, her voice delicate. You did not notice the blatant discrepancies in the records of the Lin family textile workshop in the southern part of the city? The accountants exchanged glances, flipping through the ledgers repeatedly, their hearts racing with anxiety. A few days ago, they had already reported to His Highness that the accounts were accurate. Yet the issue was unexpectedly uncovered by the princess. Given His Highness's temperament, their lives were surely at stake. The crowd fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Your Highness, it is the fault of us subordinates. We beseech you to impose punishment. Yun Jintang raised her brows slightly, maintaining an elegant posture as she remained seated. Enough. This is not solely your fault. The accountants all lifted their heads, their faces etched with confusion. The accounts submitted by the Lin family's fabric shop are dual-entry accounts. You ought to be aware of this, Yun Jintang patiently elucidated. In truth, during her initial review, she had not noticed any discrepancies in the fabric shop's figures. It was only upon her second examination that she realized, given the shop's location and business, the revenue could not possibly be so meager. Thus, she had commanded someone to investigate the shop personally, confirming her suspicions. Dual-entry accounts? This is a grave matter. I shall immediately report to His Highness. The head accountant clenched his fists, a hint of indignation coloring his demeanor. How dare someone scheme against the Ning Wangfu? Although their lord was affluent, they could not allow such deception to transpire. Let us first visit the fabric shop and then report back, she mused, intrigued by the audacious individual who dared to deceive Jun Yanjin. She rose and instructed her attendants to prepare the carriage. Accompanying her were a maid, several accountants, and 2 covert guards for protection. On that day, the Lin family fabric shop had closed its doors to customers. As Yun Jintang's carriage halted at the entrance, she observed the tightly shut gates and said nothing. The head accountant knocked on the door, revealing a shopkeeper in his 50s. His gaunt face reflected initial shock, which soon transformed into fear as he caught sight of the luxurious carriage, his pupils constricting, yet he maintained a remarkable composure. The shop is closed for maintenance. Esteemed guests should seek entertainment elsewhere, he stated. Just as he finished speaking, Yun Jintang, supported by Lin Lang, leaned out from the carriage. Instantly, the shopkeeper's shoulders quivered involuntarily. Commoner pays respects to the princess, he knelt in greeting. No need for formalities. Present the accounts of the fabric shop, Yun Jintang replied as she descended the small steps. The shop's doors swung open, and nearing noon, few passers-by lingered in the streets. Observing the opulent carriage blocking the entrance, no one dared to gossip. The accounts have already been submitted, my lady. Oh, Yun Jintang smiled lightly, admiring the vibrant, exquisite silks in the shop. As she raised her hand, Lin Lang and Pei Yao began searching. In a location they had already thoroughly investigated, they retrieved another ledger. What is this? Chapter 55. The Camellia Gift. Without waiting for the shopkeeper's response, Yun Jintang casually flipped through several pages and gently inquired, why does this ledger differ from the one submitted? She ceased her perusal, her interest waning. Earlier, as she disembarked from the carriage, she had deliberately observed the man, realizing he was not as audacious as she had presumed, nor was he particularly astute. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily ensnared by her scrutiny. Your Highness, please spare my life. I am but a foolish commoner. The shopkeeper trembled as he knelt, unable to suppress his emotions. I am merely a victim of circumstance. Who has compelled you? Yun Jintang's curiosity was piqued as her delicate, fair fingers rested upon the ledger, her index finger tapping rhythmically, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. With a deep sigh, the shopkeeper rose to close the door, aware of the potential for unforeseen complications. The hidden guards, fearing unexpected developments, swiftly emerged, awkwardly scratching their heads before bowing to Yun Jintang. Your Highness, it is His Highness who has sent us to protect you. Yun Jintang paid them no heed, continuing to direct her attention to the shopkeeper. Speak the truth. Perhaps His Highness will show leniency. It is my unworthy son, he lamented, his brows knitting together in distress. Of late, he has consorted with wealthy young masters and developed a gambling addiction, accruing debts of several hundred taels. I have exhausted my fortune to no avail, he continued, his furrowed brow deepening. Thus, I was left with no other recourse, for those ruffians have threatened to kill my entire family. Your Highness, I beseech you to show mercy. I am guilty, yet I do not wish to die. As he spoke, he shifted his knees towards Yun Jintang, only to be restrained by the guards, his face nearly pressed to the ground. In the imperial city, gambling is strictly prohibited. Who possesses such audacity to engage in illegal activities under the emperor's nose? Yun Jintang feigned confusion, though her words were directed at the two guards, for such matters were best investigated by Jun Yanjin himself. The guards, now serious, were eager to report this development to His Highness. The accountant scrutinized the ledger closely as Yun Jintang stood. Addressing the group, "Continue your verification. I am weary." "Understood." With that, Yun Jintang made her way back to the carriage, intending to return to the royal residence. "In the study, Your Highness. Had it not been for the meticulous examination by the princess, this matter could have easily implicated you through the fabric shop. The shopkeeper's son was entangled in gambling. This could very well be a trap. In just 2 days, she has reviewed all the ledgers and identified errors that you failed to notice. Are you all utterly incompetent?" Jun Yanjin's words pierced deeply as he flung the ledger at the feet of the chief accountant, reprimanding him sternly. "It is my fault for being inept." The chief accountant acknowledged his shortcomings, hastily kneeling. The two guards had conveyed the matter truthfully, and, seeing no further instructions, quickly withdrew, wary of incurring His Highness's wrath. Qin was dispatched to investigate the gambling establishments and departed promptly. Dismissed. Jun Yanjin restrained his temper, his mind occupied with thoughts of Yun Jintang. It had been several days since he last saw her. He wondered if her anger had subsided and contemplated whether he should venture into the back garden to seek his fortune. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he summoned a guard patrolling the palace to enter. Upon the return of the princess to the estate, how was her demeanor? Jun Yanjin, while delicately handling a purple brush to peruse the military reports, inquired without lifting his gaze, or rather, he expressed concern. "All is as usual," the shadow guard replied, uncertain how to respond in a manner that would please His Highness. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively concluded. It seemed she had calmed down. As Jun Yanjin's thin lips curved slightly, the small stone of worry in his heart finally dislodged. "Your Highness, the princess mentioned that she has recently developed a fondness for camellias. Today, she intentionally took a detour to the flower market, but regrettably, she did not find any she liked." The shadow guard suddenly recalled something and quickly spoke up. Jun Yanjin raised the purple brush, dipped it in ink, and caught a glimpse of the verdant outside. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "You shall lead a group to procure some exquisite camellias for the princess." "As you command." Upon her return, Yun Jintang appeared indifferent to the events of the day, yet she unconsciously directed her attendants to investigate, though she couldn't quite discern the reason behind it. Mingzhu Pavilion was the premier jewelry store in the capital, frequented by the wealthy and noble young ladies, with a constant flow of patrons and news circulated rapidly, occasionally revealing secrets of court officials. Since the day of the incident, the son of the cloth merchant had suddenly perished, and the merchant himself was in a state of confusion, knowing nothing when questioned, thus severing any leads. The investigation into the gambling houses had elapsed 2 days, yet neither side had gleaned any useful information. Yun Jintang visited Mingzhu Pavilion today to pass the time. Upon entering the room, she noticed the worried expression on Qingwu's face and smiled gently, offering reassurance. "I have come not to investigate you." As her words settled, Qingwu sighed in relief. "I knew it. There remains a semblance of trust between us. I have long stated that as long as Mingzhu Pavilion remains untroubled, I shall not pry too deeply." Yun Jintang settled by the window to brew tea, lighting incense along the way. "Is there still no news?" she inquired. "I suspect the mastermind behind this has an unassailable power in the capital. Otherwise, they would not possess such audacity," Qingwu speculated. Yun Jintang nodded in agreement. "But the more so, the more we must investigate. The speed and volume of wealth amassed in the gambling houses are more terrifying than we can fathom. Such vast fortunes in the hands of those with ill intent could be plotting something grave." Qingwu, cradling the 2 small pets brought by Yun Jintang, playfully sniffed the fox's fur, which carried a faint floral scent. "I wonder how they were raised. It has only been a short while, yet they have grown so plump. Is your arm feeling better?" she suddenly recalled and hastily inquired. "Much improved," Yun Jintang replied, casting a fleeting glance at her arm, seemingly unconcerned. The room fell into silence, the kettle whistling as Qingwu approached to place it on the wooden mat. Yun Jintang intended to leave after finishing her tea, but halfway through, she was startled by the clamor from the adjacent room. The window next door swung wide open, and the walls offered little soundproofing. Those skilled in martial arts possessed heightened perception, and she seemed to catch a whiff of something highly profitable. Qingwu, sensing the shift, opened the window of their room. When did you amass such wealth? A hairpin worth over 300 taels, and you simply purchase it without a second thought? I did not know where my brother acquired such riches. A few hundred taels of silver are but trifles now, she replied nonchalantly. The woman speaking spoke with an air of pride, her voice amplified. Yun Jintang exchanged a glance with Qingwu, who then decisively departed to engage in conversation next door. The adjacent room housed the most opulent jewelry display at Mingzhu Pavilion, a place rarely frequented on the third floor, where prices started at a few hundred taels and could easily escalate into the thousands. What could these esteemed guests be interested in? Qingwu, clutching a cloud fan entwined with golden threads, entered to find the two engaged in lively conversation and hurried over to flatter them. Shopkeeper, I shall purchase every one of these hairpins, declared the woman in a resplendent canary yellow gown, her exquisite attire accentuating her poise. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she pointed to several gold hairpins valued at 100 taels each, her chin slightly raised in haughty pride. Qingwu laughed, somewhat incredulous, my lady. That is quite a substantial sum. I have plenty of wealth, the lady replied. Very well, Qingwu said with a smile, personally retrieving the sandalwood box containing the jewels to prepare for the purchase. As a valued guest of Mingzhu Pavilion, may I inquire your esteemed surname? Before the lady could respond, her attendant interjected with a tone of superiority. Our lady is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. So, she is the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. It is indeed an honor for us at Mingzhu Pavilion. Qingwu's face brightened, yet internally, she grew impatient upon gleaning this information. She was used to a relaxed rapport with Yun Jintang. Never had she encountered such overt displays of arrogance. However, it soon seemed that this group might find their joviality waning, for the young lady was shrouded in suspicion. Should the Langjin Pavilion or Jun Yanjin uncover even the slightest trace of wrongdoing, the Minister of Revenue would surely face dire consequences. Listening from the adjacent room, Yun Jintang sipped her now lukewarm tea, her smile broadening. This, after all, was a lead. Unexplained wealth, regardless of its association with gambling houses, warranted investigation. Perhaps it would yield some information. She rose and made her way toward the door, only to collide directly with the daughter of the Minister of Revenue as she exited. Chapter 56. Revealing clues to Jun Yanjin. Yun Jintang had never encountered the daughter of the Minister of Revenue before, yet from her tone and that of her maid, it was clear she was not one to be trifled with. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the woman behind this noble lady, who had remained silent for the most part, yet seemed somewhat familiar. Your Highness, we pay our respects to the Princess Ning. The silent woman finally stepped forward and offered a respectful bow to Yun Jintang. And who might you be? Yun Jintang, having rarely interacted with the noble women of the capital, was not well acquainted with many, having only recently learned of one's identity, but was curious about the other. Meekly Minjue, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Chui Mingwei replied, lowering herself into a courteous bow. This is Lin Wanner, the second daughter of the Prime Minister, a close friend of mine. Lin Wanner smiled and nodded, her demeanor calm and composed. Yun Jintang had no intention of engaging with them further. She merely acknowledged them with a slight nod and continued her descent toward the staircase. However, just as she took a couple of steps, she overheard them whispering behind her. It seems this princess is indeed, as the rumors suggest, neglected by Prince Ning, even coming to Mingzhu Pavilion to select jewelry herself. Yun Jintang paid them no mind. Her only aim was to bring this clue to Jun Yanjin's attention. If she could uncover something substantial, it would be interesting to see how Chui Mingwei would maintain her arrogance thereafter. All right, Mingwei, I must take my leave now, otherwise my mother will scold me, Lin Wanner said without waiting for a response, quietly following Yun Jintang out. She sensed Yun Jintang's disinterest in socializing, so she refrained from initiating conversation. How dull, Chui Mingwei huffed, waving her sleeve as she stood by the railing on the third floor, rolling her eyes at the departing figures below. Miss, it is getting late. Her maid gently reminded her. She is merely an uncherished, illegitimate daughter, constantly overshadowed by her elder sister. I wonder what she has been dutifully adhering to all day. Cui Mingyue complained as she walked, oblivious to the fact that walls have ears, unperturbed by the possibility of others overhearing her disparaging remarks. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yun Jintang headed straight to the back garden, having heard from the steward upon her arrival that His Highness had ordered some choice camellias to be sought, which had already been transplanted into the garden-esque flower bed. Curiosity piqued, she decided to take a look, as she passed through the intricately carved archway adorned with peony motifs. Beams of slanted sunlight cascaded over the green bamboo grove, casting a languid shadow against the vermilion walls, swaying gently in the breeze, evoking a sense of distant tranquility. Not far ahead, she spotted a tall figure seated in the pavilion, clad in dark brocade, holding a book in one hand, his expression serene. Perhaps displeased with something he read, he tossed the book aside. "What is the matter, Lu Mei? Why have so many petitioned for me to remove her from her position recently? Your Highness, I shall personally investigate at the military camp. We cannot allow one person to disrupt our affairs." Qin Yi replied with a respectful bow before taking his leave. Yun Jintang caught the mention of Lu Mei's name, the woman who had competed with Jun Yanjin at the autumn hunt. Though she had paid close attention at the time, "Your Highness," she approached the central pavilion of the garden and gracefully offered a bow. Although she often disregarded Jun Yanjin, she could not entirely dismiss him. Certain courtesies must be observed unless he provoked her ire once more. "Are you quite familiar with the proprietor of Mingzhu Pavilion?" Jun Yanjin has often heard that Yun Jintang frequently visits the establishment, albeit for brief periods. Indeed, Mingzhu Pavilion is the largest jewelry store in the capital, and the proprietor possesses a keen understanding of the clientele's desires, leading to a growing rapport over time. Observing Jun Yanjin's gesture, Yun Jintang took a seat beside the stone table, acquiescing to his silent invitation. Jun Yanjin held back words that lingered on the tip of his tongue, yearning to ascertain whether the person before him still bore any resentment. Witnessing her radiant smile, he hesitated to broach past matters. "Why does your Highness inquire about this?" Yun Jintang expressed no concern regarding Jun Yanjin's intentions to investigate the details of Mingzhu Pavilion. "Nothing of consequence," he replied, instructing a servant to bring forth hot tea with a leisurely air. "The weather is quite pleasant today. A stroll would be delightful." He continued, "I encountered the daughter of the Minister of Revenue at Mingzhu Pavilion today and found her to be rather distinct from the other daughters of officials in the capital." Yun Jintang seized the opportunity to steer the conversation, her pure and gentle demeanor radiating warmth as she spoke. She appeared flawless in every aspect. What makes her different? Initially, Jun Yanjin paid little heed to her words, his attention divided between a stack of military documents and the writing materials at hand. Despite his apparent busyness, he patiently engaged in the dialogue. Miss Cui mentioned that her brother engaged in ventures that yielded exorbitant profits, managing to acquire all the jewelry on the third floor of Mingzhu Pavilion. It seems unlikely that the Minister of Revenue's annual salary could sustain such extravagance. Exorbitant profits? Jun Yanjin's interest peaked at this key phrase, his brow furrowing in suspicion, though not directed towards Yun Jintang. "Does the princess believe I am destitute?" He pondered how her thought process had come to this, while Yun Jintang, maintaining her composure, shook her head in denial. "Not all. Just the other day, I reviewed the accounts of the royal household, and your Highness possesses a substantial fortune, far removed from the notion of poverty." Jun Yanjin refrained from instructing his subordinates to investigate in Yun Jintang's presence, wishing to prevent her from becoming too entangled in matters beyond her simplicity and fragility. She needed only to fulfill her role as his princess. The rest was unnecessary for her to concern herself with. "Your Highness," she inquired, "I heard from the steward that you purchased several exquisite camellias. What might they be?" As she rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she observed him inscribing something on the letter paper. It appeared she was no longer upset. Jun Yanjin noted, reassured by the sight of her crescent-shaped brows and the delicate smile gracing her face. "They are transplanted in the crescent-shaped basin on the right." No sooner had he finished speaking than Yun Jintang sprang up, departing without a backward glance. He cast a fleeting glance after her before instructing the nearby shadow guard to investigate the matter previously mentioned, deeming it worthy of scrutiny, regardless of its connection to gambling. The Minister of Revenue maintained a favorable relationship with Jun Yanjin. Should he acquire leverage against him, it would significantly benefit his position. Chapter 57. The Spring Smoke Pavilion. On that day, Yun Jintang visited several shops at the flower market, yet she could not find the camellia potted plants that pleased her. She wondered where Jun Yanjin had discovered them. Roughly counting, there should be 8 varieties, some of which could be found in flower shops, although their quality did not compare. The petals were a delightful blend of pale pink and white, or perhaps softly shaded, with some being vibrantly red and others a pure, pristine white. Much like the hibiscus, the camellia did not possess a pronounced fragrance, yet its blossoms were a sight to behold. Standing by the flower bed, she felt a pair of keen eyes assessing her from behind. "Your Highness, I have a fondness for these camellias," she remarked, turning with a smile that met Jun Yanjin's gaze. It was evident that her joy influenced his mood positively. 3 days later, "Miss, a message from the Langjin Pavilion," announced Pei Yao, as Yun Jintang was embroidering in the courtyard. The white silk was adorned with the initial blooms of the begonia, each stitch meticulously crafted, reflecting her dedication. She set down her needlework and accepted the envelope from Pei Yao, deftly tearing it open. Indeed, there were issues within the Ministry of Revenue. Chui Shangming, the eldest son of the Chui family, had secretly allied with wealthy merchants in the capital for gambling, with the venue being the Spring Smoke Pavilion. "I can't shake the feeling that this is not as straightforward as it seems. Chui Shangming is merely the son of a minister. How could he possess such audacity?" Yun Jintang mused, suspecting a hidden hand orchestrating the entire affair. Her gaze darkened as she surveyed her embroidery created over the past 3 days, then inquired, "Is Jun Yanjin aware of this matter? The intelligence network of the Wine-Tang should not be lacking. Should we perhaps give a subtle hint?" Pei Yao suggested. Yun Jintang shook her head decisively. "No, he is overly suspicious. If we are too overt, he may doubt that he is being manipulated, likely leading him to trace the matter back to us." Yun Jintang conjectured, "You shall relay the information to my brother." "Understood." Meanwhile, in the Chaoyang courtyard within the study, Chui Shangming? Jun Yanjin had only a vague impression of this individual, recalling him as somewhat of a dandy. "Leave this matter to the Ministry of Justice. Without substantial evidence, there's no need for our involvement." Jun Yanjin resolved promptly, deeming it not a significant issue. The Minister of Revenue maintained a close relationship with Jun Yanjin. Should he intervene directly, a single misstep could incite turmoil among the court officials. The Ministry of Justice had always maintained neutrality among the princes, making their intervention the most suitable course. He inquired, "Is Yun Moli absent from the capital these days?" Deputy Minister Yun has recently gone to Fenglin City to handle a case and is not in Shengjing, Qini replied. "That is fortuitous. With Yun Moli away, even if a blunder occurs, it will not implicate the Yun family or the Ning Wangfu." After dusk, the Deputy Minister of Justice, accompanied by 30 constables, proceeded to the Spring Smoke Pavilion, blocking the entrance regardless of the numerous patrons within. The madam hurried downstairs, her heart trembling at such an imposing display. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" she exclaimed, clutching her embroidered fan adorned with vibrant red peonies, addressing Zhu Shiqing amidst the throng of guests. "My Spring Smoke Pavilion has operated in the capital for several years and has never encountered such a situation. What is your intention?" Zhu Shiqing offered little explanation. Upon receiving a report, it was alleged that Spring Smoke Tower was hosting illicit gambling, in violation of the laws of Dongling. "We were dispatched to investigate." Immediately, 20 subordinates began to scour the rooms of Spring Smoke Tower with great fervor, provoking discontent among the gathered crowd. "Gambling? Sir, you jest. Do you not? Where is the evidence? The court ought to act on substantiated proof. To lay such an accusation upon common folk is sheer injustice." The madam, partially concealing her face with a fan, lifted her sleeve to wipe away the traces of non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. At merely 20 years of age, she appeared vibrant and alluring, attracting many patrons to witness the charm of this young stewardess. Her cries and lamentations stirred considerable ire among the onlookers. Zhu Shiqing, Your actions are exceedingly rash. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from a third-floor room. Upon closer inspection, he was adorned in resplendent attire, richly embroidered garments, and adorned with jewels. His eyes radiating disdain. He hurled a cup to the ground, his tone dripping with arrogance and scorn. The ladies of Spring Smoke Tower sell only their artistry, not their bodies. All transactions are legitimate. I'm a frequent patron, yet I see no gambling here. Zhu Shiqing frowned, pursing his lips, awaiting news from his subordinates. The speaker was none other than Cui Shangming, the eldest son of the Cui family. I grant you but a cup of tea's time. Should you fail to withdraw, do not blame me for being unreasonable. I shall bring charges against you for slandering the common people, accusing the Ministry of Justice's assistant of believing in rumors unworthy of his rank. Zhu Shiqing felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he stood in the grand hall on the first floor. Just as the allotted time for a cup of tea elapsed, his subordinates emerged, shaking their heads. My lord, there is nothing amiss. My lord, no irregularities detected. What? Are you not leaving? Cui Shangming bellowed, and soon, a number of wealthy gentry joined in the uproar. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Zhu Shiqing commanded a retreat. Having arrived with great bravado, he now departed in utter disarray. The news spread rapidly, quickly becoming the topic of idle gossip among the citizens of the capital, tarnishing the reputation of the Ministry of Justice. No one believed that anyone in the capital would dare engage in such unlawful gambling activities. Chapter 58. Sowing discord when the news returned to the Ning Wangfu. Yun Jintang was basking in the sun in the back garden, occasionally rising to play with Nuomi and Tang Yuan. For the past 2 days, Jun Yanjin had been attending to military affairs or other trivial matters in the garden. When asked about the reason, he simply replied, "The weather is pleasant." Reclining on a chair adorned with soft cushions, Yun Jintang held a book, studying it intently, remaining silent for quite some time. When Jun Yanjin glanced over, whether intentionally or not, the book had already fallen to the ground. Had she fallen asleep? Jun Yanjin paused his writing, placing his brush beside the inkstone, and walked towards her. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes closed, with a small rabbit nestled in her arms, perfectly still as if it too was asleep. Indeed, the weather today was delightful. Your Highness, an undercover guard hurried over, momentarily oblivious to the scene. Upon spotting Yun Yanjin, he failed to notice the slumbering figure in the lounge chair. The personnel from the Ministry of Justice had missed their target. He spoke without lowering his voice. And as he finished, Yun Jintang's delicate lashes fluttered, her eyes gradually opening. Jun Yanjin shot a sidelong glance at the guard, prompting him to retreat 2 steps. Realizing his blunder, Yun Jintang sat up straight, instinctively patting the rabbit in her arms, looking at Jun Yanjin in confusion. Your Highness, what has happened with the Ministry of Justice? Her voice was soft and drowsy, laced with the remnants of sleep. Nothing of consequence. Jun Yanjin withheld the truth, offering no explanation as he turned back to the pavilion to continue reviewing documents. Yun Jintang listened intently, fully aware that the Ministry of Justice had failed to capture their target. The Wuying Hall and Longjing Pavilion had both traced issues back to the Chunyan building. How could they have missed their mark? There must be informants within the Ministry of Justice. Slowly, she placed the rabbit on the ground. Nuomi approached her, whining for affection. She glanced back at the pavilion. Jun Yanjin merely frowned lightly, not appearing overly troubled. This incident had surely startled the snake, and the gambling den would undoubtedly pause for some time. To uncover any more clues would be a challenging endeavor. However, this also indicated that the gambling establishment was not insignificant in scale and had likely been entrenched for quite some time, possessing formidable risk management capabilities. Your Highness, I shall return to rest. Yun Jintang had come out for a leisurely stroll after lunch, and it was time for her afternoon respite. Jun Yanjin watched her depart slowly, without a hint of suspicion, especially since she had just been dozing off. Once she was out of sight, he coldly ordered, "Keep a close watch on Jun Xingze and Cui Shangming." Yes. Jing Wangfu, with a sharp crack, a resounding slap struck Cui Shangming's right cheek, leaving his ear ringing and his head spinning. Your Highness, I acknowledge my mistake. He knelt on the ground, begging for mercy while clutching his swollen face. all previous pride from the Chunyin building evaporating. Jun Xingze, infuriated, berated him. Because of your negligence, all my efforts over the past 6 months have been in vain. I tasked you with devising a way to implicate Jun Yanjin in the gambling affairs, yet you failed to do so. Initially, collaborating with Cui Xingyang could have placed the blame squarely on him, leading to his punishment by the emperor. And now, your error has instead allowed others to trace the matter back to us. Cui Xiaoming pleaded, I did not foresee that Ning Wang would focus on the lin cloth shop. It is rumored that the princess of Ning discovered discrepancies in the accounts, which led to an investigation of the gambling house. Yun Jintang? Jun Xingze furrowed his brow. For this was unexpected. In his eyes, Yun Jintang was merely a delicate flower vase, yet she managed to assist Jun Yanjin in such a critical moment. This cannot be allowed. The relationship between the Yun family and Jun Yanjin must not develop in this direction. It must be severed. A ruthless glint flickered in Jun Xingze's eyes as he ordered Cui Xiaoming to withdraw and summoned his trusted confidants. Late at night, in the study of the Jing Wang's residence, a woman draped in gauze was guided by numerous shadow guards to this place. Upon entering, she heard the loud bang of the door slamming shut behind her. What do you seek from me? Her voice was icy, laced with inquiry. Jun Xingze sat atop a high platform, lifting a wine jug with one hand, pouring the rich liquid into 2 cups. He descended the steps, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I have heard that Jun Yanjin intends to relieve you of your position as martial arts instructor. What merit is there in following him? He insinuated. Lu Mei removed her cloak, her face ablaze with indignation, her eyes wide with fury. There is no need for your sowing of discord. I swear to follow His Highness, the Prince of Ning, to the ends of the earth. How utterly laughable, Jun Xingze retorted. Has Jun Yanjin ever truly cared for you? He has wed the daughter of the Duke of Yun, a beauty of unparalleled grace and talent. Should she desire, countless would willingly bow before her. How could you possibly compare? Lu Mei shot back defiantly, and what of it? Yun Jintang is but a mere flower vase, of no significance to His Highness. Besides, he has never even laid a hand on her. This revelation surprised Jun Xingze somewhat. With such a captivating beauty before him, Jun Yanjin remained unperturbed. Could it be that he was incapable? It was no wonder, after all, that so many women sent to him had met their demise. I have called upon you today solely for the purpose of collaboration. You harbor disdain for Yun Jintang. I can assist in eliminating her and help you solidify your position within the Black Hawk Army, allowing you to remain close to Jun Yanjin. What say you? Jun Xingze raised his wine cup towards her, his smile imbued with a conspicuous charm, as he had deliberately lowered himself to negotiate. Chapter 59. The fox fur lies upon the fox. Lu Mei abruptly raised her hand, toppling the wine cup, and the jarring sound resonated as it struck the floor. Jun Xingze was unfazed. He smirked derisively. Look at your unwavering loyalty to Jun Yanjin. Has he ever acknowledged it? For a woman to ascend to the position of a martial instructor in the military is already a remarkable feat. Yet he readily believes mere rumors and seeks to dismiss you. Is this not a blatant disregard for your arduous efforts all this time? Liu Mei. Jun Yanjin has been swayed by Yun Jintang. He cannot bear to witness his princess's jealousy, hence his desire to send you away. The last statement caused Lu Mei to clench her fists, emotions surging within her. She glared fiercely at Jun Xingze, fully aware that he was instigating discord. Yet she could not tolerate Yun Jintang. What charm did she possess that captivated the prince in such a manner? Initially, when she heard that the prince had instructed Qin Yi to gather various jewels to please her, what of Yun Jintang? She had the audacity to disregard the prince's dignity and return to the duke's residence, inciting gossip about him. Liu Mei, consumed by jealousy, demanded, what exactly do you intend to do with Yun Jintang? What do you think? Jun Xingze replied, shall I kill her? As Lu Mei turned to face him, a cold smirk graced her lips. If anything were to happen to Yun Jintang, it would undoubtedly create a rift between Yun Jin and the prince, which would be detrimental to him, while you would reap the benefits. Prince Jing, do you truly believe I am oblivious to everything? Yun Xingze remained unfazed. When did I ever say I intended to kill her? It is common knowledge that Yun Jintang is frail, I merely require you to take a subtle action. He picked up a jade vial from the table and continued, "This is Yun Xiang San, colorless and odorless, with a slow-acting poison that presents symptoms akin to a common cold, fatal in 6 months. I hardly ever see her in the military. How can I poison her?" Lu Mei questioned, taking the vial with a hint of skepticism. Seeing her accept the poison, Jun Sheng's eyes gleamed with a hint of triumph. A smile played upon his lips. "You are, after all, an undercover guard by Jun Yanjin's side, able to move freely in the Duke's residence. I've heard that Yun Jintang has been consuming medicinal soups daily. Is this not the perfect opportunity? You merely need to find an excuse to return to the Duke's residence, and the chances of suspicion falling upon you are minimal." Lu Mei, captivated by his words, tightened her grip on the jade vial, her expression reflecting her internal struggle. Jun Shengze patiently encouraged her. "I grant you time to ponder. The opportunity lies before you. If you do not act now, there may not be another chance. Consider it carefully." In the private room of Changhai Tower, upon returning to the capital, Yin Moli had heard of the farcical incident involving Minister Song of the Justice Department and pieced together the earlier messages sent by Tanger. Gaining a rough understanding of the situation, Cui Xiangming had been coiled up in his residence recently. This incident of startling the snake was indeed my oversight. Had I known, Yun Jintang would have taken matters into her own hands. Bypassing the Justice Department would likely have yielded smoother outcomes. To his astonishment, the Justice Department had also been infiltrated by informants. Yin Moli held his teacup, lightly caressing its rim, letting out a sigh. Tanger, in truth, Prince Ning's indirect maneuvers through the Ministry of Justice are the result of meticulous planning. Should he act overtly, the risks would be considerably heightened. I am aware of his cautious nature. Yun Jintang, idly peeling grapes, felt an unsettling foreboding. The Longjin Pavilion and the Wuying Hall have recently been investigating, and it has been long since we encountered such a troublesome affair. Their voices were barely above a whisper as the window opened just a crack, allowing the fragrant aroma of tea to waft through. "Brother, I still suspect that Chunyan Tower harbors secrets. Perhaps, like Mingzhu Pavilion, it has underground passages." Yun Jintang stated candidly. An underground gambling den? Yun Mo Li pondered over the cases he had handled, and after a moment of reflection, realization struck him. "Tanger, as you know, this gambling house must have a fixed clientele, primarily the wealthy merchants of the capital." Yun Mo Li's words trailed off as Yun Jintang comprehended the implications. Indeed, she could not proceed with blind investigations. It would be wiser to employ alternative methods. "I understand now," she smiled, taking a sip of tea. "This matter is particularly suited for Jun Yanjin." Yun Mo Li found himself entangled in her thoughts. "What do you mean? What is Jun Yanjin proficient at?" At noon, Jun Yanjin and Yun Jintang fortuitously found themselves dining together in the Furong courtyard, orchestrated by someone's design who conveniently chose the mealtime to make an appearance. The excuse was rather absurd, claiming that glutinous rice's fox fur had fallen at the entrance of Chaoyang courtyard, and they were there to hold someone accountable. Yun Jintang could hardly muster the energy to argue. Glutinous rice's territory has always been the rear garden. How could it possibly venture into your Highness's Chaoyang courtyard? Glutinous rice lounged comfortably in its luxurious den, its foxtail lazily rising and falling. Surely, it must have been inadvertently carried over by a servant during cleaning. Glutinous rice could not speak for itself, yet it should not be wronged. Fox fur belongs to the fox. How could it be blamed on others? Jun Yanjin was aware that his behavior was somewhat unreasonable, yet he still delighted in their banter. "I care not. It has nothing to do with me. If your Highness wishes to hold someone accountable, you may as well seek out those servants." There were plenty of servants traversing to and from the entrance of Chaoyang courtyard. Was it truly possible for the prince to interrogate each one? Though Jun Yanjin's words were jest, he immediately became aware of something significant upon uttering them. Chapter 60. The frenzy of jealousy in that fleeting moment. Jun Yanjin found himself questioning whether Yun Jintang had intentionally reminded him. But upon observing her graceful demeanor as she lifted her spoon to sip her soup, he quickly recalled that she was utterly unaware of the matter at hand. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" After a prolonged silence, Yun Jintang inquired, noticing his reticence. Nothing, Jun Yanjin replied as he grasped his jade chopsticks. I merely came to some realizations. Oh, Yun Jintang responded, refraining from further inquiries, for she could not afford to appear overly inquisitive. Otherwise, the suspicions that Jun Yanjin had painstakingly quelled would resurface. Once their meal concluded, Jun Yanjin departed without delay, with Qin Yi trailing closely behind, sword in hand. Investigate the wealthy merchants and noble scions who have frequented Chunyan Tower in the past 3 months, particularly those whose fortunes have undergone marked changes. To preempt any unforeseen occurrences. Apprehend those exhibiting peculiar behavior, first to prevent them from being silenced. Understood, Qin Yi acknowledged, preparing to relay the information he had gathered from the military camp. Lu Mei had acted impulsively in the camp, inflicting grievous injuries upon several archers, which had incited widespread discontent among the soldiers. Jun Yanjin had not paid much heed to Lu Mei. After all, she had insisted on remaining in the military camp, even going so far as to torment herself to prove her competence for the position of martial instructor. For 3 years, he had overlooked her actions. So how could she now engage in such indiscreet behavior? What is the reason? No information has surfaced. Those in the camp mentioned that Lu Mei began to change after returning from the autumn hunt feast. Qin Yi replied cautiously, aware of the unspoken sentiments regarding Lu Mei's feelings for the prince. Jun Yanjin felt a surge of irritation. He had pressing matters concerning the gambling den to investigate and was disinclined to expend energy on her. Lu Mei was merely oblivious to her own shortcomings. He commanded sternly, if Lu Mei cannot fulfill her duties as martial instructor, then let her cease the role entirely. However, Your Highness, given Lu Mei's temperament, she is unlikely to heed the orders of her subordinates. Send her to Lanyue on a mission, with no return to the capital, Jun Yanjin continued, entering his study, clearly wishing to hear no further mention of her. As anticipated, Qin Yi's predictions held true. Upon learning of her dismissal from the position of martial instructor, Lu Mei rushed back to the palace, indignant. As a member of the Shadowless Hall, the guards at the palace gates did not impede her entry. Jun Yanjin was still occupied in the garden, where the weather had turned chilly, making the rare warmth all the more precious. Yun Jintang accompanied Nuomi in play, occasionally wandering to the pavilion in the lake, lazily leaning against the edge while tossing fish food into the water. With a mere lift of his gaze, he could discern the delicate figure clad in shades of pink and purple at the pavilion. Your Highness, Lu Mei hastened toward him, her eyes brimming with defiance. Upon encountering Jun Yanjin's detached and cold gaze, she was compelled to temper her anger and lower her head. Your Highness, why have you relieved me of my duties? Lu Mei's voice resonated with strength. Yun Jintang, glancing toward the shore, noticed Jun Yanjin seemingly engaged in conversation with someone, though the figure was obscured by a pillar. Never mind, I cannot be bothered. She turned her head away again, leaning against the pavilion, her hands supporting her chin as she softly inquired, is there any news from Chunyan Tower recently? None, Lin Lang replied with a shake of her head. Yun Jintang speculated that perhaps the recent disturbances had made Jun Yanjin more cautious in his actions, and she still held a fair degree of trust in him. After all, familiar foes were far more manageable than strangers, as there was at least some mutual understanding. Jun Yanjin cast not a single glance at Lu Mei. Are you truly unaware of the mistakes you have made? It is their incompetence, Your Highness. I have devoted myself to serving you diligently for many years. Do you not understand your subordinate? Lu Mei still could not believe that Jun Yanjin would punish her so severely for a few injured soldiers. In the battlefield, she was undoubtedly far more valuable than those men. I have warned you before that acting on impulse is a grave error. Jun Yanjin was well aware that such individuals, lacking composure, could never achieve great things. If she did not regard the common soldiers as human beings, the camp would inevitably descend into chaos from within. As the commander, he would not permit such occurrences. Those seemingly insignificant soldiers were, to their families, pillars of support. Your Highness, Lu Mei wished to explain, but Jun Yanjin had already lost interest in listening. Enough, you may leave. I do not wish to go to Lanyue. Lu Mei took a deep breath, stepping back to plead to remain in Shengjing. She did not want to distance herself from this place. Let me stay by your side. Whether at the Wangfu or at Chang'e Tower. Qin Yi stood silently to the side, observing the prince's demeanor and clearly understanding Lu Mei's intentions. Jun Yanjin raised his gaze to the distant figure of Yun Jintang. Watching her glance back, the distance was not great, and she merely peered curiously before quickly turning away. Noticing that Jun Yanjin did not respond to her, Lu Mei followed his gaze and caught sight of Yun Jintang's retreating silhouette. She clenched her fists, her fingertips digging into her flesh without causing her pain, her heart twisted tightly. Was the prince truly drawn to her? Could it be true what King Jing said, that Yun Jintang was using her beauty to ensnare the prince? She was nothing less than a seductress. You know well that I'm a man of my word. If you refuse to go to Lanyue, then depart from Wangtang. Jun Yanjin snapped back to attention, his earlier demeanor vanishing in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming presence. Lu Mei immediately knelt, her gaze fixed intently on Jun Yanjin. Your Highness, if you insist on sending me to Lanyue, I would rather die than comply. The remaining shadow guards present felt a jolt of shock. Was she truly threatening the prince with her life? This was a grave transgression against him. Jun Yanjin scoffed coldly, his eyes narrowing. Lu Mei, do you truly possess such audacity to threaten me? Qin Yi discreetly shook his head nearby, thinking that Lu Mei was utterly lacking in self-awareness. It was the prince's kindness that had saved her from bandits, and in gratitude, she had desperately sought a position as a military instructor, training diligently for it. To be frank, the instructors of the Black Eagle Army had been meticulously chosen by the prince, each one possessing greater capability than Lu Mei. Over the years, His Highness has not imposed stringent expectations upon her, and as a result, this individual has grown increasingly unrestrained. As you wish, remarked Jun Yanjin, feigning indifference. He found himself believing that his temperament had markedly improved. In days gone by, had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner, they would have long since met their demise underground. He rose and approached Yun Jintang. Lu Mei knelt, unable to rise, her eyes fixed on Jun Yanjin as he departed from her sight. His Highness's failure to hold you accountable is already an act of mercy. It is time to make a decision, urged Qin Yi, her gaze locked onto Lu Mei, encouraging her to leave. Enmity brewed within Lu Mei's heart as she stood, witnessing Yun Jintang also moving toward Jun Yanjin, which only reinforced her resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, this person must not be allowed to remain. His Highness must have been led astray by Yun Jintang, for he has become hesitant in his decisive actions. For the sake of His Highness, and for her own, Lu Mei quickened her pace, departing the back garden. After the evening meal, Yun Jintang bathed and changed, while Lin Lang entered with a medicinal tonic. Miss, news has recently reached us from the Langjin Pavilion. It seems His Highness's people are stirring, likely having obtained some concrete evidence and preparing to take action. Indeed, replied Yun Jintang, seated at her vanity in a flowing dress, as the delicate sleeves lifted. Pei Yao tenderly applied the ointment to her. The previous wounds had healed, leaving behind a scar that she despised. Thus, she had procured a specialized scar-removing balm, which proved to be quite effective. Leisurely, she lifted a glass bowl, one hand stirring the contents gently to dissipate the heat. She was growing weary of this tonic. Morong Su had added a touch of brown sugar to the concoction, rendering it less bitter, though it affected the potency of the remedy, prolonging her treatment. As the weather turned increasingly chilly, marking her most vulnerable time, she resolved to forego the sugar. Miss, if you let the medicine sit any longer, it will be even more unpleasant to drink, Lin Lang playfully reminded her, surprised to see her mistress dawdling. Alas, sighed Yun Jintang, as she lifted the spoon to her lips. However, just as it brushed against her mouth, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 61. A scheme within a scheme. Yun Jintang set down her spoon, her gaze fixed upon the brown medicinal broth in the bowl, sensing that something was amiss. She pressed her lips together and promptly rose to the bedside, opening the adjacent cabinet to retrieve a delicate little box. Inside lay a black-red pill, which she swallowed without a moment's hesitation. Miss, what is the matter? This medicine is problematic. Yun Jintang's voice was chillingly cold as she clutched her chest and took a deep breath, her eyes icy and clear. What? Pei Yao rushed over, gently patting her slender back. Despite having taken the antidote promptly, Yun Jintang still felt a lingering discomfort. She sat at the edge of the bed, checking her pulse. "Bring me the medicine," she commanded. The maid quickly brought the medicine, presenting it with both hands. Yun Jintang took the bowl with one hand and inhaled its scent. Combining the faint taste she had just experienced with the symptoms of poisoning she had read in the medical text from Yaowang Valley, she reached a conclusion. This was the poison of Qinxiang. Had she reacted even a moment later, or consumed the entire bowl, she would perhaps have already met her demise. What a ruthless heart. Qinxiang poison. Yun Jintang was now utterly calm, yet a chilling intent sparked in her eyes. She pondered who could have infiltrated the Duke of Ning's residence to harm her. The hidden enemy must still be awaiting news. She lowered her gaze, her breathing gradually steadying. "Miss, this is too dangerous. Shall we return to the Duke's manor?" Pei Yao and Lin Lang were deeply concerned, exchanging frantic glances, nearly in tears. They understood all too well what Qinxiang poison was capable of. Even the slightest amount could claim a life, causing excruciating pain to the internal organs, ultimately leading to death with blood streaming from the orifices. Moreover, this poison was exceedingly rare. The one who had employed such a nefarious toxin must be intent on murder. I must unearth the mastermind behind this. Whoever dared to act within the Duke's residence must be an insider, posing a grave threat. Yun Jintang's words were resolute. She regarded the now cooling broth, her mind racing. Her own people were undoubtedly trustworthy. The issue lay with Jun Yanjin's associates, and she would require Jun Yanjin to investigate and address the matter. Murong Su should still have a backup of the antidote for Qinxiang poison. Even if he did not, she at least possessed the antidote for all poisons to safeguard herself. Seeing Yun Jintang once more lift the spoon to her lips, Lin Lang hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, "Miss, please do not be reckless." Pei Yao, slightly more composed, swiftly took the medicine bowl away, asking, "Miss, what are you intending to do?" "Fear not. A mere taste will not affect me much, and moreover, I have taken the antidote for all poisons in advance, which will significantly diminish the toxicity. Murong Su is within the palace. I must draw this person out." Lin Lang and Pei Yao listened patiently as Yun Jintang spoke, their eyes unwittingly brimming with tears. "Miss, we will not expose ourselves," they sobbed. Yun Jintang could barely suppress a smile at their earnestness. "Rest assured, your miss is not foolish enough to this extent. I too fear pain. Consider it just another bout of high fever. It was only a tiny sip." Half an hour later, chaos reigned in the Furong courtyard. The guards on night patrol, noticing the courtyard ablaze with light, hurried inside to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that the princess had collapsed and was spitting blood, they rushed towards Jun Yanjin's quarters. Employing lightness skills, fearing they might be a moment too late, the others set off to summon Physician Murong. Jun Yanjin was preparing to rest when he heard the commotion outside. "Your Highness, something has happened to the princess." Qin knocked on the door. In the blink of an eye, the door swung open, revealing Jun Yanjin, his concern barely concealed. "What has happened?" "Call for Murong Su." Clad in his night attire, he hastily donned a crane cloak and swiftly made his way to the Furong courtyard. How could Yun Jintang encounter trouble at such an hour? The maidservant attending the princess reported that after taking her medicine, she had soon begun to vomit blood and lost consciousness, likely due to poisoning. By the time Jun Yanjin reached Yun Jintang's chamber, Murong Su was already checking her pulse. The individual on the bed appeared pallid, even more so than during her previous high fever, her lips devoid of color, with a bowl of now-cold medicinal soup at her side. The two maidservants' eyes were red from weeping. Fortunately, the young lady only took a few sips of the bitter medicine. Murong Su's expression was unusually grave as he exchanged a silent understanding with Jun Yanjin through mere glances before they both stepped out of the room. "It is the thousand fragrance poison." Though Murong Su was typically lazy and irresponsible, he now displayed an unprecedented seriousness and composure. Yun Yanjin, his hand subtly moving beneath the cloak, glanced back towards the room, suppressing his emotions, yet prioritizing Yun Jintang's condition. "How is she?" "Fortunately, I have a backup for the antidote to the thousand fragrance poison. She drank little, and there is currently no danger to her life." Upon hearing this, Jun Yanjin finally breathed a sigh of relief, immediately instructing Qin to contain the news and investigate any suspicious individuals throughout the night. To dare act against him under his very nose was truly audacious. The 1,000 fragrance poison. Very well. Jun Yanjin was thoroughly incensed, his dark eyes as deep as a cold abyss. He turned and returned to the room, sitting by the side of the unconscious figure. Regardless of who was behind today's incident, he would show no mercy. Chapter 62. It seems that Jun Yanjin has truly changed. Jun Yanjin remained in Yun Jintang's room almost throughout the night, sleeping on the side of the imperial concubine bed. Indeed, sacrificing his own comfort. When Yun Jintang opened her eyes, she felt as if she had been reborn, her breath flowing freely. She remained silent, gazing blankly at the ceiling, her head spinning. Thanks to the antidote developed by Wan Dujia and Murong Su, specifically designed to counter the 1,000 fragrance poison, she felt considerably better. At the very least, she had not experienced the excruciating pain described in the books, where the internal organs were torn and devoured. Instead, she merely felt a sense of discomfort, as if blood clots were congested within her. However, had she truly been compelled to experience it, she would have vehemently refused. And last night's potion had been her preparation for such eventualities. Yun Jintang closed her eyes, clutching the blanket, and caught a glimpse of the figure by the imperial concubine bed. How could Jun Yanjin be sleeping here? Fully awake now, she braced herself against the bed to sit up, her pale face betraying her shock before she managed to calm her emotions. The imperial concubine bed in her room was rather small, and Jun Yanjin's presence upon it felt somewhat inappropriate. If he had indeed spent the entire night there, it would have likely been quite uncomfortable for him. Yun Jintang's mind was in a state of bewilderment. This development was beyond her expectations. As Jun Yanjin gradually awakened, he opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming through the gaps in the window, the scattered rays illuminating him. He sat up, feeling the aches in his back and waist. Certainly uncomfortable. "Your Highness," the person on the bed gently called out to him. Jun Yanjin turned to meet her gaze, his eyes fixating on Yun Jintang's cheeks. Where she sat up, her expression dazed. Has the poison rendered her foolish? He wondered. He immediately rose and approached the bed, reaching out to touch her forehead. But there was no reaction. "Your Highness, you slept here last night?" Yun Jintang inquired, her tone soft and laced with disbelief, surprisingly not rejecting his closeness this time. Jun Yanjin was at a loss for words, glancing at the spot where he had lain, the discomfort he felt serving as a constant reminder. Indeed, he had remained by her side the entire night, worried for her condition. Noticing his silence, Yun Jintang refrained from pressing further, simply asking, "Your Highness, what has happened to me? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? I have a headache," she lamented, her radiant almond eyes glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of sympathy. Jun Yanjin's expression turned somber. It was the first time she had witnessed such a look on his face. His concern for her was palpable, and at that moment, he boldly reached out to gently stroke her head. Before long, a maid entered with warm water to assist Yun Jintang in her morning routine, prompting Jun Yanjin to temporarily step away. "Miss, do you feel any better?" Lin Lang and Pei Yao inquired, noticing her haggard appearance as they stood by her side to help her rise. "I am fine now," Yun Jintang replied, shaking her head. Has Jun Yanjin discovered anything? There should be some leads by now. This morning, she had seen Qin Yi leaving the residence with many hidden guards. Jun Yanjin returned to his own room to wash and change, feeling the fatigue ease after his bath. Last night, he couldn't help but recall how, on their wedding night, he had made the delicate and graceful Yun Jintang sleep on the hard little bed. She must have been quite uncomfortable the next day. Jun Yanjin now felt a pang of regret, pondering how he had thought before. After tidying himself up, he headed to Furong Courtyard. The round trip felt rather time-consuming. If only Yun Jintang would agree to move to Tingxue Courtyard, he could see her whenever he wished. In truth, Jun Yanjin glanced at his own bed and realized he wouldn't mind if Yun Jintang came to Chiyang Courtyard. "Your Highness, Qin Yi has already dispatched people to capture Lu Mei. News should arrive soon," reported Chu Xing, who followed closely behind Jun Yanjin. "Investigate whom Lu Mei has been in contact with recently. It is improbable that she alone could acquire Qinxiang poison. There must be an instigator behind the scenes." Though Jun Yanjin already had an inkling of the answer in his mind, he felt it necessary to confirm it. Meanwhile, Yun Jintang was resting in her room, reclining on the phoenix couch and perusing a book. Upon hearing the faint sounds outside, she understood immediately. It was Lu Mei. Could it be that she had been incited by Jun Xingze? This was Yun Jintang's instinct, for Lu Mei's feelings for Jun Yanjin were exceedingly apparent. Although she was unsure if Jun Yanjin was aware of it, love has the power to blind one's eyes. However, how could Lu Mei be foolish enough to act in such a manner? Did she not realize that if something were to happen to her, it would be a tremendous blow to Jun Yanjin? The Duke's residence would subsequently find itself at odds with the Prince of Ning's estate, embroiled in an irreconcilable conflict. In the struggle for succession, Jun Yanjin would swiftly find himself at a disadvantage. Given his father's temperament, he might even become openly antagonistic towards Jun Yanjin in a fit of rage. In such a scenario, the only beneficiary would be Jun Xingze. Jing Wangfu, you deceive me. Lu Mei glared at Jun Xingze, clutching her injured arm, her eyes ablaze with fury and red from a sleepless night. That was no mere Shangyun powder, nor a slow-acting poison. It was a deadly toxin, instantly lethal. Jun Xingze, you are truly treacherous. In the face of Lu Mei's impotent rage, Jun Xingze remained remarkably composed. Observing her current state, he felt a sense of triumph. I must say, I did not misjudge you. Your actions have resolved a major concern for me, he remarked with a hint of amusement, watching as Lu Mei appeared disheveled, her wound unattended as she came to confront him. Lu Mei raised her sword to attack Jun Xingze, yet she had overestimated her own capabilities. Jun Xingze lifted his hand, channeling his inner strength, sidestepping her long sword and striking her abdomen with his palm. Lu Mei was sent flying several feet away, crashing to the ground. Tears streamed from her eyes, her hair in disarray. She regretted having been swayed by malicious words, foolishly believing the cunning Jun Xingze. Since you have already made your move, you are of no further use to me, Jun Xingze declared, advancing towards Lu Mei with the sword in hand, resembling a harbinger of death. Lu Mei propped herself up, feeling the internal injuries, and suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, retreating step by step. She realized her mistake. She had been wrong. Yun Xingze, may you meet a wretched end. Your Highness, I personally witnessed Lu Mei enter Jing Wangfu. After Qin, he traced the matter to the residence of the Prince Jing. She returned to report. Jun Yanjin displayed no other emotions, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Since she has chosen this path, she must bear the consequences herself. With her head bowed, Qin knew well the inevitable outcome of colluding with the tiger. Your Highness, the princess wishes to see you, announced the hidden guard outside the door. Yun Jintang had personally made her way from the rear courtyard, her complexion still lacking vitality, though slightly improved since the morning. The study had been cleared of others, and as Yun Jintang stepped through the door, she was promptly escorted by the hidden guard. However, the window remained open, allowing the warm, orange glow of the setting sun to spill inside. What brings you here? Why aren't you resting properly in your chamber? Jun Yanjin offered her a seat while standing before her, presenting a cup of steaming tea. Your Highness, you have yet to answer my question from this morning. Yun Jintang tilted her head to gaze at him, her eyes sparkling, her voice tender. Who poisoned me? There are some matters you need not know. Jun Yanjin wished to shield her from the dark reality. Jun Xingze had already begun to take action against her, aiming to sow discord between the Duke's residence and himself. I suspected as Prince Jing, am I right? Observing the changing expressions on Jun Yanjin's face and the flicker of confusion in his eyes only solidified her conviction. Surely, the thousand fragrance poison that had afflicted Jun Yanjin previously was also connected to Prince Jing. Therefore, it was imperative to prevent Jun Xingze from ascending to the position of crown prince, lest countless lives fall victim to his treachery. Enough of these thoughts. Jun Yanjin intended to conceal the truth, but upon seeing the glistening tears in her eyes, his expression softened. He raised a hand to wipe away the tear at the corner of her eye, lowering his voice. Are you frightened? If I had not been so fastidious last night, will we not be meeting today? Yun Jintang sniffled pitifully, her frail shoulders draped in a fluffy cloak, revealing her vulnerability and invoking a strong protective instinct in him. Yun Jintang sensed a notable shift in Jun Yanjin's demeanor towards her compared to before. Testing this, she found that when she shed tears, he no longer frowned or attempted to silence her. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Jun Yanjin to speak again, Yun Jintang rose and departed. Jun Yanjin watched her leave, unable to quell his anxiety for her fragile form and the potential dangers she might face. As Yun Jintang donned the hood of her cloak, her emotions were inexplicably complex. This was indeed the outcome she had desired, yet she felt no joy, as if it were merely an ordinary event. She recalled her earlier vows of revenge against Jun Yanjin. No, it cannot end like this. His previous demeanor had been so harsh, and retribution was still warranted. With renewed determination, Yun Jintang quickened her pace, her mind racing through the long-standing grievances between the Longjing Pavilion and the Wuying Hall. Chapter 63. They are infamous for their greed. The news of Yun Jintang's poisoning was suppressed by Jun Yanjin, as she spent her days recuperating in the estate, unbeknownst to the outside world about her condition. After several days of rest, fortunately, the amount of poison she had was minuscule, and she has since recovered. How dull! Yun Jintang languidly swayed on the swing in the courtyard, yet she was unable to leave the estate. A consensus reached with Jun Yanjin. Jun Shengze must be eagerly yearning to know about her condition, having remained in the royal residence for several days. He likely suspects that Liu Mei has succeeded and is brazenly preparing for the next steps. At this moment, the gambling houses in the capital should have resumed operations. As they lay in wait, having remained silent for days, with Jun Yanjin poised to strike and annihilate them all. Your Highness, Yang Muching has confessed. Qin Yi hurriedly arrived, presenting the news. There were indeed issues with Chunyan Tower. The storeroom concealed a secret door leading to the gambling house. Once any anomalies were detected, the secret door would swiftly shut, leaving no trace for anyone to investigate. There were 2 keys to the secret door, held by the Madam of Chunyan Tower and Shui Xiangming respectively. Both keys were required to unlock it. In recent days, Chunyan Tower's gambling house seemed to have returned to normal operations. Jun Yanjin pondered calmly. What other movements does Shui Xiangming have? Recently, he had been exceedingly cautious. It was uncertain whether he carried the key with him or stored it elsewhere. If they attempted to seize it forcefully, it would likely raise suspicion. The Madam of Chunyan Tower appeared formidable as well, and her martial prowess remained unknown, complicating matters further. Jun Yanjin rose and inquired about Yun Jintang's condition. How is the princess? The princess has been in the estate these past few days. She should be in the back garden now, playing with her pets, came the response. He strolled towards the door, his voice low. This is the optimal moment to act. As long as the gambling house remains intact, countless souls in the capital will fall prey, ultimately leading to their ruin. Regrettably, the intelligence from within Chunyan Tower was scant for Wangtang. Gathering information from the flower house was best entrusted to the people of Lanjing. However, if those cunning individuals from Lanjing were to discover the gambling house within Chunyan Tower, their first thought would likely be how to seize its revenues. They were notoriously known for their insatiable greed. Your Highness, should we consider collaborating with Lanjing? Qin Yi ventured. They are known to pursue profit relentlessly and may have ways to obtain both keys. Jun Yanjin slowed his pace, deep in thought, and as his focus returned, he found himself in the back garden. The weather today could hardly be deemed pleasant. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a cool breeze swept through. Yun Jintang was likely bored as well. Otherwise, she would have remained indoors, not venturing outside in such weather. Why haven't you thought to leave the estate for some amusement these days? Jun Yanjin approached the flower bed in the courtyard. Speaking softly, his tone improved from before. Yun Jintang turned, draped in a delicate pink cloak, and complained, "Isn't it because the weather has been poor lately? I simply didn't wish to go out. Isn't it a bit too thin for such a chill?" He remarked. Jun Yanjin furrowed her delicate brow as she observed the plump fox and rabbit on the ground, contrasting sharply with her own slender figure, which remained graceful despite the approaching winter solstice. Even with added layers, her waist remained dainty, easily encompassed by a single hand. "It's not cold." Yun Jintang shook her head. Jun Yanjin raised his hand, signaling the shadow guard trailing behind him to withdraw before settling into the pavilion. The glutinous rice dumpling, upon seeing him, nestled tightly beside Yun Jintang's feet. He poured himself a cup of hot tea, indifferent to those around him, as his mind wandered to whether he should heed Qin Yi's suggestion. As his thoughts drifted further, the wind picked up, causing the branches to creak and rustle incessantly. Yun Jintang coughed softly behind her hand. "Your Highness, it seems it may rain. Shall we return?" Yun Jintang, mindful of her own health and wary of falling ill, decisively picked up the lighter rabbit. Just as she took a few steps away, she glanced back to inform Jun Yanjin, "Your Highness, I shall return first." Jun Yanjin snapped back to reality, only to find her figure had already receded into the distance. At this hour, the sky grew increasingly hazy, seemingly heralding an impending significant event. "Prince Jing's mansion, Your Highness. Our men have been stationed at the Ningguang mansion for several days without acquiring any news regarding Yun Jintang. It seems that, as you predicted, something may have indeed transpired." A smile danced upon Jun Xing's face as he pressed his pen firmly against the paper, his disdain evident as he scoffed. Though Jun Yanjin has endured the 1,000 fragrance poison for 3 years without succumbing, it is due to his robust constitution or possibly the assistance of a skilled physician. Yun Jintang does not possess such fortune. A delicate young lady, even a trace of poison could claim her life. The absence of news is the best news. Jun Yanjin must have suppressed the situation regarding Yun Jintang. If Yun Zhan were to discover that his daughter is in peril, I can only imagine. Jun Xing's anticipation grew at the thought of Jun Yanjin's reaction. He may conceal the truth for a time, but can he truly maintain the facade for a lifetime? He inquired, "What has become of the gambling house?" "It has resumed normal operations. The Ministry of Justice has received no further intelligence, so it is likely secure," a subordinate reported. "Let us hope that the previous incident serves as a lesson for Cui Shangming. Otherwise, there is no need to keep him around. The revenue from the past 2 months should be relocated promptly. Remaining at Chunyan Tower is no longer safe." Understood. Chapter 64. Collaboration at the Hour of the Rooster. Yun Jintang was still indulging in her bath when Pei Yao, holding an oiled paper umbrella, returned to the courtyard. She had not yet attended to the wet edges of her garments and entered with a sealed letter in hand. Her voice carried a note of surprise. "Miss, you would never guess what has transpired at Wangtang. What else could they want? Are they seeking our assistance?" Yun Jintang casually remarked, brushing off the rose petals clinging to her arm. "How did you guess, miss?" Pei Yao asked, as she carefully opened the envelope and presented it. Yun Jintang, somewhat taken aback, turned to accept the envelope, scrutinizing each phrase inscribed upon it. The language was succinct, the intent clear, truly reflective of Jun Yanjin's style. A reward of 30,000 taels of silver was offered. Yun Jintang pinched a corner of the letter, her hand dangling beside the bath, allowing it to slip to the floor. Wang Tang refrained from discussing the gambling den, merely requesting 2 identical keys belonging to Cui Shangming and the Madam of Chunyan Tower. Was this not indicative of their concern that we covet the wealth within a gambling house? He was not mistaken. I indeed desire that fortune. Rising from her bath, Yun Jintang wrapped herself in a blanket to dry off, while Lin Lang assisted her in donning her nightgown. Pei Yao inquired from the side, "Shall we collaborate with those from Wangtang?" Collaboration is essential. Otherwise, how could we dare to conduct our clandestine maneuvers under Jun Yanjin's very nose? Yun Jintang had already conceived a preliminary plan. For the next few days, we shall keep a close watch on Jun Xingze. I suspect he is eager to transport the recent earnings from the gambling den and will undoubtedly require manpower for the task. Jun Yanjin's associates will likely be on high alert regarding this matter, so we must exercise caution. I am determined to claim this windfall, and it would be advantageous to discover where Jun Xingze intends to transport the funds. I shall seize it all. The following day, Your Highness, the Longines Pavilion has already received a deposit. Keep a close watch on Jun Xingze, came the report. Yun Yanjin harboured an uneasy premonition, as if Longines Pavilion had long been eyeing this matter, awaiting his signal. That fortune must not fall into their hands. A few days later, word spread within the palace that the Empress's birthday approached, yet she wished for no extravagant celebrations, only to invite a few noble ladies from the capital for casual conversation and tea. As the princess consort of Ning, Yun Jintang held the highest status among the noble women of the capital and would certainly attend. Additionally, she must carefully consider her gift, ensuring it did not allow other young ladies to overshadow her. Jun Xingze could not remain still. Yun Jintang embroidered a peony design at a leisurely pace, sighing softly. The empress had not celebrated her birthday for 2 consecutive years. Her sudden intent today likely stemmed from subtle persuasion. As the mother of the nation, she possessed title but little power, a rather pitiable existence. Hearing that the empress adored peach blossoms, the embroidery of peach orchard washing the moon, which she had completed last month, would serve perfectly. Miss, that piece took you an entire year to finish. Are you truly willing to part with it? Lin Lang remarked. Having seen the embroidery, where under the serene moonlight, the peach blossoms illuminated the night with their radiant glow. Those exquisite jewels were commonplace to the empress, lacking novelty. There was no harm in catering to her tastes. Moreover, she harbors a fondness for peach blossoms. It is only in their presence that this exquisite artwork receives the care it deserves. Embroidery is an art that demands patience and meticulousness, and for the past few years, Yun Jintang has nearly always completed her pieces just in time to gift them to others. Earlier this year, someone audaciously stole her embroidery work intended for her maternal grandfather and attempted to sell it on the black market, where its value was once driven up to the equivalent of 1,000 taels of gold. Thus, a hidden embroiderer emerged in the land of Jiuzhou, unseen and unheard. Yet those familiar with the peach blossom spring painting would certainly know of her. By the way, our spies have recently acquired impressions of 2 keys. Furthermore, we have uncovered a more promising lead. Jun Xingze has stashed away all the gold and silver he earned from the gambling house at a dock by the Chongqing River, presumably preparing for transport. As Yun Jintang threaded her needle, she pondered with suspicion. The Chongqing River stretches east and west, linking to the open sea. Could he be scheming something? She always approached this individual with utmost skepticism, especially since he had once poisoned the mightiest general at a time of national peril. What could he possibly do? I have already dispatched the people from the Longines Pavilion to investigate. Judging by appearances, this shipment of gold and silver is set to depart in the next couple of days. When shall we take action? Lin Lang inquired. Tonight, the sooner, the better. At this moment, Yun Jintang found it difficult to remain calm, and thus she put down her needle and rose to devise a plan in her chamber. The hour was still early, and most of the Longines Pavilion's operatives were outside the city. Reaching the Chongqing River dock beyond the capital would not pose a challenge. Miss, Prince Ning has already gone to the military camp yesterday. Yun Jintang exhaled, gazing at the map retrieved from the cabinet. It seems we are destined to cross paths again. Handing those 2 keys to the people of Wangtang might delay some of them. It would depend on which side Jun Yanjin values more. Yun Jintang approached this endeavor with a hint of gamble. The wind howled ominously, and tonight, heavy rain fell in torrents, each droplet splashing into the river, creating ripples upon ripples. Hiss, boss, the wind stings my face. The weather grows colder by the minute. 5 men clad in simple cloth garments, who had been patrolling the vicinity, found the rain unbearable and the biting cold too much to endure, so they settled in a tent to brew wine for warmth. Once the shipment is dispatched, all will be well. The men exchanged idle chatter, unaware that peril lurked in the shadows of the night. Chapter 65. A stormy night after departing from the capital, Yun Jintang hastily made her way, accompanied by Qingwu. Were it not for the unpredictable factor that was Jun Yanjin, she would not have needed to rush here tonight. However, having discerned from their previous encounter that Jun Yanjin's martial prowess should not be underestimated, it was likely that Qingwu could be injured if left to confront him alone. Once Yun Jintang had ascertained the situation nearby, she issued a command, and several shadows surged forth from all directions. Amidst the torrential downpour, the large ship by the river shone brightly with flickering lights. Their mission required swiftness, precision, and decisiveness. Upon noticing that someone had struck before them, Chu Xing, who had been lurking not far away, quickly realized it was members of the Longines Pavilion. He chose to observe the unfolding events, believing that the conflict between the snipe and the clam would ultimately benefit the fishermen. He had no intention of intervening at that moment, but to his surprise, someone had already crept up behind them. A flying dagger sliced through the raindrops, narrowly missing Chu Xing as he reacted swiftly, leaping away just in time. The rain obscured his vision, making it difficult to identify the assailant. "It's you." Chu Xing discerned the figure of a woman, shrouded in a veil, and shouted in a commanding tone. Yun Jintang raised her hand, signaling her companion to advance, and the two sides confronted each other. Chu Xing had an ominous premonition that the night would not bode well. On the grassy expanse away from the vessels, the river surged and flowed, the rain intensifying. Chu Xing found himself restrained by Yun Jintang alone, helplessly watching as boxes of goods were systematically removed from the ship. The members of Langjin Pavilion were indeed cunning. Frustrated, he intensified his assault. With dual blades slicing through the air like shadows and wind, he attacked Yun Jintang, managing to tear her veil, yet still unable to behold her face. She wielded a pair of elongated daggers, agile and versatile, with edges sharper than any ordinary weapon. Despite sustaining an injury to his arm, he observed that she remained unscathed, performing light-footed maneuvers atop a boulder, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. "Your Highness had intended to come in person today, but the Langjin Pavilion sent the keys at noon. I had to consider the bigger picture and prepared to catch the Chunyan Tower off guard, hence my last-minute change of plans. Inform your master that this fortune belongs to the Langjin Pavilion." Yun Jintang cast the token of the Ning Wangfu, which she had snatched from Chu Xing's waist, onto the ground. He was already injured, and the situation favored the Langjin Pavilion. The bow of the ship ignited with 6 torches, glaringly illuminated against the backdrop of the downpour, only to extinguish abruptly. "Retreat." Yun Jintang's garments were thoroughly soaked. The rhythmic sounds of horses echoed as they departed in succession. She utilized a sleeping powder to incapacitate Chu Xing, and the members of Wangtang dared not pursue her recklessly. Under the cleansing of the storm, everything would dissolve into nothingness. Meanwhile, at Chunyan Tower that very night, amidst an eerie silence, a firework erupted into the sky, and the guards formed layers of defense. Although Chunyan Tower had closed its doors to guests, the underground casino was bustling with a plethora of fine wines. The dancers, who had served the esteemed during the day, now leaned against every table, favoring the one who emerged victoriously. "Little beauty, what do you think of this round?" Laughter erupted as Chui Xiaoming personally dealt the cards. One hand draped around a provocatively dressed woman, his hands restless. "I believe you will surely win," the dancer flattered, adept at charming her audience. As her words fell, she declared, "Let us see, indeed a grand bet. Chui Gongzi, you should take your leave." The matron of Chunyan Tower, Ning Xiang, approached with a serious expression. "Are you not aware of your precarious situation? What is there to worry about? It has been half a month, and those individuals have left no trace. Today, not only will I remain, but I shall also have Miss Yu by my side to share my bed." Chui Xiaoming was quite inebriated, and Ning Xiang, disinterested, commanded 2 subordinates to step forward and seize him. "Take young Master Chui back, and simply state that he was in high spirits at Chunyan Tower and dozed off after having indulged in too much wine." Chui Xiaoming slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet, and pointed an accusatory finger at Ning Xiang, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are? If you wish to cause a scene, do so. We are still here to enjoy ourselves." Within the gambling den, the inebriated were plentiful, the atmosphere exuberant, money flowing freely, and the pungent scent of alcohol permeated the enclosed space, rendering one's mind foggy and senses dulled. If Yun Jintang were to enter, she would likely feel nauseous. Bang! The doors of Chunyan Tower were forcefully kicked open, as Qin Yi, sword in hand, swiftly apprehended an informant attempting to relay a message. "By order of His Highness, all present in Chunyan Tower are to be captured, and any resistance shall be met with lethal force." Jun Yanjin lifted the curtain of the carriage window, patiently awaiting news, his fingertips rhythmically tapping against the frame, concerned about the situation across Chongqing River. Today's events are too coincidental. He had prepared for the worst. Even if he could not seize the treasure of gold and silver, he could at least shutter this tumultuous gambling den that plagued the capital. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the gambling room was rapped upon, as Ning Xiang and Chui Xiaoming remained in their standoff, while others excitedly placed their bets amidst the cacophony of shouts. "Who goes there?" Ning Xiang seethed, preparing to report to His Highness the following day. Chui Xiaoming was utterly unreliable, a mere pawn in this game. Qin Yi and another shadow guard had just unlocked the outermost door, discovering an underground expanse with an extensive layout, revealing a trove of unshipped jewels. The further they ventured, the louder the clamor became. Within the gambling den, there lay an iron gate, which he decided to knock upon. Ning Xiang, uninterested and unperturbed, did not suspect anything, for no one could open that specially designed outer iron gate alone. Two gamblers, seeking fresh air, attempted to exit, opening the door from within. Before they could react, a violent kick struck their midsection, sending them tumbling backward. Apprehend them all. Chapter 66. The casino's demise. Ning Xiang and Chui Xiaoming soon realized something was amiss. The entrance to the casino was narrow, allowing only two people to enter side by side, effectively blocking anyone attempting to flee. The casino's interior was surprisingly spacious, with over 20 individuals engaged in gambling. In the next moment, Ning Xiang found herself embroiled in a struggle with Qin Yi, retreating from the iron door. Upon seeing countless figures in black, she understood her grim fate. The casino had been exposed. How could these individuals possess the key to the entrance? Confounded, Ning Xiang abandoned all hesitation, fervently wishing to escape and report the situation back to the prince at the palace. However, as she exerted every ounce of strength to exit Chunyan Tower, she was met by a man in splendid robes, holding an oil paper umbrella. Behind his imposing figure, Chunyan Tower was completely surrounded. Jun Yanjin, injured, Ning Xiang's voice emerged as a strained whisper, her weapon clattering to the ground, encircled by 4 shadow guards. The deadlock was established. She ceased her struggles, turning her head to bite the poison concealed within her collar. Jun Yanjin made no attempt to stop her, knowing that capturing such a person would be futile despite any torturous interrogation. Your Highness, a total of 32 individuals have been apprehended, reported Qin Yi after a brief interval. Among the captured, the foremost was none other than Chui Xiaoming. Upon recognizing Jun Yanjin's visage, Chui Xiaoming's legs weakened, and he yearned to kneel and plead for mercy, only to be dragged away by the shadow guards. As the rain lessened, the sound of urgent hoofbeats approached. Learning of unusual movements from the Ministry of Justice and the Imperial Guards, Jun Xingze hastened to the scene, witnessing Chunyan Tower enveloped in layers of encirclement, with Jun Yanjin appearing under a black oil paper umbrella. Behind him, Chui Xiaoming was restrained by 2 shadow guards. What brings your Highness here tonight? To mobilize such a multitude around Flower House. As Jun Xingze dismounted, a servant opened an umbrella to shield him from the rain, while the shadow guards held several palace lanterns, illuminating the figures before him. Jun Yanjin smirked slightly, deliberately provoking him. It seems my royal brother is quite well informed. Tonight, I have captured a group of individuals who disregarded the royal dignity and violated the laws of dongling by gathering to gamble. I await the opportunity to report this matter to Father Emperor for thorough investigation. He paused for a moment, his gaze becoming even more taunting. I wonder if there are more clandestine figures behind this casino. Jun Xingze discerned the satisfaction lurking in Jun Yanjin's eyes. Fortunately, he had already preemptively relocated most of his assets, and with Chui Xiaoming serving as a scapegoat, it would be nearly impossible for any blame to fall upon him. Jun Yanjin, holding the umbrella himself, possessed an inscrutable expression as he ascended the steps, gradually disappearing from view. Wudo, commended Yun Xingze, returning im Tenno. Yun Jintang returned to the palace just before dawn, changing out of her soaked garments and instructing Lin Lang to dispose of them. Pei Yao brought her a cup of warmed ginger tea, attending to her with care. Miss, you should rest now. Both Pei Yao and Lin Lang were deeply concerned for her well-being, recalling how she had not been this fatigued upon her return from Lanyue to Dongling. Moreover, the lengthy journey and the need to remain vigilant against hidden sentries within the royal residence have left Yun Jintang utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. What has become of the matter at Chunyan Tower? She inquired with concern. His Highness has apprehended everyone involved, came the reply. Sitting on the edge of her bed, Yun Jintang felt dizzy and drained, having endured a night of relentless rain. Any individual would struggle under such conditions. Nevertheless, this endeavor proved worthwhile. She slumbered for an extended period, so much so that when Jun Yanjin hurried back from the palace, she had yet to awaken. By the time morning had passed, Lin Lang, aware of her mistress's fatigue from the previous night, refrained from disturbing her and quietly remained in the room to attend to her, taking special care to monitor her condition. Noticing her slight fever, she hastily summoned Physician Murong for an examination. The hidden guards in the residence, observing Physician Murong's troubled expression, deemed it prudent to disregard other matters and report to His Highness, given his evident concern for the princess. At the palace gates, Jun Xingze witnessed the sudden change in Jun Yanqing's demeanor and felt a twinge of schadenfreude. It appeared that trouble had arisen. Could it be that Yun Jintang had already? He speculated. Soon, Yun Jun sauntered over from behind, dismissive of Jun Xingze's presence until he called out to remind him. Last night, there was a torrential downpour. I heard that Miss Yun is frail. Seeing the urgency with which the royal brother departed, I wonder if something has transpired. Yun Jun, momentarily taken aback, scoffed. Does my daughter's affairs require your intervention? However, he could not suppress his growing anxiety, as Jun Xingze's words rang true. As servants led forth horses, Yun Jin mounted, feeling a profound emptiness within. It had indeed been quite some time since he had last seen Tanger. He was uncertain of her condition and whether Jun Yanqing had mistreated her. No, he must devise a means for Tanger to return under some pretext. He missed her, and he suspected his wife did as well. Ning Wangfu, similar to the previous autumn hunt banquet. Murongsu's countenance darkened as he began to question whether the medication he had prepared was flawed. Logically, Yun Jintang should have been in a state of recovery after a month of nurturing. She ought not to have fallen gravely ill after merely being caught in the rain. Unless she had indeed been drenched, but that seemed implausible. Who would be foolish enough to venture out into such torrential rain? Chapter 67. Yun Jintang. Look me in the eye as I speak. Why is she yet to awaken? Jun Yanjin was well aware that Yun Jintang had a consistent routine. She retired early each night and never lingered in slumber, even taking a brief nap at noon. It was only natural for someone ailing to sleep soundly. But if she remained unconscious into the afternoon, acupuncture would become necessary. Of course, this was something Murongsu wished to avoid. He harbored a suspicion that Jun Yanjin harbored a unique affection for the young lady of the Yun family. Though his medical skills were not exceptional, his acupuncture could only alleviate ailments to a degree. Jun Yanjin, well, it was probably best he did not intervene. All the maids had retreated, leaving only Yun Jintang in peaceful repose. Jun Yanjin returned to his study, where Chu Xing recounted the events of the previous night, nursing an injury to his right arm. Was it that woman again? It had been quite some time since Jun Yanjin encountered an adversary of such formidable prowess, particularly a woman. Alas, her allegiance to the Longines Pavilion was unfortunate. Otherwise, he might have considered recruiting her. Yet, her avarice for wealth was of no concern to him, as he was not in want of riches. Your Highness, the individual you have been discreetly seeking remains elusive. I believe that if we could locate the woman who previously eliminated the spy, Lan Yu, at Songling Mountain, she might prove to be a worthy opponent. Jun Yanjin shook his head, his hopes dwindling. If this person were inclined to cooperate, she would not have remained silent for so long. However, I am indeed intrigued to see the outcome should they meet in battle. During the court assembly that day, Jun Yanjin reported the events accurately, prompting the emperor's wrath. He immediately commanded the Ministry of Justice to investigate the matter, with Cui Shangming now imprisoned in the dungeons, and the Minister of Revenue temporarily suspended from his duties. Thanks to Yun Jintang's earlier, seemingly casual inquiry, Jun Yanjin now found himself in a position of advantage within the court. Yun Moli's rise to the position of Minister of Justice was merely a matter of time, while the Minister of Revenue was likely facing demotion. This position had become a coveted prize among various factions. Cui Shangming had to remain silent. Today, Jun Xingze had proactively taken on the task of investigating the case, only to find that his father, the emperor, had disregarded his efforts, delegating the matter to the Ministry of Justice. With Yun Moli in that ministry, it was inevitable that the investigation would lead back to him. Ultimately, only Cui Shangming's demise could serve as a means of atonement. The emperor would undoubtedly protect him. And Jun Xingze's confidence stemmed from Yu Guifei. Was there any news from Yun Jintang? Today, Some information was uncovered, but she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Jun Xingze, initially burdened by despair, felt a glimmer of relief upon hearing this news. His losses were merely financial and a severed network within the Ministry of Revenue. Yet Jun Yanjin was about to face the wrath of the entire Yun Guigong household. The Emperor and the Duke of Yun were not only sovereign and subject, but also close friends, having fought side by side in battles for years. Their bond was not one easily articulated in mere words. Should Yun Zhan choose to confront Jun Yanjin directly, it would certainly lead to dire consequences for him. Indeed, it was highly likely that the Emperor would impose punishment, sending him to the frontier, where no one could contest his claim to the position of Crown Prince. This morning, I had already cautioned Yun Zhan that the Empress's birthday banquet was approaching in a few days. If Yun Jintang were unable to attend, Jun Yanjin's secret would inevitably be revealed. I await the moment when he and Yun Zhan turn against one another. At noon, Yun Jintang awoke weakly, having consumed a light meal. After taking her medicine, she felt drowsy once more and reclined on the imperial concubine's couch for a brief rest. She was acutely aware of her own constitution. Had she not ventured out the previous night, illness would have been averted. Some circumstances were beyond her control, yet fortunately, the outcome was not dire. However, she could not fathom how Jun Yanjin possessed such wealth. She had meticulously accounted for the treasures in the royal treasury, not to mention the riches amassed by the Wang Tang, making him the undisputed tycoon. Surely, there were matters she had yet to uncover. Jun Yanjin, having calculated the right moment, personally arrived at the Furong courtyard. Yun Jintang had regained some strength and was embroidering in her chamber, her dark hair lazily cascading down her back, a few strands resting delicately upon her chest, exuding an undeniable grace. "Your Highness," she paused her work, raising an eyebrow, her voice gentle. "You were caught in the rain last night?" Jun Yanjin did not take the time to scrutinize her embroidery, but approached her directly, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. Did she not realize how frail her body was? With such heavy rain, why did she not remain indoors, ultimately reducing herself to such a state? Confronted with Jun Yanjin's unexpected admonition, Yun Jintang set down her needlework, lowering her head. Her voice soft. "Accidentally got caught in the rain. Your maid informed me that you braved the rain to search for that foolish fox. You are no child. How could you be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation?" Jun Yanjin was indeed frustrated. Yun Jintang tended to everything else so well, yet she neglected her own health. Upon hearing the term foolish fox, Nwomi timidly raised her head from her nest, her eyes fixed intently on Jun Yanjin. This only added to Jun Yanjin's inexplicable irritation. "I know I was wrong." Yun Jintang momentarily chose not to engage in a dispute with Jun Yanjin, opting instead for a conciliatory approach. After all, having seized such a wealth of jewels and gold the previous night, her spirits were relatively high. Observing Yun Jintang's nonchalant demeanor, as if unaffected by his presence, Jun Yanjin felt it futile to reason with her. "Yun Jintang, look at me when I speak." Complying, she raised her gaze, a bold smile adorning her face as she playfully said, "Your Highness, I know I was wrong. Tell me, does this appear to be someone who understands their mistake? Is this the attitude of genuine contrition?" Jun Yanjin felt a lump of frustration lodged in his throat, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak or remain silent. Ultimately, with no other recourse, he cast a sidelong glance at the fox nestled in its den and turned to leave. Chapter 68. Provocation. A few days later, the Queen's birthday banquet was to be held. The residence of the Queen, the Fenghua Palace, had always been solemn and quiet. It was not that she disliked merriment. Rather, the hearts of the people had grown cold, and there was little interest in anything. Although a banquet was initially planned for the imperial garden, the weather today was far from agreeable. Despite a hint of sunshine, warmth was elusive, and even the eunuchs and maids engaged in menial tasks were reluctant to linger outdoors, let alone the noble ladies. "Mother, happy birthday." Xian Ning was the first to arrive early in the day. With her numerous studies and the constraints of palace life, their opportunities to meet were limited, despite their blood relation. Xian Ning had long wished to leave the palace, yet every time she broached the subject with her father, he He remained tight-lipped about any potential outcomes. "Mother, I find life in the palace terribly dull." Xianning raised the topic once more, prompting a sigh from the queen. Indeed, life outside the palace was vibrant and unrestrained, a stark contrast to the rigid decorum within. "Then I shall mention it again today." The queen sat in the courtyard, not yet adorned for the occasion, as the noble ladies had yet to arrive. Xianning giggled. "Mother, if I could truly leave the palace, I would visit you often and bring you many delightful novelties." "Very well, very well." The queen gazed fondly at Xianning's delicate features, caressing the back of her hand, and looked up at the sky, murmuring, "It will warm up soon." Meanwhile, Yun Jintang and Jun Yanjin entered the palace in a carriage, disembarking at the Tianke gate and walking in. Arriving later than usual, they noticed a considerable number of carriages already lined up outside. "Today, with so many people around, do not wander off alone," Jun Yanjin cautioned as they parted at the palace gate. "Understood." Yun Jintang was quite curious about the happenings within Fenghua Palace, especially since the rumor of her imminent demise had spread, prompting her father to send a letter to the Ning Wangfu just yesterday. Before reaching the banquet hall, she could already hear whispers of gossip. Why hasn't the Ning Wangfei arrived yet? Could it be that the previous rumors were true? The queen maintained her composure, observing the murmuring ladies below. The women present were esteemed daughters of prominent families, and perhaps having been cooped up at home too long, their words flowed with the tide of speculation. Pei Ying, the fiancée of the Jing Wang, occupied the second seat on the right. The absence of the first seat's occupant drew her attention, and she furrowed her brow, lifting her teacup as her thoughts wandered. Had something truly happened? She did not wish to see a radiant beauty like Yun Jintang fall from grace. She deserved to shine like the stars, cherished for a lifetime. "Your Majesty, the Ning Wangfei is nearly half an hour late, which is clearly a sign of disrespect." At this moment, Lin Yuner, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, rose to toast the queen. Dressed in vibrant and eye-catching attire, her every gesture exuded an air of arrogance. The gathering was predominantly composed of unmarried young ladies, and Lin Yuner's sharp remarks left many stunned. Setting aside the identity of the Princess of Ning, the person she audaciously disrespects is, after all, the beloved jewel of the Duke of Yun. It is hardly within her rights to speculate behind closed doors. "Very well. This palace had no intention of celebrating my birthday with excessive solemnity. Perhaps the Princess of Ning merely encountered some delay along the way. The Empress has long grown weary of the incessant scheming and strife. Now, as the mother of the nation, her position is unassailable, and her mindset has undergone a profound transformation, rendering her indifferent to such trivialities. Should the Princess of Ning choose not to attend today, the Empress would scarcely be inclined to take notice." No sooner had the Empress's words settled than the sharp voice of a eunuch pierced through the air. "The Princess of Ning has arrived." Pei Ying and Lin Yuner almost immediately turned their gazes towards the entrance. Yun Jintang, adorned in a delicate lavender silk gown, gracefully stepped in, her exquisite features illuminated by a gentle smile. She lightly lifted her skirts to cross the threshold, her steps ethereal. "Your servant pays her respects to the Empress." She approached the hall, bowing in greeting. As she did, the hairpin atop her head swayed gently. Simultaneously, other noble ladies rose to pay their respects to Yun Jintang. Kneeling in reverence, "Do not disturb the formalities. Please take your seat," the Empress said, her lips curving into a smile as she gestured for her to rise. The moment she appeared, the other ladies seemed to fade into the background. Lin Yuner, who had previously adorned herself with the most extravagant attire, now felt a pang of embarrassment, as if she were performing a grand display before a formidable figure, for the colors of their gowns were strikingly similar. Yet the distinction was glaringly apparent. Yun Jintang, aware of this subtle comparison, chose to remain silent, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Your Majesty, I have heard from His Highness, the Prince of Jing, that you sometimes suffer from sleepless nights. Hence, my father specially sent for this southern sea coral jade, which possesses a soothing fragrance. Placed by your bedside, it is said to calm the spirit and promote longevity." Earlier, when the noble ladies presented their gifts, Lin Yuner had remained silent. Now, Just as Yun Jintang settled into her seat, Lin Yuner stood again, signaling for two maidservants outside to bring in a tray covered with red silk. As the red cloth was lifted, gasps of astonishment filled the room. The coral jade, already a rarity, was of exceptional quality, a veritable treasure hard to come by in all of Dongling. The dim light of the hall did little to diminish the jade's luminous sheen, underscoring its value. The Empress's eyes sparkled momentarily, yet she maintained her composure, smiling as she praised, "I find this gift most delightful. Commendations to the Chancellor for his thoughtfulness. It pleases your Majesty indeed. Yet, I suspect that the Princess of Ning's gift will surpass my humble offering. You may find it even more to your liking," Lin Yuner responded, kneeling humbly with a smile, deliberately bringing attention back to Yun Jintang. Xian Ning rested her chin on her hand, observing the unfolding scene. Yet after Lin Yuner's remarks, she shook her head dismissively. While the coral jade is indeed a rare sight outside the palace, the imperial treasury is replete with treasures, lacking for nothing in the realm of calming artifacts. The Empress herself shuns opulence. If only she had truly applied herself, no one would resent such a gift. Yet, her actions seem to deliberately target the Empress's sister-in-law. Truly, she is unaware of her own folly. Chapter 69. She was lifted effortlessly into the air. Yun Jintang maintained her composure, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "It seems that Miss Lin is quite curious about my gift. The esteemed status of the princess consort and her extensive experience render any gift from her incomparable to what a mere daughter could offer. Thus, it is only natural for me to harbor curiosity as well." Lin Yuner responded with poise, clearly having prepared meticulously for this moment. She had initially believed that Yun Jintang would not attend today, as the rumors circulating in the capital suggested. Today, she could have outshone all others, earning the admiration of the elite young ladies of the capital. After all, her father had assured her that she would surely marry into a prestigious family in the future. Currently, the Prime Minister's residence was also observing the shifting dynamics, especially after the recent demotion and reassignment of the Minister of Revenue, which favored Prince Ning. Should he ascend to the position of Crown Prince, she too would inevitably find herself within the Eastern Palace. While Lin Yuner was lost in thought, Yun Jintang commanded two maidens to gently unfurl her embroidery titled Peach Orchard Washing the Moon. The hall erupted in gasps of admiration, pulling Lin Yuner back to reality as she gazed in awe at the intricate needlework, momentarily transported to a moonlit peach orchard. The delicate, shimmering moonlight was exquisitely captured in her stitches. The Empress rose, her regal demeanor momentarily overshadowed by a wave of nostalgia as she slowly descended the steps toward the embroidery. "Mother, this piece titled Peach Orchard Washing the Moon took me a year to complete. I believe the value of a gift cannot merely be measured in monetary terms. The sentiment behind it holds the utmost significance." The Empress approached the embroidery, gently caressing each stitch, her lips quivering imperceptibly as she seemed to glimpse her youthful self through the artwork. In those days, before she entered the palace, she roamed freely with her mother in the peach blossom groves on the outskirts of the city, savoring the beauty of nature. How blissful it felt. And yet, an uncountable number of years had slipped by since then. I have not encountered such a heartfelt gift in many years. The Empress's voice resonated with the calmness that comes from years of experience. Yun Jintang was not taken aback by this outcome. She noticed a flicker of other emotions in the depths of the Empress's gaze. Although today marked her own birthday, she sensed an underlying unhappiness. "Sister-in-law, you are truly amazing," Xian Ning exclaimed, bounding over to sit beside Yun Jintang, this time with a purposeful intent. "Sister-in-law, may I ask you for a favor?" Yun Jintang lowered her gaze at her. Before she could inquire, her hand was seized by Xian Ning, shaking it playfully. "Sister-in-law, please allow me to accompany you outside the palace. Father worries about my safety alone, but he would surely feel more at ease if I were with you. Perhaps he would relent." Huan Ning spoke candidly. Yun Jintang hesitated, recognizing that this was not solely her decision to make. Jun Yanjin was quite wary. He had not entirely lowered his guard around Xian Ning. Staying in Prince Ning's residence might prove to be challenging. "Sister-in-law," Xian Ning gazed at her with a pitiful expression. playfully rubbing her cheek against Yun Jintang's palm, reminiscent of her childhood. "Then I shall inquire with your royal brother." Yun Jintang relented. "Wonderful." Xian Ning straightened her posture in response. "The imperial study. Your Majesty, as winter descends, numerous towns in the northern regions are enveloped in heavy snowfall, leading to a dire scarcity of food, with many succumbing to hunger and frostbite. I humbly propose that we increase the expenditures from the national treasury to alleviate the plight of the people." In the hall, Jun Yanjin, Jun Xingze, and several other princes are engaged in discussion. No sooner had Jun Yanjin finished speaking than Jun Xingze interjected, asserting that the southern Lanyu kingdom is eyeing us covetously, and we ought to bolster military funding to ensure the stability of our borders. The two sides remained steadfast in their positions, leading to a stalemate. After a moment of contemplation, Jun Lingchuan suggested that all the gold and silver gathered from the Ministry of Revenue be directed towards disaster relief in the northern towns. Since the Battle of Shanyang Pass 3 years ago, Lanyu has maintained a more subdued demeanor, with both sides conserving their strength. Indeed, it is prudent to enhance our defenses. Jun Yanqing's expression was one of cold indifference. The wealth amassed by the ministry felt as ephemeral as feathers in the wind, and the ill-gotten gains seized during the capital inspection had also been funneled into the treasury. While Father always speaks of the greater good, do the suffering people of the northern borders truly factor into this larger scheme? Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Jun Yanqing, weary of the proceedings, departed, knowing the outcome would be unchanged. Upon leaving the imperial study, he found Qin Yi waiting at the foot of a long staircase. Where's the princess? Still in the Fanghua Palace. As the route to exit the palace would lead him past Fanghua Palace, Jun Yanqing chose not to engage further and proceeded in that direction. Has the Empress Dowager visited Fanghua Palace? The Empress Dowager has caught a chill these past few days and has remained in Shokong Palace. Jun Yanqing did not perceive any threat to Yun Jintang's safety from the Empress. The Empress Dowager, however, was a different matter entirely. She was not to be underestimated. Upon arriving at Fanghua Palace, he instructed someone to inform Yun Jintang of his presence. At that moment, Yun Jintang was indeed seeking a reason to depart. The eldest daughter of the Lin family was quite tiresome, constantly speaking in a manner that sought to highlight her uniqueness while simultaneously attempting to curry favor with the Empress. She found it preferable to leave rather than engage with such a person. Jun Yanqing waited outside Fanghua Palace for the duration of a tea steeping before seeing Yun Jintang emerge, at which point he turned to continue towards the Tianke gate. Your Highness, please wait for me. Yun Jintang immediately noticed the discontent etched on Yanqing's face. Had he been bested in the imperial study? He seemed like a powder keg, ready to ignite. It was best not to provoke him. Jun Yanqing slowed his pace, remaining silent. However, Yun Jintang consistently lagged half a step behind, her gaze shifting toward Qin Yi, who promptly shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. A short while later, Jun Yanqing had gained several steps ahead of Yun Jintang. She attempted to catch up, inadvertently quickening her pace. Unbeknownst to her, the ground had become strewn with pebbles, and she twisted her ankle. Fortunate that Lin Lang reacted swiftly enough to steady her arm, or she would have fallen rather hard. Hearing the commotion behind him, Jun Yanqing turned to see Yun Jintang being supported, her eyes shimmering as she slightly raised her head, pouting. How careless of you. Jun Yanqing walked back to her side, lowering his gaze to the stones on the ground, his dark eyes clouded with concern. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts, Yun Jintang replied petulantly. Your Highness walks so quickly, and I couldn't keep up, and for a moment I failed to notice the stones on the ground. Yet you choose to blame me. She always had a way of being right. The situation here is rather complicated. Jun Yanjin furrowed his brow, but chose not to dwell on it with her. Suddenly, a solid arm encircled Yun Jintang's waist, lifting her effortlessly off the ground, eliciting a soft gasp of surprise from her. Your Highness, I fear you might drop me. This was her first experience being held in such a manner. The sensation of weightlessness was distinctly different from the feeling of employing lightness techniques. One was entirely within her control, while the other depended solely on another. With your petite stature, how absurdly anxious you are. Jun Yanjin always perceived Yun Jintang as diminutive, and indeed, upon embracing her, he found it to be true. Her flowing gown cascaded elegantly, and the tassels of her headpiece danced lightly as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, drawing closer to him. "Your Highness, it seems you are still quite far from the heavenly gate," she murmured, apprehensive that he might change his mind, and set her down abruptly. Jun Yanjin inhaled the delicate fragrance that enveloped Yun Jintang, his breath heavy yet forcefully restrained, fearful that she might utter words he did not wish to hear. Qin Yi and Linlang Peiyao followed closely behind, their glances initially tentative but now focused downward, unwilling to disrupt the atmosphere ahead of them. "Your Highness, are you not weary? We have been walking for quite some time," Yun Jintang inquired once more. Silence. Came Jun Yanjin's husky, low voice, imbued with an indescribable allure that was undeniably enticing. She had underestimated him far too much. Chapter 70. Do you desire my company? At the gate of Tiangu, the imperial guards observed as Jun Yanjin gracefully approached. Cradling his beloved consort, they bowed their heads in deference. Yun Jintang remained silent, fearful that any utterance might displease Jun Yanjin, who was indeed capable of casting her aside without a second thought. He gently placed her in the carriage, settling her upon the soft cushion on the left side. Lowering her gaze to her feet, Yun Jintang then raised her eyes to meet Jun Yanjin's countenance. "Your Highness, I feel as though the pain has diminished. Having carried you all this way, and with you not having moved your feet, it is only natural that it should not hurt now," Jun Yanjin replied, kneeling to examine her ankle. "Ah," she yelped, instinctively retracting her foot, but lacking the strength to resist him. His palm was warm and firm, rendering escape impossible. "Do not move," he instructed, gently squeezing her ankle to check for any dislocation. Yun Jintang frowned at him, murmuring in complaint, "Your Highness, that hurts." Despite the spacious carriage, the lack of soundproofing allowed those outside to overhear their conversation, prompting them to awkwardly avert their gazes or resolutely stare ahead. "Fortunately, there is no dislocation. Otherwise, you would be in greater pain," Jun Yanjin remarked as he stood, aware of her fear of discomfort, though he had yet to inflict any. Yun Jintang withdrew her foot and adjusted her skirt to conceal her shoes, feeling inexplicably warm in the ears, and busied herself with the floral arrangement on the small table. "Upon our return, apply some medicinal oil, refrain from excessive movement for the next few days, and you will heal swiftly." Though not a healer, Jun Yanjin was knowledgeable about such external injuries, having experienced many himself, allowing him to handle the situation with equanimity. "I understand," Yun Jintang replied, resting her elbows on the table, her chin propped on her hands as she gazed at Jun Yanjin's elegant profile, studying him in silence. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" he inquired, unaccustomed to being scrutinized in such a manner. Those who dared to do so either sought his life or were reckless fools. "Your Highness, I would like to consult you about something." Yun Jintang reached out to poke his arm, initially intending to read. Jun Yanjin turned his gaze toward her, intrigued by her soft, coaxing tone, contemplating her intentions. "What is it?" His voice was distinctly crisp. Xian Ning expressed a desire to leave the palace. "Unacceptable." Before Yun Jintang could finish, Jun Yanjin decisively rejected her proposal, turning away to resume his reading without so much as a glance. "You haven't even heard me out." "Your Highness, this is rather dismissive," Yun Jintang protested. She had anticipated this outcome, sharing Jun Yanjin's concerns regarding Xian Ning's temporary stay at the royal residence. As she harbored doubts about her character, if Xian Ning's appearance were not so seemingly innocent, she could pose a significant threat. However, information gleaned from the Longjing Pavilion suggested a strained relationship between Xian Ning and the Empress Dowager, tinged with animosity. Yet Xian Ning appeared compelled to suppress her true feelings. Yun Jintang pondered that perhaps she could glean valuable insights about the Empress Dowager from Xian Ning. Yun Jintang had always suspected that the Empress Dowager, ensconced within the inner palace, bore substantial connections with both the favored concubine Yu and Prince Jing. "Yun Jintang, you may desire anything, yet no other women are permitted to enter the royal residence." Jun Yanjin, however, is not particularly concerned about Xian Ning's potential actions. Rather, he is simply vexed. The last time at the autumn hunting banquet, she brazenly took Yun Jintang away right before him. If she were to roam freely within the palace, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Jun Yanjin's demeanor is resolute, his gaze fixated on his book, refusing to spare Yun Jintang even a glance. All she longs for is a companion to play with. Yun Jintang sulks, ignoring him, determined to see who will endure the longer. Yun Yanjin smirks slightly, his gaze drifting to her skirt, silently acknowledging her stubbornness. But when they disembark the carriage, she better not seek his assistance. As the carriage halts at the entrance of the Ning Wangfu, the guards present a small ladder. Yun Jintang glances down at her feet, testing their mobility. It seems manageable. She can bear it. Yet with Jun Yanjin present, the thought of walking is utterly unappealing. Your Highness. As Jun Yanjin rises to leave her behind, Yun Jintang cannot tolerate it any longer. She quickly reaches out to grasp the corner of his wide sleeve, her voice as gentle as she can muster. What is it? Jun Yanjin feigns ignorance, but does not shrug her off. It hurts. A triumphant expression graces Jun Yanjin's face, as if he has been waiting for her to seek his favor. Now you feel the pain? Just a moment ago, you were dismissing me, Yun Jintang. Let us see how long you can maintain that defiance. Yun Jintang contemplates whether to offer him some sweetness as a concession. Ultimately, she decides it is best to relent. She truly despises the idea of walking. Your Highness, I was wrong, she admits begrudgingly, tugging at his sleeve gently. Are you no longer angry? This tactic has always been effective with Jun Yanjin. He finds it immensely gratifying. Will you dare to do so again next time? Yun Yanjin raises an eyebrow, continuing his inquiry. No. Yun Jintang shakes her head, though in truth, she is not only willing to do so again, but also in subsequent instances. Jun Yanjin bends down to securely lift her, clearly appeased. His broad palm encircles her slender waist as he strides forward with steady steps. Having carried her for quite some time, he shows no signs of fatigue, demonstrating impressive stamina. Yun Jintang instinctively wraps her arms around his neck, leaning into his shoulder, inhaling the refreshing scent of pine and sandalwood emanating from him, delightfully closing her eyes. This is truly comfortable. Lin Lang and Pei Yao exchange knowing glances. They are well aware that their mistress is inherently lazy. If she were truly resolute, she would never concern herself with a mere sprain. As Jun Yanjin carries Yun Jintang back to Furong Courtyard, she broaches the subject of Xianning once more. Your Highness, with such a vast palace, and only my solitary company to traverse its halls daily, isn't it dreadfully dull? But you still have a foolish fox and a plump rabbit to keep you company, do you not? Jun Yanjin retorts sharply, casting her a sidelong glance with casual indifference. What foolish fox and plump rabbit? Yun Jintang scoffs. They cannot even speak. So, does that imply you wish for me to accompany you? Jun Yanjin deftly seizes upon her verbal slip, his tone laced with playful mockery, yet his voice remains low, imbuing the moment with an air of gravity. How can he so earnestly utter such words? A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Jintang's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. Unbeknownst to her, her heart began to race. Absolutely not, she retorted, albeit in a disjointed manner. Jun Yanjin could easily perceive the disparity between her words and her feelings, leading him to suspect that his intuition was correct. Yun Jintang may have developed affections for him. The memory of that night at the Duke's residence surged forth, when her gaze resembled a serene lake shrouded in moonlight, fixated on him with utmost sincerity. Marriage thrives on mutual affection, between His Highness and myself. What is the necessity for compulsion? Jun Yanjin pondered, contemplating whether he ought to devote more time to her. Did he harbor feelings for her? In a fleeting moment, while Yun Jintang remained oblivious, he scrutinized her exquisite visage, reminiscing about the past. It seemed he indeed possessed feelings of admiration. Chapter 71. The first snow upon arriving at Furong Courtyard. Yun Jintang was placed behind the favored concubine's couch and ceased to engage with Jun Yanjin, perhaps still harboring some lingering displeasure from their journey. It was not entirely out of the question for Xianning to come and keep her company, but they could discuss it once her foot had healed. Jun Yanjin, considering his busier schedule with the onset of winter, conceded that he indeed lacked the time to accompany her. Really? Yun Jintang, having just emerged from a reverie, was taken aback by Jun Yanjin's words. He had just resolutely denied her request, and now his stance seemed to have shifted. Jun Yanjin offered no further comment, reiterating his instruction to apply the medicinal oil punctually before turning to depart. As she watched his retreating figure, Yun Jintang gently wiggled her foot, reassured by the fact that it had not dislocated. 3 days later, having received Jun Yanjin's tacit approval, Xianning finally realized her wish to leave the palace. In truth, she felt a twinge of trepidation towards Jun Yanjin, though she was grateful that he was currently absent from the residence. Third brother's wife. Upon disembarking from the carriage, she exuberantly bounded towards Yun Jintang, her joy reminiscent of a playful child with glutinous rice dumplings, akin to a bird suddenly liberated from captivity. Yun Jintang stood at the entrance to welcome her, surprised by Xianning's fervent enthusiasm. She keenly observed the maidservants accompanying her, remaining vigilant. Sister-in-law, is third brother truly not here? Xianning clung to Yun Jintang's arm, feeling a bit uneasy, and cautiously inquired once more. Indeed, he is not present. How wonderful. I am rather afraid of him, Xianning muttered. He is quite fearsome. Yun Jintang merely smiled, not in a hurry to respond. It was not uncommon for individuals to fear Jun Yanjin. Anyone plucked from the capital would likely share such sentiments. However, she sensed that beneath his hardened exterior lay a compassionate heart dedicated to his country and people, albeit concealed beneath a veneer of ice. Qingyi remained at the residence to assist Yun Jintang, while Jun Yanjin's concerns did not lie with Xianning, but rather with those surrounding her. Should the Empress Dowager or Prince Jing learn of Xianning's temporary stay at Ningguang's residence, they might arrange for certain individuals to accompany her. Upon returning to Furong Courtyard, Xianning began to realize that the relationship between her sister-in-law and brother was not as harmonious as she had envisioned. Furong Courtyard was situated in a secluded corner of Ningguang's estate, contrasting sharply with the main courtyard scale and layout. How could her third brother treat his sister-in-law in such a manner? Xianning fell into silence, her mood suddenly turning melancholy as she pouted. Sister-in-law, did my desire to leave the palace upset third brother? Yun Jintang was puzzled by Xianning's swift emotional shift, regarding her curiously as she instructed the maidservants to withdraw. They settled on opposite sides of the tea table, and Yun Jintang adeptly prepared the tea while inquiring, "What troubles you? Sister-in-law, why do you and third brother reside so far apart? You appear to be quite harmonious yet." Xianning fidgeted with her handkerchief, wishing fervently that if her brother and sister-in-law were to argue, she would rather remain within the palace. Yun Jintang chuckled softly, placing the brewed tea beside Xianning, and patiently explained, "Is residing here truly so unpleasing?" However, to Xianning, Yun Jintang's demeanor and expression at that moment seemed to embody a spirit of finding joy amidst adversity. "Has your elder brother been bullying you? If so, I shall go to father to report him." Xianning stood with her hands on her hips, feeling quite confident about this matter of reporting. Yun Jintang shook her head. "There is no need for that. Over the next few days, I will take you around the capital city." As winter approached, the military camp grew increasingly busy, and the operations at the Golden Pavilion were also in full swing. Fortunately, Yun Jintang still had some leisure time. Considering it was a rare opportunity for Xianning to come out, it would be a pity not to explore more. Black Hawk Military Camp. After attending to various matters, Chu Xing hurriedly entered the room to report a piece of intelligence concerning the Golden Pavilion. "Your Highness, the batch of calligraphy and paintings that were reclaimed by the Golden Pavilion has appeared in the black market, and the prices are soaring." Chu Xing could not comprehend why such precious artifacts, which had been painstakingly collected and retrieved from the Shadowless Hall, were merely for auction. While he understood their love for wealth, it seemed excessive. The Golden Pavilion was likely plotting something significant, and it necessitated close observation. If it posed any threat to Dongling, it must be reported immediately. Jun Yanjin sat at his desk, weariness evident in his clear, handsome eyes. He pinched the bridge of his nose and instructed, "Before you leave, inform me about the Wangfei's recent condition." "The Wangfei has been enjoying herself with Princess Xianning." Chu Xing relayed the information truthfully. "That is good. Keep an eye on that batch of calligraphy and paintings in the black market. If the opportunity arises, endeavor to acquire them all. Jun Yanjin cast a distant glance at Chu Xing. We must not allow anyone from the Golden Pavilion to catch wind of this. If they find out, they may attempt to seize them again. Understood. Once Chu Xing departed, Jun Yanjing's gaze shifted to the piles of documents and books cluttering his desk. His mind clouded with an unnamed agitation. Winter was the season he loathed the most, and it was also the time of year that brought dread and anxiety to the impoverished populace. It was always the same. He could only strive to mitigate some losses. Yet how could one man possibly halt the overwhelming tide of misfortune? December, the first snowflake of the year, fell upon Shengjing City, melting upon contact. Yun Jintang donned a pink and white crane cloak as she stepped outside, raising her hand in an attempt to catch a flake, but in an instant, the frost flower vanished from her palm. The cold wind brushed against her cheek like a blade of ice, and holding a hot water jar, she found the chill unbearable, hastily returning indoors to warm herself. This year's snow has arrived earlier than last, Lin Lang remarked with concern. Miss, you must take care of your health. This season can be perilous. The room was filled with the fragrant smoke of incense, enveloping it in warmth. Is the distribution of porridge proceeding smoothly? Yun Jintang, having spent the last few days in the courtyard, had delegated many matters to her maidservants and the steward of the Wang Fu. Upon seeing Pei Yao return, she inquired eagerly. Rest assured, Miss, everything is progressing well. There are many people outside the city gates. Yun Jintang was not particularly worried about the possibility of starvation or freezing in the capital. For those who truly needed aid might not even be able to enter the city. She instructed the steward to distribute porridge and warm clothing outside the city to maximize the impact of their efforts. There is one more matter. Pei Yao stepped gracefully to the tea table, unable to contain the smile on her face. Thanks to your benevolent actions over the past few days, the citizens of the capital have greatly changed their perception of the Ning Wangfu, prompting other princes to follow suit. This winter, many impoverished individuals will find their lives considerably improved. Yun Jintang was indifferent to whether those individuals were genuinely kind-hearted. What mattered was that the actions had been taken. Now, come and enjoy a cup of hot tea. You have been working hard lately. These are the duties of a servant, she replied. In recent days, Jun Yanjin had been preoccupied and had not inquired about Yun Jintang's well-being. The shadow guard had also refrained from reporting. It was only after the morning court session when two neutral ministers, who had maintained a stance of silence, approached him for conversation that he learned of his wife's recent endeavors. He chose not to interfere and expressed his approval, provided that Yun Jintang refrained from overexerting herself, for it was crucial that her delicate constitution not be strained. Chapter 72. How about granting this favor to me as well? As Jun Yanjin returned to the royal residence, he found that the snow had fallen intermittently throughout the day, though it had yet to accumulate to the point of forming drifts, almost melting upon contact with the ground. With the weather growing increasingly frigid, Yun Jintang preferred to remain within her chamber, diligently working on her embroidery of the drunken fairy blossoms. Today, during his leisure hours, Jun Yanjin ventured to the Furong courtyard. To his expectation, the main door was firmly shut, and the windows were only slightly ajar. Draped in his crane cloak, he stepped inside, soon feeling the warmth enveloping him. Yun Jintang sat quietly by the window beside her tea table. Though she did not venture outside, she maintained a meticulous appearance. Having not seen her for half a month, he noticed she appeared somewhat thinner, a subtle furrow creasing his brow. Your Highness, she remarked, lifting her gaze only upon hearing the door creak open. Her delicate fingers continued to deftly manipulate the needle and thread, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Her voice sweet and melodious. It seemed her spirits were quite buoyant. The room radiated warmth as Jun Yanjin removed his cloak and placed it aside. He preferred that no one touch his belongings, so the two maids in attendance refrained from approaching, bowing respectfully before retreating, casting furtive glances at their mistress. As Jun Yanjin approached, he finally observed the exquisite, antique-style embroidery of the blossoms. In the season of warmth and blooming flowers, the light danced upon the petals, revealing the first blush of crimson at the tips, with the edges of the petals adorned in soft pink. a hue that must have been challenging to procure, akin to a masterfully crafted palette. He had long heard of his consort's proficiency in the arts, but witnessing her work for the first time, he found her reputation well-deserved. The spring awakening blossoms, which had fetched an exorbitant price on the black market earlier in the year, was rivaled by the beauty of the piece before him. Noticing his prolonged silence as he admired her embroidery, Yun Jintang, ever so skillfully, poured tea at her side of the table, exuding an aura of leisure. "Your Highness, do you have business here?" she inquired. Jun Yanjin, adopting a languid posture, cast a glance at the fox hiding beneath the rack where the embroidery was displayed, and replied slowly, "The entire royal residence belongs to me. Is it not permissible for me to visit without reason?" Yun Jintang, uninterested in his banter, discerned that he was evidently unoccupied and continued her meticulous embroidery, each stitch deliberate and delicate. Seizing the rare moment of tranquility, Jun Yanjin silently observed her as she sipped her tea. Yun Jintang possessed an inherent grace, her demeanor serene and composed. As she focused on her work, every glance and frown radiated elegance. Her hair was elegantly tied up, and as she lowered her gaze, the tassels swayed gently. Her exquisite features captivated the eye, even in profile, compelling one to linger. Her movements were measured, accompanied by the soothing fragrance of incense, causing the pace of thought to unwittingly slow. "Who is this embroidery meant for?" Jun Yanjin asked casually, having lingered in the chamber long enough to feel drowsy. If he did not divert the conversation, he feared he might succumb to sleep. "It is not decided. I shall keep it for myself," Yun Jintang replied nonchalantly, her hands remaining busy. Jun Yanjin scoffed lightly, seemingly taking a liking to the embroidery, to let it gather dust. Regardless of whom it is gifted, its fate would be the same. Few can truly cherish such an ordinary piece. It would be better in my possession, for I have labored over it for half a year, and naturally, I would treasure it. Half a year of labor? Jun Yanjin pondered thoughtfully, examining the piece anew. "Are you so certain that others will not cherish it?" His words were laden with meaning. How could Yun Jintang not perceive it? Her lips parted slightly, yet as the words hovered on the verge of escape, she swallowed them back. It seemed that Jun Yanjin was merely waiting for her to speak, and she could not afford to grant him that opportunity. Alternatively, perhaps it would be acceptable to grant this favor to His Highness as well. Jun Yanjin's remark came off as casual, as if Yun Jintang's embroidery were a common trinket, easily acquired. "Does the prince fancy it?" Yun Jintang inquired earnestly, her gaze fixed upon his profound features. After several days of toil, a hint of weariness clouded his eyes, though it was unclear whether it stemmed from fatigue or exhaustion. Jun Yanjin leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly. "Isn't this because I noticed you were troubled by the lack of gifts? I was merely trying to alleviate your worries. Yet it appears my kindness is unappreciated." "Not at all," Yun Jintang resolutely replied. How difficult could it be for a man to express his desires? Upon receiving her rejection, Jun Yanjin's expression soured, his posture straightening considerably as he attempted to retort but found himself at a loss for words. The embroidery was Yun Jintang's own. She had the autonomy to decide, and he could not simply seize it. "I shall trade with you." Suddenly, an idea struck Jun Yanjin. He recalled ordering the acquisition of that batch of precious calligraphy and paintings, hastening to speak. What would the prince offer in exchange? Yun Jintang responded with skepticism, suspecting it was merely another assortment of jewelry. She had more than enough and had no desire to trade for it. "The collection I previously showed you has been specially retrieved from the black market at great expense. It was not stolen. Do you wish to have it?" "What?" Yun Jintang felt as though she had misheard him. Jun Yanjin claimed he had repurchased the collection of calligraphy and paintings. To her astonishment, the wealthy individual in the black market was indeed him. It was utterly unexpected, revealing that this man might possess wealth rivaling nations. "Your Highness, did you not acquire those paintings by force? How did they end up in the black market, necessitating another purchase?" Yun Jintang's vigilance heightened. She feared this might be yet another trap designed to elicit her reaction. She feigned ignorance, gazing at him with her bright, innocent eyes. "The matter is rather convoluted. You need not concern yourself with the details. Simply understand that I harbor enmity towards the Longines Pavilion. The paintings I previously seized were cunningly reclaimed, and it seems these desperate foxes have resold them. One often says that an enemy's enemy is a friend. Does your Highness truly have such deep ties with the Wuying Hall? Yun Jintang's demeanor and gaze revealed no trace of concern, as if she were merely jesting. Jun Yanjin recognized Yun Jintang's intelligence. Given his explanation, it was only natural for her to deduce the implications. Are you curious? Not particularly. I have no need to delve into such matters. Yun Jintang replied lightly, her expression inscrutable. With so many adoring and protective individuals around her, she felt free to act as she pleased. It is best if you think that way. Jun Yanjin, still awaiting a definitive answer, pressed on with his inquiry regarding the exchange. Yun Jintang hesitated as she regarded the embroidery, preparing to shake her head in refusal. However, this piece will not be completed until after the New Year's Eve. There is still time. Does your Highness truly lack that little time? Jun Yanjin cast a disdainful glance before resuming his previously relaxed demeanor. He realized that he could only attain complete relaxation in the presence of Yun Jintang. Although she occasionally uttered startling remarks that provoked him to the brink of irritation, he could never truly muster the anger. Your Highness, I have a question, she inquired. My brother says that the leader of the Shadowless Hall is quite unattractive. Is that true? Yun Jintang was deliberately teasing him, leaning closer as she set aside her needlework. Noticing that the tea beside him had grown lukewarm, she poured him a fresh cup. Her eager, sparkling eyes glimmered with anticipation, awaiting his response. Jun Yanjin found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his gaze involuntarily shifting away. Finally, regaining his composure, he countered, How does Yun Moli know this? Don't listen to his nonsense. His tone bore a hint of seriousness, reminiscent of his past reprimands. However, the moment he finished speaking, Yun Jintang's expression transformed, her brows furrowing as she lowered her gaze. If your Highness does not wish to speak, why resort to insults? He momentarily forgot that his consort held Yun Moli in high regard. Jun Yanjin suppressed his irritation and unexpectedly fixed his gaze upon her. It is merely hearsay. Do you truly believe it? Yun Jintang appeared to wear a frown, yet internally, she was elated, surprised by Jun Yanjin's tenacity. So, is he truly that unattractive? Not unattractive. Then, compared to him, your Highness must be far more handsome, she said, a smile illuminating her face, her eyes crescent-shaped, her skin a delicate porcelain hue, resting her chin on her hands in a most endearing manner. Jun Yanjin found himself in a predicament. How could he respond? After all, they were clearly speaking of the same individual. If your Highness is handsome, then he must be ugly, she teased. Wait a moment. Did Yun Jintang just imply that he was handsome? Jun Yanjin suddenly grasped this realization, and upon glancing at Yun Jintang's countenance, he noted her lack of shyness, as if stating the most ordinary fact. Yet, therein lay the peculiarity that caused his heart to race. Your Highness, you still haven't answered my question, Yun Jintang gently reminded him. He indeed found the other man unattractive. Yun Jintang nearly burst into laughter, covering her mouth with her hand as she sipped her tea to mask her amusement, finding the entire exchange utterly delightful. Chapter 73. A matter of just one sentence. As Jun Yanjin finished speaking, he remained lost in the reverie of Yun Jintang's praise, thus failing to notice her laughter. During dinner, as anticipated, Jun Yanjin lingered, unwilling to depart. In a casual mention of relocating the courtyard, he was once again met with refusal. Shortly after his departure, Qin presented a collection of well-preserved, precious calligraphy and paintings. Miss, shall we resell this batch of artworks? No, since he wishes to gift them to me. I shall accept them graciously. One cannot disregard the kindness of another, Yun Jintang replied, her fingertips gently caressing the scrolls, a tender smile gracing her lips, her spirits lifted. Choyang Courtyard. Qin sensed that the prince was in exceptionally high spirits after leaving the Furong Courtyard. Even the mundane affairs reported from Wangtang failed to provoke his ire. Did the princess administer a charm upon his highness? Chu Xing exchanged a knowing glance with Qin, reaching a silent consensus. Indeed, it seems only the princess can temper his temper. This night, Jun Yanjin experienced a bout of insomnia tossing and turning, his mind involuntarily conjuring the visage of Yun Jintang. Her enchanting figure. On the winter solstice, the barren treetops were draped in white snow, and the biting wind howled as Yun Jintang strolled in the rear garden, holding glutinous rice dumplings. Amidst the crisp winter air, a few camellias stood resiliently, their crimson blooms catching her attention against the white backdrop. As she bent down to pick up a fallen flower, snowflakes nestled within its petals, her hand emerging from the cloak, soon rendered icy to the bone. What a dreary winter, she sighed, noticing the dumpling once more grasping a fallen blossom. Prepare the carriage. I wish to visit Mingzhu Pavilion and see what new jewels are available. Yun Jintang expressed concern for the plight of the northern populace. If even the capital, shielded by the Tsangling Mountains, appeared so bleak, how must the towns facing the frigid winds fare? The people of Longines Pavilion had exerted their utmost efforts. Yet the court had allocated scant resources for the relief of the common folk this year. She could only hope the situation was not as dire as she feared. This winter proved more arduous than previous years. Fortunately, Longines Pavilion was financially stable, allowing for more assistance than in times past. Qingwu brought forth a stack of accounts transmitted from various places. Yun Jintang skimmed through them, grasping the fundamental circumstances. And what of the matter I asked you to investigate? Qingwu shrugged her shoulders in exasperation. Alas, I have uncovered no private assets belonging to Jun Yanjin. With his wealth, I should have extracted more from him initially. Suddenly, an idea struck her. By the way, it has been over 4 months since your marriage. Have you not considered directly winning his heart? If you succeed, all he possesses would then belong to you. Reflecting on this, Yun Jintang realized she had not paid attention to the passage of time since their marriage. Initially, she had entered the prince's residence with the intent of mutual indifference. Yet Jun Yanqing's actions on their wedding night had stirred her vengeful spirit, prompting her to seek an opportunity for retribution. For months, and still no progress. Qingwu couldn't help but be curious. Was he truly as indifferent to women as the common folk claimed? Yun Jintang remained silent, harboring an instinct that, at least for her, Jun Yanjin was not as such. Although he did not engage in any scandalous behavior towards her, the long-standing enmity between the Ganjin Pavilion and the Shadowless Hall had persisted for several years. Setting aside their marital ties, they were indeed mortal enemies, making the emergence of any feelings quite improbable. Qingwu articulated her analysis with clarity, yet Yun Jintang absorbed none of it. After gaining a general understanding of the situation in the northern towns, she casually took some jeweled hairpins and returned to the Wangfu, concerned that lingering too long might arouse Jun Yanjing's suspicions. However, some of Qingwu's words had indeed resonated with her. The emergence of feelings. That was not necessarily the case. Some matters depended not on fate, but on people. Your Highness, the prince requests your presence in the study. Qin, who had been waiting at the Wangfu entrance for quite some time, approached her with respectful urgency as Yun Jintang descended from the carriage. Understood. Yun Jintang surmised it might be related to the New Year's Eve banquet. This particular banquet only permitted officials of the third rank and above to bring their wives and legitimate children. After all, the presence of many would lead to numerous eyes and ears. Jun Yanjing might wish to remind her of something. The study was warmed by high-quality red charcoal, instantly enveloping her in warmth upon entry. However, Yun Jintang did not remove her cloak, as she would soon need to go out again. Did the prince summon me for something? Please have a seat. Jun Yanjing had nearly set aside all his guard against Yun Jintang and handed her a letter to peruse. Yun Jintang, puzzled, unfolded it and examined the densely packed characters. It pertained to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager wishes for you to take a concubine? Yun Jintang remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Jun Yanjing, failing to detect even a hint of concern or sorrow in her gentle demeanor, wondered if she truly cared at all. The Empress Dowager had evidently put considerable thought into this matter, even planning to bring it up at the New Year's Eve banquet. Yun Jintang neatly refolded the letter and placed it on the table. Jun Yanjing, irritated by the letter, seized it and tore it into shreds, casting them into the hearth where they were quickly reduced to ashes. Is this what troubles you, Your Highness? Yun Jintang began to prepare tea, her movements slow and graceful. Jun Yanjin felt a simmering discontent, believing Yun Jintang was indifferent to him. As his consort, did she truly have no thoughts on the matter? Are you not concerned that those ministers might send people to the Wangfu? He probed, still skeptical. With a smile, Yun Jintang raised the teacup and presented it to him. I am not worried, for I know that your Highness is wise and formidable, and will not be ensnared by these ministers. With just a few words, she could easily soothe Jun Yanjin's troubled heart. In an instant, his melancholic mood was swept away like a gentle spring breeze, realizing that his consort harbored such profound trust in him. Jun Yanjin lifted the teacup, his expression undergoing a noticeable transformation. Chapter 74. The protracted heir Yun Jintang understood that the Empress Dowager was merely preparing to relinquish her as a pawn, for she was never truly under her control. All the spies surrounding her had been meticulously eliminated by Jun Yanjin, leaving the Empress Dowager unaware of the circumstances within the Ningguang residence and harboring suspicions towards her. Although both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor ostensibly sought to glean information about Jun Yanjin through her, their fundamental objectives diverged greatly. The Emperor aimed to stabilize the court and balance power, wary of any treachery from Jun Yanjin. Conversely, the Empress Dowager favored the Jingwang faction and sought to employ her as a covert agent to scrutinize Jun Yanjin's every move. Were you pondering? Jun Yanjin observed Yun Jintang's momentary distraction. Your Highness, it has been quite some time since I last saw my father, and I find myself missing them. As the new year approaches, I can accompany you back to the Duke's residence, Jun Yanjin offered, setting down his teacup, his voice resonant and soothing. Yun Jintang declined the invitation, fearing an encounter between her father and Jun Yanjin, as their current rapport was akin to fire and water. It would be prudent for them to meet less often. Yet, she sensed that the upcoming New Year's banquet would not be limited to this single event. The Golden Throne Hall served as the venue for ministerial gatherings and discussions, as it marked the commencement of the Emperor's 10th year of reign. A grand banquet was specially arranged. Upon their arrival, Yun Jintang and Jun Yanjin found the hall filled with ministers, the resplendent decor illuminated by candlelight, resembling broad daylight. Golden goblets filled with fine wine and jade platters adorned with delicacies were present, accompanied by the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments. The attendees, clad in resplendent garments, sat poised at their designated places. The Empress Dowager and the Empress occupied the thrones on either side, while the ministers rose in unison to pay their respects and extend New Year greetings. Yun Jintang exchanged glances with Song Xining, sipping her tea playfully winking at her. Observing her daughter's vivaciousness reassured Song Xining considerably. The enchanting dancers twirled gracefully to the melodious tunes within the hall. The familiar spectacle failed to capture Yun Jintang's attention. Having dined at the Wang residence, she felt a sense of tedium set in after only a brief period. Just as she reached for the plump, red grapes on the table, the melody shifted abruptly. The dancers parted in two elegant lines, making way for another group of performers clad in vibrant red skirts entering from the side hall. This year's program from the Music Academy proved unexpectedly captivating. Such a sudden transformation seized the attention of all present, including Yun Jintang. However, her focus was not on the dance, but rather on the Empress Dowager's intentions, whom she might choose to send into the Ningguang residence as the next pawn. Lin Yuner, adorned in a striking red skirt and veiled, spun forth from the center of the dancers, leading the performance. Her graceful figure and supple waist commanded the stage, causing her companions to pale in comparison, relegated to mere supporting roles. Yun Jintang's clear gaze inadvertently met Lin Yuner's, and she smirked, as if observing a jester striving earnestly to win favor from its master. Lin Yuner hoped to detect a flicker of trepidation in her eyes, anticipating her impending displacement. Yet the outcome was unmistakably one of indifference. Yun Jintang had not acknowledged her at all. How could she exude such confidence? Nevertheless, Lin Yuner soon raised her chin with pride, continuing to immerse herself in her dance. Without Yun Jintang, she would undoubtedly be the most radiant woman in Shengjing City. Moreover, with the Empress Dowager firmly on her side, Yun Jintang is merely a discarded pawn. The Empress Dowager will vigorously support her ascension. The grapes are sweet, And as Yun Jintang places the peels in the jade plate, she delicately wipes her hands with a silk handkerchief. The translucent jade and gold bracelets on her wrist producing a crisp clinking sound. After Lin Yuner completes her dance, Yun Jintang languidly covers her lips, feigning fatigue. It appears that the attention is directed towards her, yet she is not inclined to engage in a rivalry with Lin Yuner. The matters concerning Jun Yanjin are to be resolved by him alone. Your Highness, I shall step outside for some fresh air. Yun Jintang decisively thinks to evade a confrontation with the Empress Dowager, as her presence induces annoyance. Not permitted. Just as Yun Jintang attempts to rise, her wrist is firmly grasped by the person beside her. I have yet to consider hiding. Where do you think you are going? Jun Yanjin perceives her thoughts at that moment, and beneath the banquet table, he does not loosen his grip, holding her delicate wrist tightly. Your Highness, you are hurting me. Yun Jintang murmurs, glancing at her slender fingers, the veins visibly protruding. He fears that she might flee. At this moment, Jun Yanjin slightly eases his grip, using his other hand to lift her sleeve, revealing a patch of snowy skin. Yun Jintang quietly observes his actions, making no effort to stop him. A faint red mark appears on her fair wrist, which will soon fade. However, due to her pale complexion, the mark appears quite prominent. Causing Yun Yanjin is pale to subtly full. Your Highness, there are many people here. At this juncture, Yun Jintang deliberately withdraws her hand from his grasp, pretending to be shy, and places her hand on her lap, the wide sleeves concealing it. This minor gesture would typically go unnoticed by most, unless one were to maintain constant attention on the two, particularly Lin Yuner. Having received the Emperor's rewards, Lin Yuner returns to her seat, recalling the Empress Dowager's instructions. Although she initially felt confident, by the time the Empress Dowager opened her mouth to assist her, her resolve had already diminished by a third. Jun Yanjin suddenly finds the presence of others somewhat bothersome. Had Yun Jintang just been shy? Immersed in his own thoughts, his peripheral vision occasionally falls upon her. Noticing she has consumed a few grapes, leading to a sense of boredom. Your Majesty, at this moment, concubine Yu leads a 3-year-old child from a side hall to Jun Lingchuan's side. As she finishes speaking, the young boy tenderly calls out, Father Emperor. This is Jun Lingchuan's youngest son, the 9th Prince, Jun Ruiyang. How did you bring him here? Yun Lingchuan dienstly liefs Yun Ruiyang, displaying a warm smile. Lady Li was unable to come to the palace herself, and Yang missed you dearly, so she entrusted me to bring him. Concubine Yu replies, standing beside Jun Lingchuan. Soon after, he instructs a eunuch to bring over a chair to place beside the Empress. Concubine Yu takes a seat, exchanging glances with the Empress Dowager. Most of the imperial grandsons have already established families. I do hope to see a legitimate great-grandson soon, the Empress Dowager remarks, casting a pointed look at Jun Lingchuan, her subtle reproach evident. Among the 7 princes vying for the throne, with the position of primary consort vacant and concubines having already borne children, her words clearly imply a target. Though the palace was abuzz with lively revelry, the Empress's words inevitably commanded attention. As soon as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Yun Jintang with a mixture of disappointment and coldness. Zaire, your marriage to Pei Ying is imminent. You must not neglect her because of those concubines. The favored consort you deliberately reminded them, casting a gentle, sympathetic glance towards Pei Ying. While I do not gather all my affection upon a single individual like the 3rd prince, I shall still treat Miss Pei with kindness. There is no need for you to worry, mother. As Jun Xingze finished speaking, Pei Ying scoffed disdainfully, and only Yun Jintang noticed the derisive smile upon her face. Such lofty words glossed over the fact that everyone knew Jun Xingze favored the consort Qin most. Yet, what seemed like praise for Jun Yanqing's devotion merely shifted all scrutiny and pressure onto Yun Jintang. After enjoying 4 months of exclusive favor from Jun Yanqing, her silence regarding offspring raised troubling questions. Could it be that she could not bear a successor for the imperial family? This conveniently provided the empress and the ministers with a pretext for their machinations. Yun Jun clenched his fists, relieved that Song Xining sat nearby to provide him with some comfort. Yun Moli observed the situation, attentively gauging his sister's demeanor. Seeing her remain composed, he felt less anxious. This was no mere New Year's banquet. It was evidently a meticulously arranged trap for Tanger. It seemed the Empress could no longer remain at ease. Chapter 75. Superficiality. Jun Yanjin tightened his grip, calmly raising the teacup to his lips. A glance at Yun Jintang revealed no signs of anger in her demeanor, which left him feeling secretly displeased. She was preoccupied with peeling an orange, perhaps concerned about staining her hands, so she wrapped them in a silk cloth. Her movements leisurely and unhurried. The juice from the orange peel splattered onto the scarf, releasing a refreshing citrus fragrance that soothed the senses. The Empress Dowager turned her gaze to Jun Lingchuan, her tone seemingly consultative, yet it was clear she had already made up her mind. I believe Yanqing indeed lacks suitable attendance. Yun Jun narrowed his eyes, feeling a throbbing at his temples. Although he disapproved of Jun Yanjin, he could not deny that Tanger had been quite well off in the Prince of Ning's residence. It was disconcerting that the Empress Dowager was already plotting again so soon. What does mother think should be done? When the matter was broached, Jun Lingchuan preferred not to intervene, responding only with casual remarks. He understood Jun Yanqing's temperament well. The Prince of Ning's residence was not a place one could enter at will. The recent brutal murders served as a lesson and a warning. If the Empress Dowager was determined to place someone in the Prince of Ning's household, then she could certainly attempt it. After all, Jun Yanqing held little regard for even his own father, let alone her. Jun Lingchuan shifted his attention from Yun Jintang to Yun Jun, with whom he had a measure of trust. I believe a young lady from the Prime Minister's family would be a commendable choice, well-educated and sensible. The intentions of the Empress Dowager were transparent, and she spoke candidly, while the courtiers in the hall exchanged knowing glances. What are Yanqing's thoughts on this? Jun Lingchuan would never endorse such a notion. The Prime Minister was a key figure in the court, and should the ties with Jun Yanjin deepen, the balance of power among the princes would become skewed. Furthermore, it was evident that Jun Shengze had a good rapport with the Prime Minister's household. The situation would become increasingly complex. Lin Yuner gazed at Jun Yanjin with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Initially, she had thought that among the princes, the demeanor of the Prince of Jing was already exceptional. However, after encountering the Prince of Ning several times, she found his calm and dignified presence even more captivating. Yun Jintang could not fathom how fortunate she was to be granted marriage to him so soon after reaching maturity. Had she delayed any longer, she would have realized that as the Prince of Ning grew more powerful, she would have lost her opportunity. The position of Princess of Ning might very well have been hers, and she could have aspired to be the future crown princess. I cannot appreciate such superficiality. Jun Yanqing did not even raise his head, delivering a simple statement that effectively brought Lin Yuner down from her pedestal. Once revered as one of the most talented young women in the capital, she was now insultingly equated to mere courtesans, a tremendous affront. Yun Jintang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes catching Lin Yuner's. She could not help but marvel at how piercing Jun Yanqing's words were, striking straight to the heart. After all, had he dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have been so incensed that she would have returned to the Duke's residence at once. Lin Yuner's expression, once filled with eager charm, abruptly changed. Beneath her flowing sleeves, her hands, stained with red rouge, dug fiercely into the back of her other hand, even drawing blood, yet she did not relent. Superficiality? In his eyes, was she merely superficial? Lin Yuner was troubled and filled with discontent, yet she dared not express her feelings too openly. Her silence was her greatest restraint. Sister-in-law, let us take a walk, Xian Ning suggested, sensing the suffocating atmosphere. She cunningly approached Yun Jintang, wishing to draw her away, fully aware that since the Empress Dowager had brought it up tonight, the matter would not be easily resolved. Just as Yun Jintang was about to rise, her hand reached for Xian Ning's, only to be halted by the Dowager's voice. Where does the Princess of Ning intend to go? The inevitability of calamity loomed. The Dowager was indeed a formidable adversary. Yun Jintang sighed inwardly, retracting her hand, yet she exhibited no sign of trepidation. Her eyes, as clear as crystal, sparkled with a gentle smile. She did not rise to answer, but instead cast a glance at the courtiers who were fixated on her, speaking calmly. Grandmother is truly considerate, always mindful of her granddaughter-in-law's movements. Yun Jintang's simple irony ignited the dowager's fury. Initially, she had supported the emperor's marriage proposal, believing that Yun Jintang, being a naive and delicate girl, could be easily manipulated. Little did she anticipate the present predicament. Not only was Yun Jintang not under her control, but she had also actively sided with Jun Yanjin, thereby defying her. Jun Yanjin glanced back, his eyes holding a warning as they met Xian Ning's, causing her to instantly deflate and return to her seat, muttering under her breath, "What s with the hostility? I never noticed his possessiveness towards sister-in-law before." The dowager declared, "I ask you, would you be willing to have the daughter of the Lin family serve as a concubine to Prince Ning and attend to Yanjing?" The pressure was unilaterally placed upon Yun Jintang, her tone devoid of any negotiation, as if her words were not to be contested. Before Yun Jintang could respond, Jun Yanjin preemptively declined. "I have heard that the Chancellor's house will celebrate a joyous occasion next month, apparently the birthday of Chancellor Lin himself." To Prince Ning, yes. He continued, "I have been troubled with military affairs lately. My temper is less than pleasant. If Chancellor Lin does not mind turning a celebration into a mourning, perhaps we might consider sending someone to the palace." His intentions were unmistakable. Those who wished to enter standing tall could certainly attempt to leave horizontally. Lin Yuner shivered, clutching her handkerchief tightly as she looked towards the dowager and Chancellor Lin, her jealousy and resentment transforming into a sense of dread and anxiety. Observing Jun Yanjing's unwavering stance, Yun Jin gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists. Chapter 76, with a sharp rebuke directed at her, Jun Yanjing's response was entirely as Jun Lingchuan had anticipated. Such a reaction was most favorable, indicating that Yun Jintang had indeed been gradually transforming him over the past 4 months. Jun Lingchuan indulged the two, merely to deepen their bond. The more profound this connection became, the more advantageous it would be for him in the future. "Prince Ning, you are displaying great disrespect towards His Majesty and Her Highness the Empress Dowager. Are you inciting rebellion?" At that moment, an elderly minister, a staunch supporter of the Empress Dowager, rose to accuse him, his frail voice betraying his agitation. "Are you casually attempting to place any hat upon my head, Sir Censor? I have commanded the Black Hawk Army for many years, engaging in battles at the borders. While I may not boast of illustrious victories, I have never tasted defeat. How dare you tarnish my reputation with mere words? Is it age that has dulled your hearing or perhaps blinded your sight?" Jun Yanqing's voice remained calm yet authoritative, imbued with a commanding presence, unfazed by the emperor's silence or the empress dowager's pale countenance. He seized the opportunity to scrutinize her deep entanglements with the ministers of the previous dynasty. As an emperor, he despised the collusion between the previous court and the harem. In the past, he had turned a blind eye, but today, the Empress Dowager brazenly attempted to place her own people beside Jun Yanqing, jeopardizing his plans. Whatever course Jun Yanqing chose to take, she had brought this upon herself. You. The censor was so incensed that he nearly choked on his words, hastily sitting down to gulp down hot tea. Yun Jintang turned her gaze towards Jun Yanqing's expression. She had never witnessed him in such a state. Was this true anger? "Yanqing, I am considering your best interests." The Empress Dowager attempted to lecture from her position of seniority, yet she was cut off before she could finish her sentence. "Several days ago, I dealt with numerous individuals, my hands stained with much blood. If Miss Lin wishes to enter Prince Ning's residence, it is not impossible. However, she must first go to Xianling Temple to shave her head and cultivate for 3 years, reciting scriptures and honoring the Buddha, thus considering my well-being. What say you?" Jun Yanqing had only expressed half of his thoughts, yet his stance was exceedingly clear. Yun Jintang remained silent, yet felt an unbidden sense of tranquility. She unexpectedly sensed within Jun Yanqing the unconditional acceptance and protection she had once received from her father and mother. "I do not wish for this, Your Highness. I have come to realize that such matters cannot be one-sided, and I am willing to let go." Upon hearing Jun Yanqing's words, Lin Yuner genuinely feared that the Empress Dowager might send her to Xianling Temple to shave her head and cultivate, prompting her to hastily rise and kneel in the hall. Moreover, with Prince Ning having stated such, if she were to truly go, it would surely be a path to her demise. She was still young. She did not wish to meet such an end. The Empress Dowager, witnessing Lin Yun'er's defection, furrowed her brow in distress. Though she had instigated this matter, it was she who found herself in an awkward predicament. Yun Jintang peeled another orange, carelessly placing the juice-stained handkerchief aside. As the orange was halved, Jun Yanjin instinctively lifted one half without her consent. On ordinary days, she would have murmured, "If you wish to eat, why not peel it yourself? It's not as if you lack hands." However, now observing his adeptness at training others, she chose not to dwell on it too much. As the farce came to an end, Yun Jintang found little desire to linger any longer. Accompanying Xianning outside the hall for some fresh air, she remained oblivious to the two men who followed closely behind. "Sister Tanger," called a familiar voice. Outside the hall, standing at the steps, Yun Jintang and Xianning gazed up at the crescent moon when she turned to see Song Tingfeng approaching. His expression appeared somewhat grim, worry etched across his brow. "Tanger, are you all right?" Earlier, he had been particularly concerned about the Empress Dowager's potential ill intentions towards her, and upon seeing Yun Jintang emerge, he hastened to catch up. Xianning grasped Yun Jintang's arm, attentively scrutinizing the man before her. He spoke with an air of profound knowledge. Yet why did he so affectionately address her as Sister Tanger? Something felt amiss. Princess Xianning, Song Tingfeng soon bowed respectfully to her. "There's no need for formalities," Xianning replied with a lively smile. She herself was not overly concerned with matters of hierarchy. However, the palace was indeed replete with intricate rules and many watchful eyes. "I am perfectly well," Yun Jintang reassured them, her spirits surprisingly buoyed, for she still found joy in admiring the delicate crescent above. Not far away, beside a column, a pair of narrow, dangerous eyes were intently fixed on the trio below, hands clasped behind his back, patiently listening to their conversation. Qini stood just behind Jun Yanjin, growing increasingly anxious. The prince had just exited the hall, and she feared for the safety of the princess outside, especially upon encountering such a scene. It was indeed troublesome. Earlier in the hall, Jun Yanjin had observed that Song Tingfeng's gaze had been consistently directed at Yun Jintang. Thus, when she emerged and he hastily sought an excuse to depart, the prince sensed something was amiss, and now it appeared his instincts were correct. Why was it that she did not smile so joyfully while conversing with him? Jun Yanjin's demeanor grew colder, an icy aura emanating from him that made Qin instinctively take a step back. "Cousin, the palace banquet has yet to conclude. Why are you here?" Yun Jintang had boldly exited, relying on her connection to the Empress Dowager, but Song Tingfeng, as a court official, could not leave his seat without cause. "I was worried about you. The Prince of Ning was rather forceful just now, and you at the royal residence." Xianning, standing aside, found it difficult to interject, her gaze drifting around until it inadvertently met Jun Yanjin's eyes from a distance. Suddenly, she froze, her palms instinctively tightening. "Sister-in-law. What is it?" Yun Jintang had yet to respond to Song Tingfeng's inquiry when she turned her head to look at Xianning. "I saw the third prince," Xianning whispered, genuinely frightened of Jun Yanjin. That brief exchange of glances had given her an instinctual sense that her brother was particularly displeased. Could he be feeling jealous? Yun Jintang raised her gaze towards the entrance of the hall, where Jun Yanjin stood, aloof, observing her. Under the moonlight, even with several palace lanterns illuminating the area, his expression remained obscured, yet it was palpable that his aura was markedly different, gloomy and chilling. "Cousin, I shall take my leave now." Yun Jintang was not a fool. She discerned the palpable displeasure radiating from Jun Yanjin. If she continued to ignore him, she might provoke him further. Xianning released Yun Jintang's hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, you should meet the emperor alone. I'm afraid of him." She stood there watching Yun Jintang ascend the steps once more, feeling a surge of embarrassment. Glancing at Song Tingfeng, she suddenly comprehended the reason behind the emperor's jealousy. Indeed, was it not this individual who incited such feelings? "Come accompany this princess back to the palace," she declared, hands on her hips, exuding an air of entitlement. "No, my third brother and third sister-in-law must maintain a good relationship." Song Tingfeng, reluctant at heart, hesitated. "May I refuse?" "Absolutely not," Xianning retorted, deliberately taking a different staircase to return. Keep up, or I shall accuse you of grave disrespect. With a resigned sigh, Song Tingfeng followed her gaze to Yun Jintang until he witnessed Jun Yanjin extend his hand, tightly grasping Tanger's wrist and pulling her away, a broad pillar obscuring his view. Your Highness, why have you come out? It was no surprise to Yun Jintang that the man before her was not only angry, but exceedingly so. If I had not emerged, how long would you have continued your conversation with Song Tingfeng, laughing and chatting? Am I to presume I have interrupted your delightful exchange? Jun Yanjin articulated each word with meticulous clarity, his gaze lingering on her gentle, lovely visage, his palm instinctively tightening around her wrist. Outside the palace, the imperial guards were patrolling. After delivering his rebuke, he did not wait for Yun Jintang to defend herself, but seized her hand, leading her away. They traversed the path in silence, and whenever she attempted to pull away, Jun Yanjin merely tightened his grip. Your Highness, we were not discussing anything significant. It was merely a chance encounter, she protested. Chance? He followed you the moment you departed. How is that mere coincidence? Jun Yanjin halted, turning to fix his gaze upon her, his words laced with sharpness. Yun Jintang felt an inexplicable irritation rising within her. Did Jun Yanjin suspect her of harboring affections for Song Tingfeng? Your Highness, Song Tingfeng is my cousin. What could possibly transpire between us? Her voice grew louder, tinged with indignation, sounding almost like a lament. Yun Jintang, do you truly consider yourself so naive? Jun Yanjin could not restrain himself, reprimanding her harshly. Chapter 77. Kisser Yun Jintang was momentarily stunned, and so were Qin, Yi, and Lin Lang, who were present. They all wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide in. Jun Yanjin looked into her eyes, and as soon as he finished speaking, his hand seemed to lose strength, unconsciously loosening its grip. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he was acutely aware that he had misspoken. Without any warning, Yun Jintang wrenched her hand away. I'm not going back. She turned on her heel, intending to return to await the banquet's conclusion, so she could go back to the Duke's residence with her father. She inwardly cursed the suspicious man, quickening her pace in frustration, contemplating how to alleviate her anger. Yun Jintang. Jun Yanjin realized he had upset her and instructed Qin to take her maid outside the Tianke gate to wait, while he hastened to catch up with her. Without hesitation, Qin complied and prepared to leave, politely clenching his fist towards Lin Lang. Your Highness, you may persuade the princess to return. Lin Lang, observing her mistress's dejected and furious figure, clearly understood that she would not heed Jun Yanjin's words. Just as she was about to chase after Yun Jintang, a sheathed long sword was suddenly placed before her. What do you mean? Please follow the prince's orders and accompany me to wait at the Tianke gate. At that moment, Lin Lang wished to confront Qin Yi, but she restrained herself, realizing that acting on impulse would not be wise. Reluctantly, she turned back. Despite Yun Jintang's rapid strides, Jun Yanjin effortlessly caught up with her. The long palace corridor was devoid of others, enveloped in silence, illuminated only by the flickering palace lanterns and the soft glow of the moonlight, which elongated their shadows. Jun Yanjin stepped forward and grasped Yun Jintang's wrist once more. She, brimming with pent-up anger, attempted to pull her hand away, but he tightened his grip. Isn't the prince disdainful of my foolishness? Wouldn't my presence in the Wangfu be an annoyance to you? Her voice, usually gentle and delicate, now pierced like arrows, each word striking at Jun Yanjin's heart. Did not the Empress introduce you to the gentle, understanding, and clever Miss Lin tonight? The prince is perfectly capable of bringing her into the Wangfu. She is far more astute than I. Jun Yanjin understood that Yun Jintang was exceedingly angry, so he refrained from interrupting her as she vented her frustration, patiently waiting for her to express her feelings before responding. What I said earlier was impulsive and lacked consideration. There is only one mistress in the Ning Wangfu. Lin Yuner cannot be compared to you. Yun Jintang was uninterested in hearing anything further. Throughout her life, many had deemed her spoiled, but Jun Yanjin was the first to dare call her foolish. And what if I merely exchanged a few words with Song Tingfeng? What was the prince thinking at that moment? Yun Jintang recognized that Jun Yanjin was jealous, but such jealousy should not arise without reason. She and Song Tingfeng were cousins. How could there be any impropriety? To you, it may seem merely a few exchanges, but he might not think the same. Jun Yanjin remained steadfast in his intuition, believing that there was something amiss with Song Tingfeng's demeanor. What cousin would continuously stare at his own cousin? Forget it. It was futile to reason with this man. Yun Jintang was still somewhat vexed, attempting to extricate her wrist from his grasp. If your Highness thinks this way, there is nothing I can do. Release me. I shall not return to the Prince Ning's residence. Jun Yanjin, however, did not relent, observing that Yun Jintang was utterly at his mercy. With her delicate strength, it was inconceivable for her to break free. Just as he believed she would inevitably comply and return with him, a sharp pain pierced his palm. Yikes! Jun Yanjin had never anticipated being bitten. Yun Jintang, appearing gentle and demure, possessed a surprisingly fierce bite. Initially, he did not withdraw his hand, as it remained ensnared by her grip. As he loosened his hold slightly, she seized the opportunity to attempt her escape. Yet before she could take 2 steps, a strong arm encircled her waist, yanking her back. She barely had time to react before her back met the pillar, her chin involuntarily tilting upward. Yun Jintang's beautiful eyes widened, her hands poised to push against Jun Yanjin's chest. However, the moment she lifted her wrist, he seized it, pinning it above her head. The cool sensation of his lips brushed against hers, as Jun Yanjin sought to evade her teeth, grinding against her lips in pursuit of an opening. Scoundrel! Yun Jintang found herself utterly unprepared, biting down on his lower lip, forcing him to cease his lip movements. Finally, she gained a moment to breathe, struggling to free her wrist. Smack! The sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed as her palm met his face. At this juncture, both were engulfed in confusion, their breaths entwined, warm exhales caressing their cheeks. With a surge of resolve, Yun Jintang escaped his hold, breathing heavily. The remnants of their kiss lingered, warm and unfamiliar against her lips. Her ears flushed pink, cheeks warm, as she stood 2 feet away from Jun Yanjin. After striking him, could she now return? It was only then that Jun Yanjin became aware of the searing sensation on his left cheek. Strangely enough, he felt neither anger nor irritation. Rather, it was a thrilling and novel sensation. He curled his index finger, wiping the moisture from his lips. His voice, low and gravelly, carried an inexplicable allure. Was he truly not angry? Yun Jintang believed her earlier strike had been quite forceful, and her hand still throbbed from the impact. Unsure of what to say, she finally replied softly, tinged with resignation, "If we must return, then let us." She retraced her steps, not waiting for Jun Yanjin. He silently followed, contemplating her slender figure as she walked ahead, lost in the memory of their recent encounter. Chapter 78. The unappreciative Lin Yuner. As Lin Yuner approached the Tianke gate, Yun Jintang, lost in her own thoughts, stepped onto the small ladder leading into the carriage. Upon seeing her lord, Qini gasped in shock at the sight of his face, marked with a faint handprint. What had happened to the prince? Had the princess struck him? Once Jun Yanjin entered the carriage, Qin shook his head in disbelief. The princess was indeed formidable, daring to strike even a prince. It seemed wise to remind the shadow guards to be more observant in the future. Previously, Yun Jintang had thought Jun Yanjin's carriage quite spacious, but now it felt remarkably confined, so much so that she could hear his every breath. To pass the time, she began to play with the flowers in the small vase on the table, flowers she had commanded to be placed there earlier that morning, now removed and rearranged by her own hands. Jun Yanjin watched her every movement without disguise, observing her fingers as they caressed the petals and rearranged the blossoms in the vase. Both remained tacitly silent about the earlier incident. At the Ning Wang mansion, "Miss, did you truly strike His Highness the Ning Wang?" The astute Lin Lang had naturally noticed the handprint on Jun Yanjin's face, and as soon as they returned to Farong Courtyard, she could not help but indulge in gossip. Indeed, Yun Jintang did not mince her words. She glanced at her right hand, the tingling warmth now dissipated. Yet, her mind could not escape the memory of being ensnared in his embrace. This was all Jun Yanjin's folly. That night, neither could find rest. After months, Yun Jintang experienced her first bout of insomnia, having dreamt of Jun Yanjin, rendering her unable to sleep. She tossed and turned, pulling the blanket over her head. Awakening in the night, Jun Yanjin noticed the empty space beside him, puzzled and oddly nostalgic for the night of the autumn hunt banquet. He had to find a way to persuade Yun Jintang to move in with him. The following day, the city was abuzz with celebration, radiating joyfulness. Lanterns hung high, and the air was filled with the calls of vendors selling candied hawthorns and various pastries. Early in the morning, Jun Yanjin visited Furong Courtyard, as if burdened with thoughts. Lin Lang and Pei Yao had just finished their breakfast when they saw him arrive and hurried to set an extra pair of chopsticks. "I have no pressing matters today. I can accompany you for a stroll," Jun Yanjin said, taking a seat at the table. At that moment, Yun Jintang was still at her vanity, adorning herself with jewelry, her figure concealed by a screen, as he seemingly forgot the events of the previous night, gazing at her with patience. Yun Jintang murmured, "I do not wish to go out today. The weather is quite pleasant. I heard the winter sweet is blooming in the northern part of the city," Jun Yanjin mentioned, knowing her fondness for flowers, deliberately bringing it up. "Well, that could be worth a visit." Yun Jintang, weary of the winter's monotonous white snow, considered that today might bring warm sunshine, making an outing appealing. After sharing breakfast, the two acted as if nothing had transpired the night before, walking side by side out of the mansion. It was said that after the palace banquet concluded, Lin Yuner had been ordered by her father, the prime minister, to reflect in the ancestral hall. However, to everyone's surprise, she was spotted today in the winter sweet forest outside the city, accompanied not only by her, but also by Lin Mianer, eldest sister. "Let us return home early. Should father learn of this, you will face punishment." Lin Manor has never been particularly bold. Now that she is frightened, it is ironic given that it was you who wished to accompany me. Lin Yuner scoffed coldly, having always looked down upon Lin Manor's weak and easily bullied disposition. Last night, she was greatly agitated, and what harm is there in seeking solace today? Furthermore, with mother and grandmother present, father would have no power over her. Lin Manor lowered her head, remaining silent, carefully trailing behind Lin Yuner while attentively observing their surroundings. On the other side of the plum grove, "Why do you persist in following me, Your Highness?" Yun Jintang inquired as they both moved eastward, her companion, Jun Yanjin, remaining silent. Eventually, she could no longer contain herself and turned to ask. Jun Yanjin did not evade her question. "I believe the royal garden could benefit from the planting of some plum trees." "That will not do." Although Yun Jintang was quite fond of the picturesque plum grove, the fragrance of plum blossoms differs from that of peach blossoms. Ancient texts have noted that plum trees are not well suited to be planted alongside peach trees or crab apples. Jun Yanjin offered no rebuttal. "If it cannot be done, then so be it. If your highness desires, you may plant some in the Chaoyang courtyard." The Chaoyang courtyard is already home to crabapple trees. Thus there is no need for plum trees. Jun Yanjin continued, "In a month's time, the crabapple blossoms will also bloom." When Yun Jintang was born, the crabapple trees were in full, vibrant bloom, which is why her name bears the character for Tang. It is a coincidence, yet also a form of fate. She has always cherished crabapple blossoms, often unable to distinguish between them and peach blossoms during her childhood. In those moments, Yun Jun and Song Xining would never expose her confusion, instead holding her beneath the flowering trees and laughing. Is that not the Prince of Ning and the Princess of Ning? Deep within the plum grove, Lin Manor lifted her gaze to see a couple beneath the plum trees in the distance. She whispered quietly, signaling her maid not to make sound, and approached Lin Yuner, who was immersed in the grove. "Eldest sister, let us return home. Father will surely inquire about your whereabouts at this hour. Last night, your reckless actions displeased the Prince of Ning and the princess. Father is quite angry, and should he discover you are missing." Upon hearing the words Princess of Ning, Lin Yuner felt irritable, casting an annoyed glance at Lin Manor, striking her arm with a flower branch she had just broken off. "Why must you bring that up? Mentioning Yun Jintang only angers me further." Lin Yuner recalled the humiliation she endured last night at the hands of the Prince of Ning, and given the emptiness of the plum grove that day, she felt unafraid of eavesdroppers, allowing her frustration to spill forth. Such sensitive words, of course, would not go unheard by Yun Jintang, who was not far away and could see Lin Yun'er scolding someone. However, before she could react, the person beside her faltered. Eldest sister, there are ears everywhere. Do be cautious, Lin Manor warned, clutching the spot on her arm where she had been struck, appearing pitiful. The more she acted this way, the more Lin Yun'er felt emboldened. How could Yun Jintang possibly come to such a place? Moreover, what of it if I chose to vent my anger today? Yun Jintang let out a cold laugh, harboring no intention of directly intervening in the actions of Lin Yun'er. Though she was uncertain as to why Lin Yun'er had appeared in this place, it seemed that today she would inevitably pay the price for her words and deeds. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Jun Yanjin, realizing that Miss Lin had likely taken offense at her after last night. Yun Jintang's voice floated lightly in the air, and the more she spoke in such a manner, the more Jun Yanjin felt it necessary to ensure that Lin Xiang properly disciplined her daughter. Qin Yi and Lin Lang trailed behind at a distance, but upon noticing their master's expression, they quickly stepped forward. Lin Lang suppressed her urge to confront Lin Yun'er with a slap, standing before Yun Jintang, ready for orders. What an ungrateful woman. Jun Yanjin paid particular attention to Yun Jintang's demeanor, but to his surprise, she did not appear angry. There was no trace of fury in her brows. In fact, the corners of her lips hinted at a slight smile. In truth, Lin Lang was acutely aware that when her mistress was truly enraged, she often masked her wrath with a smile, and this facade was the most terrifying of all. Is His Highness upset? Yun Jintang turned to Jun Yanjin, testing the waters. You are, after all, my princess. Shouldn't I be incensed when others disparage you in public? Jun Yanjin retorted coldly, then commanded Qin Yi to take action. Just as Lin Yun'er was about to unleash her anger on Lin Manor with the branch in her hand, her wrist was struck by a pebble, causing the branch to fall to the ground. She cried out in pain, clutching her wrist, glancing down to find a deep crimson mark left by the stone. Who dares to be so bold? She shouted, scanning her surroundings. However, when her gaze landed on Yun Jintang beneath the nearby plum tree, her expression faltered, filled with trepidation. How did she end up here? Lin Yun'er recalled her previous words and felt an overwhelming urge to kick Lin Manor. It's all your fault for not warning me. Dear sister, I didn't see anything either, Lin Manor replied, feigning innocence as she wiped away the moisture from the corners of her eyes. Chapter 79, Your Highness. Could it be that the princess is feeling jealous? Observing Lin Yun'er's anxious and fearful expression, Yun Jintang chose to disregard it. Casting a sidelong glance at Jun Yanjin, it is not yet the season for blooming peach blossoms, yet your Highness's peach blossom is blooming exuberantly. Her words subtly conveyed a singular message. The troublesome blossoms must be dealt with by oneself. After her statement, she turned to walk in another direction, appearing unperturbed. Yet Jun Yanjin harbored a nagging sense of foreboding. Indeed, Yun Jintang seemed to be upset. Your Highness, could it be that the princess is feeling jealous? Qin Yi softly suggested from the side. Jealous? Jun Yanjin had never engaged with women previously, and only upon Qin Yi's reminder did he reflect on Yun Jintang's irritable words from the previous night, where she had indeed mentioned Lin Yun'er. Suddenly enlightened, he pondered how to manage the bothersome Lin Yun'er. To eliminate her outright would be somewhat inappropriate. The officials in the capital would undoubtedly attribute the cause to Yun Jintang and speak ill of her. Although these court officials thrive on weakness and fierce strength, merely indulging in verbal sparring, should such gossip reach Yun Jintang's ears, she would undoubtedly be displeased. A displeased Yun Jintang might very well withdraw to the Duke's residence. Jun Yanjin hastened to match Yun Jintang's pace, issuing directions to Qin Yi as if intentionally speaking for her benefit. Lin Yun'er, nursing her injured wrist, felt fortunate that Prince Ning had not reprimanded her, reasoning that he harbored no affections for Yun Jintang, viewing this as a form of indulgence. Despite her injury, her spirits unexpectedly lifted. Little did she know, upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, she would be met with a tempest. Father, I refuse to marry. Lin Yun'er knelt before her father, tears streaming down her face. As a distinguished daughter of the Prime Minister's household, how could she possibly lower herself to wed a mere assistant minister of works? Although Yun Moli shared the same title, his position held substantial authority within the Ministry of Justice, bolstered by the support of the Duke of Yun's residence. It was inevitable that he would rise to the position of minister in due time. In contrast, Assistant Minister Li of the Ministry of Works, despite his connection to Prince Jing, lacked significance. To marry into such a position would only invite ridicule upon her esteemed family. Lin Yuner, with aspirations as lofty as the heavens, had envisioned entering the palace from the moment she came of age, gaining power and prestige, and trampling upon the ignorant daughters of the capital. How could she endure the thought of a marriage beneath her? This is Prince Ning's will. You have caused this trouble, and you must resolve it yourself. The Prime Minister's words rang with finality. He would never allow Lin Yuner's actions to derail his own ambitions. Moreover, having witnessed the turmoil at last night's banquet, he had become aware of Lin Yuner's clandestine entanglements with the Empress Dowager. With most princes already married, her union would only render her a concubine. It would be wiser to be the legitimate mistress of a lesser household, at least with the Prime Minister's residence backing her. Li Jin would not dare to act against her. Father, I implore you, do not force me to marry him. It is all Yun Jintang's fault. She must have orchestrated this. Today, I offended her in the plum blossom grove, yet Prince Ning was present as well and said nothing. He must have succumbed to Yun Jintang's manipulation. As Lin Yuner spoke thus, Lin Xiang was even less inclined to retain this individual within the residence. She had not only provoked the Prince of Ning, but had also offended the Princess of Ning. Within the court, who was unaware of the Duke of Yun's affection for his daughter, I instructed you to remain in the ancestral hall for reflection. Yet you chose to venture northward to the city. This is a calamity of your own making, and I can do nothing about it. The political climate is tense. The Prince of Ning is in a position of power, and who would dare to oppose him? I advise you to be patient and await the opportune moment. Yet you hastily allowed the Empress Dowager to influence your decisions. Based on the strength of the Chancellor's residence, you could have, at the very least, secured the position of a consort to a prince, and in time, displaced the legitimate wife, thereby becoming the matron of the royal household. Now, my decision is final. From today onward, you shall remain in your quarters for reflection, and you are forbidden to leave without my command. Lin Xiang, weary of further discussion, stormed away in anger, leaving Lin Yuner alone in the study, weeping. She covered her face, as none dared to enter and comfort her. The maids were all too well aware of their mistress's temperament. When Madame Su hurriedly arrived, Lin Yuner seemed to find her ally. Mother, I do not wish to marry Li Jin. Fear not, you are the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's residence. If you must marry, it shall be to a prominent family. Madame Su helped Lin Yuner to her feet, having already devised a strategy on the way. With only one daughter, how could she bear to watch her life unravel in such a manner? Upon awakening from her afternoon slumber, Yun Jintang learned of how Jun Yanjin had dealt with Lin Yuner. She valued her reputation and status above all. Thus, it would serve to make her the subject of ridicule among the esteemed young ladies of the capital, being compelled to marry the powerless Deputy Minister of Works, whose reputation was far from stellar, and who had a troublesome mother managing the household. Should Lin Yuner go there, it was likely that even more absurdities would ensue. Princess, this is a branch of plum blossoms sent by His Highness. It was gathered this morning from the plum grove. After encountering Lin Yuner in the morning, Yun Jintang had lost her enthusiasm for admiring flowers. Jun Yanjin had commanded someone to fetch some lush branches. Although the royal residence does not cultivate plum trees, should you desire them, Princess, you may send your shadow guards to gather some at any time. Qin, he was always thorough in her tasks. Noticing that Yun Jintang had picked up a branch of plum blossoms, she quickly added, "Please convey my gratitude to His Highness." Chapter 80. She truly is a little clever one. His Highness remarked that it would suffice for you to present the embroidery to him sooner. Qin erased her gaze, landing on the embroidery stand beside Yun Jintang. It hadn't been long, yet Jun Yanjin was already wary of her breaking her promise. Yun Jintang had intended to embroider for a while today, but Jun Yanjin's insistence made her slightly reluctant to proceed. Humans possess a natural contrariness, and she was no exception. However, After a brief internal struggle and reflecting on the effort Jun Yanjin had put into sending her the painting she had previously discovered, she quietly picked up her needle and thread to work. The capital had been relatively tranquil lately, with the populace immersed in the joy of the New Year's festivities. The shadow guards felt a sense of nostalgia. This year, the royal residence was bustling with vibrant energy. During the thawing period of the snow, it had been somewhat chilly, yet the branches in the back garden teemed with life, adorned with budding flowers and tender shoots. Following Yun Jintang's instructions, red lanterns were hung everywhere, and couplets were displayed, the characters penned by her own hand. Nevertheless, the Chaoyang courtyard remained as it was, as she refrained from arranging decorations out of consideration for Jun Yanjin's habits. Thus, the Chaoyang courtyard appeared somewhat incongruous compared to the rest of the royal residence. Miss, a letter has arrived from Princess Xianning. After Lin Lang received the letter from the guard at the entrance and learned it originated from the palace, she immediately recognized that only one person could write to her so openly. Yun Jintang was still embroidering the petals of a begonia flower. She set down her needlework and rubbed her hands, realizing she hadn't felt this fatigued in quite some time due to her recent endeavors. Unfolding the letter, delicate strokes formed several prominent characters. Sister-in-law, I miss you dearly. Yun Jintang needed no guesswork to understand how endearing Xianning must have been when she penned these words. It seemed she longed to leave the palace, yet it was barely after the New Year's Eve celebrations, and Jun Yanjin was not occupied, remaining at the royal residence. Was she not concerned about him? In recent days, Jun Yanjin had frequently visited the Furong courtyard, and upon arriving today, he noticed Yun Jintang holding a letter. A gentle smile gracing her features, her gaze deepened. He wondered whose missive could bring her such delight. Your Highness, her attendant curtsied in unison towards Jun Yanjin, pulling her attention back to him. Before she could rise, she caught sight of his profound eyes, filled with a hint of melancholy, fixated on the letter in her hand, which made Yun Jintang feel inexplicably guilty, as if she were engaged in a covert exchange. Whose letter is that? Jun Yanjin's voice, neither cold nor warm, bore an undertone of concern. It is from Xianning. She wishes to leave the palace. Is her princess residence not yet repaired? Must she return to my royal residence? His tone suggested a reluctance. Yun Jintang regarded him. Her meaning was unmistakable. That is not permissible. Jun Yanjin decisively rejected as he took a seat beside her, clearly finding Xianning bothersome. Your Highness, I truly am quite bored on my own. Yun Jintang skillfully maneuvered her way, raising her hand to tug gently at the corner of Jun Yanjin's wide sleeve. Today, her attire in soft pink resembled a blooming begonia, and when she acted coy, few could resist her charm. Jun Yanjin pulled back his sleeve, holding a cup of tea with one hand, choosing to ignore her. He knew that if he gazed at her for even a moment longer, his resolve might waver. Your Highness, Yun Jintang silently gritted her teeth, exerting a slight force with her hand. Jun Yanjin, holding a steaming teacup, momentarily lost his grip, and the cup shattered on the floor. You owe me a teacup. Yun Jintang promptly withdrew her hand, her movements so swift that it was evident she had intended it all along. Everyone was acutely aware of the situation. Jun Yanjin gazed at his damp outer garment, remaining silent. She truly was a clever little one. Nevertheless, it was just a teacup. Could this prince not afford to replace it? I want an identical one. If not, you shall summon Xianning to keep me company. Yun Jintang planted her hands on her hips, appearing both willful and unreasonable. Huh, were it not for your tugging at my sleeve, would this cup have fallen? Jun Yanjin squinted, having seen through her scheme early on, yet he could not help but indulge her. After speaking, he acted as if nothing had transpired, replacing the broken cup and continuing to pour tea. This prince has yet to address the matter of my damp clothing, yet you have already turned the tables. Yun Jintang rose and approached the tea table, personally lifting the teapot to serve him. She was determined to see whether Jun Yanjin would succumb to her ploy. Your Highness, I have been confined within the palace for so long. Is it so wrong to wish for a few days of leisure? Must you accompany me? It turned out the reason lay here. Yun Jintang set down the teapot and explained, because I'm also quite bored. Your Highness, in a couple of days, there will be a lantern festival, and I would like her to accompany me. The lantern festival? Jun Yanjin had yet to inquire into such matters. The name seemed rather dull. Simply viewing lanterns held little appeal. Yun Jintang assured him. She had softened her tone significantly, and if Jun Yanjin remained oblivious, she would surely become vexed. This prince shall consider it. Jun Yanjin recalled that he had pressing matters to attend to in a few days. If the Lantern Festival was indeed as fascinating in her eyes, it would not be unreasonable to allow Xianning to stay for a couple of days. He skirted the edge of Yun Jintang's irritation, ultimately returning to a safer ground. Very well. In the afternoon, within the study. Your Highness, after a fortnight of surveillance at the lantern shop on Willow Street in the southern part of the city, it has been confirmed as a clandestine stronghold of the Lanyue Kingdom. With the Emperor's birthday approaching, envoys from various nations are preparing to depart for Shengjing, and their activities have become increasingly frequent. Qin Yi presented a stack of notepaper, clearly detailing the recent developments concerning the lantern shop. The Lantern Festival would attract a throng of people. Any hasty action would undoubtedly incite chaos. Jun Yanjin set down the correspondence, contemplating the most prudent day to act. His primary concern remained Yun Jintang. She had expressed her desire to attend the Lantern Festival, a once-a-year occasion. He could not possibly hinder her, for that would only provoke her ire. Yet, if he were to explain the situation in detail, she would scarcely comprehend. Meanwhile, in Mingzhu Pavilion, I never imagined Jun Yanjin would indulge you so, my esteemed pavilion master. Could it be that he has already fallen for you? Qing Wu, having frequently heard tidings of the two, could not resist teasing upon seeing her today. Yun Jintang, cradling glutinous rice, selected golden and silver jewelry. The table adorned with exquisite delicacies, neither affirming nor denying the jest. This matter eludes her own certainty. Jun Yanjing's emotions are intricate. Presently, the two coexist in apparent harmony. Yet should calamity arise and he cast suspicion upon her, the situation might shift dramatically. One cannot dismiss the possibility of events repeating themselves. Recently, have there been any developments from Lanyue? For the Emperor's birthday celebration, Lanyue dispatched Crown Prince Chu Xuanye and Princess Qingyang as envoys to Dongling. Upon her return, Ling Xuang was bestowed the title of Qingyang by the Lanyue Emperor, likely with the intention of fostering an alliance through marriage. Yun Jintang is aware that initially, Xian Shuang was reluctant to return to the Lanyue royal family, but ultimately did so, hinting at hidden circumstances. At this thought, Qing Wu suddenly recalled a letter she had received earlier and hurried to the inner side of the screen, rummaging through a box long tucked away. This was a letter sent by Ling Xuang via pigeon not long ago, which had arrived just yesterday. Yun Jintang unfolded the slightly crumpled parchment. Dear Master, we shall meet in Shengjing City in half a month. My return to the palace is to retrieve my mother's relics. If possible, I would prefer to remain in Dongling. The words were succinct, devoid of embellishment, and upon reading further, Yun Jintang grasped Ling Xuang's sentiments. She harbored a deep reluctance to be ensnared within the confines of the Lanyue Palace, nor did she wish to be trapped in a grand estate through a political marriage. Years ago, she and her master had rescued the near-fading Ling Xuang in a border town where Dongling and Lanyue intersected. At that time, she had been known as Chu Huan Xuang, a princess of Lanyue, obscure and uncherished, living a life more miserable than that of a eunuch after her mother's demise within the palace's depths. Subsequently, she had steadfastly refused to return to Lanyue, until Yun Jintang came of age, when she concocted a plan to assassinate Lanyue's grand tutor. Ling Xuang should pursue her desires freely, finding joy in whatever she chooses. Yun Jintang, having surveyed Dongling, found no man worthy of Ling Xuang, and she recognized that a political marriage would forever place her between two opposing forces. In the event of renewed conflict between Lanyue and Dongling, she would find herself amid the storm. However, after reading the letter and neatly folding it once more, Yun Jintang began to devise her next long-term strategy. Perhaps it would be possible to deliver a significant blow to the Empress Dowager's faction. By the way, the Lantern Festival is in 2 days. ISN, to your Highness accompanying you? Qing Wu languidly reclined on a nearby couch, jesting. I have a feeling he is plotting something. Yun Jintang felt a strong intuition brewing within her. Chapter 81. Jealousy. She detected unusual movements among the hidden guards within the royal residence recently. Possibly a chain reaction triggered by the envoys from various nations visiting Dongling. Jun Yanjin must be making arrangements in advance. Could it be related to the Lanyue kingdom? Qing Wu speculated. Yun Jintang shook her head, uncertain. Xianing will come to the Ning Wangfu later. I shall return first. If there are any updates, please contact Pei Yao. Understood. Qing Wu rose to see her off, noticing the long tail of the little fox drooping down, unable to resist the urge to remark. It seems this little fox has grown fatter. Where is it fatter? Yun Jintang retorted, glancing back before her figure vanished around the corner of the third floor. Xianing, on her second outing from the palace, still wore a bright smile, draped in a pink crane cloak. As soon as she alighted from the carriage, she began to look around, searching for Yun Jintang, but instead caught sight of Jun Yanjin outside the gate. She gasped sharply and quickly retreated into the carriage. Princess, what is the matter? Her maid hurriedly followed her inside, concerned. I saw third brother. His expression was dreadful. If I go out now, I will surely be scolded. Although Xianing had little prior interaction with Jun Yanjin, she had heard whispers of his notorious reputation during her long stay in the Deep Palace, cruel and savage, instilling a natural fear in her. Noticing Xianing retreating back into the carriage, Jun Yanjin frowned in displeasure and did not approach, instead instructing Qin Yi to summon someone. Where is my sister-in-law? Xianing peered out at Qin Yi. The princess must be selecting gifts for you. She will return shortly. Qin Yi dared not mention that their prince had meddled, causing delays on the princess's way back. Otherwise, the princess would certainly be waiting at the gate. The prince instructed you to come out first, Qin Yi added, directing the guard stationed at the gate to bring out a small ladder. Xianing pouted, her expression troubled as she was assisted down from the carriage, taking her time to approach Jun Yanjin, too timid to meet his gaze. Third brother. Jun Yanjin could not fathom why Xianing clung to everyone but preferred the company of his wife. Seizing the opportunity while Yun Jintang was absent, he deliberately inquired about the reason. Of course, it is because my sister-in-law is the kindest and most beautiful. When speaking of Yun Jintang, Xianing's fear dissipated, perhaps due to her innate charm. Just as her words concluded, Yun Jintang's carriage drew near. Jun Yanjin was unable to ask Xianing when she planned to leave before she almost effortlessly turned, lifting her skirt and running down the steps to wait. As soon as Yun Jintang descended, Xianing nearly threw herself into her embrace. The two were of similar height, with Yun Jintang being slightly slimmer. Jun Yanjin's hands, concealed beneath his ornate robes, clenched slightly. He found such a scene intolerable. Xianing was indeed crossing boundaries. It would be wise for her to return to the palace sooner. He should not have been so lenient before. Sister-in-law, brother was just scolding me. Xianing whispered her complaints into Yun Jintang's ear. At that moment, Yun Jintang raised her gaze and noticed that Jun Yanjin was not in his study, but rather at the gate. Could it be that he was waiting to assert his authority over Xianing? Isn't the prince quite busy? Yun Jintang ascended the steps alongside Xianing, with the guards on either side bowing in unison. Lin Lang followed closely behind, cradling the plump fox. Am I not permitted to step out and observe? Yun Yanjing emotes, his gaze catching sight of Xianing clutching Yun Jintang's hand tightly, his tone laced with a hint of displeasure. Was he in a foul mood today? Yun Jintang sensed that Jun Yanjin seemed to be in a state of agitation, his behavior inexplicably erratic. Then I shall take my leave, Your Highness. Please take your time, she replied, uninterested in lingering further. Recently, the early blooms of the begonia and peach blossoms in the estate had become increasingly apparent, and soon they would burst into full bloom. Qin Yi lowered her head, silently wondering if the princess truly failed to notice the prince's ill temper. Returning to the study, she summoned Chu Xing. Jun Yanjin stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze lingering on Yun Jintang's retreating figure. Why was she able to smile so joyfully around others? Qin Yi sensed a fluctuating dynamic in the relationship between the prince and the princess. Furong courtyard. How was he harsh with you just now? Yun Jintang instructed her attendants to lay out the fresh pastries she had purchased earlier, jesting lightly. In her estimation, Jun Yanjin was not one to indulge in such trivialities unless he questioned why I cling to you, which suggests he does not welcome my presence at the Ningguang residence. My third royal brother is always so stern. Xian Ning cradled the Tang Yuan in her arms, her hand absent-mindedly stroking its fur as she sighed. Such matters were of little concern to Yun Jintang. She believed that Jun Yanjin harbored affection for her. Otherwise, he would not have acted as he did that fateful night. A modicum of possessiveness seemed natural, yet she could not fathom why he felt such towards Xian Ning. A mere girl. Has my royal brother been at the estate these past few days? If so, Xian Ning will surely cling to me even more. Leaving her alone with the third royal brother would be akin to sending her to a crematorium. He seems rather busy lately, likely preoccupied with matters concerning you and me. Quan Ning remarquet. Being busy is indeed preferable, she added, nearly clapping her hands in delight. Sampling a pastry from the table, she closed her eyes in bliss. She bore a striking resemblance to the Empress, with cherubic cheeks that added to her charm. Recently of age, she exuded a sense of innocence and carefree spirit. Had Yun Jintang not been so worldly back in her youth, she would have likely mirrored Xian Ning's current demeanor, untroubled and free-spirited. Chapter 82. Assassination at the Lantern Festival. As Yun Jintang had mentioned, in recent days, Jun Yanjin had indeed been preoccupied with orchestrating a grand scheme, intent on capturing the entire lantern shop. Once the Lantern Festival concludes, Ming Ruaning would return to the palace. She strolled through the courtyard with glutinous rice in her arms, while Yun Jintang sat nearby, diligently embroidering, nearing completion of her work. Sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. Your marriage to the emperor is indeed a stroke of fortune for him, Ruaning sweetly remarked, adept at lifting spirits. Standing behind Yun Jintang, she admired the vividly embroidered peony flowers, reminiscent of the scenery in the royal garden. Pei Yao returned through a side entrance and, upon seeing Ruaning, discreetly concealed her sleeves. Your Highness, the wind has picked up. It would be prudent for you to return to your chambers to continue your embroidery and avoid catching a chill, she subtly cautioned. At that moment, Ruaning scampered to the small pond at the courtyard's edge, feeding the fish with her dumplings and glutinous rice, oblivious to Yun Jintang rising to her feet. She first returned to her room, opened an envelope, and cast a quick glance. It seemed that significant matters were afoot during tonight's Lantern Festival, with Jun Yanjin's men meticulously orchestrating operations on Changhu Street. Yun Jintang furrowed her brows. The Lantern Festival, bustling with crowds, prompted her to ponder Jun Yanjin's true intentions. His maneuvers felt akin to laying a trap, awaiting unsuspecting fish to swim into its snare. Miss, will you still be attending tonight? I am concerned that taking Princess Ruaning along may prove inconvenient if something were to transpire, making a swift escape difficult, Pei Yao advised cautiously. Yun Jintang countered. If we forego attending, Jun Yanjin will undoubtedly grow suspicious. While I might manage to deflect inquiries, should he delve deeper, all my previous efforts could be in vain. Although Ruaning is not skilled in martial arts, her presence by my side poses little threat. Sister-in-law, it is getting late. When shall we depart? Ruaning's voice echoed from the courtyard in innocent curiosity. Do keep a close watch on Ruaning's well-being, Yun Jintang instructed. As dusk descended, the season had yet to formally embrace spring. The evening glow was particularly gentle, a soft orange hue delicately painting the corner of the sky. Changhu Street was adorned with vibrant decorations, and variously shaped lanterns hung from the shops. The carriage halted on a neighboring street due to the overwhelming crowd, bustling with life. What a lively scene, Ruaning exclaimed, having rarely witnessed such spectacles within the palace walls. With her imminent return to the palace, Yun Jintang thought it wise to bring her out early, allowing her to wash up and rest. Actually, this is my first experience at the Lantern Festival as well. I have heard of numerous intriguing activities and performances. It will be a feast for the eyes, Yun Jintang noted, concerned that Ruaning might wander off, and thus reiterated her instructions to communicate beforehand regarding any actions. As the last rays of the warm sun were engulfed by gray clouds, nightfall enveloped the land. Countless lights illuminated the streets along the Qinglu River, showcasing lanterns of diverse forms, while several boats in the river prepared for a dazzling performance of fireworks. The shimmering reflections danced upon the water, with the full moon hanging overhead amidst the growing clamor. The din of the festivities overwhelming any conversation unless one leaned closely to speak. Yun Jintang felt somewhat distracted, sensing an intangible absence. Sister-in-law, that lantern shop's decorations are so unique. I adore that rabbit lantern. It resembles a dumpling, Ruaning exclaimed, tugging at her hand as they navigated through the dense throng toward a particular lantern shop. Yun Jintang followed the past, and from a distant loft above, a pair of cold, detached eyes fixated intently on her figure. After the princess departed, he would take action. He set down his teacup and leaned against the window. Noticing that Yun Jintang appeared somewhat discontented, her smile absent. Had she encountered some unhappy incident? While paying, Pei Yao's arm accidentally brushed against the display stand in the shop. Just as the stand was about to topple, a waiter deftly caught it, his movements smooth and unhesitant. Yun Jintang's keen perception sensed something amiss. She tightened her grip on Xianning's hand and took the rabbit lantern. The iron flower performance on the lake is about to commence. Let's go and take a look. She noticed the waiter's hands bore thick calluses at the base of his thumb and joints, coupled with his earlier reaction, suggesting he was skilled in martial arts. This lantern shop was undoubtedly suspect. Pei Yao and Lin Lang trailed closely behind Yun Jintang, recognizing from their mistress's demeanor that something was not right. The jubilant cheers by the lakeside enlivened the atmosphere of the Lantern Festival, as brilliant sparks erupted like fireworks. Cascading onto the lake's surface, silver fire meteors captivating the attention of most revelers. The opposite side of the lake was also crowded, with numerous river lanterns floating, each inscribed with wishes and hopes. How beautiful! Xianning exclaimed as her hand slipped from Yun Jintang's palm. In the next moment, an arrow ignited with flames soared through the air, causing chaos in the lantern shop. The crowd stirred, while some sought the excitement. They scattered in fear upon witnessing someone fall, struck by an arrow. Sister-in-law, it seems something has gone awry. Xianning's reaction was slightly delayed. As she stood beside Yun Jintang, she faced a shop assistant in plain garb, who lay on the ground, shot by a long arrow, blood pooling from his mouth. Do not be afraid. Yun Jintang guided Xianning away from this perilous place. Captain, we have been exposed. The shop assistants all retreated inside to arm themselves. No wonder the mission had been so smooth these past few days. It appeared they were all part of a grand scheme. Protect the princess and the lady. The concealed guards, who had long remained in the shadows, finally revealed themselves, severing the path between Lan Yue's agents and Yun Jintang, ensuring their safe exit from the vicinity. However, Jun Yanjin had not anticipated that during this lantern festival, a group of lurking assassins had their sights set on Yun Jintang. Surrounded by the guards, the agents had no escape. Qin led the guards to capture two alive, while the rest who resisted were ruthlessly slain. No, something is off. Yun Jintang halted just short of the carriage. The atmosphere surrounding them was unsettlingly quiet, and upon glancing at the carriage, she realized the coachman was no longer present. Holding Xianning's hand, she signaled Lin Lang to investigate. Jun Yanjin's men should be trailing behind. Now, with their numbers dwindled, she refrained from revealing her martial prowess. Yun Jintang fixed her gaze on the carriage, and as Lin Lang's dagger pierced it, a muffled sound echoed, followed by the sudden emergence of 4 black-clad assassins from behind the carriage. Xianning clutched Yun Jintang's hand tightly, having never witnessed such a scene. Let us go, Yun Jintang urged, leading Xianning back along their original path towards Changhu Street, where at the very least the guards were present, and in the chaos of the crowd, she could quietly ensure Xianning's safety. However, after taking only a few steps, the retreat was obstructed by assassins emerging from both sides of the eaves. This group appeared distinct from those of the lantern shop. Yun Jintang surveyed her surroundings and counted 13 assassins. Though not an overwhelming number, she could undoubtedly handle them alone. Yet at this moment, she refrained from taking action. Not a single one should be spared. The leader of the group gripped his long sword tightly and swung it towards Yun Jintang, just as he brought down his blade. She instinctively dodged to the side with Xianning shielding her eyes. The assassin reacted swiftly, sweeping his sword horizontally, had there been no interference. It would have surely sliced into Yun Jintang's arm. However, with a dull thud, she observed a shadow materialize before her, and the sword-wielding assassin was sent flying several feet away. Pei Yao and Lin Lang were entangled with other assassins, unable to extricate themselves. Jun Yanjin seized the weapon from one of them and, with a swift motion, hurled the sword back, piercing the man's heart with lethal precision. "Do not be afraid," Yun Jintang murmured softly to Xian Ning, guiding her to a clearing away from the assailants. Jun Yanjin, unarmed, maneuvered through the sword-wielding assassins with remarkable ease. Each move executed with ruthless precision, using their own strength against them to send these foes to their demise. Xian Ning trembled in fear, her head buried in Yun Jintang's chest as she clung to her waist. "Sister-in-law, will we be all right? Rest assured, your royal brother is on his way." She gently caressed Xian Ning's back, her gaze fixed on Jun Yanjin, noting the swiftness of his actions. None of the assassins could match him. Yun Jintang recalled their last encounter, where she had nearly been subdued. After purging the 1,000 fragrance poison from his body, his prowess had only intensified. Xian Ning gradually felt more at ease, lifting her head to behold the scattered bodies and the gushing blood on the ground, though her fear lingered. Once Jun Yanjin had dealt with the assassins, the remaining shadow guards hastily arrived. "Your Highness." Yun Jintang met his gaze but discerned dissatisfaction and reproach in those dark, piercing eyes. She whispered his name softly, yet received no reply. "Take the princess back to the palace," Jun Yanjin commanded sternly, lowering his gaze to Xian Ning, who clung tightly to Yun Jintang. Sensing his emotional turmoil, Yun Jintang instructed Pei Yao to accompany Xian Ning away. She remained rooted in place, observing the dangerous glint concealed within his deep, narrow eyes. As his hand beneath his wide sleeve clenched slightly, she was left wondering what had incited Jun Yanjin's ire once more. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" She found herself forced to retreat 2 steps. Chapter 83. Yun Jintang, I demand your company tonight. How could she have the audacity to inquire about his well-being? Jun Yanjin struggled to suppress the flames of fury igniting within him. Yun Jintang seemed utterly indifferent to her own life. Had he not arrived just in time, she would surely have been injured. Had the sword been laced with a deadly poison, her life would have been forfeit. Yet, she thought only to shield others from harm, showing no regard for her own safety. How had Yun Jun and Yun Moli raised her? Yun Jintang sensed that Jun Yanjin's current demeanor mirrored his earlier outburst in the palace. She retreated to the edge of the carriage, while the numerous hidden guards discreetly averted their gazes. "Your Highness," she spoke, her voice trembling slightly as their eyes met. Yun Yanjin est simple et formidable prédateur. Methodically cornering his prey with no avenue for escape, his gaze fixated on the fear lurking in her eyes. "Yun Jintang, you exhibit a shocking disregard for your own life. Do you comprehend the peril you were just in?" Ultimately, considering she had just survived an assassination attempt and fearing the shock it might incite, Jun Yanjin exerted immense self-control over his temper, his expression growing solemn as he held her gaze. Before he could finish, Yun Jintang, leaning against the carriage, sensed movement within. As she attempted to withdraw, a long sword suddenly jutted out from the carriage window, aiming for her. He grasped her hand, pulling her weight into his embrace as he deftly deflected the assailant's attack. Simultaneously, Chu Xing swiftly launched a throwing knife into the carriage's interior. The hidden assailant collapsed, his head striking the doorframe. With her head resting against Jun Yanjin's solid, warm chest, her waist ensnared by his grip, she turned toward the carriage, only to find a long hand covering her eyes. Chu Xing approached with precision, delivering a final thrust that ensured the assailant's demise. "Your Highness, you are injured." Yun Jintang caught a whiff of blood, blinking in surprise as she pried his hand away, revealing a deep gash on his arm, blood pouring forth. Estimating the wound's severity, an inexplicable wave of emotion washed over her, and she felt a prickling in her eyes. What if it were poisoned? Her previous rationality seemed to evaporate, and she was bewildered by the tide of emotions that surged uncontrollably within her. A crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye, landing on Jun Yanjin's hand. His heart tightened, momentarily disregarding his own wound, as he enveloped her in his arms, whispering reassurances, "I am fine, do not worry." She inhaled the faint scent of cedar emanating from him, feeling his grip around her waist tighten further, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. She was indeed so small, and Jun Yanjing's gaze fell, seemingly oblivious to the pain in his arm, his focus solely on her. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yun Jintang momentarily set aside her concerns for Xianning and entered Jun Yanjing's chamber. This was her first visit to this place, and the decor was indeed far more meticulous, several times larger than her own room, yet it felt somewhat desolate and empty. Murong Su was attending to Jun Yanjing's wound, and upon observing him disrobe, Yun Jintang discreetly stepped outside the screen. Such a deep wound. Fortunately, this sword is not poisoned, where your arm would be in grave danger, he muttered to himself after dressing the injury. Jun Yanjing sat at his desk, casually glancing at the bandaged area with an air of seriousness. It is poisoned. What? Murong Su nearly doubted his own medical skills as he tidied his medicine box, only to be interrupted by the voice of Jun Yanjing, prompting him to glance back swiftly. "This has poison," he declared, his gaze not directed at Murong Su, but rather peering through the screen towards the figure seated outside. Following his line of sight, Murong Su discerned that Jun Yanjing was indeed resorting to any means necessary to elicit concern from Miss Yun. "Then I shall prescribe some herbs to clear heat and quell fire," he replied, uninterested in the romantic antics of the couple, and promptly departed after securing his medicine box. Jun Yanjing rose and circumnavigated the screen to stand beside Yun Jintang. She intended to rise, but as soon as she moved, he gently pressed her shoulder, compelling her to return to her seat. "I just heard Physician Murong mention that this sword seems to be poisoned." Yun Jintang raised her eyebrows, her delicate features slightly furrowing with concern as she gazed at his wound. Before Jun Yanjing could respond, her eyes wandered to his robust physique. "Your Highness, are you not cold?" It was challenging for Jun Yanjing to explain his intentional lack of clothing. "The hour is late. Why not stay here tonight?" He positioned his hands on either side of the chair, leaning slightly forward, effectively confining Yun Jintang within a narrow space. She shook her head, her eyes still tinged with redness from earlier tears. "Surely, your Highness cannot sleep in the study?" Jun Yanjing's expression darkened momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, puzzled by what thoughts occupied Yun Jintang's mind. Why should he sleep in the study? Why could I not share the same bed? "I shall return now," Yun Jintang finally realized, sensing something amiss in Jun Yanjing's gaze. Instinctively, she recoiled, attempting to pry open his other uninjured arm. Yet, as her soft fingertips brushed against his firm muscle, Jun Yanjing let out an unexpected, low sound. She looked up at him. "Your Highness, could you please move a bit?" "Yun Jintang, I insist on your company tonight," Jun Yanjing asserted, his tone decidedly domineering. "I was injured while rescuing you, and with poison on the sword. Should you not take responsibility?" "But I am not adept at caring for others," Yun Jintang replied candidly. "You need not care for me. Simply accompany me," he retorted. Chapter 84. Gently encircling her slender waist, Yun Jintang was perplexed by Jun Yanjing's intentions. She wished to decline politely, stating, "I am not accustomed to this place." He responded, "With time, you will naturally grow accustomed." There was no one to assist her with her ablutions, and moreover, there were no garments available. "I have already instructed someone to fetch everything you require from your maid." Jun Yanjing was resolute in his desire for Yun Jintang to acclimate to his presence. Yun Jintang attempted to avert her gaze from him, suddenly recalling that Xianning was still within the palace. Just as she was about to speak, her thoughts were anticipated. "Xianning will be sent back to the palace tomorrow. She must be quite frightened tonight. However, she is safe in the palace, and there is no need for your comfort." Jun Yanjing added, "I sustained my injuries to save you. The person in need of your consolation stands before you." He seemed to regard the wound on his arm as both a badge of honor and a token of invulnerability before her. Yun Jintang found herself unable to resist, as she indeed owed him a debt of gratitude. Very well, she finally acquiesced, and a sense of relief washed over Jun Yanjing as he released her from the confines of the chair. After Linlang attended to Yun Jintang's changing and washing, she quietly withdrew. Upon emerging from Jun Yanjing's expansive bath chamber, she found him seated by the bed, engrossed in a book. Surely, he would not expect her to sleep on the small couch again. Glancing at the nearby imperial concubine-esque couch, which was slightly larger than her own chamber, she noted it was similarly adorned with a thick layer of bedding, barely acceptable. "What are you standing there for?" Jun Yanjin set aside his book and approached her, taking her hand. Despite having shared the same bed for several nights during the autumn hunting banquet, her heart raced now for reasons she could not comprehend. Yun Jintang regarded Jun Yanjin, her silence concealing a tempest of thoughts. "Why is there only one blanket? I am not a compliant sleeper and fear disturbing your injury." Her demeanor radiated refusal. This was not part of her plan. Things were becoming increasingly unpredictable. Initially, she had intended to secure Jun Yanjin's favor and then depart, maintaining her status as the esteemed daughter of the Duke while he remained a powerful prince. "My injury is on my right arm. You cannot possibly touch it unless—" She lay in his embrace. "Very well." Yun Jintang climbed onto the bed, positioning herself on the inner side. She was petite, and the blanket scarcely covered her. Jun Yanjin raised his hand, extinguishing most of the candlelight with a wave, leaving only a few luminous pearls illuminating the space. As Yun Jintang closed her eyes, her state of mind was markedly different. Cocooned in the same blanket, she felt that even the slightest movement might bring her into contact with Jun Yanjin's hand. She turned away, refusing to look at him, while he propped himself up on one elbow, observing her silhouette with a smirk, silent yet contemplative. She appeared rather delicate, clad in a thin gauzy dress, her porcelain skin faintly visible. The distance between them was ample. They could easily share the bed, though it felt somewhat drafty. "Come closer, lest you catch a chill," came Jun Yanjin's warm admonition from behind. Yun Jintang shifted slightly toward him, yet it hardly made a difference. Without hesitation, Jun Yanjin moved closer to her, and Yun Jintang could distinctly sense the faint sound of breath behind her. She promised herself she would leave this room at dawn. In the middle of the night, perhaps feeling a chill on her back, Yun Jintang instinctively turned towards Jun Yanjin, finding the blanket lacking in warmth without him. The moment she stirred, Jun Yanjin awoke, his eyes fluttering open to find her so near that he could easily draw her into his embrace. With half of her face nestled in the covers, she appeared adorably asleep, one hand resting against her cheek. Jun Yanjin reached out to grasp her wrist, guiding her hand back beneath the blanket. It seemed she was lost in dreams as she instinctively curled her fingers around his, letting out a soft murmur. Was she plagued by nightmares from the events of the night? At that moment, it felt only natural for Jun Yanjin to encircle her slender waist, holding her close, intoxicated by the delicate fragrance of roses that clung to her. In her drowsy state, Yun Jintang's lashes fluttered, sensing something amiss. She opened her eyes, yet remained motionless, her head resting against Jun Yanjin's chest, too timid to move. Biting her lip, she realized one of his arms was tightly wrapped around her waist. Meanwhile, Jun Yanjin reveled in his own delight, his injured hand gently resting upon her. Thus, Yun Jintang reluctantly closed her eyes again. She decided to confront him the following day. But for now, Jun Yanjin's warmth was quite comforting. She had always dreaded the cold. The next day, at the break of dawn, Jun Yanjin had already awoken. Noticing how peacefully Yun Jintang slept, he refrained from stirring her. The morning light filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the sheer curtain, creating delicate shadows. With one arm around her, he lifted the veil of gauze with the other, feeling quite content. At last, the person in his arms began to stir. Her hand resting on Jun Yanjin's chest moved slightly as her head nuzzled against him like a sleepy kitten, blinking in a hazy manner. Yun Jintang was yet to fully awaken, only feeling the comforting warmth of the night. Seeing her eyes open, Jun Yanjin's chest swelled with a soft laugh. "Awake, are we?" His voice floated down from above, causing Yun Jintang to stiffen in surprise. Suddenly, she sat up, pulling the blanket with her as she slipped away from his embrace. The memories of the previous night flooded back to her. "Did the princess sleep well?" "You were the one who came into this king's arms last night," Jun Yanjin replied, also sitting up playfully biting back. His nightgown was slightly open, revealing a hint of well-defined muscles beneath his fair skin, and with his noble visage, He appeared rather disheveled, exuding an air of a languid monarch. I did not. Yun Jintang frowned, unwilling to admit to something she hadn't done. It was, after all, Jun Yanjin who had drawn her into his embrace. Oh, then how is it you find yourself in this king's arms upon waking? Are you perhaps enamored with this king's physique? What nonsense is this? Yun Jintang felt speechless, unable to formulate a retort. Little did she realize, in her current state, she resembled a delicate flower that had been plucked, half covered by the blanket, her clothes slightly askew. With a myriad of scolding retorts swirling in her mind, she settled on a simple, "I do not know." Ah, Jun Yanjin arched an eyebrow with a smile. "What troubles you, my princess? Your ears are quite flushed. Feeling guilty, are we? Ah, last night I kindly covered you with a blanket, and yet you clung to my hand without letting go." Yun Jintang, disinterested, retorted. "I did no such thing." Clutching the blanket, her sparkling eyes fixated on Jun Yanjin as she inquired softly, "What hour is it?" "It must be the hour of Chun," he surmised, knowing he usually awoke well before that time. Ultimately, it was Jun Yanjin who rose to summon Yun Jintang's maid to assist her with her morning ablutions. Having witnessed her utter lack of self-sufficiency during the autumn hunting banquet, proving she truly required assistance. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yi brought the medicinal concoction that Jun Yanjin needed to take before departing promptly, as Yun Jintang prepared to return to her quarters. A resolute determination to uncover the truth of last night's events ignited within her. Those who dared to assassinate her would face the full brunt of her wrath. "Wait," Jun Yanjin called after her. "Is there something else, Your Highness?" Yun Jintang turned, her gaze landing on the bowl of medicine on the table, quickly surmising the reason for his call. Jun Yanjin pretended to struggle as he lifted the bowl with his right hand. "Ah, my arm is injured. I shall take care of it." Yun Jintang approached and accepted the bowl without a second thought, positioning herself beside Jun Yanjin, spoon in hand, and began to feed him the concoction. It was illogical for him to refuse the medicine brought to his lips, and thus he complied, swallowing it despite its heat. His wife had evidently never tended to anyone before, yielding a result far from his expectations. Once the potion was consumed, Yun Jintang set down the bowl and departed, as if resolved to pursue a particular course of action. Upon returning to the Furong courtyard, she encountered Xianning, who, prepared to leave, hastened to her side upon seeing her. "Elder sister, are you unharmed? It's all my fault. Had I not insisted on attending the Lantern Festival, last night would not have unfolded as it did. I shall never be so reckless again." Xianning had indeed spent a restless night, haunted by shadows of the previous events. "I am fine. Do not dwell on it," Yun Jintang reassured her, gently patting her head and patiently explaining. "You must rest well upon your return to the palace and refrain from wandering about for a while." Understood. Chapter 85. A tinge of regret after Xianning departed. Yun Jintang returned to her chamber, her demeanor markedly different from before. "What progress has been made in the investigation?" Qingwu has received preliminary news from her side, which may relate to the Jing Wang, yet no concrete evidence has surfaced. Pei Yao ventured to Mingzhu Pavilion last night to convey messages and only received some information this morning. Yun Jintang surmised it was likely accurate, then inquired, "What a lantern shop on Changhu Street? That establishment serves as a stronghold for spies from the Lanyu Kingdom. His Highness has been busy laying traps these past few days, and last night he apprehended all the agents. They are currently detained in the royal palace or the dungeons of Wuying Hall." She had previously overlooked the substantial network of Lanyu spies that had taken root in the capital. Fortunately, Jun Yanjin had discovered and intercepted them in time. Otherwise, the arrival of Chu Xuanya would have stirred an even greater tempest. With the major players apprehended, only a small faction remained, each now fraught with anxiety. The Jing Wang's machinations against me at this juncture stem from his belief that my presence jeopardizes his plans. The newly appointed Minister of Revenue is affiliated with Jun Yanjin, and recently, several neutral officials have shown overt favor towards the Ning Wang residence, which has likely instilled a sense of crisis within him. Yun Jintang's thoughts remained relatively rational. However, she was inherently vengeful and would not easily swallow her indignation. "I shall pay a visit to the Jing Wang residence later." "Miss, could this not be perilous?" Pei Yao expressed concern. If His Highness were to summon you unexpectedly, we would be powerless to intervene. Jun Yanjin has never been one to heed the objections of her maids. The last time, when Yun Jintang had been napping, he had casually fabricated an excuse to enter unannounced. I shall return swiftly, and it will not be late. After last night's failed assassination, Jun Xingze is likely in a furious state. I take great pleasure in exacerbating his wounds. Yun Jintang sought vengeance without delay. Over the years, only Jun Yanjin had managed to postpone her retribution, yet ultimately, it must be repaid. The royal palace's dark dungeon. Qin Yi discerned that His Highness was in remarkably good spirits today, even displaying a calm demeanor upon hearing that no information had been extracted. The two individuals bound to the cross had been thoroughly beaten, their bodies marred with bloodstains. Yet they remained resolutely silent. The poison provided by Murong Su had yet to be employed. As Jun Yanjin entered the chamber and merely cast a cursory glance at the two, his interest evidently lacking. He had always favored brute force, never contemplating a balanced approach to subjugate others. Jun Xingze, in his relentless pursuit to undermine the relationship between the prince and the duke's residence, had repeatedly failed. This time, Jun Yanjin had no intention of ending their lives. He sought to strike at their hearts, for mere murder was insufficient. He dispatched these mutilated individuals back to the Jingwang residence. Although they remained tight-lipped, in Jun Xingze's eyes, they had become gravely injured and rendered useless, destined for only one outcome, death. At times, undermining the enemy from within proves to be a most effective strategy. As dusk descended, a shadowy figure infiltrated the vast Jingwang residence, making its way toward the main courtyard. The twilight sky was overcast, and the defenses of the Jingwang residence were not as formidable as those of the Ningguang residence. With a map of the Jingwang estate in hand, Yun Jintang was far from aimless. Her intentions were decidedly clear. In the depths of the Wangfu, she silently eliminated two sentinels, leaving their bodies conspicuously on the ground, easily discoverable by the patrolling guards. However, before she could make her next move, she noticed unusual activity among the guards of the Jingwangfu. Concealed in the shadows, she observed that several burlap sacks were being tossed into the estate. The guards congregated in the front courtyard, prompting Yun Jintang to abruptly alter her course and stealthily infiltrate the rear courtyard amidst the chaos. A fire engulfed the kitchen. The cooks, instinctively prioritizing their own safety, hastily fled, helplessly watching as the flames consumed the kitchen. In their escape, they dispatched a few bothersome assassins, only to unexpectedly collide with the individuals who had discarded the sacks. Hidden beneath a canopy, Yun Jintang's narrowed gaze recognized the leader as Chu Xing. With pursuers at her back, they found themselves temporarily aligned in the same struggle, and without hesitation, she employed her lightness skill to flee into the distance. Chu Xing found a figure before him eerily familiar, reminiscent of the person he had encountered during the clash at the Longjing Pavilion, prompting him to abandon his companions and pursue her alone. As night fell, Yun Jintang was caught off guard by Chu Xing's determination to follow her. In a secluded courtyard of the capital, they stood facing each other, several feet apart. Yun Jintang had no intention of harming him. However, returning to the Wangfu promptly left her with no alternative. She struck at his wrist, compelling him to release his weapon, then delivered a swift kick that sent him sprawling. "Who are you? Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" Her palm struck Chu Xing's chest, forcing him back against the wall, and she seized the opportunity to evade his counter. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to depart. Should she return late, it would be difficult to explain to Jun Yanjin. "Furong Courtyard, miss, you have returned. The prince just sent Qin Yi to summon you to Chaoyang Courtyard. We informed him that you were feeling unwell and resting." Yun Jintang changed out of her black dress into a more delicate RU skirt, placing the jade hairpin into the bottom of her jewelry box. It was expected that Jun Yanjin would come personally soon. She instructed them to say she was bathing, preventing him from entering her chamber. "Understood." Xingyi, unable to fetch her, returned with her head bowed to report. Another illness? Jun Yanjin nearly suspected it was his own doing, pondering if their earlier distance last night had caused her to catch a chill. If that were the case, he felt a pang of guilt. He set aside his writing, neglecting to inquire about Chu Xing's situation and made his way to Furong Courtyard. He had originally planned to coax her into his presence tonight. Your Highness, the princess is currently bathing, and it is inconvenient for her to see you. Lin Lang stood by the door, greeting Jun Yanjin upon his arrival then, recalling Yun Jintang's earlier words, whispered her report. Qin Yi and the others retreated to the courtyard, uncertain if the prince intended to return to Chuyang Courtyard that night. She is unwell today? Jun Yanjin refrained from forcing the door open. Noticing the room was brightly lit with candles, he inquired. Perhaps she caught a chill during the night. She feels a bit dizzy today and has already consulted the house physician, who found no significant issues. Why not call Morong So? Yun Yanjin is plow fool slightly. He still placed the greatest trust in Murong's medical skills. Ing further explained. The princess remarked that it was nothing serious and that there was no need to disturb physician M.R. Ing. J.N.Y. New Jersey Ing felt a surge of irritation upon hearing this. She was the mistress of the palace, and everyone within its walls was subject to her command. Yet, in her benevolence, she neglected her own well-being, considering the feelings of others instead. He could hardly be bothered to engage with L.N.L. Ing and pushed open the door to the room with a single hand. L.N.L. Ing watched as J.N.Y. New Jersey Ing entered, letting out a long sigh. The young lady was indeed correct. His Highness always acted according to his whims, and as a maid, she could only delay matters at best. This was not the first time J.N.Y. New Jersey Ing had entered this chamber. He had grown quite familiar with its layout. At that moment, YNJNGT Ing emerged at the appointed hour, clad in a light-colored RU skirt, her long, curled eyelashes glistening with mist. She delicately cleared her throat, and upon hearing her voice, J.N.Y. New Jersey Ing was overcome with feelings of guilt and regret. Had he known, he would have embraced her the moment she donned her RU skirt last night, ensuring her delicate form would remain untroubled by illness. Chapter 86. A renewed suspicion behind a delicate gauze screen. A slender silhouette flickered in the candlelight, and Jun Yanjin stepped towards Yun Jintang. Your Highness, are you not resting at this hour? Yun Jintang set aside her silk handkerchief, raising her gaze to meet his with her slightly moist eyes. A mere effect of the steam from a bath, rather than an indication of illness. I heard you were unwell, so I came to check on you. Should I summon Morong Su for another examination? No need. I am quite well now, Yun Jintang replied, shaking her head as she sat at the edge of the bed, urging him to leave. Your Highness, you should return to rest. Was she trying to dismiss him because she was upset about last night's events? Had he not insisted on keeping her there, she likely would not have fallen ill. Jun Yanjin had no reason to linger. Then do take care of yourself. If you still feel unwell tomorrow, do consult Morong So. The snow is melting rapidly, and the temperatures are quite low. You ought to refrain from wandering about. Yes, I understand. Yun Jintang responded obediently, and Jun Yanjin noted that she was particularly compliant when she was either unwell or just awakened. After receiving her confirmation, he turned to leave, and Yun Jintang watched his tall figure retreat behind the screen, puzzled by his unusual amiability today. Although he seemed somewhat different from usual, she could not pinpoint the change. Upon returning to Chuyang Courtyard, Jun Yanjin did not rest immediately. Chu Xing had rushed back to report. When discussing the incident involving the woman from the Longjing Pavilion who had intruded into the Jing Wangfu and set fire to the kitchen, causing much distress for Jun Qingze. An ominous premonition washed over him. What a peculiar coincidence. He had a faint intuition that this accidental encounter was a subtle reminder of something. So you returned late because you were defeated in combat with her and were trapped by her acupoint technique? Jun Yanjin found himself begrudgingly intrigued by this adept from Longjing Pavilion. He had sensed during their encounter that she might exceed his expectations. Not only was she highly skilled, but she was also adept in poison. She must hold a significant position within Longjing Pavilion. Your Highness, I find her actions truly perplexing. Why, at this moment, would she choose to stir trouble at Jing Wangfu, especially after what happened to the princess yesterday? Chu Xing felt compelled to express his concerns fully. If one were to connect the attack on Yun Jintang with today's events, it could indeed elucidate the woman's strange behavior. Yet, Jun Yanjin found himself compelled to question the underlying reasons. Could it be that Longjing Pavilion was genuinely linked to Yunmoli? Jun Yanjin struggled to associate Yun Jintang with this intrigue. She was merely a delicate young lady, innocent and kind-hearted. How could she possibly be affiliated with Longines Pavilion? The only plausible explanation was that Yun Moli had connections with Longines Pavilion and, upon learning of his sister's assassination at the hands of Jun Qingze, sought revenge by sending someone to disrupt matters. But was it possible that Yun Jintang conspired with her brother to deceive him? The previous theft of the paintings and the treasures from the gambling house. As Jun Yanjin delved deeper into his thoughts, Yun Jintang's image grew increasingly blurred, shrouded in a thick veil of uncertainty. Thus, was she truly deceiving him? She was indeed not an emissary sent by the emperor to spy on him. She was there for her brother. You may all withdraw, Jun Yanjin ordered in a low voice. Once he was alone in his study, he pondered the nature of his relationship with Yun Jintang. Was she aware of her brother's deep ties with the Longines Pavilion? She must be. He recalled her earlier mention of the connection between Yintang and Longines Pavilion. That day, she inquired whether he knew the leader of Yintang. Could that have been a form of probing? In the deep of the night, in Linshan, the cold wind still blew. Unbeknownst to him, some flower buds had blossomed overnight, timidly peeking out, quietly adhering to the branches beneath the pitch-black canopy of night. The following day at Mingzhu Pavilion, Qing Wu stood on the third floor, observing the first batch of guests entering. With nothing to do, she returned to her room to prepare tea. Just as she turned around, more than 10 dark-clad guards suddenly burst through the front door. Their attire resembled that of the Ning Wangfu, causing a momentary confusion in Qing Wu, quickly followed by a surge of alertness. Could it be that the pavilion master had been exposed? Descending the stairs, she glanced at the leader among them, lowering her posture and feigning a compliant demeanor. What brings you esteemed officials to Mingzhu Pavilion? Are you the manager of Mingzhu Pavilion? Chu Xing scrutinized Qing Wu cautiously, his gaze dimming as he brandished a dagger, lunging toward her neck. In a moment of shock, Qing Wu suppressed her instinctive reaction, refraining from dodging or resisting. Given the speed of the individual before her, if she were unskilled in martial arts, she would undoubtedly be unable to evade him. Attempting to evade would only raise suspicion. The dagger pressed against Qing Wu's neck. As she staggered back, "What are you doing?" Mingzhu Pavilion engages only in legitimate business. We have never committed any illegal acts. She felt entirely confident in asserting that Mingzhu Pavilion was above reproach, yet Chu Xing's response made her uneasy. Could it be that the pavilion master truly? Without a penchant for explanation, Chu Xing gestured for his subordinates to spread out. While intelligence related to Longines Pavilion might indeed be transmitted through Mingzhu Pavilion, Qing Wu operated with the utmost caution, akin to Yun Jintang, meticulously clearing any traces of clues daily. She refrained from obstructing them, quietly standing in the hall on the first floor, observing as they searched around. Such arrogance in authority. She glanced at Chu Xing, unable to suppress her grievance, her phoenix eyes reflecting discontent. If the opportunity arose again, she would surely teach him a lesson. Chapter 87. Intentionally frightening her for nearly half an hour. The cloak guards found nothing during their search. Qing Wu regarded Chu Xing, her eyes devoid of the earlier reverence. Why have you ceased your investigation? As the foremost jewelry establishment in the capital, Mingzhu Pavilion has conducted business with integrity over the years. Your unannounced search today, without explanation, has not only disrupted my esteemed guests but also warrants a thorough justification. Her assertiveness stemmed from her connection with Yun Jintang. Those from Ning Wangfu should be aware of the ties between Yun Jintang and Mingzhu Pavilion, and they ought to extend some consideration to their princess. She felt secure enough to speak candidly. Withdraw. Chu Xing dismissed her, not acknowledging Qing Wu as he departed with his men. Qing Wu's gaze was filled with disdain as she contemplated how to confront him in the future. In the afternoon, after a brief nap, Yun Jintang pondered for a considerable time upon hearing that Jun Yanjin had dispatched men to search Mingzhu Pavilion. Her impatience was somewhat to blame. Jun Yanjin likely suspected the uncanny coincidence surrounding the turmoil at the Jing Wangfu and had probably redirected his suspicions toward Yun Moli. He would not doubt her martial abilities, having verified them personally last time. My lady, His Highness has begun to doubt you again. Should we advise the people from Longines Pavilion to halt their activities for the time being? There's no need. Such a course of action would only incite further suspicion. Yun Jintang glanced at the embroidery laid out by the window, contemplating. Is Jun Yanjin still in the residence? Yes, he is. She rose, rolling up the completed embroidery, pondering that unresolved contradictions tend to fester if left unaddressed. She must compel Jun Yanjin to articulate the issues at hand to facilitate resolution. Otherwise, mutual distrust and animosity would only deepen. Cradling the embroidery, she made her way to the Chaoyang courtyard, where the dark guards no longer obstructed her, instead guiding her toward the study. Jun Yanjin remained at his desk, reviewing memorials, holding a purple brush, his demeanor dignified and austere, exuding an air of nobility and formality. As the study door swung open, Yun Jintang stepped across the threshold, the harsh white light illuminating his prominent nose. She lifted her gaze to meet his deep-set eyes, tumultuous with unspoken thoughts. With every opening and closing of the sandalwood door, their thoughts subtly shifted. Why venture here instead of resting properly today? Jun Yanjin continued his work, his demeanor markedly different, exhibiting a swift change in attitude. Yet, Yun Jintang understood. After all, he was still harboring doubts about her. Your Highness, the embroidery is complete. Yun Jintang purposefully approached him, carefully placing the embroidery on the long desk before him, maintaining a respectful distance. At that moment, a slight shift flickered across Jun Yanjin's expression. He turned to Yun Jintang, set down his brush, and rearranged the scrolls on the desk, feeling that the space was insufficient. He then rose and moved to another desk in the study, where he could spread it out perfectly. Your Highness, do you like it? Yun Jintang remained her usual lively and graceful self, standing beside him, noticing the distinctive glimmer in his eyes, prompting her to inquire eagerly. Affection is indeed affection. Jun Yanjin, addressing the matter at hand, could not help but cherish such breathtaking embroidery, crafted with such dedication by Yun Jintang over the span of half a year. He raised his hand to caress the silk threads adorning the petals of the begonia flower and replied, I like it. Should he declare otherwise, the individual before him would undoubtedly retract the artwork on the spot, perhaps incensed. I shall take my leave then, Yun Jintang remarked nonchalantly, preparing to turn away, yet internally counting the steps. After only 2 paces, she was halted by a voice from behind. Are you aware that yesterday at dusk, the residence of Prince Jing was attacked by a female assassin from the Longjing Pavilion? Several lives were lost, and even the kitchen was reduced to ashes. Jun Yanjin methodically put away the embroidery, casting his gaze upon Yun Jintang's silhouette as he spoke candidly. She turned, her demeanor so natural that it appeared unfeigned, her brows furrowed in confusion. I do not know, she replied. Shouldn't the prince's residence possess the same stringent defenses as that of Prince Ning? How could such a calamity occur? He inquired further. Are you aware that the assassin sent to eliminate you was a death warrior of Junxingza? Yun Jintang's eyes met Jun Yanjin's, filled with skepticism and trepidation, an abundance of distrust evident in her expression. She spoke directly, without evasion. Your Highness has laid the groundwork for quite a while. What is it you truly wish to inquire about? The study door was firmly shut, with only the window allowing a cascade of brilliant white light to filter through. Standing amidst this interplay of light and shadow, Yun Jintang's usual buoyancy dissipated, replaced by a calm demeanor. Is there truly a connection between Yun Moli and the Longjing Pavilion? Are you deceiving me for his sake? Yun Yanjing pressed on. My previous assumptions were indeed misguided. Your entanglements with the Emperor and the Empress Dowager are not profound. However, there undoubtedly exists a link between you and the Longjing Pavilion. You had me merely to gather intelligence for them, did you not? Jun Yanjin's relentless questioning elicited no sign of wavering from Yun Jintang. His voice, as chilling as a glacial spring, probed her. Even after all this time, your Highness still harbors such suspicions toward me, does he not? Yun Jintang feigned ignorance, tilting her head to meet his gaze. What could a mere woman like me possibly do to incite your wrath? Even if I were to deceive you, would you truly suffer any loss? Her voice flowed steadily, imbued with a subtle sense of grievance, as she continued. My brother has no ties to the Longjing Pavilion. Everything he knows, he has uncovered through his own investigations. Being in the Ministry of Justice, dealing with countless cases, is it not reasonable for him to possess some knowledge? A single tear cascaded from the corner of her eye. Jun Yanjin instinctively raised his hand to wipe it away, but Yun Jintang retreated 2 steps, drying her own tear. Your Highness's unfounded suspicions are perplexing. Perhaps a divorce would be for the best. No divorce is permitted, Jun Yanjin firmly rejected, having caught only the sensitive phrase. Once again, he found his previous resolute conjectures shattered by Yun Jintang's logical arguments. Her words bore considerable weight. The Longines Pavilion and the Wuying Hall were irreconcilable adversaries. If she or Yun Moli were indeed affiliated with the Longines Pavilion, he would have encountered frequent setbacks, rather than witnessing their growing influence within the court. Yet, lingering doubts remained unaddressed in his heart, prompting him to consider taking Yun Jintang to meet someone. Do not hold on to me. As Jun Yanjin extended his hand, Yun Jintang, in a fit of anger, swiftly concealed her hand behind her back. I shall take you to the royal prison. You will surely be frightened. Are you certain you do not wish to hold my hand? I refuse to go. What purpose could there be in visiting such a grim and terrifying place, Your Highness? To meet a person, the assassin who attempted to take your life that night. Jun Yanjin had spared one who remained alive, for this individual possessed a loose tongue and might divulge valuable information. Upon hearing this, Yun Jintang felt a swell of trepidation, attempting to mask her fear. Yet she found herself unable to defy Jun Yanjin. In the next moment, her hand was forcibly grasped, leading her towards the hidden door of the study. My dress will become soiled. Yun Jintang instinctively lifted her skirt, recalling how her hem had been sullied during her previous visit, which intensified her reluctance. However, this was merely a living witness. In her view, it held no significance, whether she attended or not. Jun Yanjin could inquire as he pleased without needing to bring her along. Just as Yun Jintang was about to enter, she was suddenly swept into Jun Yanjin's arms, experiencing a fleeting sensation of weightlessness, prompting her to gasp and instinctively wrap her arms around his neck. Is it truly necessary to see him? She murmured softly, her fragrant breath brushing against Jun Yanjin's neck, eliciting a tingling sensation that stirred her heart. In moments of fear, one often inadvertently speaks the truth. Jun Yanjin cast a sidelong glance at Yun Jintang, securely cradling her as they proceeded toward the dark prison, his steps measured and deliberate. When the door to the innermost cell creaked open, Yun Jintang casually surveyed the desolate surroundings, only to be met with the sight of a bloodied man on the torture rack, his flesh mangled and torn. Instinctively, she buried her face into Jun Yanjin's neck, as if seeking refuge. Your Highness, I do not wish to remain here. Jun Yanjin was pleased with Yun Jintang's reaction and instructed the shadow guards to lay an additional mat on the ground before unceremoniously setting her down, leaving her no choice but to confront the grim scene. Just as she was about to turn and seek solace in his embrace, Jun Yanjin, suppressing his own desire for her compliance, firmly adjusted her posture, compelling her to witness the wretched state of the assassin. This is how I deal with those who attempt to take your life, and nearby lies another subordinate who once deceived me. Would you like to witness his fate? Just moments ago, the atmosphere had been tranquil. Now, he resorted to intimidation to coerce her. Yun Jintang, feigning fear as she clutched Jun Yanjin's sleeve, maintained an unsettling calm beneath her surface. Chapter 88. The depths of my princess's concealment. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Jun Yanjin lowered his gaze to Yun Jintang. Recalling the scene from last year when he first encountered her, she appeared just as innocent and unassuming then. What is it? You mentioned having seen a highly skilled woman on Songling Mountain. Is there truly no connection between you? I find myself doubting that she isn't affiliated with the Longines Pavilion, for it has long been rumored that the esteemed Lan Yu was slain by her, and a vendetta existed between the Longines Pavilion and that esteemed figure. With this in mind, everything began to make sense. That woman must have indeed suffered an injury. Yun Jintang, being frail, had the estate's physician accompanying her even while living outside. It is entirely plausible. She hesitated for a moment, her hand still clutching Jun Yanjin's garment. This line of thought might serve him well, for it would clear her brother's suspicion. Do you truly know her? Did you deceive me? Jun Yanjin observed a subtle shift in Yun Jintang's expression, further solidifying his suspicions. That woman, holding a prominent position within the Langjin pavilion, would certainly be aware of the assassination attempt orchestrated by the Prince of Peace. It would be quite normal for her to seek retribution. That is my own affair, unrelated to your Highness, Yun Jintang replied, which could be interpreted as a roundabout acknowledgement. You are indeed astute. It should not escape your notice that my relationship with the Wang is rather significant. You are undoubtedly aware of the animosity between the Langjin pavilion and Wang. So how can you claim it does not pertain to me? Jun Yanjin's gaze deepened, his hand instinctively lifting to grasp Yun Jintang's chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. My princess, your concealment runs remarkably deep, he remarked, a hint of frustration lacing his tone. Fortunately, Yun Jintang did not perceive anger in his eyes, rather a sense of helplessness. He found himself at a loss with her. Unlike the spies, he could not treat her with indifference. I have not been in contact with her for quite some time, only during our stay on Songling Mountain, Yun Jintang asserted, her eyes brimming with sincerity. This honesty seemed to lighten Jun Yanjin's mood. Very well, I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt, he replied, his fingertips gently grazing her soft, rosy lips. He scrutinized her delicate features, surprised by the action she had taken despite her seemingly gentle demeanor. With a slight flutter of her almond-shaped eyes, she turned her head away from his touch, releasing her grip on his clothing. Jun Yanjin's ire subsided, yet Yun Jintang began to sulk, averting her gaze from the executioner bound to the torture rack, muttering softly, I have done nothing to inconvenience your Highness. You always appear so fierce, as if you wish to take a life. You are my princess. No matter how incensed I may become, I shall not take your life. But should that woman fall in my hands, her fate could very well mirror that of the executioner. Yun Jintang felt it prudent to safeguard her secrets. She is my friend. What concern is your friend to me? Jun Yanjin's words were rather irksome, yet their exchange shifted the atmosphere, dissipating the prior chill between them. If she were to truly fall into my grasp, her fate would be no different from his. Jun Yanjin grasped Yun Jintang's shoulder, compelling her to turn, leaning closer to whisper into her ear with deliberate clarity, as if he had made a momentous decision. Unbeknownst to him, a chilling indifference glimmered in Yun Jintang's eyes as she regarded the nearly lifeless assassin. I shall not interfere with your friendship, but should you meet again, remember to keep your tail tucked, lest you fall into my grasp. Was His Highness so confident he could capture her? She was formidable. Yun Jintang cast a glance back, brushing aside his hand resting on her shoulder, unimpressed. Jun Yanjin scoffed coldly. How formidable could she truly be? Was she not injured by me the last time? I regret not having poisoned my blade. Yun Jintang silently clenched her palm beneath her voluminous sleeve. What a brazen Jun Yanjin! She would show him. Before she could fully process the moment, his hand returned to her delicate waist, effortlessly lifting her as he strode towards the exit. At this juncture, his mood appeared considerably improved compared to when she first entered the study. Conversely, Yun Jintang's spirits plummeted. Jun Yanjin's audacity was infuriating. She looped her arms around his neck, tempted to bite him fiercely. You seem to have lost weight, he remarked as he weighed her frame in his arms, treating her as if she were a mere ornament. His movements deft. I haven't, she replied tersely. Upon returning to the study, Jun Yanjin resumed admiring the embroidery from earlier, commanding his attendants to clear his spacious writing desk. Placing the embroidery atop it, ready to inscribe a title. Wait, Yun Jintang interjected, swiftly halting his actions. This is not rice paper. It will bleed ink. I recall that the previous piece, Spring Awakened by the Begonia, also bore text. Was it not embroidered stitch by stitch? Jun Yanjin found it hard to believe that any skilled embroiderer could possess such patience and ability. If your Highness desires, I could assist in embroidering the words. Though it would require considerable time, the finished product would not be ready until next month. Jun Yanjin dismissed the notion, concerned for Yun Jintang's well-being, asserting that the presence of words was inconsequential. He merely wished to leave his mark upon the embroidery. Then I shall take my leave. Yun Jintang observed that Jun Yanjin had returned to his usual self, and she, too, intended to return to Furong Courtyard to devise a scheme against Wu Yinghao. She turned to depart without waiting for his response, only to have her wrists seized, pulling her back, her balance faltering, causing her to land directly into his embrace. "Are you in such a hurry to leave?" Seeking to send word? Jun Yanjin, in that moment, resembled a capricious ruler. One hand restraining her struggling wrist while the other encircled her waist, his brow arched with a hint of triumph. He had come to realize that the situation had grown more intriguing. His wife served as the sole link between Wuying Hall and Lanjinch. As she stood outside the fray, he had no reason to harm or blame her. "Your Highness, please release me." This was the first time Yun Jintang had been held in such a manner. Feeling somewhat unaccustomed, more accurately, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, fearing that Jun Yanjin might notice. His palm rested against her waist, and had they not shared the bond of marriage, such an act would be nothing short of lecherous. Jun Yanjin beheld her delicate face, once pale, now flushed with crimson, and his heart leaped with joy. Gradually, he loosened his grip, prompting Yun Jintang to rise instantly, not sparing him a single glance before departing the study. Observing her hasty retreat, Jun Yanjin lingered in the sensation of their embrace, finding it undeniably comfortable, so fragrant, so soft. He pondered when their relationship might evolve further. Upon returning to Furong Courtyard, Pei Yao brought news of the thorough investigation conducted at Mingzhu Pavilion that morning. "Miss, should we continue to visit Mingzhu Pavilion? His Highness is bound to have suspicions." "Of course we shall go. Why should we not?" Yun Jintang replied, seated at the chess table, delicately pinching a black piece before placing it down. "To refrain from going would only arouse suspicion, suggesting that I am feeling guilty." Chapter 89. Unrecognized favors. As Yun Jintang reflected on the matter, she felt a surge of indignation. It was utterly ridiculous that Jun Yanjin had declared his intention to eliminate her right before her eyes. Nevertheless, since he had already cast his suspicions upon Mingzhu Pavilion, she resolved to let him pursue his inquiries, confident that he would uncover nothing of significance. After all, he was aware of her connection to Lanjin Pavilion, which allowed her a certain degree of freedom to act without excessive caution. "My lady, a letter from Ling Shuang has just arrived. Qing Wu has sent someone to deliver it to Mingzhu Pavilion," a servant informed her. Yun Jintang leisurely unfolded the letter, igniting a candle to illuminate the contents, and the words gradually came into view. In half a month, the envoy from Lanyue would reach the capital, taking a water route along the eastern sea to arrive at the outskirts of Shengjing. Ling Shuang speculated that this deliberate choice of route was motivated by ulterior motives, as the vessel had rested for 2 days at Ryukyu Island. Although Ryukyu Island was relatively close to Meizhou, the distance was still considerable. Yun Jintang decided to send someone to investigate further. By the time news reached Meizhou, there might be little trace left to follow. Chu Xuanya was a man of profound cunning and adept at scheming. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of crown prince. Ling Shuang was astute and would keep a close watch on him. Once the envoy arrived in Shengjing, he would likely refrain from any overt actions. Yun Jintang burned the letter, disposing of it without a second thought. The next day, she boldly ventured to Mingzhu Pavilion, accompanied by 2 pets. As anticipated, Jun Yanjin complied with her wishes and refrained from interfering. The dark guards assigned to protect her remained concealed outside the pavilion, ensuring that everything proceeded as usual. Had we truly been exposed? Qing Wu remained composed, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Why not ensnare Jun Yanjin completely and bring Wang Tang under your control? She mused, calculating the possibilities. Yun Jintang decisively dismissed this notion. Though Jun Yanjin harbors affection for me, he is not one to disregard the greater picture. Wang Tang is his life's work. It could not be so easily sacrificed for my sake. At most, we could only wear down the grievances between us. My master entrusted Lanjin Pavilion to me and warned that Jun Yanjin is not as simple as we perceive. I cannot jeopardize Lanjin Pavilion for my own sake. Upon hearing this, Qing Wu conceded that her reasoning was sound. However, if that is the case, won't there always be a chasm between you and Jun Yanjin? He now regards you as his fiercest rival, and you remain wary of him. Yet you are still husband and wife, and there is an undercurrent of affection between you. What will happen in the future? Will you conceal your hearts from each other for a lifetime? Yun Jintang had not yet formulated a response and could only shake her head. If we truly reach a day of mutual affection, perhaps these issues will resolve themselves. Who can predict such matters? We shall see in due time. Her thoughts drifted, gazing out the window at the drifting white clouds, their slow transformations evoking myriad forms. She murmured, I have a premonition that day is not far off. Qingwu did not catch her words clearly, but Yun Jintang was unwilling to repeat them. After a cup of tea, a voice announced at the door, Manager, a distinguished guest has arrived and requires your personal attention. Qingwu set down her teacup, pondering who possessed such influence to warrant her presence. Meanwhile, Yun Jintang remained seated, uninterested in the commotion, as Qingwu rose to leave. Present to me the finest jewelry you have here, Lin Yuner commanded Qingwu as she stood the doorway. The treasures of our establishment are displayed on the third floor. You may take your time to peruse them, Qingwu replied, maintaining a semblance of decorum without directly showing her displeasure. Following closely behind Lin Yuner was Lin Yaner, who appeared somewhat subservient, resembling a handmaiden closely adhering to her mistress. Internally, Lin Yaner felt a sense of bewilderment. Today they had come ostensibly to procure bridal jewelry. Yet Lin Yuner seemed to reject the marriage entirely. What could account for her current buoyancy? Had she perhaps found a resolution to her predicament? Lin Yaner, feeling a tinge of unease, observed with great scrutiny. Unbeknownst to her, the items Lin Yuner selected were intended as gifts for her. Considering the compensation for your role in my substitution, I shall indulge in purchasing several pieces of jewelry. After all, the Li family is but a minor household. Lin Yuner mused as she walked, her spirits evidently lifted. Within the confines of her chamber, Yun Jintang recognized that familiar and irksome voice, instantly discerning the identity of its owner. It is rather noisy. Let us return to the estate, she remarked, feeling as though the very air around her had been tainted by such arrogance. The serene beauty of the peach and begonia blossoms in the royal garden was far more appealing. Indeed, replied Lin Lang and Pei Yao, following closely behind. Lin Yuner remained in the spacious exhibition area, admiring the jewels with a selfish heart. How could Lin Yaner possibly deserve such exquisite items? Oh well, a few ordinary trinkets shall suffice for her. The finer pieces are best reserved for myself. Ning Wangfei, I hope you are well, she thought to herself with satisfaction, just as Lin Yaner caught sight of Yun Jintang and hurried forward to offer her respects. Yun Jintang merely responded with a soft dismissal, intending to depart directly, but someone, oblivious to the situation, interjected. Oh, the Ning Wangfei is here too. I did not expect you to visit such a jewelry store. Has His Highness not been generous enough with his gifts? Lin Yuner emerged behind, blocking the corridor. She intentionally raised her voice so that patrons on both the first and second floors could clearly hear her biting sarcasm. I apologize for any unintended offense during our previous encounter in the Plum Blossom Grove. Yet I was surprised that His Highness remained silent while you chose to take offense and leave. Lin Yuner danced perilously close to disaster with her ambiguous remarks, clearly insinuating that Yun Jintang was jealous and petty, while Jun Yanjin remained indifferent, indicating the strain in their marital bond. The atmosphere downstairs became charged with gossip. As patrons exchanged whispers, the two shadow guards stationed at the entrance took note of the commotion and swiftly entered the store, witnessing Pei Yao delivering a stinging slap to Lin Yuner's face. They ascended to the third floor, positioning themselves protectively behind Yun Jintang. Wang Fei, how may we assist you? They inquired, well-versed in the art of violence. Does Miss Lin still dare to speak so boldly in this establishment? Do you feel my punishment insufficient? Lin Yuner clutched her face, devoid of any fear. Thoughts of the impending marriage being substituted spurred her to shed tears in a bid for sympathy. The lady candidly expressed her thoughts, not anticipating that the princess would react with such fury. Lin Yaner lowered her head in silence, secretly wishing for Lin Yuner to meet her demise, for that would leave her as the sole daughter of the Lin family. In such a scenario, her father would undoubtedly invest considerable effort in nurturing her, and she would no longer remain an inconspicuous figure. Two shadow guards, poised with their blades, awaited any signs of trouble. Daring to act out in the presence of the princess was a perilous endeavor. However, since Yun Jintang had yet to issue any commands, they exchanged glances, biding their time. Ah, Lin Xiang has truly raised a remarkable daughter, one whose foolishness knows no bounds. Yun Jintang regarded her with a chilling gaze, akin to that of a coroner examining a lifeless corpse. Lin Yuner, for reasons unknown, felt a shiver run down her spine, her tears suspended in her eyes. Refusing to fall. Chapter 90. Cleverness backfires. Yun Jintang gazed at her face as one would observe a clown, her delicate brows arching slightly. Why the silence? Lin Yuner felt an unsettling premonition that Yun Jintang was concocting something significant. Anxiously, she sought to evade the situation, awkwardly declaring, "I have spoken out of turn. I shall take my leave." She attempted to disregard all else and head towards the staircase, but two shadow guards swiftly drew their blades to block her path. "Did I permit you to leave?" Yun Jintang's cold laughter resonated from behind, tinged with a faint hint of anger. "The Princess of Ning possesses a generous heart, and yet you merely spoke offhandedly?" Yun Jintang turned to face her, her sarcasm palpable. Miss Lin's earlier demeanor hardly suggested such casualness. Lin Wanner remained silent, a subtle smile playing on her lips, as if everything unfolded exactly as she had anticipated. Today, Lin Yuner was destined to face a reckoning. Yun Jintang's gaze flitted over Lin Wanner, her eyes deepening with contemplation. One must not act too ruthlessly, lest one become a weapon for others. The second Miss Lin, though seemingly meek, was far more perilous than Lin Yuner. She altered her course, casting a glance at Pei Yao, before gracefully descending another staircase. Pei Yao nodded in understanding, and once Yun Jintang had distanced herself, Lin Yuner exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be met with a resounding slap across her face. Before she could cover her left cheek, her right cheek was met with another strike. The two shadow guards discreetly retreated, continuing to follow Yun Jintang down the staircase. Lin Yuner felt a fiery sting on her face, tears springing forth from genuine pain. Instinctively, she loathed Pei Yao, only to receive yet another slap in return. "Miss Lin, you dare to disrespect the hierarchy, showing no regard for rank. Perhaps this time you will learn your lesson. Otherwise, next time, it will not be resolved with mere slaps." Pei Yao withdrew her hand, having applied sufficient force and finesse to inflict pain without causing serious harm. Lin Wanner bore an expression of perplexity, filled with doubt. Was the Princess of Ning truly so lenient? Would she genuinely let Lin Yuner off the hook? Ning Wangfu. Naomi adeptly approached Yun Jintang's skirts and squatted down, while Tang Yuan nestled closely beside it. The two little ones indeed formed a harmonious pair. "Miss, you were right. The Lin family intends to marry Lin Wanner off in place of Lin Yuner. Even if the truth were to surface post-wedding, the repercussions would be minimal. After all, it would be illogical for His Highness to insist on Lin Yuner's remarriage. Should such a thing occur, there would undoubtedly be discontent among the ministers. Sisters sharing a husband? I have never heard of such a thing. The Lin family has clearly resolved upon this course, and it is evident who they would choose to protect, the legitimate daughter over the illegitimate one. Do you intend to intervene?" Lin Lang inquired. "If Lin Yuner truly succeeds, wouldn't His Highness's punishment be in vain?" Yun Jintang shook her head. "I have resolved not to involve myself in the Lin family's affairs, to avoid becoming embroiled in their complexities. Between Lin Yuner and Lin Wanner, whom do you consider to be the greater threat?" Lin Lang felt a twinge of confusion. Lin Yuner was indeed arrogant and dismissive, making her a formidable opponent. "Could it be that you think? Indeed, I believe Lin Manor is far more complex than she appears on the surface. It would be prudent for us to refrain from further involvement. Those who are meek and reticent are often skilled in calculation. Alas, it seems she has fallen prey to her own cleverness this time." Yun Jintang wished to steer clear of this conflict. Upon witnessing the events that transpired today at Mingzhu Pavilion, Jun Yanjin realized that even those with her timid disposition could be provoked to anger, and he found Lin family's representative to be utterly blind, wishing to silence her. "Your Highness, shall I make a visit to the Lin minister's residence?" Qin inquired, taking the initiative. After Murong, Su returned to fetch the medicine. Since she would not speak, There would be no need for her to utter a word henceforth. Jun Yanjin rose, preparing to head to Furong Courtyard. Uncertain whether Yun Jintang's mood had improved after returning home. Before he reached Furong Courtyard, he paused in the back garden, captivated by the blooming begonia and peach blossoms. A delightful tapestry of pink hues. Though the transplanted begonia and peach trees were not particularly large, they were now awash in vibrant pink, bursting with life as spring approached. The branches swayed gently in the breeze, with a scattering of fallen petals and green leaves creating a unique aesthetic. It appeared that Yun Jintang had a fondness for these lovely, delicate flowers and plants. Before he could reach Furong Courtyard, Yun Jintang appeared, cradling a glutinous rice dumpling as she strolled leisurely toward the back garden, occasionally glancing down at the plump rabbit in her arms. Over the past few months, this rabbit had grown as large as a cat, thriving under her care. "Your Highness, you are here to admire the flowers as well?" Upon spotting him, Yun Jintang quickened her pace and approached Jun Yanjin. His gaze swept across her face, ultimately resting on the chubby rabbit she held. It has grown quite plump. He recalled vividly how Yun Moli had caught it on Songling Mountain, a frail little creature that even a hunter would disdain. "It's not fat, it's simply growing normally," Yun Jintang replied, affectionately stroking the rabbit's snowy fur before passing it to Lin Lang, who stood behind her. Chapter 91. His Highness is truly exceptional. Yun Jintang tends to everything well, yet she neglects her own care. Despite the chilly weather and her layered clothing, her slender waist remains evident, and she feels light to hold. When told she has lost weight, she stubbornly denies it. Currently, the peach blossoms bloom more vibrantly than the begonia flowers, with some buds on the begonia tree yet to unfurl easily within her reach. These peach blossoms were meticulously selected by her, the finest variety for brewing wine. Last year's osmanthus brew has nearly run out, and she plans to send some back to Yawang Valley in a couple of days, lest that individual begins to grumble again. Previously, the flowers in the back garden were sparse, but since Yun Jintang revamped it last year, spring has become more pronounced with a riot of colors. The entire royal residence is enveloped in an elegant floral fragrance, creating a serene ambience. Jun Yanjin is grateful that he had the patience to allow her to proceed with her plans. "Your Highness, doesn't this spring seem remarkably more beautiful than previous years?" Yun Jintang's face radiates warmth, evidently unfazed by the events that transpired today at Mingzhu Pavilion. Indeed, Jun Yanjin responds with a slight nod. He continues, "I have instructed Qin Yi to address the matters that occurred at Mingzhu Pavilion today. If Lin Yuner has upset you, a mere trifling reprimand will hardly instill any lasting lesson. What does your Highness wish for Qin Yi to do?" Yun Jintang inquires. If she cannot articulate herself, it would be better for her to remain silent. Is he suggesting an assassination of Lin Yuna? Yun Jintang speculates, then steps closer.